My name is Chen Xuan, an ordinary guy by all accounts. Just a regular worker on a production line, living a mundane life, until the unimaginable happened. One moment, I was clocking out of work, and the next, I woke up in a completely different world. Who could have predicted that someone as decent and upright as me would end up in this absurd situation? And yet here I am, having inexplicably slept with Xiao Wu. Oh no! How am I supposed to face Tang Sen now? I muttered to myself, utterly distraught. The weight of regret bore down on me, making it feel like my world had crumbled. Tang Sen. If he ever found out that his beloved little sister had spent the night with me, there's no doubt he'd lose his mind. And knowing Tang Sen, I wouldn't just get a scolding, I'd be lucky to escape with my life. His wrath would undoubtedly teach me what it means to cross a dangerous line. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. There was no way I could let anyone find out. This had to remain a secret, buried forever. I glanced around the room, hoping for some clarity in this chaos. The decor was lavish, almost extravagant: red walls, a massive heart-shaped bed, and rose petals scattered everywhere. But after the chaos of last night, the once vibrant petals were torn and strewn haphazardly across the floor and bed. I quickly realized I was completely naked and jumped out of bed, frantically searching for my clothes. But when I spotted them, I froze, completely stunned. The floor was littered with clothing: tops, bras, pink stockings, and other intimate items, all scattered in a disorganized mess. But that wasn't the most shocking part. No, the truly horrifying detail was that everything, from Xiao Wu's underwear to her stockings, was ripped to shreds. What the hell happened last night? I groaned, clutching my head. The state of the room painted a vivid picture, one that I wasn't sure I wanted to piece together. Judging by the aftermath, the battle had been far more intense than I could have ever imagined. Oh God, what have I done? I whispered, feeling a throbbing headache coming on. Guilt and disbelief swirled inside me. The only small relief I had was the sight of Xiao Wu, still lying peacefully on the bed. Her delicate lashes rested against her cheeks, her breathing soft and steady. She showed no signs of waking up anytime soon. Maybe I went a bit too far, I muttered, my face heating up in embarrassment. My eyes couldn't help but wander for a moment before I quickly looked away, my cheeks burning. Xiao Wu lay completely uncovered, her fair skin illuminated by the dim light of the room. Her delicate pink feet pointed towards me, her bunny ears resting atop her head, making her look even more alluring. The sight was enough to make my blood boil. This is sinful, absolutely sinful, I muttered, scolding myself as I averted my gaze. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I let out a heavy sigh. Fate truly had a twisted sense of humor. Not only had I been inexplicably transported to this world, but I'd also somehow ended up in this insane situation with Xiao Wu. Life was full of surprises, and not all of them were pleasant. Looking at her petite form, her pink stockings clinging to her legs, I felt a wave of conflicting emotions. This wasn't something I had planned or intended, just another cruel twist of fate. Xiao Wu, I whispered to myself, if anyone finds out about this, I'm doomed. And not just anyone, Tang Sen. If he learned about this, he'd chase me to the ends of the earth. There'd be no escape. I buried my face in my hands, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. Everything had spiraled so far out of control in just a few days. It had all begun when I arrived at Shrek Academy, Tian-Do City. The former Blue Tyrant Academy, now known as Shrek Academy, stood proudly with its newly erected gates. Bold letters spelled out Shrek Academy, a testament to its rising fame. More than a year ago, Yu Xiaojiang, the master of theory, had brought the 7 Shrek Devils to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Following their arrival, the original headmaster Lu Erlong had stepped down, allowing Flender to take over as headmaster, with Zhao Wuji as his vice. The changes had not been well received by everyone. The Blue Tyrant students were blindsided, suddenly finding themselves labeled as Shrek Academy students without any prior warning. Some were outraged enough to leave the academy entirely, while others attempted to confront the leadership, only to be met with Lu Erlong's iron fist. Those who dared oppose her were swiftly and decisively dealt with, leaving in shame and defeat. In the end, only a few chose to leave. The majority of students, though disgruntled, swallowed their pride and stayed, drawn by the academy's unparalleled resources for cultivation. As I walked through those gates on my first day, I had no idea how much my life was about to change. Little did I know, my journey would lead me to this whirlwind of chaos with Xiao Wu. And this was just the beginning. In the headmaster's office of Shrek Academy, 2 middle-aged men sat across from each other. One was Flander, known as the Cat Eagle, wearing reading glasses and carrying an air of cautious composure. The other was Yu Xiaojiang, the famed grandmaster and author of the 10 core theories of martial souls. His short-cropped hair and scruffy beard gave him a rugged, unpolished appearance. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud creak, and an irate woman stormed in. She snatched Yu Xiaojiang's teacup and drained it in one gulp, her frustration palpable. "Those brats are driving me insane. They're outright opposing my decision to hand the academy over to Boss Flander. They're demanding I revert the name back to Blue Tyrant Academy. It's rebellion, I tell you," she fumed. This was Lu Erlong, the fiery vice principal of the academy. Her striking features, long jet black hair, fair skin, and large expressive eyes, belied her volatile personality. Flander forced an awkward chuckle, shifting uneasily. The situation was far from ideal. He had inherited the academy unexpectedly and now found himself caught between opposing sides. Seeking to defuse the tension, he turned to Yu Xiaojiang. "Xiaojiang, didn't you say you were going to introduce some students to us? Where are they?" Yu Xiaojiang stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, letting the sunlight illuminate his figure in an attempt to project wisdom. "No rush. They should be here soon," he replied calmly. Lu Erlong arched a brow, puzzled by his cryptic response, but before she could question him further, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed outside. The door opened, revealing 5 young individuals entering the room. "Tyrone Chen Xuan. Why are you here?" Lu Erlong asked, her confusion evident. The group consisted of Tyrone, Chen Xuan, Jingling, Huang Yuan, and Jiang Zhu, a support soul master. Tyrone stepped forward, fists clasped in respect. "Grandmaster," he greeted enthusiastically, admiration clear in his tone. Chen Xuan offered a slight nod in acknowledgement but remained otherwise indifferent. To him, Yu Xiaojiang was no one of great importance, and there was no need for unnecessary displays of respect. The others exchanged brief glances but showed little enthusiasm, their expressions neutral. Among the academy students, Yu Xiaojiang's reputation was a divisive topic. While he was credited with training geniuses like Tang San, many questioned his abilities. Stuck at level 29 for over 2 decades, he had only recently broken through to level 30 thanks to a medicinal herb gifted by Tang San. Such a long-standing bottleneck didn't inspire confidence. Rumors swirled that Yu Xiaojiang was a fraud, his theories mere speculation unbacked by real power. How could someone who had never reached the higher realms of soul mastery, Soul King, Soul Emperor, or titled Douluo, truly understand their intricacies? Yu Xiaojiang, ever sensitive to how others viewed him, noted the varying attitudes in the room. Tyrone's respect, Chen Xian's indifference, and the cold detachment of the others. Though he maintained his composure, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes. Flander coughed lightly to break the awkward silence. "Ahem. Please have a seat." Tyrone sat on a nearby sofa and leaned forward eagerly. "Grandmaster, why did you call us here?" Yu Xiaojiang turned to face them, his expression serious. "You're all aware of this year's Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, correct?" The group nodded. The competition was a prestigious event known throughout the academy. "I've reviewed your records," Yu Xiaojiang continued. "Tyrone and Chen Xuan, your soul power has reached level 38, while the others have broken through to level 35. You're all eligible to participate." Excitement lit up the faces of Tyrone, Jiang Zhu, and the others. For many, competing in the Continental Elite competition was a lifelong dream. Even Qin Ming, a former Shrek student, regretted missing the opportunity. Chen Xuan, however, closed his eyes and leaned back, resting. He had been training relentlessly, pushing his physical and soul power to the limit. Exhaustion weighed on him, and he had come straight to the office without rest. Noticing Chen Xian's lack of reaction, Yu Xiaojiang frowned. "Chen Xuan, is there a problem?" he asked sharply. Opening his eyes, Chen Xuan met Yu Xiaojiang's gaze with a calm expression. "No problem, Grandmaster." "Please continue," he replied, his tone casual. It was obvious to Chen Xuan why they had been summoned. Yu Xiaojiang wanted them to serve as substitutes for the Shrek 7 Devils in the competition. While the 7 Devils were undoubtedly talented, the competition was grueling, and injuries were inevitable. Backups were necessary. As expected, Yu Xiaojiang explained, although your talents don't match those of Xiao San and the others, you're still considered exceptional among your peers. I'd like you to join as substitutes for the Shrek team. Tyrone and Jingling exchanged excited glances. Even as substitutes, the chance to participate in such a prestigious event was a rare honor. Chen Xuan, however, remained unfazed. To him, being a substitute was both a burden and an opportunity. While it might seem like they were being used as pawns, he saw it as a stepping stone to build his reputation. He had his own plans. When the Battle of Jialing Pass came, he wanted to align himself with either the Heaven Do Empire or Spirit Hall. For now, staying with Shrek was the easiest path. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in approval as the group agreed. "Good. That's all for now. Tomorrow, Meet me at the back mountain to be introduced to the Shrek 7 devils. Understood, Grandmaster, Tyrone said, grinning as he stood. The group bowed slightly before leaving, except for Chen Xuan, who walked out without any acknowledgement. Lu Erlong and Flander didn't seem to mind, but Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but feel slighted. As the door closed behind them, Yu Xiaojiang's dissatisfaction lingered. Chen Xian's nonchalance struck a nerve, reminding him of the skepticism he faced daily. But he pushed the thought aside. The competition was fast approaching, and there was no time to dwell on such matters. Hey, welcome to another audiobook on Quantum Audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe. It motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below.
On the other side, after leaving the dean's office, the 5 individuals returned to their respective quarters. In his dorm room, Chen Xuan opened his system space and took out 2 pieces of fruit. One was a bright red apple-shaped fruit, and the other was a translucent, crystal-like carrot with a pinkish-white hue. As soon as the fruits were revealed, a fragrant aroma filled the room, making the whole place smell incredibly appetizing. The scent was so enticing that Chen Xuan couldn't help but swallow, but he restrained himself. He didn't dare eat them without knowing their effects. What exactly are these 2 items? He wondered aloud, holding the fruits in his hands, filled with curiosity. These were rewards from the system. Every time he broke through 10 levels, he received a large gift pack, and these apple-shaped and crystal carrot-like fruits were part of the latest one. Speaking of which, his arrival in this world was completely unexpected. 3 days ago, Chen Xuan was still working in a grim, dark factory, toiling on a soul-crushing assembly line with a life-or-death rotating shift. Everything was fine, and then, in the blink of an eye, he was transported to this world, inhabiting the body of someone with the same name. It was baffling. The original owner of the body was also a senior student at Blue Overlord Academy, but with an ordinary martial soul. At 16 years old, he had only reached the 33rd level, with mediocre talent and nothing particularly special about him. This left Chen Xuan frustrated for a while, but when he discovered he had a system to accompany him, everything became clear. It was an upgrade system where each 10-level breakthrough would grant him a large gift pack. Consequently, the system retroactively gave him 3 gift packs for levels 1 to 30, each containing different items. The first gift pack had only 1 item, but he was fortunate enough to receive a pair of the purest Mangekyo Sherry Non. The second gift pack contained 2 items, the bright red fruit and the crystal carrot. The third gift pack had 3 items. One was a plant, 3 feet tall, with a vibrant green glow and small cherry-like fruits. This plant was extraordinary, exuding a vast life force. Just one breath made him feel refreshed, leading Chen Xuan to guess that it must be a top-tier celestial herb. His guess was accurate. After absorbing this celestial herb, his soul power soared to level 38, his entire body transformed, and his physique improved significantly. The most direct result was that his martial soul underwent a metamorphosis, evolving to a top-level quality. Now, his martial soul was no longer a useless one, but a top-tier one, and his aptitude had improved, making him nearly equal to the Shrek 7 devils. The remaining 2 items in the large gift pack were equally impressive. One was a wind attribute chakra. The final item resolved his financial troubles with a fortune of 100,000 gold soul coins. Barring any surprises, this amount could last 10 lifetimes. System, what exactly are these 2 things? Chen Xuan asked the system in his mind, looking at the crystal carrot and bright red fruit in his hands. However, the system remained silent, offering no response. Chen Xuan shrugged helplessly and decided to put them away for later study. Afterward, he left his dormitory and headed to the academy's back mountain, bringing along a dozen balloons and water balls to begin the initial stage of training for the wind-style Raise-Non. In Naruto, the training method for Raise-Non is explained in detail. Although divided into 3 stages, the key aspect remains the same. The essence lies in controlling the flow of chakra. In other words, the finer the control over chakra, the shorter the training time. Chen Xuan was extremely confident in this regard. His talent and aptitude were average, but his control over chakra was exceptional, allowing him to guide the flow of chakra with ease. It's a special talent gifted by the heavens, he murmured to himself, watching the blue orb of energy in his palm as it compressed and rotated with a violent airflow. For 3 days, he trained relentlessly, arriving at the back mountain before dawn to develop ninjutsu and cultivating soul power at night. This effort led to his current achievements. Breaking through 2 levels of soul power would grant him a new reward pack, which might give him the strength to surpass Tang San. The next day, at the first peak of Shrek Academy's back mountain, the lush greenery surrounded a path lined with tall trees, sparse yet vibrant. At the mountain's summit, there was a large grassy area, already occupied by 8 or 9 people. "Teacher, you're here." Tang San stood up from the grass and walked over to greet a middle-aged man. The man was none other than Yu Xiaogang, of medium height, with a scruffy beard and short, spiky hair, giving him a stern appearance. Yu Xiaogang walked over with his hands behind his back, head held high, exuding the air of a master. He merely nodded in response to Tang San's greeting. On the grass, 6 young people, both boys and girls, were seated. They were Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking, Dai Mubai, Ma Hengjian, and Oscar. The Shrek 7 devils were all gathered. It seems none of you have disappointed me. You've all assembled within the designated time, Yu Xiaogang said with satisfaction, hands behind his back, nodding approvingly. Ma Hongzhen's mouth twitched as he muttered under his breath, Master, we wouldn't dare be late. Everyone knows you're scarier than Teacher Erlong. He intended to complain, but quickly felt the weight of Yu Xiaogang's stern gaze and decided to remain silent. Yu Xiaogang's expression was serious, his gaze commanding respect. A single glance from him made Ma Hongzhen shrink back, silencing him instantly. Hee. Two girls, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, giggled quietly on the grass. Both were beauties with different temperaments. One was playful and adorable, full of mischief like a rabbit, while the other was a temperamental little princess from a noble sect. When silent, she appeared gentle and elegant, but when angry, her mischievous side was fully revealed. All right, everyone quiet down, Yu Xiaogang pretended to cough, stopping their chatter. He clapped his hands and said, come on out and introduce yourselves. With that, 5 figures appeared in the distance and walked toward them. My name is Huang Yuan, a 35-level strong attack system battle soul master. A young man in black spoke first, sporting a buzz cut that made him easily recognizable. Next were Jingling and Zhangzhu, who released their martial souls and introduced their soul power levels. Jingling was also recognizable, with long bangs covering his right eye and a vampire-like outfit, green with red accents, giving him a non-mainstream appearance. The girl among them was Zhangzhu, with short brown hair that reached her neck, an auxiliary-type healing spirit master. All 3 had soul power levels around 35, and they were all around 19 years old. As expected, Teacher is farsighted, finding people who suit our team perfectly, Tang San murmured, stroking his chin. Last night, Yu Xiaogang had revealed the plan for substitute members to Tang San and had provided a list and profiles for him to review for compatibility with the current Shrek team. When it was Tai Long's turn, his face turned red as he scratched his head awkwardly and said, Third brother, Master, I don't need to introduce myself, do I? Previously, in Shrek Academy, he had fallen in love at first sight with Xiao Wu, leading to a fight with Tang San, creating a scene that made him known throughout the academy. Seeing the big guy's embarrassment, the Shrek 7 devils burst into laughter. Hey, what about you? What's your martial soul, and what level is your soul power? Daimyobai asked, turning his gaze to Chen Xuan. Tang San also looked at the young man, who was tall, fair-skinned, and fairly handsome, though slightly less so than Daimyobai. A 38-level auxiliary system soul lord at less than 16 years old, he must be the most talented student in the academy's advanced class, Tang San thought to himself. After reviewing Chen Xian's profile last night, he considered recruiting him for the future Tang sect. Compared to Tai Long and Zhangzhu, who were around 19 years old, this young man was only 15 or 16, probably the most talented student in the academy. Unfortunately, he's just an auxiliary system spirit master, Tang San sighed and shook his head. The young man's talent wasn't bad, but compared to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, he fell short. However, what Chen Xian said next left Tang San completely stunned. My soul power is the same as Tai Long's 38 levels. But unlike others, I follow both the strong attack and agile attack paths, Chen Xian said calmly, his expression serene. In this world of fantasy, strength is paramount. How could he follow in the footsteps of his predecessor, remaining just an auxiliary spirit master who relied on the protection of the strong? That wasn't his philosophy, it was too stifling. Chen Xian, with an unknown martial spirit, is a level 38 support type soul elder. His talent is average, and though he's in the advanced class, he's been quite unremarkable in recent years, without causing any significant commotion. This is how he's described in the records, objective and fair. Yu Xiaogang frowned deeply, clearly dissatisfied. The records indicate that this person has never shown exceptional strength or speed. In previous sparring matches, he has always played a support role in the team. Now, this Chen Xian is running his mouth, claiming that he excels in speed and strength, that both assault and agility types are no problem for him. If this isn't boasting, what is? Master Yu Xiaogang's face was stern, clearly showing his displeasure. Chen Xian's poor attitude yesterday had already upset him. Now, this young man was not only lying but also arrogantly claiming that a support-type martial spirit could take on an assault role. This was both naive and conceited. He could understand if Chen Xian was telling a white lie to make himself look good in front of a group of geniuses. However, being so out of touch with reality and arrogant, this was a personal issue. Chen Xian, you'll be fighting alongside Xiao San and the others in the future. I hope you can properly introduce your abilities. This is not a game, Master Yu Xiaogang said in a deep voice. He maintained a stern expression, no hint of a smile. Anyone could see that the master was somewhat angry. What's wrong with the master? Below, Ma Hongzhen and Oscar whispered to each other. Even Tai Long and Zhangzhu could tell that Yu Xiaogang was upset, probably about to lose his temper. Chen Xian remained calm. The previous host of this body couldn't develop his martial spirit, but that didn't mean he couldn't. The All-Continent Elite Tournament was full of geniuses. How could a support type stand out without the favor of a sect? Moreover, it was more interesting to compete with various soul masters. Master, I think I've explained myself clearly. If you didn't hear me, I'll repeat it. I do follow a dual path. I was just low-key before and didn't show the true use of my martial spirit, he explained as gently as possible, not wanting to make a big deal out of it. Besides, the previous host was indeed low-key and hadn't shown much strength. Almost no one knew his full potential. However, to Yu Xiaogang, these words sounded different. It seemed like Chen Xuan was implying that he was old and deaf. He already had low soul power and was looked down upon by others. If not for his disciple's immortal herb, he would never have broken through level 30 in his life. So his self-esteem was extremely sensitive. A kid dared to insult him like this, causing his eyebrows to arch, and veins popped on his forehead. He was on the verge of losing his temper. Ma Hongjian and Oscar's hearts skipped a beat. They were too familiar with this. It was the prelude to the master's anger. Things were about to get interesting. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing exchanged glances, unable to understand what had happened. Why was the master suddenly angry? For a moment, everyone from Shrek and Tai Long's group looked at the culprit, Chen Xuan. The master's anger was even more frightening than that of the deputy dean, Lu Erlong. Chen Xuan was speechless. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong. What's wrong with these people? Tang San, sensing the tension, quickly stepped forward and said, Brother Chen, according to the records, your martial spirit should be a support type, right? In the academy battles in recent years, you've mostly assisted teammates, with almost no direct confrontations. How can you say you excel in speed and strength? He spoke quickly, trying to ease the tension and resolve the conflict before Yu Xiaogang lost his temper. Records. Chen Xuan was surprised, then suddenly realized. So that's how it is. He almost died of frustration. Yu Xiaogang truly lived up to his title as the master of theory. Could a person's abilities be decided by a few pieces of paper? Could a few pages fully capture a soul master's true strength? The master of theory would always be a theorist, forever confined to his theories. No wonder the soul masters of the continent scoffed at the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. It wasn't without reason. Brother, do you think a piece of paper can fully understand a person? Records are just records, they don't determine anything. The Academy's records are always one-sided. Chen Xuan was completely frustrated and continued to question, if someone is very low-key, never showing off, and has never revealed their true strength in sparring, does that mean they're mediocre? Can a person's true strength be judged based on such limited information? If that's what you believe, then there's nothing I can do. After all, I can't force someone to change their mind, he said helplessly, indirectly criticizing Yu Xiaogang, feeling quite annoyed. The Shrek 7 Monsters and Tai Long's group nodded in agreement, not realizing that they were subtly mocking Yu Xiaogang. They thought Chen Xuan made a good point and couldn't argue against it. Some people are indeed more low-key, unlike them, who sought out battles and participated in the fighting arenas. Except for Daimyobai, Ma Hongjian, and Oscar, who firmly believed in the teachings of the Dean, that soul masters who didn't seek trouble were useless. People like Chen Xuan, who quietly developed without picking fights, were just using being low-key as an excuse, a coward, nothing more. Tang San also secretly agreed. He thought that in the past, he was a person who avoided trouble at Nodding Academy. Yu Xiaogang straightened his back, hands behind his back, maintaining the demeanor of a master. However, a fleeting panic flashed in his eyes, which almost no one noticed. A high-ranking figure, knowledgeable but without personal judgment, a little general. How ridiculous, Chen Xuan muttered under his breath, dissatisfied, and complained softly. Though he was upset, he didn't lose his temper, just made a little mockery. Otherwise, his next sentence would have been about a little master. How ridiculous. What? What did you say? Yu Xiaogang glared angrily, feeling his sore spot was hit. He was so furious that his finger shook as he pointed at Chen Xuan. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were slightly taken aback, a strange light flashing in their eyes. They realized something was off. Chen Xuan actually dared to subtly criticize the master. His courage was enormous. The implication was clear, the master was useless, yet claimed to be a theory master. How bold. This guy is really gutsy, daring to argue with the master and even reverse the criticism, Ning Rongrong whispered to Xiao Wu. Among the Shrek group, most people didn't see anything wrong and didn't understand, like Tai Long and Ma Hongjian, who were scratching their heads in confusion. Tang San's face darkened, anger rising within him. Yu Xiaogang was like a father to him, and no matter who was right or wrong, Chen Xuan shouldn't humiliate his teacher in public. This was too much. Just what I said, Chen Xuan replied calmly, imitating the master's posture, hands behind his back, acting like a master himself. To be honest, it did look rather impressive. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's face turned dark, his short hair standing on end, on the verge of exploding. Tang San's eyes grew cold. Yu Xiaogang treated him like a father, just like Xiao Wu. Chen Xuan had touched his bottom line. Though he remained expressionless, a cold, bone-chilling light flashed in his eyes. He now bore a grudge against Chen Xuan. If Chen Xuan's earlier words were questionable, then his later imitation of the master's movements was blatant mockery. The Shrek group all fell silent, no one daring to make a sound. For a moment, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense, the air filled with a sense of impending doom, like the calm before a storm. Chen Xuan realized he might have gone too far, but it was too late to back down. So he continued his imitation, hands behind his back, head held high, maintaining the demeanor of a master. He had no choice but to carry it through to the end, unwilling to bow down to a face-saving theory master. In the back mountain, a gentle breeze rustled the trees on either side, the leaves swaying lightly. Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to lose his temper, two figures appeared in the distance, walking towards them. One of them was a middle-aged man with reading glasses, a hooked nose, and steady steps. He too had his hands behind his back, walking slowly. In the back mountain, where trees and flowers thrived, the Shrek 7 sat on a lush, green lawn. Xiao Gang, haven't you finished instructing the kids yet? Even before they approached, Flender's voice was heard. Accompanying him was the deputy headmaster of the academy, Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong had long, jet black hair, a clean and valiant appearance, and was fairly good-looking, though her fiery temperament was notorious. This was the general opinion about Vice Headmaster Lu. Her personality wasn't exactly praiseworthy. Headmaster, Vice Headmaster Erlong, what brings you here? Tang San, Daimyo, and the others stood up to greet them. Lu Erlong impatiently waved her hand, motioning everyone aside. Her eyes, filled with affection, rested on the master. This man captivated her every moment. Flender also looked at Yu Xiaogang and asked, Xiaogang, haven't you finished your discussion? It was clear that neither of them noticed the peculiar atmosphere here, where a debate had just taken place. Yu Xiaogang blushed, immediately turning away. He pretended to cough a few times to change the subject, saying, Flender, the elite tournament is in 3 days. Have you prepared the children's equipment? At his age, in his 40s or 50s, if his old friends found out he was arguing with a kid, he'd be utterly embarrassed. Of course, I've already prepared the team uniforms for the kids, they're guaranteed to stand out, Flender said, with a hint of pride. Lu Erlong's lips twitched slightly, finding it speechless. Had she not seen the uniforms Flender had chosen, she might have believed him. She thought her sense of aesthetics was quite standard, but what kind of academy uses green team uniforms with advertisements printed on the back? It was just plain embarrassing. Cough, cough. Flender pretended to cough to change the subject again, saying, Little monsters, you've all gotten familiar with your new teammates, right? The Shrek members nodded in agreement. The master had already introduced Tai Long and the others. Everyone was more or less acquainted, except for Chen Xuan, who was still somewhat of a stranger. Headmaster, Master, is it really okay to add substitute team members at this time? It will take a lot of time to get used to them. Oscar stepped forward, voicing his concerns. This was a point of confusion for both the Shrek 7 and Tai Long's group. With the tournament so close, adding 5 substitutes didn't seem like a stable decision. The master, hands behind his back, wore a proud expression. He naturally had his unique plans. This was part of his training regimen. Without adding relatively weaker teammates, how could he push the little monsters to their limits? However, Yu Xiaogang still offered an explanation. This is a necessary addition for the Soul Master tournament. The severity of the competition is beyond imagination. It's hard to rely on just 7 people to handle the complex and ever-changing opponents. I see. The Shrek 7 nodded in understanding. Injuries or lack of soul power during the tournament were inevitable, and that's when the substitutes would come into play. Tang San thought quietly, understanding his teacher's intent. He had a feeling there was more to the plan than what the master had revealed. Yu Xiaogang waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down as he began explaining the rules and loopholes of the Soul Master tournament. On the lawn, the Shrek 7 and Tai Long's group sat around the master. With that, the issue with Chen Xuan was temporarily put to rest. No one brought it up again. Chen Xuan was happy with this outcome. One thing was certain, he wouldn't be an auxiliary type, he'd be a sensitive or strong attack type battle soul master. Clearly, with a powerful martial soul, his original self didn't know how to utilize it. If used properly, it could be as good as the Flying Thunder God. In a few days, the Soul Master tournament will begin. As the master spoke, he kicked Ma Hongjian, who had been dozing off nearby, awake. Don't take this lightly. Rules are restrictions but also advantages that can be exploited. You must fully understand the rules, otherwise, you could be taken advantage of by others. Yu Xiaogang began to explain the rules. Chen Xuan, sitting on the lawn, relaxed. He was already familiar with the tournament rules, so there wouldn't be much change whether he listened or not. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhu Zuking, the cold beauty, sitting nearby. Despite the meter's distance, he could feel her icy demeanor. Born into a family vying for the throne, with no father or mother's love, abandoned by her fiancé, and even hunted by her own sister. What a tragic life. Chen Xuan sighed softly, shaking his head as he looked at the ice-cold beauty. She had set out alone to find Daimyo in Soto City, only to be hunted by her sister along the way, barely surviving. And when she finally arrived, she found a fiancé who was nothing but debauched. If it were anyone else, they would have already turned dark or broken down after such experiences. Zhu Zuking glanced at Chen Xuan with her cold, elegant gaze, her expression puzzled by his strange behavior. She was confused by the sympathy and admiration in his eyes, making him hard to read. Chen Xuan didn't mind, just sighing in passing, and continued listening to the master's explanation of the tournament rules. Master, the rule that we can't injure the opponent's soul master seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? At this point, Daimyo interrupted Yu Xiaogang, asking, fists and kicks have no eyes. What if someone accidentally kills the opponent? Besides, in a close fight between equally matched opponents, it's hard to avoid casualties, right? The Shrek 7 echoed this sentiment. It was too inhuman for them to understand. No one could predict what might happen in a match, and accidental deaths were not impossible. You're right, but you must understand the purpose of the Soul Master tournament held by the 2 empires. The master glanced at everyone sitting there and continued, the purpose of this tournament isn't for the advanced academies to fight for the top spot, but to select the best talents for recruitment by the empires and the major sects. Geniuses are rare, and cultivating a soul master is even harder. For you, this is a form of protection. The Shrek 7 finally understood the intentions of the two empires. Although it was called a soul master tournament, it was actually a talent selection contest for the empire. That makes sense. Chen Xuan agreed with the empire's policy, which was also why he stayed at Shrek Academy. Firstly, because of the 7 monsters, these people had all consumed immortal herbs, bringing their talents almost to the level of innate full soul power. Whether or not they had external help, one had to admit that these 7 were the most talented in the entire Heaven Do Empire. After the tournament started, the Shrek team was bound to make a stunning impression, and as one of them, he would naturally benefit. Chen Xuan had considered leaving and joining another academy, but at this point, it was too late. Which academy would let him join their team? Moreover, at that time, he hadn't finished his ninjutsu training. Even if he joined another academy, he could only be an auxiliary soul master. Even if he did enter a team to participate in the tournament, he would likely be a substitute and might not even get much playing time. Shrek Academy was different. Yu Xiaogang wouldn't allow all 7 monsters to participate at once, which happened to work in his favor. Apart from these 2 rules, you must not use non-food items in the competition, or it will be considered cheating. Yu Xiaogang spoke as he walked towards Tang San, saying, also, you cannot use any weapons other than your martial soul. If you violate this, the Empire will disqualify you from the tournament. Remember this well. That means I can't use my hidden weapons. Tang San sighed, touching the 24 moonlit bridges, where he had stored various mechanical-type hidden weapons. He had even created hidden weapons capable of killing a titled Douluo. Chen Xuan sighed too. This meant his flying thunder god technique might not be fully utilized. He took out 2 kunao from his pocket, both pure white, made by a craftsman, with a few small characters engraved on them. I'm a big handsome guy. They were crude, embarrassing, and shameless. Every time he saw those words, Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel awkward. It was truly humiliating. If someone saw them, he'd lose all face. But he had no choice, these were personally engraved. Once activated, they could never be changed. His martial soul blade was similar to the flying thunder god technique. By inscribing a circle of spells on the kunao, he could achieve long-distance teleportation. The only downside was that his martial soul had limitations. The engraved marks would disappear and currently could only last for 3 days. At this stage, he could only create 3 flying thunder god kunao, and their effectiveness would increase with his level. Currently, the maximum range was 300 meters. After breaking through to level 40, the range would increase by 100 meters, allowing for 4 flying thunder god kunao, and the time would extend to over 4 days. One advantage over the original flying thunder god technique was that the spell engraving was extremely fast. In the back mountain of Shrek Academy, where trees tower and flowers emit a fragrant aroma, there lies a vast grassy field. Alright, does anyone have any more questions? The master asked, glancing at the 12 students present. The Shrek 7 devils all shook their heads. They had already learned everything they needed to know, with no more doubts lingering. Although the rules of the Continental Soul Master competition are complex, they are actually quite easy to understand. The key points are simple: no deadly force is allowed, and the death of a participant is considered a major incident. Additionally, apart from food and weapons related to martial souls, nothing else is allowed. This means that Tang San's hidden weapons, embroidery needles, and crafted weapons are all prohibited. Only weapons that fall within the scope of martial souls are permitted. Tang San looked down, his fingers instinctively touching the 24 moonlit bridges, where various hidden weapons were stored, including the Yanwang Tai, a deadly poison even a titled Douluo couldn't withstand. Without hidden weapons, my trump cards are limited to the 8 spider lances and the clear sky hammer, he whispered. Since hidden weapons are banned in the Soul Master competition, his combat power would undoubtedly be weakened. Chen Xuan held a kunao in his hand, playing with it thoughtfully. With weapons clearly prohibited in the competition, he wondered what method he could use to replace the Flying Thunder God mark. This issue directly affected his overall combat ability, reducing both his offensive power and mobility, which was troubling. Seeing that no one had any questions, the master cleared his throat and continued. Since you all seem to have a good grasp of the rules, let's have the main team members and the substitutes spar. This will help you understand each other better. Yu Xiaogang's gaze was sharp, and as he finished speaking, he shot a warning glance at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan frowned. This scene didn't seem to be part of the original timeline. Could it be a last-minute decision? Zhu Zuking's beautiful eyes were deep, and though her demeanor was cold, she was observant. She noticed the subtle actions between the two, her gaze tinged with a hint of confusion. Flender and Lu Erlong did not speak, stepping aside to watch. Decades of friendship had given them deep insight into their old friend's abilities, and they knew he had a unique teaching style. Tyrone and Jingling, step forward. Your opponent this time will be Xiao San. Any problems? The master asked, hands behind his back. Tang San stood up from the grass and confidently said, Teacher, I have no problem. Tyrone and Jingling exchanged glances, then also stepped forward into the crowd. Master, we have no problem either, they said. The Shrek members noticed this and willingly cleared a space for the three to fight. Yu Xiaogang walked to the middle of the three and said to Tang San, Xiao San, you are not allowed to use hidden weapons or your 8 spider lances during this spar. Yes, teacher, Tang San agreed without hesitation. Alright, then release your martial souls. After announcing the start, Yu Xiaogang stepped aside to observe with the other Shrek members. Chen Xuan took a few steps back, standing behind the crowd. His eyes blinked open and closed, the black pupils replaced by 6 slowly rotating tomo. Third young master, forgive me, Tyrone said, cupping his hands in a salute before summoning his martial soul alongside Jingling. A giant gorilla and a skeleton, half real and half illusory, appeared behind them. Please, Tang San said, gesturing with one hand while summoning his blue-silver grass martial soul, a small crimson plant swaying in his palm. With a bang, the grassland caved in as Tyrone and Jingling launched their attack, turning into 2 black shadows charging directly at Tang San with fierce momentum. Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. Tang San's footsteps were illusory, each step leaving behind a shadow. His movements were extremely bizarre, easily dodging their attacks without any pressure. On the lawn, the three exchanged blows fiercely, their punches and kicks colliding with great force, while the ground was soon covered with blue-silver grass vines. 2 against 1. Do you think Brother San can still win? Oscar and Ma Hongjun whispered to each other. Despite the 2 against 1 situation, Tang San handled it with ease, showing no signs of strain. Daimyo smiled confidently and said, Fatty, Xiao Ao, why don't we make a bet? I bet Xiao San will win. If he loses, I'll give each of you 1,000 soul coins. How about it? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and said helplessly, Boss Dai, aren't you just digging a pit for Fatty and Xiao Ao to jump into? Exactly, Boss Dai, this isn't a fair bet. If you want to take our soul coins, just say so, Oscar complained quietly. Ma Hongjun puffed out his belly in agreement. You don't understand. I'm just giving Xiao San a little pressure, Daimyo retorted. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and giggled, her smile like a blooming flower. Zhu Zuking's appearance was stunning, yet her demeanor remained cold, not saying a word, standing apart from the others like an iceberg. Obviously, although it was 2 against 1, everyone in Shrek believed Tang San would win. While Tyrone and Jingling might be considered geniuses, Shrek Academy produced not just prodigies but monsters. Hearing their conversation, Lu Erlong felt a bit irritated and directed her words at Flender. Old Flender, Xiao San may be a monster, but don't forget, Tyrone and Jingling are 2 of the best battle soul masters in my advanced class. Their talent isn't bad either, so the outcome is still uncertain. Flender adjusted his glasses with confidence. Tang San's strength was the greatest among these little monsters, beyond question. The exchange between the 3 was intense. Every soul skill activation, the use of soul power, and every minute detail were all captured in Chen Xian's 3 tomo, each movement recorded. As a newcomer, his greatest deficiency was actual combat experience, so he watched closely. Chen Xian used the ability of the 3 tomo to replicate the trio's movements. However, when he attempted to copy Tang San's Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and Mysterious Jade Hand, he failed. To his surprise, he discovered that the Mysterious Jade Hand and Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track did not consume soul power, but another kind of power unique to Tang San inner strength. No wonder I couldn't copy it. So that's the reason. I'm missing the key component, inner strength, Chen Xian mused. Unless he obtained the Mysterious Heaven skill, he couldn't use these techniques. Moreover, other people's soul skills were also impossible to copy because soul skills are created by the soul rings and martial souls, and he lacked the corresponding conditions having the form but not the essence. After a short observation, Chen Xian had to admit that Tang San's talent surpassed everyone else. His combat skills and the application of soul techniques far exceeded those of Tyrone and Jingling, with a clear gap between them. Ultimately, with Tang San's agile movements, he found an opening and used the blue-silver cage to trap both of them in a large cage woven from blue-silver grass. Alright, that's enough. Stop. Yu Xiaogang stepped forward at the right moment and declared, Tyrone, Jingling, you had the advantage in numbers, but you couldn't defeat Xiao San within the time of a stick of incense. According to the rules, you've lost? Alright, everyone, stop. Yu Xiaogang stepped forward just in time and declared, Tai Long, Jingling, you had a numerical advantage, but you couldn't defeat Xiao San within the time limit. According to the rules, you lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Daimyo, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar rushed over. Well done, Xiao San. You truly are the soul of our Shrek team. Daimyo laughed heartily, giving Tang San a friendly nudge on the shoulder. Ma Hongjun, with his chubby face and big ears, grinned widely, his fat jiggling as he spoke. Yeah, third brother, you're only at level 41, yet you faced 2 opponents close to becoming soul masters without even losing ground. That's awesome. Brother, are you okay? Xiao Wu quickly walked up, inspecting Tang San from head to toe, and even started checking him for injuries with her hands. Tai Long and Jingling approached Tang San and said earnestly, Third young master, I admit defeat. Even if my father were here, he might not be able to beat you. Tang San humbly scratched the back of his head. You two just weren't coordinated enough, which gave me an opportunity. Otherwise, it's hard to say who would have won. As the children laughed and chatted, Flender looked at Lu Erlong with a mischievous smile, raising his eyebrows and feeling quite smug. He almost said outright that her students couldn't compare to his. Lu Erlong, already feeling frustrated, became even more displeased. She snorted coldly, turned her head, and walked away, not wanting to stand next to Flender. Out of sight, out of mind. Ahem. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang cleared his throat, and the laughter immediately stopped as everyone turned to look at him. With his hands behind his back, Yu Xiaogang adopted an air of authority and said, Chen Xuan, you previously stated that your specialties are both offense and agility, correct? That's right. Chen Xuan frowned slightly, unsure of what the other was planning. The Shrek members' attention was drawn to him, and they looked at the master with confusion. Yu Xiaogang's lips curled into a faint smile as he said, if that's the case, then your next sparring match will be against Daimyobai, with the same time limit of 1 incense stick. As soon as these words left his mouth, before Chen Xuan could respond, Daimyobai was already unhappy. He said, Master, I'm already at level 42, while Brother Chen is only a level 38 support-type soul master. What's the point of this arrangement? He doubted Chen Xuan's earlier claim, thinking that the data didn't highlight much, and assumed the other was just a support soul master. When a support type faces a battle soul master, even a soul emperor wouldn't stand a chance, let alone a young man who hasn't even reached level 40. Exactly, master. Even if this Brother Chen is indeed a battle soul master, there's still a huge gap between him and Dai Leida. What's the point of this? Ma Hongjun chimed in. The rest of the Shrek team and Tai Long's group also stepped forward, trying to persuade the master, not understanding the arrangement and hoping he would reconsider. Among them, some astute individuals, like Zhu Zuking and Ning Rongrong, began to suspect that Yu Xiaogang might be deliberately setting up Chen Xuan for failure as a way to put him in his place after the earlier unpleasantness. Chen Xuan rubbed his face, realizing what was happening. No wonder they organized this friendly sparring match. It was a setup to make him look bad. However, he wasn't too worried. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase his combat abilities. His Raise-Non technique had taken shape, and combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could strike unexpectedly. Yu Xiaogang smiled faintly, watching Chen Xuan, curious to see how the young man would handle the situation. Lu Erlong and Flender exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what Yu Xiaogang was up to. However, they didn't question him. After decades of working together, they knew that Yu Xiaogang wasn't one to act without reason. There had to be a purpose behind his actions. The Shrek members and the reserve team, however, were stumped, unable to figure out the real intention behind the arrangement. Even Tang San, after pondering for a while, couldn't decipher Yu Xiaogang's meaning. He thought it was his own problem. The teacher must have a reason, but he simply couldn't grasp it. No need to discuss it further. If the master arranged this, there must be a reason. I am willing to spar with Dai Leida. Chen Xuan stepped forward, accepting the challenge. He thought it was a good chance to display some of his strength and change the perception others had of him based on his past. The Shrek members looked at him, a level 38 facing a level 42 soul master, difficult even for a battle soul master, let alone a support type. It seemed like a hopeless battle. Tai Long and Zhang Zhu shook their heads, feeling a bit sympathetic, not wanting to see their friend of several years lose, especially at such a critical moment. No one noticed the slight smile on Yu Xiaogang's face. Since you have no objections, let me explain the rules, Yu Xiaogang continued with a smile. Chen Xuan, your spirit power is only at level 38. To make it fair, Mubai, you can't use your 4th spirit ability. If neither of you wins by the time the incense burns out, Mubai will be considered the loser. Is that clear? No problem. Chen Xuan remained calm and asked, Master, may I use my self-made weapon? Yu Xiaogang slightly raised his head, his face filled with pride, and said, as long as it's not Tang San's hidden weapons, there's no issue. At this point, although Daimyobai felt unhappy, he couldn't say anything more. The Shrek members reluctantly stepped back, making room for the two to begin their duel. Brother Chen, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll let you make the first 3 moves. Daimyobai stepped forward, his spirit power surging, and a white tiger appeared behind him. This was his martial soul, the evil-eyed white tiger, whose quality had greatly improved after consuming the celestial herb Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. With his martial soul activated, Daimyobai's muscles bulged, almost tearing his clothes, exuding a sense of explosive power. All right, be careful then. Chen Xuan smiled, pulling out a gleaming silver kunao. He needed a sure hit opportunity. At this moment, he and Daimyobai were only 10 meters apart. At this distance, using the Flying Thunder God technique would take at most 1 second, guaranteeing a surprise attack. After all, he hadn't used this technique in front of anyone yet. Come on, I'm ready, Daimyobai said, opening his arms, prepared to counter Chen Xuan's attack at any moment. Yu Xiaogang stood between the two, seeing that both were ready. He was about to announce, I declare this match, but before he could finish, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, a sense of death looming over him, making his body tense up. With a swoosh, a silver weapon flashed by, its cold light gleaming, missing Yu Xiaogang's face by only half a foot, nearly hitting him. A silver kunao, gleaming with cold light, suddenly flashed by, missing Yu Xiaogang's face by only half a foot. If it had been any closer, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The master, who had never experienced much combat in his life, was so close to danger at this moment that he broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a deep fear in his heart. However, the Shrek members weren't focused on Yu Xiaogang, they were all staring at the silver kunao. This direction. Tang San observed the trajectory of the kunao and shook his head slightly. When it came to hidden weapons and mechanical devices, Tang San was undoubtedly a master. He was incredibly sensitive to the direction and shooting angle of any weapon. Just from the moment of launch, he could determine its final landing point. The other Shrek members also shook their heads. The trajectory was off. It could only be said that Chen Xuan's technique was not yet refined enough. However, for a support-type spirit master, having such accuracy was already quite impressive. Ning Rongrong, dressed in a blue dress that reached just below her knees, revealing her long, straight legs, looked elegant and graceful, embodying the demeanor of a noble lady. At this moment, she lightly covered her red lips, her eyes sparkling as she questioned herself. After more than 6 months of training in hidden weapon techniques, and even under Tang San's guidance, she still couldn't match her classmate, Chen Xuan. In fact, from the moment the kunao was thrown, Daimubai had already grasped the situation. The straight-line trajectory could never hit him, it would only brush past his neck with a foot to spare. Brother Chen, your accuracy is lacking, Daimubai said with a smile. His spirit power receded, and he relaxed his defensive stance. He confidently stood in place, motionless, letting the kunao fly straight towards him without any intention of dodging. This extremely confident display made Chen Xuan chuckle softly, as it was exactly what he had hoped for. Sure enough, just as everyone expected, the silver kunao flew past Daimubai, missing his neck by about a foot and causing no harm. Seeing this, the Shrek members shook their heads slightly, not noticing anything unexpected. However, the next moment brought a sudden change. Chen Xuan vanished in a flash, leaving only a trace of yellow light in his place. Where is he? This was the question in everyone's mind. Ma Hongjian shook his head, quickly scanning the surroundings, trying to spot Chen Xuan's figure. Where is he? Daimubai's pupils narrowed as the golden light ahead was too glaring, making it hard for him to track his opponent's movements. Behind you? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in his ear. At the same time, a kunao with a cold gleam appeared, pressed against his neck, the coldness piercing his bones. When did this happen? Daimubai's body stiffened, his face filled with shock. Without any warning, Chen Xuan had appeared behind him, holding a sharp weapon against his neck. A slight movement could take his life, leaving him decapitated. Everything happened too quickly. Not only Daimubai, but even the Shrek members felt caught off guard, unable to see clearly or understand how Chen Xuan had managed it. Only Tang San, Flender, and Lu Erlong seemed to have some idea, as if they had grasped the reason. The outcome is decided, there's no need to continue, Chen Xuan said calmly as he withdrew the kunao and returned to the crowd. I admit defeat, Daimubai said through gritted teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. He had the strength but couldn't use it. Even though he didn't want to admit it, by the rules of the match, he had already lost, though not completely defeated. The Shrek members were stunned, taking a while to react. Then came the surprise. This outcome was too unexpected. It was something they hadn't even dared to imagine before. Tai Long and Zhangzhu were utterly astonished. Even now, they found it hard to believe that the unremarkable support spirit master in their class had defeated Daimubai, the captain of the Shrek 7 Devils. Daimubai was furious. In normal circumstances, he had 100 ways to defeat Chen Xuan. Even Tang San wasn't his match, yet now he had lost to a support spirit master who hadn't even used his martial spirit. He was the one who had to suffer in silence? If he had been completely overpowered, it would have been easier to accept. But he hadn't even used his full strength, making this outcome hard to swallow. With a burning rage he couldn't vent. Overconfidence and underestimating his opponent accounted for 90% of his defeat. But no matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't change the fact that he had lost. Sigh. Zhu Zuqing sighed softly, her gaze never leaving Daimubai. However, the look in her eyes was one of disappointment. After Chen Xuan's victory, Lu Erlong felt a sense of satisfaction, looking at Flender with a mocking gaze, as if to say, your strongest student isn't even as good as one of my support spirit masters. Flender's face darkened. Being teased by an old friend like this was too much, a bitter pill to swallow. Brother Chen, how did you do that just now? You disappeared in a flash, faster than our seventh sister. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up with curiosity as they rushed to Chen Xuan, eager to know. Ma Hongjian also came over, exclaiming, Brother Chen, no, Brother Chen, you're a god? You even stepped on the invincible Dai Lauda. You're amazing. Clearly, Ma Hongjian was exaggerating, making fun of Daimubai and intentionally making him uncomfortable. Hearing all the praise for Chen Xuan, Daimubai felt even more bitter. Noticing the disappointment in Zhu Zuqing's eyes, his expression grew darker, with an unquenchable fire burning in his heart. Seeing that they had rested enough, Yu Xiaogang stepped forward at the right moment. With his hands behind his back, he stood tall and said, Mubai, as a strong attack-type spirit master, when facing a support-type spirit master, you should have advanced immediately, closing the distance and delivering a fatal blow. Mubai, you were too careless. Even now, he still didn't acknowledge Chen Xuan's capability as a battle spirit master. Daimubai, already feeling frustrated, grew even more irritated at being scolded after losing to someone weaker than himself. Oscar, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward to defend him. Master, Dai Lauda said from the start that he'd give Chen Xuan 3 moves. You can't blame him for that? Yu Xiaogang's expression didn't change. He still stood tall with his hands behind his back, exuding the air of a great master. After a while, he spoke slowly, underestimating your enemy is underestimating yourself. Even a support-type spirit master can have offensive abilities. Mubai, if you hadn't been overconfident from the start and had taken every opponent seriously, using your third spirit ability, White Tiger Vajra transformation, to greatly increase your defense, Chen Xuan wouldn't have been able to break through it even with 10 knives. Mubai, you were too careless. Learn from today's lesson, or you'll suffer in the upcoming competition, Yu Xiaogang critiqued. He stood tall, with an air of superiority, as if he could easily see others' flaws. Dai Mubai, already irritated, was on the verge of exploding after Yu Xiaogang's relentless criticism, but he bit his tongue and held it in. Oh, I get it, he responded coldly, his face dark. Chen Xuan couldn't help but smirk at Yu Xiaogang's deliberate critique. It was obvious that Yu Xiaogang was still holding a grudge from a previous incident where he had lost face, so now he was deliberately belittling him. Chen Xuan found it amusing. What did he mean by not being able to break through even with 10 knives? This was just a sparring match, meant to be controlled. If he had used his raise non, the outcome would have been much worse. Not to mention, he still had a trump card. He hadn't revealed the deadly power of his main Jikyo Sheri non. But there was no need to use such a lethal move against his own people. However, Chen Xuan chose not to argue. After all, challenging someone on their own turf would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Satisfied with his critique of Dai Mubai, Yu Xiaogang turned his attention to Chen Xuan and said, Chen Xuan, even though you won against Mubai with some trickery, don't get too proud. In my opinion, in a fair and square fight, you're no match for him. Taking advantage? Chen Xuan was stunned. He asked himself, had he really taken advantage in any way? Did he win the match using any underhanded tactics? The answer was no. His martial spirit inherently involved inscribing a series of runes on an object, leaving a coordinate, much like the Flying Thunder God technique. He had repeatedly stated that he was a battle soul master, but no one believed him. Almost everyone thought he was an auxiliary soul master. What could he do about that? Could he be blamed? It wasn't his fault that Dai Mubai underestimated him, thinking he lacked combat strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won so easily. Considering all the favorable circumstances, at most, he had taken his opponent by surprise. Where was the advantage taking in that? Chen Xuan shrugged, speechless. Yu Xiaogang was clearly belittling him on purpose, refusing to acknowledge his capabilities as a battle soul master even though he had won. Yu Xiaogang's eyes gradually turned cold. He noticed Chen Xuan's expression, and as a superior, he saw the younger man's attitude as a blatant challenge. His face darkened as he said in a stern voice, don't be arrogant. Winning a competition with unorthodox methods and then feeling proud of it, how can one face such disgrace? The Shrek team was taken aback by his words, exchanging confused glances. What did the master mean? Was he hinting at Brother Chen? Tyrone scratched his head in confusion. What was wrong with the master? Brother Chen hadn't done anything to provoke him, had he? Chen Xuan frowned but said nothing. However, his calm demeanor only made the master more displeased. Yu Xiaogang's face grew increasingly somber, and he was visibly getting angry. Yu Xiaogang suddenly took a step forward, pointed at Chen Xuan, and shouted angrily, you're arrogant, conceited, and self-righteous. You don't listen to others' advice. Don't think that just because you're in the advanced class, you're a 1 in a million genius with a smooth path ahead. You must know there are always people stronger than you. Compared to the disciples of other sects, you're nothing but mediocre. The words left the Shrek team stunned and bewildered. What was going on? Why was the master suddenly so furious? Jingling, Zhangzhu, and the others were slightly angry. After 3 years of acquaintance, they knew what kind of person Chen Xuan was. He was always low-key in the advanced class, so where did this arrogance come from? Zhangzhu wanted to speak up for Chen Xuan but was pulled back by Tyrone, who shook his head at her. Zhu Zuqing remained expressionless, but her sharp eyes observed everything carefully. Having grown up in a royal court filled with intrigue, she saw through many things, including what was happening now. Ning Rongrong frowned slightly, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Chen Xuan's gaze turned cold, but he didn't argue back. He was restraining himself, trying to be patient. Shrek was someone else's place, and causing trouble wouldn't benefit him. It was unlikely anyone would take his side. Yu Xiaogang was Lu Erlong's lover and an old friend of Flender. His influence was undeniable, and there was no way they would speak up for Chen Xuan. Moreover, the master was the teacher of the Shrek 7 Devils, so they wouldn't side with him either. Chen Xuan was well aware of this, so he knew he had to endure it, to step back and avoid escalating the situation. The only ones who might stand by him were Tyrone and the other 3, given their 3 years of friendship. Yu Xiaogang saw Chen Xuan's silence as a sign of guilt, thinking he had hit the mark, which made him even more smug. Chen Xuan, I know you're unhappy. Young people have their pride, but as an elder who has been through this, I advise you to put away your arrogance. Pride will only harm you. Yu Xiaogang lifted his head arrogantly, looking down on Chen Xuan as if he were superior. Chen Xuan's expression grew even colder. He had reached his limit and didn't want to tolerate it anymore. Yu Xiaogang kept labeling him, and he was tired of it. If it came down to it, he wouldn't stay at Shrek Academy any longer. He had tried to keep the peace, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Arrogant, conceited? I think those words describe you better, master. Yu Xiaogang was shocked and surprised. This brat actually dared to talk back? He snorted dismissively at Chen Xuan's retort, saying, you're just a child spouting nonsense. Chen Xuan sneered. You call me arrogant and conceited, speaking as if you know me well. But we've only met twice, and yet you judge me so harshly. Can you honestly say you're not arrogant, not conceited? Which of these qualities don't you possess? Yu Xiaogang was instantly furious. As a scholar, he couldn't stand being slandered. He had been teaching for over a decade, nurturing countless students, and his knowledge was profound. He had taught the strongest disciple, Tang San, and led Shrek to greatness. Without him, could the current Shrek Seven Devils have achieved so much at such a young age? That would be a fantasy? And now, someone dared to argue with him and even insult him? How ridiculous! Even though he was angry, as a teacher and a wise man, Yu Xiaogang knew he couldn't stoop to the level of a child. He suppressed his anger and said, You ask why, after only 2 meetings, I know you so well. It's simple. I reviewed your records beforehand and learned about you through the students and teachers. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes, speechless. So, he had just listened to what others said? Didn't he realize that hearsay wasn't always the truth? Zhang Zhu couldn't hold back anymore and said, Master, Chen is always very low-key in the academy. He rarely participates in sparring. Are you sure you're not mistaken? The Shrek team nodded in agreement. Some of them weren't foolish, they had never found Chen Xuan to be an arrogant person during their brief interactions. People really aren't what they seem, Tang San muttered, shaking his head. Initially, like his companions, he thought Chen Xuan was a gentle person. Now it seemed he had been mistaken. If his teacher said Chen Xuan was arrogant, it must be true. After more than 7 years of guidance, Tang San had unwavering faith in Yu Xiaogang. Over the years, everything his teacher said had proven correct. Even if it seemed wrong, it was only because he hadn't understood it properly. Yu Xiaogang ignored Zhang Zhu's defense and continued, Indeed, in the academy, you appear low-key, avoiding interactions with others. However, these behaviors reveal your true nature. On the surface, you seem gentle, but that's just a facade. In reality, you're arrogant and look down on others, which is why you avoid sparring. This has created a false impression. Chen Xuan laughed in frustration. How foolish was he to argue with such a ridiculous person? Revealing his true nature? He didn't even know he had won. Impressive? No wonder they called him the master of theory. His nonsense was top tier. If they wanted to accuse him, at least they should provide some concrete evidence. He had initially thought Yu Xiaogang had some profound insights, but this was all just baseless talk. The Shrek team's eyes twitched. Was the master speaking out of anger? His words were starting to sound nonsensical. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes, completely speechless. As a noble young lady, if she believed this nonsense, she might as well jump off a building. Even Ma Hengjian, who wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, twitched at the corners of his mouth. The master's words were too far-fetched. Only Tang San seemed to have had an epiphany, suddenly enlightened, and fully believed in Yu Xiaogang's words, finally understanding everything. Master, you're absolutely right. I didn't even know I had this side to me, Chen Xuan said with a light smile. Master, if there's nothing important, let's wrap this up quickly. The competition is in a few days, and everyone needs to focus on their training. Time is tight. These casual words hit Yu Xiaogang like a heavy blow. Yu Xiaogang was furious. He, a respected master, a wise scholar, was being treated so dismissively by a junior. Was there no respect for him as an elder? Yu Xiaogang stammered, his hand trembling as he pointed at Chen Xuan. At that moment, Jiangzhu stepped forward and said, Yes, master. If there's nothing else, let's head back. We still have to train. Her expression was cold, and she didn't even look Yu Xiaogang in the eye as she stood before him. This blatant provocation was yet another heavy blow for Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang had always been concerned about his reputation. Now, repeatedly contradicted and disrespected by his students, his expression had grown incredibly dark. As a scholar and a wise man, Yu Xiaogang had his dignity, and he had been patient, not wanting to argue with the younger generation. But Chen Xuan, this troublemaker, had been provoking him ever since they first met yesterday, and now Yu Xiaogang was thoroughly enraged. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's flushed face and trembling hands, Flender sighed quietly and shook his head, murmuring, Xiaogang, you're still as concerned about your reputation as ever. What's wrong with Xiaogang? Lu Erlong retorted immediately. Her face darkened as she said, It's Chen Xuan who's deliberately embarrassing Xiaogang. He should be punished. I never realized before how troublesome that kid could be. She didn't think Yu Xiaogang was being overly concerned with his reputation or had done anything wrong. In her view, it was Chen Xuan and Jiangzhu who didn't understand the importance of respecting their elders, speaking without any regard. Anyone would be angry in such a situation. Erlong, you really haven't changed at all, Flender sighed inwardly, filled with endless emotion. Decades had passed, yet Lu Erlong was still as beautiful and youthful as ever, with hardly any traces left by time. She still deeply loved Yu Xiaogang, to the point where she was blind to anything else. But who knew that Flender had secretly been in love with this woman, who had captivated him for decades? Watching Lu Erlong defend Yu Xiaogang so unreasonably, Flender felt a deep bitterness, a mix of envy and jealousy toward Yu Xiaogang. He knew he had no chance, so he had buried this love deep in his heart. He also knew that Lu Erlong would give up the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan for Yu Xiaogang, and in fact, she had done so. In the end, he decided to let them be together. Only he truly understood the years of heartache. Shrek Academy. Back Mountain. As the sun set, the horizon glowed red. The evening breeze rustled the pine forest. Autumn was approaching. Today, what was meant to be a friendly match between the Shrek 7 Devils and the advanced class turned into a farce. The clash between teacher and student escalated, leading to an unpleasant end. In the end, it was Flinder who stepped in to defuse the tense situation, calming both old friends and students. The matter was thus resolved, and no one was allowed to bring it up again. As Flinder put it, "We're all part of Shrek Academy, all on the same team. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to argue over something so trivial. Xiao Gang, you're not a young man anymore. Why bicker with kids? Young people have fiery tempers, can't you just let it slide with Xiao Chen?" Flinder pleaded earnestly as he pulled the Grandmaster away from the crowd. Xiao Gang only let out a cold snort, not pressing the matter further. And so, the incident was settled. Chen Xian's expression remained calm, but he knew very well that this incident had caused a rift between him and Xiao Gang that would be hard to mend. He also clearly sensed that, despite being a student of Shrek, Flinder and Lu Erlong were both siding with the Grandmaster. They would not speak up for him. If it hadn't been for the 7 Devils and Tai Long standing by him, this matter likely wouldn't have ended peacefully. Still, he had no regrets. He didn't feel he had done anything wrong, and if he had to do it again, he would. Worst case, he'd just leave. At least there are still people willing to stand up for me. 4 or 5 years of being classmates wasn't in vain, Chen Xuan thought with a touch of emotion, his gaze falling on Tai Long, Jingling, Huang Yuan, and Zhang Zhu. Especially Zhang Zhu, who even dared to stand up to the Grandmaster for him, something he hadn't expected. Earlier, Chen Xuan had been quite surprised, and deeply moved. Tai Long and the others had simply sided with him without saying anything, but Zhang Zhu had openly argued with Xiao Gang, which was rare indeed. He didn't blame Tai Long and the others. In fact, he was very grateful. It was heartening that there were still people willing to support him in front of Xiao Gang. At this moment, Flinder returned from a distance, alone. It seemed that Xiao Gang and Lu Erlong had already left. "Everyone, go back and rest for the next 2 or 3 days. Get yourselves in the best shape for the Continental Elite Tournament, because our goal this time is the championship," Flinder announced loudly. "Yes, Headmaster," the Shrek members responded. Afterward, the 7 Devils and the substitute members went their separate ways, returning to their dormitories. At night, the white moon hung high in the sky, and stars dotted the heavens. The members of Shrek Academy began their soul power training, each striving to break through and present their strongest selves in the battles against the prodigies from other academies. Knock, knock. Inside his room, Chen Xian's eyes snapped open at the sound outside the door. Someone was here, so he paused his training. "Chen Xian, are you asleep?" A gentle voice called from outside. It was a woman's voice. Zhang Zhu? What could she want? Chen Xian frowned, puzzled, as he walked towards the door. Creak. He opened the door, and standing before him was a round-faced girl with big eyes, a small nose, and fairly pale skin. Her short, yellow-brown hair just reached her neck. Chen Xian's pupils shrank, and his breathing quickened slightly when he saw her. At this moment, Zhang Zhu had shed her daytime uniform and was wearing a light, cool dress. The dress was reflective and silky, made from fine silk, which outlined her mature figure curvy, yet mysterious and enticing. A girl visiting a boy's dormitory late at night, dressed in a revealing nightgown, was bound to stir some thoughts. Zhang Zhu's face was slightly flushed, and she clutched her hands together, looking a bit nervous. She was clearly aware of the situation. Chen Xian averted his gaze and asked in confusion, "It's so late. What brings you here?" Zhang Zhu fiddled with the hem of her dress, looking tense, but she didn't speak. Chen Xian grew more puzzled. The atmosphere felt strange. Surely it wasn't that? After a long pause, Zhang Zhu finally spoke, pulling out a beautifully decorated box from her storage soul guide. "You haven't had dinner yet, right? I made some snacks. If you don't mind, you can try them," she said quickly, keeping her head down, not daring to look Chen Xian in the eye. Chen Xian was stunned, completely caught off guard. This was so sudden, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Once he regained his composure, he felt warmth in his heart. His gaze softened as he looked at her. After the fallout with Xiao Gang earlier, he hadn't felt like eating. But to think that someone at the academy still cared about him. Chen Xian immediately accepted the food box and said, "Thanks, I was just getting hungry. If you like it, I can make more for you whenever I have time," Zhang Zhu said, her face flushed with a hint of joy that no one noticed. "Sure." Chen Xian nodded and added, "I'm not picky about food. You can make whatever you like." Hearing this, Zhang Zhu's eyes brightened, and she smiled sweetly, clearly pleased. "Then I'll head back now. I don't want to disturb your rest," she said, turning to leave. "Okay, good night," Chen Xian replied. Zhang Zhu paused, standing still for a moment, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she quickened her pace and left swiftly. Watching her leave as if fleeing, Chen Xian rubbed his face and muttered, "What a strange girl. Wait, no, she's older than me. I should be calling her big sister." Since the incident in the back mountain, time has flown by, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During these short 3 days, the members of Shrek Academy, whether regular or substitute, have not dared to slack off in their training and sparring. Everyone is working hard to showcase their abilities in the upcoming Soul Master Tournament, aiming to bring fame to Shrek Academy and let the world know about this exceptional team. At the same time, Daimubai, Tang San, and the others are eager to prove their strength to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, making Prince Shuexing and his cohort regret driving Shrek Academy away. Daimubai is exceptionally confident that this time in the Continental Soul Master Tournament, their team will surely shine, and Shrek Academy will become a name admired by all. Except for Xiao Wu, all 6 of them have taken herbs suited to their needs. Their soul power has increased significantly, with some advancing by 5 or 6 levels, and their bones and physiques have undergone a remarkable transformation. They have already been reborn. Tang San, having crossed over from another world, understands the immense benefits of these herbs. Enhancing physique and increasing soul power are just the beginning. In the future, their cultivation will become twice as effective, gradually refining the medicinal power of the herbs and strengthening themselves. If the current Shrek team were to face the Heaven Do Royal team again, they might not be able to crush them, but they certainly wouldn't struggle as they did before, nearly losing the match. Unfortunately, 3 days is too short a time. Although everyone has been training desperately, they haven't made any substantial improvements and are still at their previous levels. However, what no one knows is that during these days, Chen Xuan has made significant breakthroughs, giving him greater confidence when facing strong opponents in the future. Just last night, he finally completed the technique Wind Release, Raise Non. After 8 or 9 days, he successfully perfected the Raise Non and even evolved it into the giant Raise Non. Chen Xuan estimates that with such talent, he would be among the top in the Naruto world. It must be said that the credit goes to the reward from the system's big gift package. The herb that seemed to be a celestial treasure indeed brought him tremendous benefits. In summary, it took 7 days to master the Wind Release, Raise Non, and in the following days, he upgraded it to the giant Raise Non, proving his talent surpasses even Naruto Uzumaki. Chen Xuan speculates that the speed of mastering this technique is partly due to the benefits of the herb, but it might also be due to his strong spiritual power from living 2 lives. Moreover, his understanding of the Raise Non is clear. It's all about the cyclone, the shredding force, and the fine control of chakra. Once you understand its principles, it becomes straightforward. Among all ninjutsu, only the Raise Non has the greatest potential for development, as various chakra natures can be added to it, resulting in different techniques. For example, adding the chakra of the one-tailed Shikako would evolve the Raise Non into Magnet Release, Raise Non. Chen Xuan spread his hand, and a flash of electricity flickered. Crackling sounds echoed as arcs of electricity danced around his fingertips. He remained calm and murmured, "Give me a little more time, and I can also bring over the lightning release, Chidori." At that moment, someone patted his shoulder, pulling his thoughts back to reality. "Sunzi, what are you muttering about? Hurry up and change into your new team uniform." At some point, Tai Long and Jingling had appeared behind him, both dressed in new outfits. Chen Xuan turned his head just in time to see a green team uniform being thrown at his face, stinging his cheeks. He immediately felt displeased and pulled the uniform off his face, knowing without a doubt that Tai Long was responsible. In his memory, this rough brute wasn't just rude and ugly, but his hands and feet were also exceptionally rough. "Tai Long, if you bully Chen Xuan again, I won't let you off." Before Chen Xuan could speak, a short-haired girl angrily ran over, glaring with wide eyes and twisting Tai Long's ear 180 degrees. "Ow, ow, ow, let go, my ear's gonna get ripped off." Tai Long quickly begged for mercy, his face contorting in pain. Zhang Zhu, baring her little tiger teeth and looking fierce, showed no intention of letting go, continuing to twist Tai Long's ear. "Zhang Zhu, let go first. We were just playing with Sunzi, we weren't bullying him," Jingling quickly explained, fearing Tai Long's ear might really get torn off. It was already turning bright red. Zhang Zhu's expression softened, and she finally let go. Tai Long rubbed his swollen ear, howling in pain as he quickly put some distance between himself and the fierce girl, keeping a safe distance. In fact, it was obvious to anyone with a sharp eye that Tai Long was letting Zhang Zhu have her way. Otherwise, with his brute strength, he could easily handle 10 auxiliary system soul reverends in a fight. Chen Xuan's eye twitched. The seemingly quiet and gentle girl actually had such a wild side. Come to think of it, in the original body's memory, Zhang Zhu was also like a big sister in the advanced class. Every time he was bullied, she would drag Tai Long and Jingling out to protect him. In that sense, these people had a pretty good relationship with the original body. "Chen Xuan, have you eaten breakfast? I brought you some rice balls that I made myself." At this point, Zhang Zhu came over and shyly handed him a lunchbox. Seeing this, Tai Long, Jingling, and Huang Yuan all groaned loudly, rolling their eyes. Chen Xuan wanted to say he had already eaten, but seeing Zhang Zhu's expectant eyes, he decided to take it and save it for lunch. Zhang Zhu was inexplicably happy, squinting her eyes with a blissful smile. "By the way, why are you all in new uniforms?" Chen Xuan asked curiously. At this moment, Tai Long, Zhang Zhu, Jingling, and Huang Yuan were all dressed in green uniforms, with an unknown logo printed on them, and the words "Add space available" written in large characters on the back. The uniforms were as tacky as could be. Speaking of this, Tai Long got angry, but there was nothing he could do. The uniforms were chosen by Dean Flender, who claimed it was for the sake of the Academy's funding. They, along with Daimubai and Tang San, had all fiercely resisted wearing these green uniforms and went to protest together, but they were mercilessly rejected. Even Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang turned a blind eye to the matter. "Let's not talk about it. Hurry up and change." The dean called for an assembly. We should head over, Tai Long urged. Chen Xuan sighed helplessly and reluctantly changed into the green uniform. Sunzi, you look like a turtle? We should call you Chen Green Turtle from now on, ha ha ha. Tai Long couldn't hold back and burst into mocking laughter when he saw Chen Xuan in the new uniform. Chen Xuan's face immediately darkened. He really wanted to give this brood a taste of the giant raisin. Don't laugh. Chen Xuan, ignore them. You're the most handsome in my eyes, Zhang Zhu retorted. Chen Xuan's eyelid twitched. He could tell that Zhang Zhu was struggling not to laugh, her mouth almost as hard to control as a loaded gun. Enough with the teasing, let's go, he said with a scowl, striding away to join the rest of the Shrek 7 Devils for the assembly. Today, Heaven Do Empire's Heaven Do City is abuzz with excitement as the All-Continent Soul Master Tournament officially begins. Various academies and noble families are on their way to the largest battle arena in the city, the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena. Outside the arena, a grand platform has been constructed, standing over 100 meters tall, pointing towards the heavens. 3 individuals sit atop this platform. Outside, teams continue to arrive one after another. Teams from Blazing Academy, Sky Sorrow Academy, Elephant Armor Academy, Tianshui Academy, and Heaven Do Academy are among the participants. Of course, the city also sees the arrival of countless nobles and princes, including Prince Shui Xing, Prince Shui Bang, and Chief Meng Shenji. Amidst the gathering of talents, one team particularly stands out, drawing the attention of many. However, the Soul Master's gazes toward this team are filled with peculiar expressions. Look at them, their uniforms even have advertisements on them. It's hilarious, someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. What kind of academy is this? Their team uniforms are green. Are they a turtle squad? Ha ha ha, someone mocked. What turtle squad? Get it right, it's more like a tortoise squad, isn't it? People ridiculed. The odd outfits and strange behavior naturally referred to the Shrek Academy team. Hearing the various discussions, the faces of the Shrek team members turned dark. They looked as uncomfortable as could be, feeling both angry and ashamed, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. But they had no choice. These green uniforms were designed by Flender to attract sponsorship and funding for the academy. Many students from other academies passed by. Those with good manners didn't say anything but still cast strange glances, as if they were watching a clown show. Those people weren't wrong, there's indeed a tortoise squad here, and it suits them perfectly, some noble children mocked ruthlessly. Xiao Wu, with her sweet appearance, was already feeling down. Hearing such comments only made her angrier. With her fiery temper, she couldn't hold back and wanted to confront those people immediately. But her third brother stopped her. Your whole family is a tortoise squad? It's called freedom of clothing, ever heard of it? She retorted, her long braids swinging as she spoke. Despite her fierce expression and sharp little teeth, she still looked more cute than threatening. In fact, she looked almost adorably fierce. This was Chen Xian's immediate thought. Hey, this little girl is quite pretty. Why stay in that shabby academy? Join our team, and we'll take good care of you. Ha ha ha, a few young men laughed lewdly. Tang San, who had been quiet until now, suddenly wore a dark expression, looking furious. However, those men had already walked away, clearly just making idle threats. Still, Tang San had marked those people in his mind. Xiao Wu was his sister, the most important person in his life, someone he swore to protect forever. He would not let anyone insult her. Chen Xuan noticed everything. He remembered how, back in the mountains, when he had humiliated Yu Xiaogang, the other man had looked at him in the same way. If we encounter that team, with Tang San's personality, he will definitely do something. Chen Xuan became alert, realizing he needed to stay cautious around Tang San to avoid any unexpected trouble. For now, he would endure. His strength was still far from enough to confront Tang San directly, and a head-on clash would be hard to handle. What a cheap way to grab attention, trying to stand out like this. At this moment, a highly sarcastic voice rang out. It was from the students of Sky Sorrow Academy, whose 7-man team looked at the Shrek team with utter disdain, as if they were mere clowns. What did you say? Want to fight? Daimubai was instantly furious, his soul power surging within him. There had been conflicts between Sky Sorrow Academy and Shrek Academy before. The two academies had clashed twice, and the animosity was irreconcilable. Forget it, Mubai. Don't argue with them. Let's show our real strength in the competition. Tang San spoke up, holding back the enraged Daimubai. Cowards, the Sky Sorrow Academy students sneered, walking away with mocking laughter. The tournament had strict rules forbidding any fighting outside the competition arena, and everyone had to obey. Seeing this, Ma Hongzhen's face fell, and he sighed dejectedly. Third brother, Boss Dai, I don't want to wear this uniform anymore. Can we ask the dean to change it? Third brother, Boss Dai, I agree with Fatty. I don't want to wear this uniform either, Oscar added. Tang San and Daimubai were equally embarrassed. They too wanted to get rid of these uniforms. Yeah, brother, I don't want to wear it anymore either. This outfit is really humiliating. Xiao Wu grabbed Tang San's arm, shaking it as she pleaded, brother, please think of something and ask the dean to change it. Sigh, Tang San sighed, turning to the others for their opinions. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Tai Long, and the others all shook their heads. Even Zhu Zuking, who was always cold and indifferent, clearly expressed her desire to change the uniforms. Chen Xuan, what about you? Zhang Zhu approached Chen Xuan and asked softly. The same, Chen Xuan replied with just 2 words. All right. Zhang Zhu walked away to inform Tang San and the others of the team's unanimous decision. Alright, I'll give it a try then. Finally, with no other choice, Tang San and Daimyo Bai went to negotiate with the dean. The sun was shining, and the weather was clear. After handling the tedious tasks of registration and other formalities, Chen Xuan left the team, deciding to take a walk and get some fresh air while observing the various people around. The opening match had drawn many people to the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, including nobles, wealthy children, and students from various academies. As Chen Xuan wandered, he encountered many talented individuals from various sects, gifted students from certain academies, and noble children with considerable soul power. Over there, that should be Dragon Duke, Snake Grandma, and their granddaughter, Meng Yuran, he muttered to himself. To the west, two elderly people were leading a young girl. The elders' walking sticks were clearly not ordinary, one was carved with a dragon head, and the other with a snake head. This led Chen Xuan to guess their identities. Beast Academy, I suppose. If his guess was correct, the academy Meng Yuran attended was indeed this one, which was in a different competition zone, so they wouldn't face Shrek. Wow, there are so many people. Xiao Wu appeared, dressed in pink, with her scorpion braid falling to her knees. Her sweet face was full of vitality. Chen Xuan turned around and saw that she was alone, with no one accompanying her. It made sense, with her lively and mischievous personality, staying cooped up in the rest area would be unusual. So, did the dean agree to change the uniforms? Chen Xuan asked with a smile. Xiao Wu was dressed in a pink outfit, revealing her fair neck and a sweet face. She wore a pink short skirt that showed off her long, slender legs, wrapped in pink stockings, with her white thighs visible. Huh? What are you doing here? She seemed to notice Chen Xuan only then, looking curious. Chen Xuan's mouth twitched. Was he really that unnoticeable? That hurt a bit. I'm just out for a walk, trying to meet new faces and see what kind of opponents we'll be facing. Oh. Xiao Wu nodded, seemingly understanding, but didn't say anything more. The two of them weren't familiar with each other, having only met a couple of times, so neither knew what to say, making the atmosphere increasingly awkward. Chen Xuan felt his head throbbing, the silence was uncomfortable, as if the air had frozen. Xiao Wu also felt the awkwardness. She wasn't familiar with this classmate, and without a topic to discuss, she had no idea what to talk about. I have to say something, she thought to herself, searching her mind for a topic. Chen Xuan was in the same boat, but he wasn't experienced in this sort of situation and couldn't think of anything to say. Suddenly, he remembered that this rabbit girl seemed to like carrots, and he just happened to have a crystal carrot stored in his spatial soul guide. Both of them brightened up as they found a topic, and almost simultaneously, they spoke. What's your name? Do you want a carrot? It was an awkward moment, a silence unlike any other. Both of them were so embarrassed that their faces were turning red. The situation was beyond awkward. This was truly a cringeworthy moment. People passed by, walking around them, but it was strangely quiet in this spot. They could even hear each other's breathing. It's natural for two people who aren't familiar with each other to experience awkward silences. What the heck? Chen Xuan thought, feeling like his brain was about to short-circuit. Why did she even ask for his name? Was he that insignificant? It stung a little. In fact, when she asked the question, Xiao Wu's face turned bright red, and her mind almost went blank. Honestly, she hadn't really remembered Chen Xian's name. Others either called him Little Chen, Old Chen, or Sunzi. Nothing that really stuck. Let's start over, Chen Xuan said first, extending his hand. Hi, I'm Chen Xuan. I'm Xiao Wu, Wu as in dancing. I'll definitely remember your name this time, Xiao Wu said quickly, shaking his hand to show her apology. Chen Xuan then took out 2 carrots from his pocket and said, Tang San mentioned that you really like these. I hope you enjoy them. These were just ordinary carrots, not the crystal clear one he had received as a system reward. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. She was so excited that she snatched them right away. She carefully put the carrots into her small, delicate bag, treating them like something precious. Chen Xian's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that no matter where they were, carrots were always a rabbit's favorite. He didn't like eating carrots alone, but they were quite tasty when mixed with other fruits for juice. Thank you, Chen Xuan, you're really a nice guy, Xiao Wu said with a sweet smile, looking genuinely happy. A few days ago, after Chen Xuan had a falling out with Yu Xiaogang, her third brother had warned her that Chen Xuan wasn't a good person and that she should stay away from him. But now, it didn't seem like her brother's words were entirely accurate. If you like them, I have plenty more in my storage soul guide, Chen Xuan laughed. These things weren't expensive, and he had bought quite a few recently. If he could gain favor with just these carrots, it was definitely worth it. Xiao Wu shook her head but didn't completely refuse, saying, That's enough for now. I'll ask you if I want more later. Soon after, the opening ceremony began. All the academies, teams, and nobles gathered outside the Great Spirit Arena. On a towering pillar, an elderly man with white hair took his seat. He wore a crown on his head and a yellow robe adorned with various expensive gemstones that sparkled brightly. This was the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, known as Emperor Shuya. To his left was Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan and Ning Rongrong's father. On his right was the Platinum Bishop Salis from the Spirit Hall, another elderly figure whose strength was unfathomable. He had reached the level of a spirit Douluo years ago. After all the teams and academies took their places, Emperor Shui nodded in satisfaction and gave an official speech, followed by remarks from Ning Fengzi and Bishop Salas. Then came the performance segment. Soldiers showcased the Empire's military prowess with weapon demonstrations, and later, women took the stage to dance, sing, and play instruments. These performances were dull and sleepy, causing Ma Hongjun and Oscar from the Shrek team to doze off. After the opening ceremony, the academies returned to their respective competition zones. The Shrek team followed the crowd into the Great Spirit Arena and took their seats. The first round of the All-Continent Elite Tournament was about to begin. On the VIP platform, Emperor Shui spoke in a somewhat weak voice. I wonder, which team does Ning sect leader favor? His hair was white, his face aged, and he wore a golden red robe with a crown on his head, giving off an air of extreme nobility. Ning Fengzi, dressed in a white robe and wearing a seven-treasure purple gold crown, had a gentle and refined demeanor. He smiled lightly and replied, I do have a team in mind. My daughter is also part of it. They once defeated a team from the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Perhaps they can bring the championship back to the Empire. Oh? Which team is sect leader Ning referring to? Emperor Shui asked, slightly surprised. Which academy could have earned such high praise from a clan leader like Ning Fengzi? He was usually occupied with state affairs and rarely concerned himself with such matters. Until now, he had no idea which team had defeated the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Your Majesty, if I may keep it a secret for now, you will find out during the preliminary rounds, Ning Fengzi replied with a warm and elegant smile. Emperor Shui didn't press further, though he was somewhat intrigued by the team Ning Fengzi mentioned. However, he didn't dwell on it. Bringing the championship back to the Empire was a nearly impossible feat. For the past 10 years, when had the Heaven Do Empire ever won a championship? With the terrifying Spirit Hall team participating, it was almost impossible to dream of victory in the Spirit Master tournament. Soon after, the first round of preliminaries began, with Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall overseeing the draw. Old pervert. That was the first impression Ma Hongjun and Oscar had when they saw this old man. Below the stage, 2 female staff members held badges. Salas, this old man, was extremely lecherous, extending his bony hand to shamelessly grope the short-haired beauty, displaying despicable behavior. Ugh, this disgusting old man is so gross. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu shuddered in disgust. The thought of being groped by this old man was simply unimaginable. Witnessing the whole scene, Chen Xuan also felt uncomfortable. He had to admit that this person truly tarnished the reputation of the Spirit Hall. Damn old pervert, was his assessment. Ahem. Just then, a cough interrupted everyone. It was Flender and Yu Xiaogang approaching. Little monsters, the draw is done. Your opponent in the first round is the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Get ready. Heaven Do Royal Academy. The Shrek team was surprised. Is it the team of Yu Tianheng and Duguyan? Ma Hongjun asked, confused. Flender shook his head and said, don't worry, it's just their second team. The first team is already pre-qualified, so you won't face them. Humph. Daimyobai snorted disdainfully, second team or not, even if the first team were here, Shrek would still remain undefeated. Fatty, if you're scared, go back to sleep. Shrek's motto is that a spirit master who dares not cause trouble is a mediocre one. No, Boss Dai, Shrek is united. There's no reason to break us apart. Ma Hongjun quickly backed down. He patted his large belly and continued, I still want to show my skills. When my Fire Phoenix appears, I'll defeat all opponents and win over all those little fangirls. Fangirls? You, Fatty, dreaming of fans? Keep dreaming. Xiao Wu teased, giving him no face at all. Ahem. The master cleared his throat and said, Hongjun, I don't plan to let you participate in the preliminary rounds this time. You'll be replaced by a substitute. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The master's words crushed his dreams of fangirls and romance. No, master, how could you be so heartless? I can't live anymore. Ma Hongjun cried out, clinging to Yu Xiaogang's leg with a miserable expression, forcing out a couple of tears. The rest of the Shrek team couldn't help but cringe, unable to look at this embarrassing display. It was utterly shameful. It's not just you, Rongrong won't be participating either, the master said, his tone firm and unyielding. What? Ning Rongrong was stunned. Why was she not allowed to compete either? Alright, your match is about to start. Hurry and get ready. The lineup will follow the list we agreed on earlier, Yu Xiaogang ordered, his hands behind his back and his tone resolute, making it clear that he wouldn't change his mind. He had his own plan, keeping their trump cards hidden until the end. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda was too extraordinary to reveal prematurely. Yes. The Shrek team responded in unison. Fine. Ning Rongrong, feeling dejected, could only go to the resting area to watch the match. The preliminary round had been going on for a while, with 2 matches already completed. Now, it was finally Shrek Academy's turn. The second Heaven Do team versus Shrek team? These bold words were displayed on the large screen above the grand arena. Following that, the screen displayed the martial spirits and levels of both teams. Shrek team captain, Daimyobai, martial spirit, evil-eyed white tiger, level 42, power attack battle spirit master. Shrek Vice Captain, Tang San, Martial Spirit, Blue Silver Grass, Level 41, Control System Battle Spirit Master. Shrek Team Member, Chen Xuan, Martial Spirit, Flying Thunder God, Level 38, Support System Spirit Master. Upon seeing this martial spirit information, Chen Xuan frowned and glanced back at Yu Xiaogang in the audience. However, he said nothing and followed the team into the arena. Flying Thunder God was the name he had written down during registration, not his original martial spirit. He had also listed himself as a speed-type agility system. As for why he was now classified as a support system, only the master knew. In the audience, Yu Xiaogang's lips curled into a smirk as he cast a disdainful glance in the direction of the Shrek team. At this moment, the arena was packed with spectators, nobles, merchants, and students from various academies who had come to cheer for their respective schools. As the match began, the crowd's excitement surged, visibly more enthusiastic. The host, Douluo, holding a microphone, shouted, "The second match of this year's Spirit Master Tournament is officially starting. Both teams, please take the stage. Heaven Do Imperial Soul, dominate the continent. Royal Academy, rule the clouds. Heaven Do team, go for it. Heaven Do team, invincible." The Heaven Do Royal team represented the Heaven Do Empire. As soon as they entered the arena, they were met with enthusiastic cheers and shouts, drawing the attention of all major forces. The Shrek team's entrance also caused a stir, but it was negative compared to the royal team. For no other reason than their eye-catching uniforms. Who else would wear all green with "add space available" printed on the back? They were a laughingstock, a self-inflicted embarrassment. "This is hilarious. Where did this team come from, wearing those ridiculous outfits?" someone mocked. "Look, they even have "add space available" on the back. What kind of idiot would sponsor this academy?" Many people sneered. The audience was in an uproar, pointing and laughing at the green-clad team in the arena. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuking's faces turned red with shame, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. The rest of the Shrek team was equally uncomfortable. They blamed Dean Flender, resolving to settle the score with him later. What a bunch of toads, coming to the Spirit Master Tournament dressed like that. Did they escape from a circus? The captain of the second Heaven Do team mocked. The rest of his team wore expressions of disdain, holding their heads high and refusing to even glance at the Shrek team. A petite girl covered her nose and shouted, "What's that awful smell? These disgusting toads, how long has it been since they've bathed? Captain, even if they don't bite, their stench is unbearable." She covered her nose with one hand and fanned the air with the other, as if the Shrek team's stench had genuinely offended her. This kind of personal attack annoyed not just the Shrek members, but even Chen Xuan, who was only half involved, felt irked. What a pity, the tall captain of the second Heaven Do team suddenly sighed, wearing a regretful expression. He flashed an evil smile, his eyes leering openly at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuking, his gaze brazenly wandering over the two beauties. Such a shame these beauties are stuck in such a lousy team. Xiao Wu huffed, putting her hands on her hips and pointing at the other side. "A dirty old man and a brothel girl, ugh, how did we end up with these opponents? Who are you calling a brothel girl?" The petite girl's face turned vicious, her expression fierce and twisted as she glared at Xiao Wu. The captain's face darkened as well, anger flashing in his eyes. "Are you dense? Who else could it be?" Chen Xuan stepped forward, his tone dripping with disdain. "Just because you have a few screws loose doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. It's clear the Heaven Do royal family is scraping the bottom of the barrel, sending a bunch of brainless fools into the ring. How sad." He added, "Keep it down, I've been afraid of dogs since I was little." With that, the faces of the second Heaven Do team members turned grim, their eyes cold, as if they wanted to tear Chen Xuan apart on the spot. "Ha ha ha." Daimubai laughed heartily, clapping Chen Xuan on the shoulder. "Well done, old Chen. I didn't know you had such a sharp tongue. Why didn't I think of such a savage comeback?" Tai Long rushed over and threw an arm around Chen Xuan's neck, laughing. "Sunzi, since when did you get such a sharp tongue? You've been hiding it all this time. Get off me, big guy." Chen Xuan quickly pushed him away, nearly choking from Tai Long's grip. Daimubai laughed. "Old Chen, I used to think you were a pushover, but now I see I was wrong. You're just my type. We're definitely brothers from now on. What did you call me?" Chen Xuan's eyes widened, the words "old Chen" particularly grating. His face darkened. This white tiger must have been calling him that behind his back all along. Chen Xuan's expression was grim. He was only 16, everyone else called him Little Chen, but here comes this guy with old Chen. Daimubai's hand froze midair, his eyes twitching. He was at a loss for words, his usual bravado suddenly deflated. Chen Xuan glared at him, waiting to see how he would try to wriggle out of this. Daimubai started to sweat, his eyes darting around for help, but no one came to his rescue. He was at a loss, opening and closing his mouth without a word. Luckily, the host, Douluo, spoke up, breaking the awkward tension. "It seems the atmosphere is heating up. The battle hasn't even started, and the tension is already palpable. I'm sure we're in for an intense match. Let's watch and see." The Shrek team didn't notice that their playful banter had provoked the second Heaven Do team, who saw it as a blatant provocation. Douluo, holding the microphone, announced loudly, "Without further ado, let's begin the third match of the first round of the preliminaries. Teams, please release your martial spirits." When the host, Douluo, announced the start of the match, all members of the Heavenly Do second team activated their martial souls. In the arena, soul power surged into the sky. Beasts, weapons, plants, and other martial souls stood tall like mountain gods, exuding a fierce and dangerous aura. "Good, very good. You're all quite impressive. The captain of the Heavenly Do second team had a slightly twisted expression, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. He sneered and said, although the competition forbids killing opponents, injuries are inevitable. Since you've chosen to seek death, don't blame me. With just you? Keep dreaming, Daimyobai snorted coldly, releasing his level 40 soul power. Behind him, the white tiger merged into his body, activating his martial soul, which filled him with strength. His muscles bulged, nearly bursting through his clothes. Daimyobai pointed a finger at the Heavenly Do team and sneered, it only takes 1 minute to deal with you. Brothers, activate your martial souls. As the Shrek team simultaneously released their martial souls, soul rings appeared on the ground, shining brightly and forming a powerful aura. The soul power unleashed by the Shrek team undoubtedly overshadowed the momentum of the Heavenly Do second team. Led by Daimyobai, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings shone beneath his feet, revealing the presence of a soul sect. Behind him, Tai Long and Huang Yuan also completed their martial soul attachments, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings each. In the center, Xiao Wu and Zhangzhu also had the 2 yellow 1 purple soul ring configuration, indicating their rank as soul elders. As for Chen Xuan, his martial soul remained shrouded in a haze, barely discernible, with only a faint yellow glow emanating. There was no doubt that his soul rings were also composed of 200-year and 1,000-year rings. When Tang San's 4 soul rings appeared, everyone present stared wide-eyed at the arena. Yellow, yellow, purple, black? How is this possible? His 4th ring is actually black. The audience erupted in astonishment. A 10,000-year soul ring, and on a blue-silver grass martial soul, no less. How did he cultivate that? The various academies were dumbfounded, unwilling to believe what they saw. At just 13 or 14 years old, Tang San had cultivated the seemingly useless blue-silver grass to the level of a 4-ring soul sect, with a 10,000-year soul ring. This achievement was so extraordinary that it could be called the greatest in 100 years on the continent. The shock wasn't limited to the audience, even the nobles and aristocratic students in the VIP seats were taken aback. No, this is impossible. How could he have a 10,000-year soul ring? When Prince Xuexing witnessed this, his voice trembled, nearly losing control of his emotions. Dream God Machine, filled with regret, held his head in his hands and lamented, I'm incompetent. This should have belonged to the Heavenly Do Academy. If only he could have persuaded Prince Xuexing back then, and not driven away Shrek Academy, this situation would never have occurred. Emperor Shuiye quickly sensed that something was amiss. There had to be more to this. He urgently asked, Chief Dream God Machine, what do you mean by this? Prince Xuexing's face stiffened, and a bad premonition grew within him, causing cold sweat to run down his back. Your Majesty, I am to blame for this. Dream God Machine confessed, revealing everything. A year and a half ago, Shrek was invited to join the Heavenly Do Academy, but they were ruthlessly expelled by Prince Xuexing. What? After hearing the details, Emperor Shuiye's face darkened, his breathing became labored, and the hand holding his scepter trembled. Xuexing. His voice was hoarse, and those who knew him could tell that the emperor was furious. Ning Fengzi shook his head slightly. It turned out that Shrek's refusal to join the Heavenly Do royal family had this deeper reason. Chen Xuan withdrew his gaze, observing the expressions of the audience and the nobles. This is the advantage of strong talent stunning the world with a single move, leaving a lasting impression on everyone. After today, Tang San would become a respected figure among the various factions, and Shrek would be courted by merchants and nobles alike. Chen Xuan looked down, clenched his fists, and smiled bitterly. No matter how hard one works, it's impossible to surpass those with overwhelming talent. If things continue like this, his future might only lead to becoming a teacher at some academy after graduation. Back in the arena. At this time, Daimyobai and Tai Long had already charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the Heavenly Do second team. Huang Yuan, slightly weaker, took on an opponent of the same level, at 35, and within a few seconds, he had already used 3 soul skills but still hadn't defeated his opponent. Unlike Daimyobai and Tai Long, whose combined strength was overwhelming, easily handling 4 opponents without losing ground. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, targeted the enemy's support soul master, causing the Heavenly Do second team's 5 members to be distracted. Using her 3rd soul skill, she instantly closed the distance, easily breaking through to their formation. Chen Xuan sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. The competition prohibited the use of weapons, so even though he had learned the Raisnon and Chidori, he lacked the means for close combat. Unlike Xiao Wu, who could use soul skills to teleport close to her target and then use her waist bow to finish them off, along with her 2nd soul skill to control them with charm. I must accelerate my progress with the body flicker technique. Chen Xuan gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand, accompanied by a comforting voice. Chen Xuan, you've already done very well. In my eyes, you're amazing. Zhang Zhu's voice was gentle, as if she had sensed the change in his emotions. Chen Xuan smiled bitterly, deciding to go along with Yu Xiaogong's wishes this time and not compete to show off. After all, Tang San's brilliance was too overwhelming, overshadowing everyone else, so there was little attention on the rest of the team's battle. 1st soul skill, waist bow. In the arena, with a loud bang, 2 people were kicked out, flying straight out of the arena. 2 members of the Heavenly Do second team were eliminated. With 2 more loud bangs, several more people were sent flying out, landing heavily on the ground. Daimyobai and Tai Long dusted off their clothes, their opponents already defeated. Finally, the last member of the Heavenly Do second team also fell, with everyone eliminated in under a minute. Without a doubt, Shrek had won decisively. Host Dodo was stunned for a while. It all happened so fast. Less than a minute after the match began, it was already over. Regaining her composure, she quickly announced the result of the match. The entire Heavenly Do second team has been eliminated. I declare the winner to be the Shrek team. Wow! The next moment, the audience erupted into loud and enthusiastic applause. After this battle, no one would dare to underestimate Shrek Academy, and everyone would view this team with newfound respect. After the first round of matches ended, the second round would begin the next day, giving the competing teams time to rest. Chen Xuan wasn't in a good mood. It would be impossible to say he wasn't affected. After leaving behind a few words about feeling unwell, he hurriedly left the Great Spirit Arena. The 7 Shrek Monsters, of course, did not leave. Each of them stayed to watch the remaining matches, as they wanted to study their future opponents from the other academies. The sun was shining brightly. It was midday. Chen Xuan walked along the street, not returning to the academy because it was too far away, more than 10 miles. So, he had booked a room at a nearby luxury hotel for a month. I must accelerate the development of the body flicker technique. With determination, he decided that in this world, there was no one who could teach him this knowledge. He had to rely on himself to develop these techniques. Lightning represents speed. Perhaps I could try adding lightning attribute chakra. It might even lead to developing a new technique. Inside the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, the Shrek group observed for a while. The teams that took the stage were unremarkable, none of them even had a soul elder. Seeing this, Daimyobai suggested that his teammates return to the academy and focus on training instead. Wrong. As the Shrek group exited the Great Spirit Arena, a sudden voice called out from ahead. At the exit, Ning Fengzi was standing there, waving at the Shrek group. Father. Seeing him, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, and she excitedly ran over to embrace Ning Fengzi. Oscar's expression became a bit unnatural at the sight of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan's leader. The aura of a superior made him uncomfortable. Especially since he wanted to pursue Rongrong, he knew he had to win the approval of this powerful clan leader. Now, he was acutely aware of the gap between them and wondered if he really stood a chance. Ning Fengzi, gentle and refined, took Ning Rongrong's small hand and approached the Shrek group, showing a kind smile. You're all here. You must be Rongrong's friends. The Shrek group recognized his identity. Understanding his prestigious status, even the substitute members quickly stepped forward to pay their respects. No need to be so formal. Today, I'm just Rongrong's father, not a clan leader. At most, you can consider me an elder, Ning Fengzi said warmly, without any airs, appearing particularly approachable. This won the hearts of all the Shrek team members. Father, let me introduce everyone to you. Ning Rongrong, with a sweet smile, began introducing everyone to her father. This blonde guy is our captain, Daimyobai. This chubby one is Ma Hongjian. And this is third brother, the one who taught me about hidden weapons. After the introductions, Ning Fengzi had a general understanding of everyone present. What surprised him was that, apart from Tang San, the talent among the Shrek 7 was extraordinary. Even the lowest innate soul power among them exceeded level 7. However, he didn't know that 6 of them had consumed immortal herbs. For instance, Zhu Zuqing and Daimyobai were now close to achieving full innate soul power. After the introductions, Ning Fengzi's gaze fell on Tang San. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, Xiao San. I didn't expect you to acquire a 10,000-year soul ring so quickly. You're too kind, Uncle Ning." Luck played a part as well, Tang San replied modestly, bowing slightly. "Yes, don't be arrogant. Keep it up," Ning Fengzi encouraged. He thought highly of Rongrong's classmate, believing he was no ordinary person. His gaze swept over the Shrek team, and he frowned slightly, asking in confusion, "Where's that young man who was with you earlier? Is he not here?" "His name is Chen Xuan." After the match, he said he wasn't feeling well and went back to the academy, Ning Rongrong explained. "Oh, I see." Ning Fengzi nodded, not thinking much of it, and didn't dwell on it. Zhu Zuqing took a deep breath and spoke. Chen Xuan didn't return to the academy. He's staying at a nearby hotel. A hotel? Tai Long was puzzled for a moment, scratching his head in confusion. Is there even a hotel around here? This area was somewhat remote, with few passers-by, not as lively as the central districts. Tai Long, you don't know. Daimyobai stepped in to explain, there's a Rose Hotel about a kilometer or two away. Rose? Hotel. Upon hearing these words, Ma Hongjian's eyes lit up instantly. He sidled up to Daimyobai, grinning mischievously. "Boss Dai, I have a feeling that Chen Xuan's illness is just an excuse. I bet he's eager to." The fat man didn't finish his sentence, but he winked at Daimyobai. Having frequented hotels and nightclubs for years, the two understood each other without words. Zhu Zuqing's expression turned icy, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Daimyobai, sharp as ever, noticed something was off and immediately pushed Ma Hongjian aside, saying righteously, "Fatty, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll rip your mouth off. I only have eyes for Zuqing now, no other woman." "Oh really? Then why do you know so much about that place?" Zhu Zuqing's voice was cold. Daimyobai was rendered speechless, unable to defend himself. Zhu Zuqing's face was frosty, her eyes full of disdain for Daimyobai. She scoffed, "Men are all the same, no good at all. Her childhood experiences were tragic, she had seen all kinds of people, and the men around her were all schemers. Even her father was no exception. Seventh sister, that's not fair, Xiao Wu objected, defending Tang San. Don't say that. My Xiao San has never been to such places. Zhu Zuqing didn't argue back, staying silent, but she believed Xiao Wu's words. Jiangju clutched her chest, lacking confidence as she spoke in a small voice. Chen Xuan hasn't been to such places either. He probably just went to rest. Daimyobai and Ma Hongjun were unconvinced. They rolled their eyes, unwilling to believe it. Other than someone as exceptional as Tang San, what normal man wouldn't go to such places? Zhu Zuqing furrowed her brows, recalling the scene on the back mountain. At that time, Chen Xuan had sighed at her, his gaze full of pity, as if he were feeling sorry for her. What a strange man, that was her impression of Chen Xuan. Who are you trying to fool, Jiangju? You're not Chen Xian's girlfriend, so how could you know he hasn't been there? Oscar said. Even Tai Long and Huang Yuan shared the same sentiment, it was just a matter of frequency. Jiangju's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but she insisted, Chen Xuan isn't that kind of person. I believe in him. Daimyobai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, feeling completely speechless. Ning Fengzi rubbed his forehead, finding this group of young people full of energy, making it hard for him to get a word in. However, because of this exchange, he became more interested in Chen Xuan. From what Rong had mentioned, it seemed Chen Xuan was also a support-type spirit master. Xiao San, what do you think? Daimyobai asked, grabbing Tang San by the shoulder. I think. Tang San paused before continuing, I think we should request funds from the dean to book some hotel rooms for everyone to rest in, so we don't have to keep running back and forth. Brother, I agree. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, raising both hands in support. After each spirit battle, they had to run 10 to 20 kilometers back to the academy. She was exhausted and had long wanted to stop this routine. Xiao San, that might be difficult, Daimyobai sighed, shaking his head. That Rose Hotel costs a gold soul coin per night. 3 rooms for a month would be 100 gold soul coins. Knowing the dean, I doubt it'll happen. The Shrek group's hopes were instantly dashed. Given Flender's stingy nature, it was indeed unlikely. I don't care. Brother, figure it out. If not, I'll just squeeze in with Chen Xuan. Xiao Wu pouted, crossing her arms, acting a bit spoiled. I'll go talk to the teacher, Tang San sighed, feeling helpless. There was no way he'd let Xiao Wu stay in another man's room. Shortly after, the Shrek group returned to the academy. Tang San went straight to Yu Xiaogang to discuss his idea. Later, the Grand Master personally approached Flender about the matter. As expected, Flender, being the miser he was, dismissed it with the excuse of the academy's tight budget. Inside the luxurious Rose Hotel, on the red, heart-shaped bed, Chen Xuan stared at the 2 items in his hand, falling into a brief contemplation. One of them was a bright red fruit, exuding a tantalizing aroma that made one's fingers itch to reach for it. The fruit, about the size of a palm, had a glossy sheen like red agate, looking incredibly appetizing at first glance. The other item was a carrot, crystal clear and bright like a piece of crystal, clearly no ordinary item. Chen Xuan realized that there was still a significant gap between him and the 7 Shrek Monsters. At the same time, the tournament rules were unfavorable to his martial spirit, making it difficult for him to find a way to showcase his abilities. Could it be, as Yu Xiaogang said, that he could only serve as a support-type soul master? Chen Xuan understood his current predicament. Having been here for less than half a month, he had very little time to develop. Even so, he wouldn't give up, nor would he be content with his current state. Perhaps the 2 items before him could bring some unexpected surprises or have miraculous effects. Chen Xuan hesitated to consume the fruit, having seen a system prompt. Strange fruit, born of the creation of heaven and earth, yields only 2 fruits every 1,000 years. A person can only consume 1 in their lifetime, or they will die from self-destruction. Aside from that, the system didn't reveal the true effects of the 2 fruits, only vaguely hinting at some miraculous effects, but also warning of potential risks, possibly even unexpected surprises. This was the reason he hesitated. Even if the fruit has some effect, without the Flying Thunder God technique, speed is still my weakness. Ultimately, I need to master the body flicker technique. Chen Xuan muttered, reflecting on his shortcomings. Fortunately, the body flicker technique wasn't a high-difficulty ninjutsu. The principle wasn't complicated, and he had already figured out half of the physical technique when combined with chakra. Forget it, I'll just eat it. A Chen family member's luck can't be that bad. Finally, Chen Xuan made up his mind and ate the bright red fruit. The fruit was sweet and delicious, full of juice, and incredibly fragrant, very tasty. However, something strange happened. Half an hour after consuming the fruit, no changes occurred in Chen Xuan's body, as if it had been a dud. What's going on? Wasn't there supposed to be some unexpected effect? He was puzzled. Could it be that the effects were just slow to manifest? Another half hour passed, but his body remained as calm as still water, not even a ripple, as if he had just eaten an ordinary fruit. What is this? Did the system fool me? Chen Xuan was baffled. This guess seemed quite possible. He always felt that the system was somewhat unreliable because it wasn't very intelligent. It rarely answered his questions and usually seemed as lazy as a pig, making him sometimes wonder if he had bound himself to an artificial idiot. This is so frustrating, wasting my time. Chen Xuan mentally cursed the system before deciding to stop paying attention to it. As for that crystal carrot, he carelessly tossed it onto the long table in the hall, clearly unimpressed. I thought it was some rare treasure, but it turns out to be just an ordinary fruit. What a joke. The hotel was large, almost like an estate, so naturally, the rooms weren't small, at least 100 square meters, enough space for him to practice the body flicker technique. The next day, at dawn, the first rays of sunlight touched the earth. Inside the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, many nobles and merchants had already gathered. Of course, there were also students from various academies and some sect disciples. Today, the second round of the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament was to take place, with opponents matched by a random draw. The Shrek team arrived in a group. Many hadn't slept well, having been dragged out early by the Grandmaster, with some not even having time for breakfast. Sunzi, you didn't return to the academy last night. Tai Long yawned repeatedly. Chen Xuan shook his head. He had no plans to return for the time being, avoiding further verbal conflicts with Yu Xiaogang. Daimubai asked, Xiao-san, Zuking, what do you want to eat? Fatty and I will go get it. I want carrot juice. Before Tang-san could respond, Xiao Wu jumped in with her request. I've already eaten. Never mind, I'll go with you. The draw had just concluded, and with some time before the match, Tang-san, Daimubai, and Ma Hongjun left together. Now, only Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking, Jiangzhou, Tai Long, and Oscar were left in the rest area, with the others yet to arrive. Chen Xuan took out 2 boxes from his storage ring and placed them on the table. If you're hungry, I have some biscuits and candies here. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. She immediately spotted the 2 carrots in the box and grabbed them without hesitation. Chen Xuan, you're so nice, she said, taking small bites of the carrot, her face full of satisfaction. Just a few inexpensive carrots were enough to win her favor, nothing too surprising. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking didn't hold back either, enjoying a few biscuits and candies. Which team did we draw this time? Chen Xuan asked Tai Long. It's the Elephant Armor Sect's team. Their martial spirit is the mammoth, known for its terrifying defense. This sect's status and strength are comparable to my grandfather's 4 major sects, Tai Long replied, his expression somewhat gloomy. Clearly, this was a formidable team, making Tai Long feel the pressure, as the opponents had incredibly strong defenses that were hard to shake. Chen Xuan nodded. The Elephant Armor Sect was indeed a tough opponent. If the 7 monsters fought, the opponents wouldn't be too much of a threat, but if it were the same lineup as yesterday, the outcome would be uncertain. Not bad. This time, the opponents have 3 Soul Elders, while the rest are only at the Soul Master level. However, the Elephant Armor team is notorious for their strong defense, so don't underestimate them, Flender said as he pushed open the door, hands behind his back as he walked in. Dean, Tai Long greeted respectfully. Where are Xiao-san and Mubai? Flender asked, puzzled. They went to get food, Xiao Wu explained, adding that they'd be back soon and wouldn't delay the match. Flender nodded and said nothing more. He took out a file that recorded the martial spirits of all the Elephant Armor Sect members. Tai Long took the file seriously, carefully reading through it, afraid to miss a single word. Chen Xuan glanced over it, showing some surprise. He hadn't expected the Elephant Armor Sect to have 3 Soul Elder level players. The team captain, Huian Li, is a defense type, level 43 Battle Soul Elder. The vice captain, Huian Ba, and a member named Huian Shan, are at levels 42 and 41, respectively, both also at the Soul Elder level. As for the remaining members, Huian Shi, Huian Qi, Huian Gai, and Huian Shi, they were all at the Soul Master level. Li Banshan Shi Gai Shi. These names. Chen Xuan was somewhat speechless. The names seemed a bit too random. Ning Rongrong spoke softly, pointing at one of the names. Look at this Huian Li. His spirit power is the same as Boss Dai's, both at level 43, and with a defense-type martial spirit, he'll be a tough opponent. Rongrong is right. This Huian Li's defense is no weaker than the Black Tortoise martial spirit. His 4th soul skill is strong enough to withstand the most powerful attack of an ordinary Soul King, Flender said, his expression becoming slightly more serious. Chen Xuan tried to recall some information about this person, realizing that he wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. Huian Li, the grandson of the Elephant Armor Sect's leader, Huian Zhen, received special treatment. He was given a soul bone for his head by the sect leader, but he had never used it, keeping it as his trump card. Chen Xuan wasn't aware of many events that originally took place, he only remembered a few key moments. After all, back then, he was just a miserable assembly line worker in a dark and grim factory, trapped in a cycle of life and death. There was no time for entertainment. 10 minutes later, Tang-san, Dai Mubai, and others returned, but only the 3 of them entered with Yu Xiaogang. Mubai, Xiao-san, here is the information on your opponents. Let's hear it, what are your plans? Flender looked at the 2 of them expectantly. Tang-san carefully reviewed the information on all members of the Elephant Armor Sect, and soon his eyes lit up. With a confident smile, he said, the Elephant Armor Sect has strong defense, but their weakness is speed. Since that's the case, Zuking will replace Tai Long, and Oscar will substitute for Xiangzhu. Xiangzhu had no objections, this was a good arrangement. She understood that her role in this battle would be limited. Seeing that Tang-san could make such a targeted arrangement in such a short time, a smile appeared on the Grandmaster's face. This was the disciple taught by Yu Xiaogang. Not bad, Xiao-san, you truly are the soul of our Shrek team, Dai Mubai exclaimed with admiration. Tai Long, the big guy, was puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Third brother, why am I not in the lineup? The opponents are all defensive and power-type soul masters. With me, at least I could hold the front line, right?" The Grand Master chuckled. "Xiao San replaced you with Suking because he doesn't plan to face the opponents head-on. Who in this world understands this disciple better than him?" Chen Xuan frowned slightly, finding it hard to understand Tang San's reasoning. Even if they weren't going to engage the opponents directly, wouldn't it make more sense to replace him? In everyone's eyes, he was merely a support-type soul master, far less useful than Tai Long. What he didn't know was that Tang San had ulterior motives for keeping him in the lineup. "We'll see who's a dragon and who's a worm," Tang San sneered. Since Chen Xuan repeatedly insisted that he was an agility-type soul master, this would be the perfect opportunity to prove it. If he didn't perform as an agility-type soul master, there would be nothing left to say. Tang San despised people like Chen Xuan. He believed Chen Xuan should have stuck to his support role instead of stubbornly switching to an agility type, or even a power type, which he viewed as utterly foolish. Half an hour later, the second round of the Continental Soul Master Tournament finally came, and it was their turn. Next, we have the Shrek team versus the Elephant Armor team. Let's give a warm round of applause as both teams take the stage. The host's voice echoed through the broadcast, reaching every corner of the arena. "Go on, little monsters." On the VIP platform, an additional chair had been added. The leader of the Elephant Armor sect, Huian Zhen, arrived, nodded to Salis, and took his seat. He was Huian Li's grandfather. During this period, the Elephant Armor team had developed a strategy based on their strength and defensive advantage. They would use their size and defense to gradually push their opponents off the platform. With this tactic, they hadn't even needed to reveal their trump cards, easily defeating one team. The audience was packed, the atmosphere was electric, filled with cheers, shouts, and screams that resonated throughout the arena. On the big screen, the information of each member of both teams, including their martial souls and levels, was displayed. The Shrek team walked through the tunnel and finally reached the 100-meter-wide platform. At the same time, the 7 members of the Elephant Armor team arrived as well, each exuding a menacing aura as they ascended the stage, glaring at the Shrek members. Seeing that both teams were ready, the host, Douluo, smiled and loudly announced, "On the left is our Shrek team, who defeated the Heaven Do second team in less than a minute yesterday. And on the right, we have the Elephant Armor team, renowned for their defense. Who will emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. I hereby declare that the third match of the second round of the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament begins now." As the words fell, there was a loud bang, the ground trembled, and the platform erupted with a dazzling wave of soul power. Wuhan possession. The members of the Elephant Armor team shouted as they released their martial souls, and 7 virtual images of mammoths appeared behind them. Each mammoth was larger than an adult elephant, displaying tusks and letting out deep roars. They were all big, burly, and muscular. When their martial souls possessed them, their bodies expanded, becoming even more powerful and intimidating. "Brothers, release your martial souls," Daimyo shouted. Not to be outdone, the Shrek members also unleashed their martial souls. White Tiger, Ghost Civet, Blue Silver Grass, and others appeared. With a thought, black runes appeared on Chen Xian's palms. Without drawing attention, he subtly reached out to the skirts of Zhu Zuking and Xiao Wu, leaving behind a string of black characters. It was a position not easily noticed. His movements were light, and standing at the back, no one noticed, not even Xiao Wu herself. However, he didn't realize that Zhu Zuking had furrowed her brows, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. "Stick to the plan. First soul skill, Iron Wall." Huian Li waved his hand, and white light flowed through his arms, forming a white, transparent shield, similar to an orange diamond. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor team advanced, slowly pushing forward with their shields, occupying almost half of the platform. Their bodies were too large, glowing with white light, and each step they took caused the ground to tremble slightly, exuding an overwhelming and oppressive aura. "They want to push us off the platform," Daimyo shouted, seeing through their tactic. "Just what I was hoping for," Tang San sneered. He had already thought of a countermeasure. He would eat Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, lift the others into the air with blue silver grass, and thus render the Elephant Armor team's tactic useless. He then shared his idea with the others, which earned immediate praise from Daimyo. Chen Xuan frowned, disagreeing with the plan. Although it would neutralize the opponent's strategy, it wouldn't have any real impact. It would only waste time with both sides stalemating. He spoke up, sharing his perspective, since their weakness is speed, and Oscar's flying mushroom sausage can provide speed, reaching the flight speed of the phoenix-tailed crest serpent. Why don't we each eat one? The whole team can then take to the air and attack the weak points of the Elephant Armor team from all sides. He had already observed that the Elephant Armor team's first soul skill, Iron Wall, could only defend the front and not the back, making their backs their weak point. Daimyo thought about it briefly and then laughed heartily. "Why didn't I think of that? Old Chen, your quick thinking is almost on par with Xiao San's." The other Shrek members also had a sudden realization and quickly agreed to the plan. Tang San frowned, feeling an inexplicable irritation in his heart. But there was no time left. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor team were already closing in. They had to act now. "Xiao Ao, quickly make the mushroom sausages." Oscar smiled confidently. Without needing further instructions, he had already prepared them and quickly distributed them to everyone. The elephant armor team wielded their diamond shields, and just as they were less than 5 meters away from the Shrek members, something unexpected happened. How is this possible? They're not flying-type soul masters, so how can they fly? Countless gasps erupted from the audience. On the platform, the Shrek members had sprouted transparent wings from their backs. With a gentle flap, they all took to the air, hovering above the platform. The Elephant Armored Academy team is known for excelling in both defense and offense. Among the 28 teams, they undoubtedly hold the #1 spot in terms of defense. Their tactics made full use of their strengths. By forming a single line that covered half the arena and using the characteristics of their first soul skill, they forced their opponents into a corner, ultimately crushing the Shrek team in one swift move. However, to their surprise, their seemingly flawless strategy was dismantled by the Shrek team in just a matter of seconds. Big brother, what should we do? The intel didn't mention that all of them could fly, Hu Yanshan shouted. Clearly, there was a lack of proper intelligence. Hu Yanli's expression turned grim. He had not anticipated such an unforeseen situation and was momentarily at a loss for the next step. Tang San wasn't about to give the Elephant Armored Academy team time to react. With his vast battle experience, he quickly devised a new tactical arrangement after a brief moment of thought. He called out to the Shrek team, Daimubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuking, you three attack from the rear. The rest of you, follow me and engage them from the front. Without a word, Daimubai flapped his wings vigorously and flew through the air. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through the Elephant Armored Academy's defenses and reached their rear. He swiftly activated his martial soul possession, and his second soul ring lit up, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuking exchanged a glance, then dispersed and moved into action, flying to the left and right sides of the Elephant Armored team. At that moment, the Elephant Armored team found themselves besieged on all sides, completely surrounded by the Shrek team. Exposing one's back is a grave mistake, everyone understands this. Hu Yanli's expression grew even darker. No matter how they adjusted their formation now, they would expose a weak point and be in a highly disadvantageous position. We have no choice. Brothers, gather together. Hu Yanshan shouted. Immediately, they quickly changed their positions, gathering together in a circular formation. The Elephant Armored Academy team huddled together, back to back, with each member holding a diamond shield. This was the best strategy they could adopt at the moment. Even if we can't move, you won't be able to break our defenses. Hu Yanli sneered. However, what puzzled him was why the Shrek team hadn't attacked them while they were repositioning. Instead, they just watched them move, almost as if it was intentional. This is the moment we've been waiting for. A wicked smile appeared on Tang San's face as the ghost vine in his palm swayed gently. When his black soul ring lit up, a wave of soul power spread out. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. The nerves of the Elephant Armored team were taut. The oppressive power of a 10,000-year soul skill was undeniable, and they increased their defensive efforts, not daring to be careless. However, despite racking their brains, they couldn't anticipate that the attack would come from beneath their feet. With a loud bang, the ground shattered, and dozens of dark red vines shot out, crisscrossing to weave a massive cage that descended upon them. What? The 7 members of the Elephant Armored team were momentarily stunned as they were trapped inside this enormous birdcage, locked within. Only now did the genius soul masters from the various academies realize Shrek's true intention. From the beginning, their goal had been to force the Elephant Armored team to gather defensively. This way, they could control them all at once, saving time and effort, and then capture them in one fell swoop. On the VIP platform, Emperor Shui stroked his beard and smiled, saying, such an excellent tactic. I wonder who came up with it. It's likely the disciple of the Grand Master, Tang San, Ning Fengzi replied calmly. Down below, Hu Yanli's muscles bulged, and his fists filled with soul power as he roared, a mere blue-silver grass thinks it can stop us? Wishful thinking. He threw a punch at the cage formed by the blue-silver grass. However, the expected shattering didn't occur. Instead, only a few vines were broken. How is this possible? Hu Yanli's eyes widened in disbelief. His soul power-infused punch, while not comparable to that of a battle soul master, was far stronger than that of an agility-type soul master. Yet, it had no significant effect on the blue-silver grass. Tang San's lips curved into a slight smile. His blue-silver grass was no longer the same as before. Now nourished by 4 soul rings, including a 10,000-year soul ring, it was incomparable to its past state. He swiftly threw 7 or 8 seeds into the blue-silver prison. Second soul skill, parasitic. In the next moment, as soon as the seeds touched the ground, they transformed into blue-silver grass, multiplying rapidly. The life force was strong, and they grew into hundreds of vines. The vines shot up like 100 venomous snakes, wrapping around the members of the Elephant Armored Academy team. Their arms, thighs, and ankles were all entangled by the blue-silver grass, continuously pulling them, rendering them immobile. Tang San's blue-silver prison can only hold them for 8 seconds. Everyone, charge! Daimubai roared. He was the first to rush out, his body glowing with golden light. A white tiger phantom appeared behind him, the manifestation of his third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. Charge! At that moment, the Shrek team surged forward together, launching their individual attack skills, unleashing them all at once. Let me show you my results. Chen Xuan took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly opened them. A cold chakra spread out, and his black pupils transformed into a pair of new eyes. His eyes shone brightly, with scarlet pupils and 3 tomo slowly rotating within. The 3 tomo Sharinon was activated. Quick, defend! Hu Yanli shouted, immediately calling on his teammates to defend against the Shrek team's onslaught. Tang San's eyes were sharp as he gently raised his hand. Just as the members of the Elephant Armored Academy tried to raise their shields, a bunch of vines shot up from the ground, entwining their arms and forcefully pulling them back. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Daimyobai shouted. Behind him, a field of starlight appeared, dazzling and destructive. He threw a punch, and the light points behind him all shot out, transforming into fists, with countless beams of light raining down. At that moment, Tang San retracted the blue-silver prison, but the binding blue-silver grass remained. Whoosh! The arena was bathed in golden light, illuminating all directions like shooting stars, with countless fists striking the members of the elephant armored team. The ground shattered continuously, and a cloud of dust rose. Ah! Someone groaned in pain. As Daimyobai's white tiger meteor fist ended, the others immediately charged in. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Huang Yuan each had their purple soul rings shining beneath them as they rushed into the dust cloud. Chen Xuan clenched his fist, arcs of electricity flickering along his arm. He didn't move, but in the next moment, he vanished into thin air, reappearing behind Zhu Zuqing, joining the trio in their assault. The 4 of them didn't linger in battle. After delivering their strongest blows, they quickly retreated. As the dust settled, the scene revealed was one of devastation. The members of the Elephant Armored Academy team were severely injured. 5 of the Soul Elders were bleeding, with numerous fist imprints on their bodies, suffering from varying degrees of injury. However, Hu Yanli, Hu Yanba, and Hu Yinshan remained unscathed, with only a few superficial fist marks on their bodies. It wasn't that their defense was invincible. Xiao Wu's waist bow, Zhu Zuqing's ghost shadow strike, and Chen Xian's lightning-infused punch had all been blocked by their teammates. Big brother, it's up to you now. Hu Yinshi coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. After uttering his last words, he collapsed to the ground. His soul power was the lowest, only in the 30s, and he had taken the brunt of the damage for Hu Yanli. Now, he could no longer hold on. Hu Yanli's face darkened as he looked at his fallen brother. Fury boiled within him, and his eyes burned with rage. Shrek's tactics were highly effective. After this round of attacks, the Elephant Armored Academy team suffered greatly, with all members sustaining injuries to varying degrees. The blue-silver grass vines that had entangled the Elephant Armored team were shattered after Daimyobai's White Tiger Meteor Shower. With that, Tang San's control was lifted, and they were freed from their bindings. At this moment, the Shrek team also landed on the ground, their wings disappearing as the effect of the flying mushroom sausages wore off. Good, very good, Shrek Academy, Hu Yanli said with a grim expression, his eyes gleaming with a menacing light. You've forced my hand, he roared, his muscles bulging, as a dark light emitted from the top of his head, and his soul power surged wildly. The Shrek team's eyes narrowed, sensing that something unexpected was about to happen. Daimyobai suddenly opened his mouth, and a beam of light shot out, heading straight for Hu Yanli. Hu Yanli, now brimming with soul power, allowed the dark light on his head to dissipate, revealing an earthy yellow helmet. With a loud bang, the helmet emitted a wave of soul power, blocking the white tiger light wave that Daimyobai had just shot. What is that? What's that thing on his head? Many in the audience were puzzled, but none dared to underestimate it. The Shrek team was equally baffled. How did Hu Yanli suddenly have an earthy yellow helmet on his head? It's not just a helmet, it's a head soul bone, Chen Xuan murmured. A soul bone. His words stunned the Shrek team. Soul bones are precious treasures, even rarer than 10,000-year soul rings. Especially a head soul bone, which even the most powerful soul masters might not possess. No one had expected that a head soul bone would appear in this match. On the VIP platform, Hu Yanzhen, the leader of the Elephant Armored Clan, watched with a wicked smile on his lips. Emperor Shuiye looked at the clan leader in astonishment, surprised that Hu Yanzhen had been so generous to his grandson, gifting him such a rare and precious item as a head soul bone. Among the 6 types of soul bones, the head soul bone is the most valuable. Everyone knows its worth is astronomical, and they are rarely sold, making them practically priceless. Even Platinum Bishop Salas couldn't help but glance at Hu Yanzhen a few more times. In the arena, after summoning the head soul bone, Hu Yanli's attributes had made a qualitative leap. His defense and attack power now reached the level of an average soul king. The sudden appearance of the soul bone was something even Tang San hadn't anticipated, meaning that his strategy had essentially failed. Tang San, what should we do now? Should we use that move? Daimyobai asked as he returned to Tang San's side, his expression somewhat grave. Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, and Huang Yuan also retreated, no longer attacking. His soul bone must consume a lot of soul power. You all focus on dealing with the rest of the elephant armored team. Oscar, you provide sausages for recovery. I'll handle Hu Yanli, Tang San said calmly, deciding that this was the best course of action. Finally, he added, unless absolutely necessary, let's avoid using the martial soul fusion technique for now. The Shrek team nodded, dispersing to find their respective opponents. Besides Hu Yanli, the elephant armored team had 2 other soul elders, while the rest were soul masters no real threat. Hu Yanli, I'll take you on, Tang San said, his eyes flashing with purple light. Hu Yanli's expression was grim as he stepped forward. A one-on-one fight suited him perfectly. This blue-silver grass soul master had caused the elephant armored team great losses. He was determined to avenge his fallen brothers and cripple this blue-silver grass soul master. Tang San's expression remained calm. He hadn't even revealed his full hand yet. With abilities like Mysterious Jade Hand, Purple Demon Eyes, and Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, even a Soul King wouldn't necessarily be able to outmatch him. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Daimyobai activated his White Tiger Vajra Transformation soul skill once again, clashing with Hu Yanba. As the team's strongest assault-type soul master, his job was to face the opponent with the highest soul power. But since Tang San had spoken, he had to settle for the second strongest opponent. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows, punches, palm strikes, whip kicks, and soul skills, each move dazzling, but all were blocked by Hu Yanba. Meanwhile, Zhu Zuqing faced off against Hu Yanshan in a battle between agility and defense. Xiao Wu and Huang Yuan also found their own opponents, while Oscar, being a support-type soul master, naturally had no combat power. The audience hadn't expected this turn of events. What had started as a team battle had evolved into a series of one-on-one duels. However, even in these individual fights, Shrek only had 5 battle soul masters, while the elephant armored team had 6. The extra person could potentially shift the outcome of the battle. What were they thinking? Shrek shouldn't have sent 2 support-type soul masters into the match. What was their team leader thinking? Many in the audience grumbled, especially those who had bet on Shrek's victory. Oscar clenched his fists, wishing he could help out. Even if he could just hold off one last opponent, it would be something. But he had no combat power, he was merely a food-type soul master. Let me handle it, Chen Xian's voice suddenly rang out. Oscar turned around, looking at Chen Xian in disbelief. How could he even think of doing this? Although Hu Yankai was a defense-type soul master, he wasn't lacking in combat power. How could a support-type soul master possibly stand a chance against him? Brother Chen, calm down. Tang San and Boss Dai still have cards up their sleeves. Oscar shouted anxiously, stepping forward to grab Chen Xian's hand, trying to stop him from doing something reckless. However, just as he was about to touch Chen Xian, something unexpected happened. Chen Xian's figure seemed to become an illusion, slipping past Oscar. Although his speed wasn't fast, he left an afterimage in place. Some sharp-eyed high-level soul masters caught sight of this, their gazes fixed on him. They realized that this person had some tricks up his sleeve and might not be as simple as he appeared. But that was all. After all, how could a support-type soul master possibly defeat a defense-type soul master? Hu Yankai, the only free agent on the field, wasn't idle. He turned his gaze to a girl with a scorpion braid, thinking she would be the easiest to deal with. Xiao Wu's soul power wasn't very high, only at level 39. She could easily handle 1 soul elder, but against 2, she didn't stand a chance. Moreover, the elephant armored team's defense was almost impenetrable. No matter how she attacked with her teleportation skill, it had no effect, and she couldn't break through their defense. Hu Yankai had already noticed that Hu Yankai was quietly approaching Xiao Wu. He smiled wickedly and immediately activated his first soul skill, Copper Wall Iron Bastion, raising his giant shield and starting to force Xiao Wu back. After several unsuccessful attacks, Xiao Wu decided to temporarily retreat. However, she didn't realize that danger was slowly closing in on her. Little sister, time to go down. Just as Xiao Wu landed, a lewd voice sounded behind her. Somehow, Hu Yankai had managed to raise his diamond shield and was bringing it down on her. Her expression tightened as the wind from the blow lifted her hair, indicating the power of the strike. Xiao Wu realized that she had been careless, but it was too late to do anything about it now. She instinctively tried to dodge, but the situation left her with no time to react. The massive shield was already coming down on her. At this moment, Tang San, who was the closest to her, was still 20 to 30 meters away, too far to release his blue-silver grass in time to help her. Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat, and in the next instant, he vanished from where he stood. At the critical moment, Xiao Wu saw a flash of golden light before her eyes as a figure appeared in front of her. Chen Xian's fists crackled with arcs of electricity as he extended his palms to directly block the incoming shield. With a loud bang, the ground cracked, and a wave of energy rippled out. A frail young man, and an auxiliary-type soul master at that, daring to challenge a battle soul master. Was he not afraid of death? Hu Yankai, standing at 2 meters tall, had a body full of bulging muscles, with every muscle radiating strength. However, despite his imposing physique, the massive shield that Hu Yankai slammed down was caught steadily by this young man. Wow! The audience erupted in surprise, with exclamations and gasps filling the air. On the VIP platform, Emperor Shui's cloudy old eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment as he stared at the young man with newfound interest. As expected of Shrek Academy, every single one of them surprises me, Ning Fengzi remarked gently, his gaze kind as he re-evaluated Chen Xian. An auxiliary-type soul master receiving an attack from a battle soul master was certainly beyond the norm. Even Hu Yanzhen, the leader of the elephant-armored clan, was initially startled, casting a few more glances at Chen Xian. However, he didn't take it too seriously. He didn't believe that this young man could be a match for Hu Yankai. It was just a case of a fox assuming the might of a tiger. With a head soul bone revealed, Hu Yanli's strength was comparable to that of a soul king. Against these youngsters, the strongest of whom was only at level 43, it was more than enough. Victory would belong to the elephant armored team. In the arena, Hu Yankai's eyes widened in disbelief. The strike that could split a tree trunk had been caught firmly by this frail young man. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned as she looked at the sturdy figure in front of her, feeling a bit moved. Thank you, she said gratefully. If Chen Xuan hadn't intervened, she might have been injured. Chen Xuan's body was surrounded by arcs of electricity. He exerted force with his palms, pushing Hu Yankai away, and then turned to pull Xiao Wu along, quickly retreating from the spot. With a loud bang, just as they moved away, a massive shield slammed down, cracking the ground and sending dirt and stones flying. Chen Xuan didn't stop retreating, taking several steps back to create a safe distance. Xiao Wu was startled, feeling as though she had just narrowly escaped a disaster. What was wrong with her today? She had been careless twice in a row. Without Chen Xuan's help, the consequences would have been unimaginable. On the other side, seeing Xiao Wu out of danger, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to focus on his battle with Hu Yanli. 7 or 8 years ago, he had sworn to protect Xiao Wu for life, never letting his sister be harmed. He had almost broken that promise just now. Hey, how long are you going to keep holding on? Xiao Wu, still being held by Chen Xuan, blushed as she felt the warmth of his large hand, her face gradually turning red with embarrassment. Although she was a soft-bone rabbit with 10,000-year cultivation, she had never touched a man in her life. She was still a young girl inexperienced in the world, and no one, except her third brother, had ever held her hand. In her eyes, Tang San was like a brother, but Chen Xuan was a male companion completely different. Huh? Oh, Chen Xuan stammered as he realized what he was doing, quickly releasing her delicate hand and taking a few steps back to maintain some distance. The situation had been urgent just now, so he hadn't had time to think about it. Only now did he realize that their actions might have been a bit too intimate. Xiao Wu, of course, didn't mind, and said, I'll go deal with that big guy over there. Will you be okay? Chen Xuan nodded. Hu Yankai's soul power was a level lower than his, so it wouldn't be too difficult. He then sprinted forward, taking the initiative to attack. It was a good opportunity to test his own strength. Hu Yankai was a bit angered. This pretty boy dared to target him. Was he looking down on him? Don't think that just because you know a few tricks, you're some sort of prodigy. He roared, and a yellow soul ring lit up under his feet. Second soul skill, Mammoth Strength. With the mammoth possessing him, Hu Yankai's entire body was filled with power. His palms, as large as basins, slammed forward with a force that caused the air to explode. Too slow. Chen Xuan's eyes, with their spinning tomo, could clearly see every movement. He easily dodged the palm strike and formed a hand seal, disappearing instantly and reappearing at Hu Yankai's side. His palm, covered in arcs of electricity, struck forward. With a loud bang, even someone as strong in defense as the members of the elephant-armored clan staggered and wobbled, nearly crashing to the ground. A smart move, attacking the weak points, commented Hua Wushuan, the captain of the Blazing Academy team. Not just that, said a sharp-eyed woman with red hair beside him. His speed is incredible. Can that really be the speed of an auxiliary-type soul master? Down below, Hu Yankai saw the palm print on his side and was instantly filled with rage. He activated his third soul skill, charging forward, intent on tearing Chen Xuan apart. To be injured by an auxiliary-type soul master was a great humiliation. How could he face the people of his clan after this? Kill, he roared, activating his third soul skill, his body growing larger as he charged forward like a rampaging mammoth. Chen Xuan reacted swiftly, retreating immediately and repositioning himself to avoid a head-on confrontation. Hu Yankai was slow, and several attempts to capture Chen Xuan failed, leaving him fuming with anger and roaring in frustration. Kid, if you've got the guts, stop running? What kind of skill is it to keep dodging? He was desperate, trying to provoke Chen Xuan into making a mistake. Chen Xuan remained expressionless, ignoring him while diverting some of his attention to observe his surroundings. At this moment, Xiao Wu was still struggling against Hu Yanzi, but her strength was limited, and she hadn't been able to break through his defense. Meanwhile, Tang San was locked in an intense battle with Hu Yanli. Even with his immense talent, without using his hidden weapons or 8 spider lances, he couldn't defeat someone with a head soul bone. Chen Xuan refocused and quickly made a decision. It was the perfect time to test that technique. He dodged another of Hu Yankai's wild charges, formed a hand seal, and used the body flicker technique, retreating 20 meters away. If you want a head-on fight, I'll grant your wish, Chen Xuan said calmly, spreading open his right palm. In the next moment, a rustling wind began to blow around him, and a vortex of chakra formed in his palm. Wind release, giant Raisnon. The arena was suddenly filled with a dazzling light. When everyone looked again, they saw Chen Xuan holding a massive sphere in his hand, glowing like a bright blue moon. As the technique formed, a strong wind blew, rustling clothes and kicking up dust. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to him. Shrek's team, the elephant-armored team, the audience, and even the various academy members. What kind of soul skill is that? Why does that glowing sphere make my heart race with fear? What kind of monstrous academy is Shrek? Is he really an auxiliary-type soul master? The audience was in an uproar, unable to stay calm. What's with the organizers? Did they report false information? Which eye of theirs saw him as an auxiliary-type soul master? Many people shouted, venting their frustration. These were people who had bet heavily on Shrek's defeat. Now, with the situation as it was, they were clearly going to lose money. Refund? Refund? Are the organizers blind? Aren't they afraid of being punished for rigging the competition? The crowd in the audience became agitated, shouting and yelling in anger. The host hurriedly came out to calm the situation, fearing that the crowd might escalate things further. At this moment, Emperor Shui's face was as dark as it could be. Reporting false information and submitting incorrect details gave him every reason to disqualify Shrek from the tournament. In Shrek's rest area, Yu Xiaogang was still leisurely chatting with Lu Erlong, completely unaware that he had caused a huge problem. That wind attribute soul power fluctuation is probably on par with an ordinary soul elder's fourth soul skill, said Fire Wushuan of the Blazing Fire team, thinking of a certain wind attribute soul master. The captain of the Divine Wind team Feng Xiaotian. If Chen Xuan had heard what was said, it wouldn't have surprised him. After all, this was no ordinary Raisnon. He had added wind attribute chakra to the original Raisnon, thereby transforming the nature of the chakra. This is why others could sense the strong wind attribute soul power. On the stage, the elephant armored team members halted their fight, their attention drawn to the dazzling blue light. They were utterly puzzled. Wasn't that guy supposed to be an ordinary auxiliary soul elder according to the information? How could he possess such a powerful offensive soul skill? Tang San, Daimyu Bai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuking, and Huang Yuan stopped their actions and turned to look at Chen Xuan. Huian Qi's expression changed slightly, with cold sweat forming on his forehead. The elephant-armored clan was famous for its strong defenses, but now, when he saw that blue orb, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Pointing at Chen Xuan, Huian Qi said with some fear, "You, who exactly are you? You're definitely not from the auxiliary system." "When did I ever say I was from the auxiliary system?" Chen Xuan smiled faintly, holding the large Raisnon high, preparing to attack. Huian Qi didn't dare be careless. No longer underestimating this seemingly young pretty boy, he conjured a diamond shield, readying his defense. The others did not continue fighting, wanting to see how powerful Chen Xuan's soul skill truly was. Huian Gai, who was battling Xiao Wu, also watched leisurely. Little did he know, a crisis was looming over him. "Come on, kid. Even if you're not as simple as you appear, my mammoth tusk's defense isn't something to be taken lightly," Huian Li said in a deep voice, holding the diamond shield in front of him. There was no room for doubt. The elephant-armored clan was renowned for its defense, and among soul masters of the same level, few could break through it. Even if Chen Xuan had considerable combat power, it would be easy to handle if he faced an undefended Huian Qi. But in this situation, most were not optimistic. "Who told you that you were my target?" Chen Xuan thought, focusing on the seal on Xiao Wu's skirt hem. Huian Gai, standing in the distance, was confused. What did that mean? Why did he suddenly feel a chill down his spine? But aside from the little girl with the scorpion braid in front of him, there seemed to be no other threats, right? Huian Gai looked utterly bewildered, but the next moment, his confusion turned to terror. His eyes widened in fear. What did he see? That pretty boy with a blue light orb suddenly appeared right before him out of thin air. Damn it! Huian Gai cursed, feeling the urge to curse even more. It turned out that Chen Xuan's attack was aimed at him. There was no time to use a defensive soul skill. He could do nothing but watch as the blue orb enlarged in front of his eyes. Wind release, giant Raisnon. With a muffled bang, the area was filled with blue light, and a fierce gale erupted. The basin-sized orb slammed directly into Huian Gai's body. On the stage, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered echoed across the entire arena. Huian Gai's face twisted in pain, his chest skin and flesh distorted and deformed, blood oozing out. His entire body flew backward like a cannonball, spinning 360 degrees before crashing into the edge of the wall, raising a cloud of dust. The dust hung in the air for a long time before it dissipated, revealing his figure embedded in the wall. Huian Gai's eyes rolled back, and he had already lost consciousness. Another member of the elephant-armored team was eliminated. Seeing this, the team captain, Huian Li, grew increasingly grim. At this rate, the elephant-armored team was bound to lose. He could no longer care about morality. Silently activating the ability of his head soul bone, his entire body filled with power as he charged toward Tang San, the smallest of them all. Tang San reacted quickly, sensing danger instantly. When he turned his head, Huian Li was already less than a meter away. Caught off guard, Tang San could only use his mysterious jade hand to block, gripping Huian Li's tusk tightly. "Brother, I'll help you," Xiao Wu said anxiously, worried for her third brother, and instantly teleported over. Huian Li snorted coldly, and his gleaming white tusks glowed. With a hiss, a wave of air surged outward. He quickly thrust out a kick, aiming directly at Tang San's groin. Tang San's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected the opponent's move to be so vicious. In the end, with no other choice, he had to release his grip on the ivory tusks and use his hands to block. With the obstruction gone, Huian Li's head slammed into Tang San's chest. A cracking sound echoed, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Ugh! Tang San groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was sent flying, landing near the edge of the stage, barely avoiding elimination. Third brother, Xiao Wu instantly appeared beside him, but it was too late. Tang San was injured. "Xiao San!" The Shrek team shouted in panic, their faces full of worry. Seeing his close brother injured, Daimyu Bai was enraged. He couldn't hold back anymore and didn't want to hide his strength any longer. Zuking, he shouted, planning to use that move to end the match and avenge Xiao San. Zhu Zuking did not resist and agreed. Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Nether White Tiger. On the stage, a giant beast appeared, resembling both a cat and a tiger, a fusion of the White Tiger and Nether Spirit Cat martial souls. This is bad. Hui Anli's face changed drastically. Even with his skull bone, he couldn't withstand the attack of a martial soul fusion technique. The situation had escalated to this point, and he didn't want to lose the match. Gradually, his gaze fixed on Xiao Wu and Oscar in the background, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He charged straight towards them. Not only could he defeat Xiao Wu, but he could also strike the Shrek team in the back, taking out Oscar and the injured Tang San. At that point, even the martial soul fusion technique wouldn't be a threat. Second soul skill, Mammoth Strength. Third soul skill, Death Crush. Fourth soul skill, Thousand Jin Charge. In an instant, Hui Anli activated 3 soul skills on himself and then triggered the ability of his skull bone, causing his body to swell even larger. A massive mammoth appeared outside his body, its enormous form and terrifying tusks glinting with a cold light. This is bad, Xiao Wu, get out of the way. Daimyobai suddenly realized the danger and shouted urgently. The two had just started moving when the rest of the elephant-armored team blocked their path, preventing them from advancing. At this moment, Xiao Wu's thoughts were entirely on Tang San, and she hadn't noticed the situation around her. By the time she came to her senses, it was too late to dodge the enormous mammoth's shadow was looming over her. Die, victory belongs to the elephant-armored team. Hui Anli roared, unleashing his strongest killing move to annihilate the Shrek team. Xiao Wu's face turned pale. She tried to use her instant step to avoid the attack, but when she activated her soul ring, she realized she was out of soul power. She had used too much of it earlier while trying to save Tang San. That kind of attack had already reached the level of a typical Soul King's 5th soul skill, something she, as a soul elder, couldn't possibly withstand. Xiao Wu's face grew even paler, and she closed her eyes in despair, unable to face what was coming. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't feel any pain. Confused, she opened her eyes and saw a flash of lightning in front of her. A tall figure stood before her, taking the brunt of the attack that was as powerful as a Soul King's strike. Chen Xuan, she exclaimed in disbelief. Blood dripped from the corner of Chen Xuan's mouth, and the skin on his palms was torn open, with blood continuously seeping out. At this moment, he had drained every bit of his chakra, weaving a large net of lightning that collided with Hui Anli's full-force strike. Get out of the way. Chen Xuan growled, his mouth full of blood. Cracks appeared on his arms. He was at his limit. You think you can stop me? You're courting death. Hui Anli's face was cold as he increased the release of his soul power. The electric net disappeared. Chen Xuan had exhausted the last of his chakra, and his body was completely empty. He couldn't hold on any longer. Knowing he couldn't dodge the attack, in his final moment, he delivered a back kick that sent Xiao Wu flying to a safer distance. Boom! The next moment, a massive soul power explosion erupted on the stage. The sharp tusks of the mammoth pierced Chen Xuan's body, ripping 2 large gashes in his abdomen, causing blood to flow freely. Hui Anli's face remained emotionless as he grabbed Chen Xuan by the head, lifting him like a rag doll, and flung him off the stage. With a thud, Chen Xuan crashed into the wall and lost consciousness completely. Chen Xuan! Xiao Wu screamed. Seeing this, Jiangzhu in the audience covered her mouth, a tear slipping down her cheek. Sunzi. Tai Long jumped over the railing and rushed toward Chen Xuan. Heaven Do Division. Jiangzhu rushed out hastily, speeding through the corridor. Even before she emerged, she anxiously shouted, Tai Long, how is Chen Xuan? Her expression was filled with unease, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. Tai Long said nothing, but his fists clenched tightly, a surge of anger rising within him. As Jiangzhu approached and laid eyes on Chen Xuan, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock, her eyes instantly moistening. Chen Xuan's hands were already a bloody mess, his skin split open, and blood was continuously oozing out. There were 2 gaping wounds in his chest, bleeding profusely, only a few centimeters away from hitting his heart. Tai Long gritted his teeth, seething with rage. The tournament had rules, but the elephant armor team had still gone too far, nearly taking Chen Xuan's life. Not long after, the division's healing soul masters arrived. At first glance, they noticed the 2 bleeding holes in Chen Xuan's body. Hurry, take him back for treatment. They didn't dare delay, quickly carrying Chen Xuan away. The longer they waited, the greater the risk to his life. In the VIP section, Emperor Shuiye relaxed his furrowed brow upon learning that no one had died, finally able to ease his mind. The tournament rules were set by the participating royal families, and if someone were to die, it would be difficult for both the Spirit Hall and the royals to handle. The match continued but had reached its final moments. Chen Xuan's severe injuries while saving Xiao Wu had completely enraged the Shrek members. Daimyobai and Zhu Zuking, furious, unleashed the power of the Nether White Tiger, revealing their hidden strength. With tiger paws the size of water barrels, they knocked out each member of the elephant armor team with a single blow. Hu Yanli then targeted Xiao Wu, who was lost in thought, but Tang San, having eaten a few sausages, had mostly recovered by then. This time, he unleashed all the Tang sect techniques he could, no longer holding back his strength. Hu Yanli was shocked. After exchanging over 10 moves, he was stunned to find that Tang San had become much stronger than before, even overpowering him despite possessing a spirit bone. Whoosh! The Nether White Tiger arrived, having defeated all the other opponents. It swung its enormous paw at Hu Yanli. Hu Yanli raised his diamond shield, but it shattered instantly, exploding into fragments of soul power. Hu Yanli took the hit head-on. With a loud crash, he spat out blood and was sent flying off the stage. With that, all 7 members of the Elephant Armor team were eliminated, and the match finally came to an end. The host, Dodo, held the microphone and announced loudly, "The entire Elephant Armor team has been eliminated. I declare the winner to be Shrek Academy." Wow! The audience erupted in cheers, with applause like waves resounding throughout the arena. The Shrek members let out a breath of relief. This match had far too many unexpected challenges, making it much tougher than they had anticipated. The 6 members left the stage and returned to Shrek's exclusive resting room, where Flender had already arrived. Jingling, Tai Long, and Jiangxia were also there, sitting on the sofa, waiting for the others to return. As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Wu anxiously asked, "Dean, how is Chen Xuan? Is he all right?" Flender shook his head with a sigh and said, "Little Chen is not in any life-threatening danger. He's currently being treated by the division's healing soul masters. Fortunately, the treatment was timely, otherwise, it would have been unimaginable." Hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes dimmed, and she fell into a deep sense of guilt. If it weren't for her, Chen Xuan wouldn't have been so severely injured. She felt remorseful. It was all because of her carelessness and distraction. If she had been more careful, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Sigh, Daimubai sighed lightly. He didn't say anything to comfort her. Tang San, however, remained calm and unaffected by others. After returning to the resting room, he noticed that Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong were not there, which made him somewhat puzzled. "Dean, where are the teachers?" Tang San asked. He was naturally referring to Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. The two had never missed a match before, yet today they not only didn't come to watch but were also absent from the resting room. At the mention of this, Flender began to worry and explained, "We at Shrek reported false information, so Xiaogang and Erlong were called away by the division's officials for negotiation." What? The Shrek members were utterly shocked. What was going on? False information? How could that be? Shrek Academy would never do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. "Dean, could it be that the royals made a mistake?" Daimubai asked, perplexed. Tang San was skeptical. All the information about Shrek was handled by the Grandmaster, who was always meticulous in his work, so there was no way he could have made a mistake. Flender sighed and told them the reason. Since Chen Xuan had displayed the power of a battle soul master with no auxiliary abilities, it raised suspicions. The tournament organizers believed that Shrek Academy had falsified information, possibly hiding something significant. What? Upon hearing Flender's explanation, the Shrek members were shocked. The information was handled by the Grandmaster, so was this an oversight on his part or something intentional? After all, everyone still remembered that Chen Xuan had repeatedly emphasized that he was not an auxiliary-type soul master but a battle soul master. With the Continental Elite Tournament underway, the Heaven Do Empire was extremely sensitive to these matters and would naturally conduct thorough investigations to rule out the possibility of spies. However, Tang San didn't believe it was the teacher's fault. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood human nature well and felt that this incident was connected to Chen Xuan, perhaps even orchestrated by him. So that's how it is. Chen Xuan, are you trying to use this to frame our teacher? Tang San quickly pieced together the entire situation. Back then, Yu Xiaogang and Chen Xuan had a conflict that created a rift between them. So, Chen Xuan took advantage of the tournament's rules to sabotage Shrek Academy, seeking revenge. Tang San's eyes grew cold. It was his oversight. He hadn't expected the other party to be so bold, planning such a scheme. With this incident, Chen Xuan intended to sow discord between the teacher and Shrek, so that the students would ostracize his teacher. After understanding everything, Tang San's expression became extremely grim. It was merely a verbal spat, yet Chen Xuan used such despicable means to retaliate against his teacher. How could someone be so cruel? Is he even human? Chen Xuan, I will remember your crimes. One day, I, Tang San, will repay you 100-fold on behalf of my teacher. Tang San vowed, as a seed of hatred sprouted in his heart. Although this matter didn't directly involve him and he shouldn't interfere, Yu Xiaogang treated him like a father and was an extremely important person in his life. How could he allow someone to scheme against his teacher? Children, you should go back first. Once the investigation is clear, the Grandmaster and Erlong will be fine, Flender said, instructing everyone to return and rest. After a match and the unpleasant incident, the Shrek members were indeed exhausted and not in the mood to stay. They left the Heaven Do competition area and returned to Shrek Academy. Everyone gradually left, but Xiao Wu stayed behind, not following the others back to the academy. "Dean, you don't have to say anything. Chen Xuan saved me, and I won't feel at ease until I see him," Xiao Wu said. Flender was about to speak, but only half a word escaped his lips before he fell silent. Tang San paused at the door and turned to look at his sister, asking, "Xiao Wu, is there something else? We should be going back." Xiao Wu's eyes were empty as she stared at her pink high heels, lost in thought and looking very sad. After the competition, everyone had changed back into their regular clothes. Xiao Wu was now wearing a pink dress with matching pink thigh-high socks, revealing her fair skin. "Are you waiting for Chen Xuan?" Tang San frowned, clearly displeased, as he had already guessed what was going on. He had grown very unfavorable towards anyone with the surname Chen, so he was even more irritated at the thought of his sister getting too close to him. Xiao Wu, looking distressed, nodded but still said nothing. Xiao Wu, let's go back to the academy first. Chen Xuan won't be coming out anytime soon, Tang San said, his brows furrowed, his temper rising. Xiao Wu stubbornly shook her head, refusing to leave. She insisted on waiting there until Chen Xuan came out. She was no longer her usual lively self. Now she was gloomy, feeling guilty, and even ignoring her third brother. In the end, with no other choice, Tang San had to leave first. Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengzi needed to speak with him about something related to his father. Tang San could never have imagined that this decision would lead him to lose the sister he loved most in his life. Xiao Wu, I understand, but Zuking, why didn't you go back? After Tang San left, Flender turned his gaze to another short-haired girl. Zuking's cheeks flushed red, and she hesitated, unable to find the words to continue. Flender's sharp eyes, honed by decades of experience, quickly saw through Zuking's thoughts. Never mind, an extra person to take care of Chen Xuan is fine. About half an hour later, the door to the resting room was pushed open, and the healing soul master brought Chen Xuan back. After nearly an hour of treatment, his injuries had finally stabilized. The cracks on his skin had healed, and the bleeding had stopped. However, the wound on his chest was still severe and would require a week to fully recover. Now, his upper body was wrapped in bandages, and so were his hands. The healing soul master warned him that although the cuts on his arms had healed, it would be best to rest and avoid any strenuous activity for some time. Chen Xuan, Xiao Wu and Zuking quickly approached and helped him to stand. Xiao Wu had been tense, her eyes filled with worry. Seeing that Chen Xuan was okay, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Xuan took in the scene, a smile appearing on his face. It wasn't all in vain someone did care about him. It seems the Shrek 7 monsters aren't as heartless as I thought. They do have some feelings, he thought to himself, slightly changing his view of them. The Xiao Wu in his memory was a domineering and unreasonable girl with a mischievous side, but now, she didn't seem so bad. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Seeing Chen Xuan smile foolishly, Xiao Wu's face turned pale with fright, thinking for a moment that he had lost his mind. Zuking also looked tense, her eyes filled with concern for Chen Xuan. I'm fine, Chen Xuan quickly hid his smile. If he didn't stop, he might really scare them to death. He sincerely said, with two lovely ladies caring for me, what man wouldn't be happy? Who's caring for you? Xiao Wu's face flushed as she hurriedly explained, I'm just afraid something might happen to you. If you died, I'd feel too guilty to sleep. Zuking didn't explain, her gaze remained on Chen Xuan. The healing soul master left after informing Flender of the patient's condition. After hearing the report, Flender's expression changed slightly, but his frown quickly softened. Chen, you did well today. Take some time to rest and recover. Xiao Wu, you can take Chen back, Flender said. All right. Xiao Wu didn't object. After all, it was her fault that he got injured, so it was only right for her to take care of him. Zuking opened her mouth to say something, but then closed it, as Flender had already mentioned that she would be competing tomorrow. Thus, Xiao Wu helped Chen Xuan leave the Heaven Do competition area, walking down a deserted street. Turn left and head that way. Following Chen Xuan's directions, Xiao Wu helped him forward, not towards the academy, but towards the Rose Hotel. They walked slowly, taking half an hour to reach the hotel's entrance. The lobby manager and staff all recognized Chen Xuan. He was a big spender who had booked a luxurious VIP room for 2 months without batting an eye. That room cost 3 gold soul coins per night, almost double the price of a standard room. Xiao Wu ignored them, supporting Chen Xuan as they headed upstairs to the VIP suite. The lobby manager glanced at the waiter and said meaningfully, Xiao Li, you know what to do next, right? Xiao Li immediately understood, grinning as he patted his chest, assuring, don't worry, manager. I'll make sure everything is delivered to Mr. Chen's room. He'll definitely be satisfied with our warm service. The VIP suite was special because it was incredibly spacious, over 100 square meters with a living room and 2 large beds covered in roses. The walls were adorned with various famous local paintings, including ink paintings of mountains and rivers. The decor was lavish, with gold accents and all the amenities one could need. After helping Chen Xuan into the room, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, instantly captivated by the bed covered in roses. 99 bright red roses adorned the bed, with a heart-shaped arrangement in the center. Wow, so many flowers. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled, unable to resist the beauty of the flowers, especially the red roses. Chen Xuan sighed, knowing without a doubt that the hotel staff had done this after he left, setting up the room in this way. Xiao Wu, dressed in pink, looked sweet and adorable, with her long scorpion braid falling to her knees, lively and beautiful. She jumped onto the rose-covered bed without a trace of ladylike demeanor, more like an inexperienced and wild young girl. Chen Xuan watched her, unable to deny that she was indeed very sweet and super cute, especially in this state, a genuine girl with no pretense, possessing a natural beauty. But she belonged to Tang San, the child of destiny. Publicly pursuing her could lead to disastrous consequences. He might unknowingly die by a hidden weapon one day. Cough cough, Chen Xuan pretended to cough, interrupting Xiao Wu, who had gotten a bit carried away. Xiao Wu's movements froze, and she quickly realized what she had just done, her face turning as red as an apple. Chen Xuan acted as if he hadn't noticed and said, "Thank you for bringing me back. I'm fine now, so you should go back." He started to send her away. It wasn't proper for men and women to be alone together, especially in a place like the Rose Hotel. Staying too long could damage a girl's reputation. Besides, there was another reason: if he spent too much time with Xiao Wu, he feared he might fall for her. Xiao Wu didn't know what he was thinking and said seriously, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. I'm staying to take care of you until you're better." Chen Xuan's mouth twitched. He really didn't want this little rabbit to stay because the longer they interacted, the more likely he was to fall for her. Xiao Wu was stubborn by nature. Once she made up her mind, she wouldn't change easily. "Chen Xuan, you should rest well. I'll go get some snacks for you." She left the room, intending to buy some food. Not because she couldn't cook human food, but because she didn't know how to. What's this? As she passed through the lobby, Xiao Wu's gaze caught something shiny. She moved closer and saw what it was. Her jewel-like eyes lit up instantly. A carrot. A beautiful carrot. Xiao Wu was stunned. She had never seen such a pretty carrot before, crystal clear, glowing, like a piece of crystal. Her eyes darted between Chen Xuan's room and the carrot in her hand, unsure of what to do. "It's just a carrot. Even if I eat it, Chen Xuan won't blame me." Xiao Wu comforted herself, but this strange, unique vegetable didn't seem ordinary at all. It might even be one of Chen Xuan's treasures. Xiao Wu stared at the crystal carrot with a burning desire, a bit of drool forming at the corner of her mouth. She really wanted to eat it. For some reason, this peculiar crystal carrot seemed to possess some kind of magic, constantly tempting her, making it hard for her to resist. "Whatever, Chen Xuan definitely won't blame me." In the end, Xiao Wu couldn't resist her foodie nature and put the glowing carrot into her mouth. As soon as the crystal carrot entered her mouth, its sweet juice exploded in her mouth, tantalizing her taste buds. It was incredibly delicious. "Wow, this is the best carrot I've ever tasted." Xiao Wu covered one side of her face, enjoying the taste, her eyes narrowing in happiness. The crystal carrot was about the length of a hand and was gone in just a few bites. A minute or two passed, and Xiao Wu was still savoring the taste. The crystal carrot was sweet, flavorful, and left an endless aftertaste. About 5 minutes later, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Her body started feeling strange. A warm current flowed through her lower abdomen, making her feel cozy. Strange, did I eat something bad? Xiao Wu wondered, still unaware of the serious problem. She felt the warm current in her abdomen gradually heating up, transforming from warmth into a burning sensation. Soon, she was sweating profusely, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Wu suddenly felt weak, unable to stand, and collapsed onto the sofa. In an instant, it was as if all her strength had been drained, leaving her powerless and exhausted. Realizing something was wrong, Xiao Wu tried to use her soul power to resist, and luckily, her strength returned. However, the heat inside her body grew even stronger, becoming increasingly unbearable. 2 minutes later, Xiao Wu's face was flushed not from embarrassment, but from the heat. She couldn't bear it any longer and began removing her clothes as a primal urge started to take over. Gradually, her skin turned red, and she exhaled hot breaths. Xiao Wu felt extremely uncomfortable and quickly began removing her clothes. She felt an intense heat in her abdomen, a desire building up inside her that was about to overwhelm her rationality. Rose Hotel. In the lobby, Xiao Wu lay limp on the sofa, her face flushed with redness. She was on the verge of losing her sanity, unable to control her primal urges. Even though she wasn't particularly bright, she now realized that the crystal carrot was the cause, making her body feel uncomfortable. Her chest burned, feeling as if it were about to tear apart, and she could no longer suppress the most primal of desires. Her eyes were filled with despair, yet her face was flushed with embarrassment. She watched helplessly as her hands moved on their own, her slender fingers sliding down her abdomen. Clearly, this wasn't her instinct, nor was it something she wanted, but she could only let her primal instincts take over. In the room, Chen Xuan's expression was peculiar. His body's balance was disturbed, his temperature gradually rising, and his head felt like it was about to burst. "Am I getting a fever?" he thought, but quickly dismissed the idea. The constitution of a soul master is far stronger than that of an ordinary person. It's not easy to fall ill. At first, he thought it was just a simple fever, but soon he realized something was wrong. A heat began to rise in his abdomen, and he couldn't help but picture some embarrassing scenes in his mind. He didn't know that the red agate-like fruit he ate yesterday was now taking effect. The red fruit was being consumed, releasing a potent medicinal power, interacting with the crystal carrot in a peculiar way. Chen Xuan felt a growing heat in his body, his primal desires escalating. Unable to bear it, he left the room, intending to take a cold shower to cool down. Then, he witnessed a scene he would never forget, one that almost made his jaw drop, a scene so shameful and seductive, it was beyond anything he could have imagined. On the sofa in the living room, Xiao Wu had spread her long, slender legs, her fingers constantly gliding over her skin, sometimes forceful, sometimes deep, causing one's blood to boil. From his perspective, every inch of her was on full display. Her body trembled slightly, clearly aware of Chen Xuan's presence. "Chen Xuan, turn around. Don't look." Xiao Wu pleaded with her eyes, but she didn't stop. Chen Xuan was already burning with desire, his mind overwhelmed by the image before him, on the brink of losing control. He bit the tip of his tongue, the taste of blood spreading in his mouth, which brought him back to his senses. Thump! A dull heartbeat echoed within both of them, as the two fruits interacted, releasing potent medicinal power that engulfed their bodies. Chen Xuan noticed his breathing growing heavier, his body unbearably hot, and the primal urge intensifying, making it hard to suppress. Whoosh! His eyes turned blood red, 6 tomo spinning within them. His 3 tomo Sharinon activated, barely allowing him to regain some control. He struggled to resist the rising desire. If not for the activation of his Sharinon and his strong will, he might have lost control completely. Suddenly, he froze, his heart pounding with fear as he realized something. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Stay back! Chen Xuan shouted. He saw Xiao Wu stand up, her expression strange, her eyes glowing pink. Something was definitely off. Chen Xuan felt a deep unease. This bunny had completely lost her sanity, controlled by desire, and was now treating him as prey, an object to vent her frustration on. Without hesitation, he tried to flee, heading for the balcony. Thump! A dull sound echoed again as the two fruits continued their interaction. Chen Xuan suddenly felt weak and collapsed to the floor, unable to escape the living room. Glancing back, he finally noticed that the crystal carrot on the table was gone. Connecting the dots, Chen Xuan finally realized that the two fruits were to blame. He was jolted awake. Could this be the unexpected surprise the system mentioned? After figuring it all out, Chen Xuan felt a bit hopeless. He really didn't want this kind of encounter. Xiao Wu, why are you taking off your clothes? Stay back. Men and women should keep their distance, he shouted in fear. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes glowed pink as she took slow steps towards him, shedding her clothes piece by piece, leaving them scattered at her feet. Chen Xuan propped himself up with his hands, struggling to stand. Though the girl behind him was the dream goddess of countless men, sweet, lovely, and petite, Xiao Wu was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as smooth as jade. With most of her clothing gone, she wore only a pair of pink stockings and a pair of cute, delicate high heels. This kind of exposed attire only made the situation more embarrassing and tempting. Chen Xuan had no time to appreciate it. He still had some sanity left. It wasn't that he was being high-minded or proud, but he understood that this wasn't something Xiao Wu truly wanted. If something happened between them, the consequences would be unimaginable. When all was said and done, if Xiao Wu sought out the academy's teachers or Tang San for help afterward, wouldn't he be hunted down across the world, his life hanging by a thread? Or worse, if she summoned those 200,000-year-old soul beasts, they could easily tear him, a mere soul elder, to pieces. To die because of a one-night stand would be the worst fate. Not to mention, he couldn't even beat Tang San now, with his unparalleled hidden weapons, the Clear Sky Hammer, Tang Sek's skills, and his father, the powerful Clear Sky Douluo, backing him up. What could he possibly fight with? Chen Xuan was burning with desire, and could only resist it with his soul power. But the more he resisted, the weaker his body became. If he didn't resist, he would end up like Xiao Wu, completely controlled by desire. But just as he stood up, a slender, fair hand reached out and pushed him down with a thud, leaving him lying on the cold floor. Then, he felt a warm breath on him. It was the breath of the 100,000-year-old rabbit, too close for comfort, and very suggestive. Don't touch me, I belong to wrong. Chen Xuan shouted. But it was no use. Xiao Wu's eyes were full of seduction, and though her expression was strange, it was as if she had been provoked. She lifted one of her slender, long legs and stepped on his face. Even as her foot, wrapped in a pink sock, rubbed against his face, humiliating him, Chen Xuan still refused to submit. He shouted, I belong to Zhu Zuking, I belong to Ningrong. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes sparkled with pink light as she sat down, despite the lack of clothing, trying to insult Chen Xuan's dignity. I belong to Qianrongxiu, I belong to Bibi Dong. At the last moment, he let out one final cry, bidding farewell to his precious innocence from 2 lifetimes. Chen Xuan's feelings were complicated, a mixture of sorrow, regret, and disbelief. His once bright future was now overshadowed by this disastrous outcome. He couldn't move, watching as Xiao Wu, now so close, continued to torment his body. With a mournful cry, he finally gave up resisting. Gradually, he too lost his sanity, sinking into the purest primal desires. Rose Hotel lobby. Watching the waiter return with the cart, the lobby manager frowned in displeasure. Xiaoli, what's going on? You couldn't even deliver something to Mr. Chen? What's the point of keeping you around? The waiter quickly defended himself, explaining the situation to the manager. After hearing the explanation, the manager's expression softened. He patted the waiter on the shoulder and said, Xiaoli, you did well this time. As long as you didn't disturb Mr. Chen, that's what matters. Then, the manager's face changed slightly as he muttered to himself, I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be in such a hurry, not even taking precautions. Making such a ruckus, isn't he worried that others might hear? The sun was setting, painting the horizon in a deep red, filled with a sense of melancholy. As the evening descended, Tang San finished his Xiantian skill training and stood on the cliff behind the mountain, gazing at the crimson sunset. For some reason, a sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. Rose Hotel lobby. What? It's been several hours, and Mr. Chen still hasn't come out. The lobby manager was shocked, his face filled with disbelief. In the evening, the twilight sky was soft and filled with yellow clouds gently dancing across it. Tang San walked along the academy's main road, feeling uneasy. As he gazed at the sky, the horizon was a deep red, as if it could bleed. For some reason, a deep sadness welled up within him, an endless melancholy, as if he had lost something precious. As night fell, the dim lights along the path flickered occasionally, unable to fully illuminate the academy's road. In the boys' dormitory, Tang San was cultivating on his bed, but he couldn't calm down. His heart was in turmoil, making it impossible to focus. With a sudden cough, he made a mistake, and his cultivation backfired, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Xiao Wu. Tang San's anxiety grew stronger, filling him with unease. The image of Xiao Wu kept appearing in his mind. He burst out of the dormitory and ran through the academy, desperate to see his little sister right away. Tang San went to the girls' dormitory, but only found Zhu Zuking and Ning Rongrong there. Xiao Wu was nowhere to be seen. Suppressing his anxiety, he then headed to the dean's office. Flander saw the anxious Tang San and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, Xiao San. I sent Xiao Wu to take care of Chen Xuan. She'll be back later. There's no need to worry. Hearing this, Tang San didn't feel relieved at all. In fact, his sense of unease grew even stronger. Dean, which hotel did she go to? He was still restless, unable to feel at ease until he saw Xiao Wu with his own eyes. Flander wasn't sure of the exact location, so he couldn't help. However, Tang San eventually got the address of the Rose Hotel from Daimyobai. As a playboy, he was very familiar with nightclubs, hotels, and other such places. Unfortunately, everything had already been set in motion. What was meant to happen had happened, and it was too late. Tang San rushed out of the academy, sprinting through the streets, heading towards the outskirts as fast as he could. Inside the Rose Hotel. What? Chen Xuan? Never heard of him. If you're not going to stay, please leave. Don't interfere with our business, the waiter replied calmly, unbothered by Tang San's aggressive questioning. That's impossible. Xiao Wu clearly came to your hotel during the day, Tang San snapped, furious. His anger, already burning, found no outlet. Now even a mere waiter dared to deceive him. It was as if they were courting death. I've already told you many times, young man. I've never seen a girl with a scorpion braid, and I don't know who Chen Xuan is. If you continue to disrupt our business, I'll have to call for help. Tang San's face turned dark, his killing intent leaking out. At this point, the other party was still lying to him, humiliating him. They were asking for death. What's going on here? The lobby manager noticed something was wrong and came over, accompanied by two strong men. Tang San was about to force his way in when he released his blue-silver grass spirit. The two men's brows furrowed, and they took a step forward, closing in on him. Kid, I suggest you don't do anything rash, the two strong men warned, their feet surrounded by 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Though not prodigies, these two men had reached the level of spirit kings in their middle age, with the best possible spirit ring configuration. Tang San's face was grim as his fingers instinctively reached for the 24 moonlit bridges. But soon, he calmed down. The Heaven Do competition area was nearby. If a fight broke out, it would surely attract the royal cavalry, which would lead to even more trouble. In the end, Tang San left dejected, walking along the dark streets. Xiao Li, you did a great job. After learning what had happened, the lobby manager praised the waiter. Watching Tang San leave, the manager snorted in disdain, trying to get information without spending a penny? What a fool. The lobby manager turned to the waiter and asked, Xiao Li, is Chen Xuan still not done? The waiter shook his head. He had checked a few minutes ago and could hear sounds coming from inside the room, even from outside the door. The noise was loud, with strange clattering sounds like pots, pans, and furniture being thrown around. It was like a world turned upside down. Deep into the night, Tang San still hadn't seen Xiao Wu return. He didn't know what kind of ordeal Xiao Wu was going through at that moment, but she wasn't in danger. In fact, she had dominated the situation the entire time. At one point, Chen Xuan regained a bit of his sanity and saw the mess in the room: overturned tables, chairs, and the sofa ripped open with its stuffing spilling out. It was an absolute disaster. Xiao Wu was right in front of him, her entire body as white as snow, her skin as delicate as jade, but he had no interest in appreciating it. It wasn't about anything else, it was about the shame of it all. How could a man like him face this? Where was his dignity? Brother, be gentle, it hurts. Xiao Wu mumbled in her sleep, mistaking Chen Xuan for Tang San. Thump. The strange fruit continued its work, the medicinal effects still strong. Chen Xuan quickly lost his sanity again, descending into madness. And so, time passed quietly. Some were filled with sorrow, while others were immersed in boundless springtime. There's no such thing as peace, it's only because Tang San is bearing the weight of it all. The little sister he had raised since childhood would forever be lost to him after this night. As the night deepened, everyone eventually fell into a deep sleep. The next day, what have I done? Chen Xuan exclaimed when he woke up, staring at the chaotic room. Fragments of clothing and underwear were scattered everywhere, leaving his mind blank. Oh heavens, what have I done? I actually slept with Xiao Wu. Chen Xuan felt like the sky was falling. It was over. What was he going to do? In an instant, he thought of countless possible outcomes: being killed by Tang San's hidden weapons, being crushed by Tang San's clear sky hammer, being obliterated by the Golden Triangle's martial soul fusion technique, or being hunted down by 200,000-year-old soul beasts. Chen Xuan was sometimes despairing, sometimes melancholic, unsure of what to do. Should he escape? But that thought vanished just as quickly as it came. Where could he escape to? Sooner or later, he would be hunted down and killed. Besides, he didn't want to live a life of wandering. Chen Xuan looked around. The room was filled with roses, chairs overturned, and the sofa was the most damaged, its fabric torn, stuffing spilling out. He could imagine how intense things had been the previous night. Chen Xuan's mouth twitched. He was still naked, not wearing a single piece of clothing. He was about to pick up his clothes when he froze. The floor was littered with clothes tops, undergarments, and intimate items, including a half-torn pink stocking lying quietly on the ground. Chen Xuan was embarrassed, then started to panic. What had he done yesterday? What had caused this scene? Especially that pink underwear on the floor, torn in two, how utterly shameful. Luckily, he had more clothes stored in his soul guide, not just this set. Xiao Wu showed no signs of waking up, still sleeping quietly on the messy bed, without a blanket. He couldn't find one, who knew where it had ended up last night. At this moment, Xiao Wu's feet were facing Chen Xuan's direction. When he turned around, he was stunned and blushed. This little girl was lying naked on the big red bed, her snow-white skin exposed, with her little pink feet covered only by a half-torn stocking. Chen Xuan wasn't attracted by her beautiful body but rather overwhelmed by the sense of guilt he felt from this view. It was too much to bear. This is... He blushed and quickly looked away. This will probably leave her bedridden for half a day, and she won't be able to walk properly for several days. After changing his clothes, Chen Xuan looked at the petite girl, feeling a mix of emotions. The surprise had come too suddenly. Xiao Wu, it's not that I don't want to take responsibility, I'm just afraid that even if I want to, I won't live to do it. Especially with your third brother. If he finds out what I've done to you, he'll hunt me down across the world. Chen Xuan had no choice but to leave to avoid the fallout, planning to return after a few days. Before leaving, he worried that Xiao Wu might wake up with nothing to wear, so he went out to buy a set of women's clothing, including some intimate wear. I'm sorry. Chen Xuan glanced at the sleeping Xiao Wu with reluctance, then turned and left, locking the door behind him as he jumped out of the 5th-floor window. At noon, the sun was shining brightly, and it was getting hotter outside. Inside the room, Xiao Wu, who was lying quietly on the large bed, suddenly moved her eyelids, showing signs of waking up. She slowly opened her eyes, staring at the white ceiling with a sense of confusion. She felt weak, and her mind was in a bit of a mess, unable to react immediately. Was it a dream? Did I dream about doing that with third brother? Xiao Wu mumbled, her face flushing as the images from last night flashed in her mind. Ah, it hurts so much. Why does it hurt so much? She had just gotten up, but it felt like her body was broken. It wasn't a dream. Xiao Wu was instantly wide awake, memories of last night flooding her mind like a torrent. It really happened. The person wasn't Tang San, but Chen Xuan, whom she had only known for a little over a week. Last night, she had relations with him. Xiao Wu was stunned, her eyes becoming empty. What had she done? The purity she had maintained for thousands of years, the most precious thing in her life, had been given to a man she barely knew? Clearly, her first time should have belonged to her third brother. Why did this happen? Xiao Wu held her head and cried bitterly, tears streaming down her face, soaking the sheets. As her mind gradually cleared, the memories of last night became vivid again, with every frame and second clearly etched in her mind. Especially, remembering that it was she who had forced Chen Xuan, made her feel even more miserable. She couldn't believe she had become such a wanton woman. Third brother, Xiao Wu is a bad woman now. Xiao Wu is dirty and no longer worthy of you. Xiao Wu wailed, her voice heart-wrenching, her entire body curling up in the sheets in utter despair. She cried for a long time, only stopping after half an hour. During this time, she thought about many things, about dying, about revenge, about killing Chen Xuan, and then living happily with Tang San. But when she thought about how she had forced Chen Xuan, she couldn't bring herself to do it. The kindness in her heart wouldn't allow it. Third brother, it's Xiao Wu who wronged you. If only Xiao Wu had listened to you, this wouldn't have happened. Xiao Wu regretted it deeply. If she had listened to Tang San and stayed away from Chen Xuan, this great mistake wouldn't have occurred. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret, and things had progressed to this point with no room for recovery. Xiao Wu's eyes were swollen from crying, and she fell into deep despair, once even contemplating ending her life or leaving Shrek Academy to return to her own place, never to step into human society again. But she couldn't bear to leave Shrek Academy, couldn't bear to leave everyone, and especially couldn't bear to leave Tang San. She wanted to be by his side every day and didn't want to return to the Stardew Forest. Xiao Wu knew that her body was now dirty, unclean, and unworthy of Tang San. They couldn't be in love, they were destined to be star-crossed lovers. Now, she didn't ask for anything else, just hoping to stay by the third brother's side every day. Xiao Wu wiped away her tears, knowing that she couldn't end her life. She had to stay strong and live on, burying this matter deep in her heart, never to speak of it. She hated Chen Xuan, wishing she could tear him apart, for he had taken away her purity and, with it, her right to love Tang San. Even though she knew it was she who had forced him, because it involved Chen Xuan, she shifted all the blame onto this damned man. Ah, it hurts so much. Xiao Wu tried to stand up, tears streaming down her face from the pain, as if she were being torn apart. Her stomach churned, making her feel even more nauseated when she saw the mess on the floor and her torn intimate clothing. This made her even more disgusted, almost causing her to vomit. She wished she could call De Ming and Er Ming to tear Chen Xuan to pieces. The sun was shining brightly, and the temperature outside had risen even higher. By the afternoon, Xiao Wu finally left the Rose Hotel, looking lost and walking step by step toward Shrek Academy. However, after being tormented for a whole day and night, she was already exhausted, feeling pain below, and walked with a limp, nearly stumbling several times. Passers-by cast strange looks her way, as she was indeed very conspicuous. Xiao Wu was utterly worn out. After a while, she got on a carriage and soon returned to Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu, you're finally back. Tang San had been pacing around the academy, and as soon as he spotted Xiao Wu returning, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you change your clothes? He asked, puzzled, noticing something unusual. Xiao Wu was wearing a long green dress, standing tall, with her hair loose and fluttering in the wind, looking pure and lovely. However, her eye bags were heavy, red, and swollen, and she appeared utterly haggard. Xiao Wu, where were you last night? The dean and the teachers were all very worried about you, Tang San said anxiously. Third brother. At this moment, Xiao Wu finally noticed Tang San approaching, and a faint light returned to her lifeless eyes. She rubbed her eyes, worried that he might notice something unusual, and forced a smile, though it was somewhat stiff and unnatural. As long as you're okay. I thought you were taken away. The teachers and the dean were ready to go out and look for you. Tang San showed a gentle smile and walked closer to take a careful look at Xiao Wu. Then, his expression suddenly changed, with shock and anger flickering in his eyes. Third brother, what's wrong? Noticing his change in expression, Xiao Wu asked in confusion. Even though she was in a terrible mood, she still offered a sweet smile when facing her third brother. Why do you have so many red marks on your neck? What happened? Tang San's sharp eyes were filled with rage. He wasn't completely ignorant, not as pure as he appeared on the surface. These red marks, resembling strawberries, couldn't help but make him think otherwise. Xiao Wu's body stiffened, and she clutched the hem of her dress tightly. She knew Tang San had noticed something unusual. Her face turned pale, but she still wanted to hide the truth. Such a dark matter should be borne by her alone. Suppressing her complex emotions, Xiao Wu put on a sweet smile and said, It was mosquito bites. Third brother, you wouldn't believe how bad the environment was at the hotel last night, with so many mosquitoes and flies. She tried to make her smile look more natural, explaining what happened last night. She mentioned that since she was taking care of Chen Xuan until late, she found a nearby hotel to stay the night. Tang San was suspicious, but after taking a closer look, the red marks on Xiao Wu's neck did resemble mosquito bites. I must have been overthinking. How could Xiao Wu do such a thing behind my back? He dismissed his previous thoughts, remembering how Xiao Wu had always been a pure and innocent girl who had never shown interest in men. Just now, he had acted impulsively, letting his mind wander. Seeing that she had successfully covered it up, Xiao Wu quickly urged, Brother, let's hurry back. Otherwise, the dean and the teachers will be worried. Tang San was startled and immediately snapped back to reality, realizing he had almost forgotten about that. All right, let's head back quickly. As usual, he reached out to hold his sister's hand. However, Xiao Wu reacted as if she had been startled, quickly withdrawing her hands. Realizing her mistake, she hurriedly explained, Brother, you go ahead. I need to stop by the dormitory for something. Tang San didn't think much of it and turned to leave, heading off to inform Flender and the Grand Master, so they wouldn't make a big fuss. Watching Tang San walk away, Xiao Wu's smile gradually faded, replaced by a sorrowful expression. She pulled back her collar, revealing large patches of pale skin marked with a few glaring bruises. On the other hand, after leaving the Rose Hotel, Chen Xuan left a letter for Flender. The letter roughly explained the reason for his departure. Something urgent had come up at home, and he needed to return briefly to bring his only remaining sister to Heaven Do City. He knew that Flender would surely approve, as he was injured and unable to participate in the competition. Staying with the team wouldn't be meaningful, so he decided to take a few days off and go for a walk. Before leaving the Rose Hotel, Chen Xuan also wrote a note specifically for Xiao Wu, mostly containing apologies. Whether she would read it or not was uncertain. He explained that he would be away for up to 6 days and sincerely expressed his willingness to take responsibility for Xiao Wu, promising to spend the rest of his life making it up to her. Chen Xuan headed south, and along the way, he used his wealth to rent a luxurious carriage, complete with 3 to 5 soul masters as escorts. The destination this time was the largest soul beast forest on the continent, the Star Do Great Forest. Chen Xuan intended to enter the Star Do Great Forest because something he needed was there. After last night, he noticed something unusual. His injuries had completely healed, even the gaping wound in his chest had fully closed, without leaving a single scar. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that his soul power had also broken through, advancing from level 38 to level 40. As long as he could obtain a soul ring, he would become a soul elder. Could it be the effect of that strange fruit? At this point, that seemed to be the only possibility. The journey went smoothly, and the carriage sped along. After 2 days, they stopped in a small town. The coachman informed Chen Xuan that this was the nearest town to the Star Do Great Forest and that they could only take him this far. The road beyond was too dangerous for them to continue. Chen Xuan had no choice but to get out of the carriage. This was understandable under normal circumstances. Without a soul emperor leading the way, who would dare approach the continent's largest soul beast forest? The town was small but bustling with people. As he walked through the streets, he saw many soul master teams and students from intermediate academies. Chen Xuan wandered around the town, surprised by the number of soul masters gathered here. Who would have thought this place would be such a hub for them? Some teachers from academies were leading students on hunts for soul rings. Of course, there were also groups that had formed alliances, traveling together. Some merchants were even hiring soul masters, offering generous rewards. In every case, their goal was to enter the Stardew Great Forest together. Mutual support and cooperation would always be stronger than individual strength, naturally reducing the risk of losses. Chen Xuan entered a hotel and causally ordered a few dishes. As he sat at the table, he overheard people nearby recruiting soul masters, with the lowest offer being 100 gold soul coins per person. He thought to himself, although he wasn't short on money, going alone wouldn't be ideal. Should he also find a team to join? After all, his strength wasn't particularly high right now, and the Stardew Great Forest was a paradise for soul beasts, with 10,000-year-old soul beasts roaming everywhere. Running into one alone would be troublesome. Although he had prepared before coming here, bringing along 5 kunao, 3 of which were engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique. In addition, his soul-guided storage device contained hundreds of shurikens, all of which he had local craftsmen forge a few days ago. He couldn't make hidden weapons, but crafting some ninja tools wasn't an issue. Besides, his fighting style was well suited to using hidden weapons and striking techniques. It was already evening, and Chen Xuan planned to stay at this hotel for the night. At that moment, 5 or 6 people burst through the door, with only one woman among them. Their arrival caused a stir in the restaurant, and the rest of the patrons rushed forward to surround the group, discussing what had happened. These people had recently entered the Stardew Great Forest as part of a team hired by a wealthy merchant to hunt a soul beast for his child. The 6 were covered in dirt, and all had varying degrees of injuries. They wore pained expressions as they said, "We encountered a 10,000-year-old soul beast on the outskirts. The rest of our team was wiped out, and we were lucky to survive." The restaurant fell silent, and fear flashed in the eyes of those present. Someone in the know revealed that their team had set out with 30 members the day before, and now only 6 had returned, a survival rate of just 30%. By any standard, such a survival rate made this a high-risk occupation. Chen Xuan watched silently, sighing inwardly. Although soul masters stood above ordinary people, those born from humble backgrounds didn't have it easy, completely risking their lives for tomorrow. Even with a 50% survival rate, some people would still be willing to take the chance. For noble children and sect disciples, money was easily obtainable. But on this continent, most soul masters were commoners, and some couldn't even come up with 100 gold soul coins. If it weren't for the subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall, the lives of ordinary soul masters would be even harder. However, those who managed to return alive would naturally receive substantial rewards. Once they had saved enough gold soul coins, they could exchange them for soul bones. Though 10,000-year-old soul bones were rare, they were only suitable for geniuses and those with deep backgrounds. 1,000-year-old soul bones, however, were more plentiful and represented the highest tier that ordinary soul masters could hope to reach. Not long after, people in the restaurant began forming teams to enter the Stardew Great Forest together for mutual support. Others were recruiting soul masters to hunt soul rings for a wealthy merchant's child. Due to the influence of the 6 who had just returned, the minimum offer was raised to 150 gold soul coins per person. "Hey, young man, are you alone?" A bearded man approached Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan recognized him as the loudest one earlier, apparently searching for freelance soul masters. With the previous team's experience fresh in their minds, few were willing to take such a risky job, even with the increased pay. The bearded man had been shouting for half a day and had only found 5 people. "Young man, what's your soul power level? Have you reached the level of a grand soul master?" the bearded man asked expectantly. Originally, the minimum requirement was soul elder, but with so few willing to join, they had to lower the standards. Chen Xuan responded calmly, "Soul elder, and I'm close to becoming a soul master." The bearded man's eyes lit up with joy as he re-evaluated the young man before him, surprise evident in his gaze. Chen Xuan looked to be about the same age as his son, 16 or 17, but his talent was clearly superior. "Young man, join us. How does 300 gold soul coins sound?" the bearded man offered. Chen Xuan didn't rush to accept but instead inquired about the composition of the man's team and their levels. Seeing his concern, the bearded man thumped his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, young brother. The rest of our team members may all be grand soul masters, but we have a soul king leading us." He explained that his son had recently broken through to level 30 and only needed a 1,000-year soul ring, which could be found on the outskirts of the Stardew Great Forest, without needing to venture deeper. "All right, I'll be counting on you then," Chen Xuan said as he shook hands with the man, establishing an employer-employee relationship. He didn't need the gold soul coins, but he also needed to hunt for a soul ring. It made sense to join the group, saving him the trouble of finding others and avoiding unnecessary complications. Not long after, the bearded man recruited 3 more people, all of whom had reached the soul elder level. Night fell, and the white moon hung high in the sky. Chen Xuan paid no more attention to the commotion, returning to his room to rest. The night passed without incident, and soon it was the next day. At dawn, as the morning sun rose, the team set out, leaving the town and heading toward the continent's largest soul beast forest. The Stardew Great Forest was not far from this town. After an hour of travel, the 10-member team arrived at their destination. In front of them lay the Douluo Great Forest, the continent's most ancient soul beast forest, filled with ancient trees, lush flowers, and the densest vegetation. This place was the home of soul beasts, a rare and verdant land, but it was also filled with danger. In the morning, the sunlight gradually warmed up, but most of it was absorbed by the forest, making the atmosphere feel somewhat chilly. Chen Xuan had joined a team of 10 people, led by a robust man at the Soul King level, as they ventured into the Douluo forest. For half an hour, they moved cautiously in the outer area, searching for suitable prey, with no one daring to venture deeper into the forest. The core of the forest was filled with 10,000-year soul beasts, and even 100,000-year soul beasts existed there. The forest overlords, the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python, resided in the central region. The leader of the team was a burly man with bulging muscles and a high level of cultivation. He had entered the Soul King realm 2 or 3 years ago, but even he paled at the thought of encountering a 10,000-year soul beast. Despite his strength, he didn't dare to go deeper and chose to stay on the outskirts, which spoke volumes about the dangers of this forest. The soul beasts here are extremely ferocious. Even in the outskirts, there's a chance of encountering a 10,000-year soul beast. Unlike the tamed soul beasts within the empire, the burly leader said with a grave expression, staying vigilant at all times. From now on, no one is allowed to stray more than 20 meters from me, especially those at the Grand Master level. If you die here, I won't be responsible. His name was Zhuang, a straightforward and coarse man who always spoke bluntly. The 5 Grand Masters in the group tensed up, their expressions filled with fear, and they immediately moved a few steps closer to him. Zhuang then pointed to 4 members of the team and said, "You two, take the lead up front. And you're from the agility attack system, right? You will be responsible for scouting from the air." "Understood," the 3 responded without objection and moved to the front to clear the way. When Zhuang pointed to Chen Xuan, he hesitated, his expression turning a bit strange. He's too young, Zhuang thought, doubting whether this person truly had the strength of a soul elder. Was the old man who recruited him reliable? At most, Chen Xuan seemed like someone who had just stepped into the soul elder realm, far from reaching the soul ancestor level. After all, for an ordinary person, breaking through the 30th level at the age of 16 was already quite rare. Many people only barely reach the 40th level soul ancestor stage in their 30s, and some even spend their entire lives unable to break through to the Soul King level. Zhuang himself was one of the fortunate ones, reaching the Soul King realm in his 40s or 50s. "Forget it, you stay at the back of the group," Zhuang said, shaking his head in disappointment, waving Chen Xuan away as if he was of little use. Chen Xuan felt a bit annoyed. How little did they think of him? However, he still moved to the rear of the group, not rejecting the arrangement. "That's fine, it'll save me some energy," Chen Xuan thought, not minding the position. It suited him perfectly to remain unnoticed. Unlike the others, his goal was different. His soul ring's limit for absorption was around 9,000 years, so he needed to venture deeper into the Douluo forest. "I wonder how long a Mangekyo-level illusion can control a soul beast," Chen Xuan muttered. This time, he couldn't hide his strength and would have to use those terrifying eyes. The reason he hadn't used them before the tournament was twofold. First, he didn't want to draw unnecessary attention. Second, he didn't want to waste the ability unless absolutely necessary. Mainly, he didn't have any close relatives with blood ties. Once Mangekyo's power was exhausted, he wouldn't have another Sherinon to replace it, leaving him to live the rest of his life in darkness. Chen Xuan was uncertain since he wasn't skilled in illusions and hadn't trained in them. He didn't have time to do so. Additionally, he possessed the straight Tomo Mangekyo Sherinon, which leaned toward speed and power rather than the curving Tomo Sherinon, which specialized in illusions. In some ways, it wasn't much stronger than a 3-Tomo illusion. Chen Xuan knew that going deeper into the forest would inevitably lead to encounters with 10,000-year soul beasts, but there was no other choice. The outskirts were mostly populated by 1,000-year soul beasts, and those nearing 9,000 years were extremely rare. Even if they did exist, they might not be suitable. He had awakened a spatial martial soul, and after consuming a plant that seemed to be an immortal herb, the quality of his martial soul had been elevated, resembling an attribute-less martial soul that most soul beasts wouldn't reject. This time, he had chosen a water attribute martial soul as his target, intending to test whether his idea was feasible. Chen Xuan thought that if he could possess water attribute soul power, he might be able to practice water attribute ninjutsu, solving the issue of lacking water attribute chakra. If things went as he imagined, the next soul ring would be earth attribute, followed by a soul ring with intense yang energy. With earth as the foundation, water as nourishment, and yang soul power as the seed, he could potentially develop the ultimate bloodline limit would release. The idea was beautiful, but if it failed, it would waste a soul ring. "Well, let's take it one step at a time," Chen Xuan concluded, ending his thoughts and catching up with the group. Thus, the 10-person team continued to advance, gradually moving deeper into the forest's outer edge in search of suitable prey. Zhuang's arrangement pleased their employer, the bearded man, immensely. This formation placed him and his precious son at the center, giving them a strong sense of security. The bearded man's son, Xiao Wu, possessed a beast martial soul, and their goal was to find a strong attack-type soul beast, ideally around 1,300 years old. Chen Xuan was slightly impressed. Most of the 7 monsters' third soul rings were only around 17 or 1,800 years old. This grassroots-born peer could be considered a genius. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a distance, and the grass in that area moved significantly, as if a large beast was present. Dezhuang immediately tensed up, his expression turning serious as he shouted, "Don't stray far from me, you three, go check out what's happening." The three men, who were in their 30s, were also fearful. They only dared to jump up into the trees, cautiously approaching the source of the noise. When they finally saw what was in the grass, they breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like a wild wolf, and its tail is red. How long is it? Are its claws also red? Dezhuang asked, narrowing his eyes. The three men nodded from a distance, confirming that the claws were indeed red and that the wolf was about 3 meters long. 3 meters, just right for 1300 years, Dezhuang said with a pleased expression, deciding that this soul beast would be their target. The wolf, known as a blood wolf, was extremely ferocious and perfectly suited for a strong attack-type soul master. However, it was strange that this kind of soul beast usually lived in packs and rarely ventured out alone. Of course, there were exceptions. The bearded man was overjoyed and urgently said, "What are you waiting for? Go capture it." Dezhuang didn't hesitate. 5 soul rings appeared under his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. At the same time, a gigantic brown bear's shadow emerged behind him. Chen Xuan was about to step forward but was stopped by Dezhuang, who waved him off dismissively, indicating that his help wasn't needed and that he should stay put. "You three, come with me to hunt the soul beast. The rest of you stay here and wait for my return," Dezhuang instructed, taking the 3 soul elders with him to capture the blood wolf. The bearded man let out a long sigh of relief. He had initially thought there was something unusual on the outskirts, but now it seemed they were just overthinking things. Everything was normal. He regretted hiring so many people. The grandmasters and that young man were practically useless. Thinking about how he would have to pay them all those gold soul coins for nothing when they returned, the middle-aged man felt a pang of heartache. It wasn't worth it at all. With a soul king and 3 soul elders, dealing with a 1000-year soul beast shouldn't be a problem. "I should probably make my move," Chen Xuan muttered, planning to quietly slip away from the group. As for the promised 300 gold soul coins, he hadn't accepted them and had no intention of doing so, so he felt no guilt about leaving. Chen Xuan remained calm, waving his hand as he sent a silver kunao shooting into the forest. He left without saying goodbye, not wanting to alarm anyone, so he chose to leave in this way. In a flash, a golden light flickered, and Chen Xuan's figure was gone, as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. By the time everyone noticed Chen Xuan's disappearance, he had already left the area, heading deep into the Stardow forest, 1,000 meters away. Chen Xuan didn't know that shortly after he left, something unexpected happened. The team leader, Dezhuang, appeared in everyone's sight, carrying a barely alive wild wolf, which he tossed in front of the bearded man like he was throwing a chicken. 3 other soul masters returned from afar, slightly behind. "Hurry and absorb the spirit ring. Even in the outer regions, dangers lurk everywhere," urged the team leader, Dezhuang. He felt uneasy, a sense of dread creeping over him, worried that something might go wrong. Earlier, during the hunt for the spirit beast, the blood wolf let out a chilling howl before it fell, unable to fight any longer. He couldn't tell if it was the wolf's unwilling cry or if it had a deeper meaning. The bearded man urged his child to quickly absorb the spirit ring, not wanting to stay in the spirit beast forest any longer. The forest was quiet, with a gentle breeze rustling the trees, giving a sense of peace. Until, 3 minutes later, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Team leader Dezhuang was the first to feel it. His body tensed, and his expression turned extremely grim. "Something's wrong, something's coming." As soon as he spoke, the ground shook violently, and the trees swayed as if something terrifying was approaching from the depths of the earth. "Run! If we don't, we'll all die." Dezhuang's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with fear. In fact, everyone wanted to run at that moment. The terrifying wave of soul power made it clear they stood no chance. 200 meters away, dust clouds billowed as a horde of spirit beasts charged toward them. "It's a beast tide. Run!" When the group saw what it was, they lost all composure, terror gripping them as they fled in panic. Someone caught sight of the spirit beasts and was overwhelmed with fear. They were all blood wolves, at least 50 or 60 of them. "No, you can't leave. My child is still absorbing the spirit ring," the bearded man shouted, grabbing Dezhuang's arm, trying to stop him from leaving. When disaster strikes, everyone looks out for themselves. No one would stay behind to die. Dezhuang kicked the bearded man away, his eyes cold and unfeeling, not even sparing him a glance as he bolted away at top speed. The ground shook even more violently, an overwhelming pressure filling the air. In the next moment, trees toppled, and the pack of blood wolves charged through, unstoppable. A blood-curdling scream filled with pain and anger echoed through the forest, but it quickly fell silent. Dezhuang and the others quickened their pace, running frantically towards the exit of the Stardow forest. The group was terrified, recognizing the scream behind them. It was definitely the employer and his son. They likely met their end in the jaws of the blood wolves. When faced with life-threatening danger, money and contracts lose all meaning. No one wanted to risk their lives for a few gold soul coins. They needed to survive to spend it. Unlike the panicked escape of the others, Chen Xuan was calmly making his way through the forest, even taking time to admire the scenery. He never imagined that the team leader's judgment of his strength would inadvertently save his life, allowing him to leave early and avoid a deadly chase. Several kilometers away, after using the Flying Thunder God technique more than 30 times, Chen Xuan's breathing grew heavier. He had to stop, feeling a bit exhausted. Although the soul power required for each teleportation was minimal, it was still draining after so many uses. He had been using the Flying Thunder God technique to travel, moving at top speed. Covering 5 or 6 kilometers in such a short time, even a soul emperor would struggle to keep up. In the forest, flashes of golden light appeared as Chen Xuan teleported every 200 or 300 meters. After flying another 5 or 6 kilometers, Chen Xuan stopped, refraining from taking another step because he had found his target. Ahead of him was a river, about 7 or 8 meters wide, running through half of the forest. The water was crystal clear, with small fish swimming by from time to time. Chen Xuan's eyes opened, revealing his sherry non with 3 tomo, as he focused on the large creature ahead. In the river was a bizarre-looking spirit beast, ugly and green all over, resembling an anglerfish, but with evolved limbs, a rare sight indeed. Chen Xuan pulled out a thick book, flipping through it while observing the ugly fish, searching for relevant information. Sure enough, it's one of the targets I was looking for. He stopped flipping through the pages after a few minutes, finally finding the information he needed. The pages recorded details about the anglerfish spirit beast and how to identify its age. Judging by the size of that lump, it's probably over 9,000 years old. Chen Xuan frowned. This was beyond his absorption limit. He had only been cultivating for a short time, less than half a month, and his original body had been trained as an auxiliary type, making his physical fitness quite poor. If it weren't for consuming that plant that was likely an immortal herb and having that one night with Xiao Wu, he wouldn't even be able to handle a 6,000-year-old spirit ring. Forget it, I'll recover my soul power first. If needed, I'll find another target. Chen Xuan muttered to himself. His requirements for a spirit beast were very low, as long as it had water attributes, it would do. Besides, daytime wasn't suitable for action, night was better for making a move. When your strength is insufficient, ambushes are the way of the ninja. Afterward, he retreated several dozen meters, jumped onto a large tree, sat down cross-legged, and began to recover his soul power. As the sun set, night quickly fell, and a round white moon appeared, its pale light gently bathing the earth. Chen Xuan stood up, fully recovered, but he chose to wait until now to act. Stars dotted the sky, with the white moon hanging high, reflecting a beautiful night scene on the river's surface. But the bizarre and ugly fish had long since disappeared. Chen Xuan wasn't discouraged. As long as his soul power was restored, he had all night to search. He concealed his presence and moved through the forest, following the river's path. After half an hour of searching, Chen Xuan finally found another suitable spirit beast. He held the book, comparing the information to a giant crocodile by the riverbank. No doubt about it, judging by the tail length, it's just over 9,000 years old. This is the one. Chen Xuan smiled. It was a giant crocodile, with a sharp snout 2 or 3 meters long, filled with sharp teeth. Its massive body was green all over, and if it stood upright, it would be taller than a giraffe. Normally, crocodile spirit beasts are excellent choices for strong attack or defense types, but this was a mutated giant crocodile with the ability to control water, making it a perfect match. I'll reward you with a fire-style technique first. Chen Xuan's eyes turned blood red, the 6 tomo spinning slowly. He stood on a tree trunk, staring at the sleeping spirit beast. He slowly formed several hand seals, channeling his chakra rapidly towards his throat. Swish! Chen Xuan disappeared from his original spot, pushing his speed to the limit, appearing above the mutated giant crocodile in an instant. Fire style, great fireball technique. A river ran through half of the Stardow forest, nourishing all living things. On the riverbank, a mutated giant crocodile, about 8 or 9 meters long, lay quietly on the grass, sleeping. This was its territory, with no other spirit beasts nearby. The mutated giant crocodile was resting quietly, unaware that danger was creeping closer. Suddenly, it snapped its eyes open, only to see a large fireball, 8 or 9 meters in diameter, descending upon it. Flames shot up into the sky, and in an instant, the area was engulfed in fire, with the grass igniting in a roaring blaze. The mutated giant crocodile, slow in movement and caught off guard, couldn't avoid the fireball and was hit squarely. As the flames subsided, Chen Xuan saw the creature's figure and was taken aback. Such a large fireball only left some scorched marks on its surface, a minor injury at most. This was despite the creature not defending itself, which highlighted the extraordinary toughness of its scales. The mutated giant crocodile opened its massive jaws, baring its teeth in fury. The cold, menacing aura of a near 10,000-year-old spirit beast spread out, locking onto Chen Xuan in the air. Sleeping peacefully, only to be intruded upon by a human who dared to attack it. This was a death wish. Chen Xuan felt a chill run down his spine as if he were being stared down by a prehistoric beast. His body instinctively reacted with fear. Is this the feeling of facing a powerful spirit beast for the first time? He murmured to himself, but his actions didn't slow down as he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Flames blossomed like flowers, quickly taking shape and transforming into a scorching sea of fire that descended upon the creature below. This was a B-rank ninjutsu, more powerful than the great fireball technique, and one of the fire-style techniques Chen Xuan currently mastered. Boom! Flames erupted below, and the area was engulfed in a raging inferno. Trees and grass turned to ash, the heat so intense it seemed capable of burning everything, even causing the river water to steam. The fire roared, and the heat waves blew Chen Xuan back a little. However, the mutated giant crocodile crawled out of the fire unscathed, with its scales glowing with a protective aura that kept the flames at bay, preventing any contact. This time, it didn't suffer any substantial damage, clearly having activated its abilities. Otherwise, the more powerful Great Fire Annihilation should have caused significant harm. So this is the gap between me and a near 10,000-year-old spirit beast. Chen Xuan sighed softly. The mutated giant crocodile roared in anger, leaping into the air with its massive jaws wide open, aiming to tear Chen Xuan in half. With no foothold in midair, this human boy was like a bird with clipped wings, destined to die. However, just as the crocodile's 3-meter-long jaws were about to close, Chen Xuan turned into a streak of light, causing the creature's attack to miss. The mutated giant crocodile's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the prey that was almost in its jaws suddenly vanish into thin air? 50 meters away, under the roots of a tree, Chen Xuan had already reappeared, silently and without a trace. But I haven't played all my cards yet, he muttered, pulling the kunao from the ground and gripping it in his hand as he walked away. He didn't feel discouraged. Facing a near 10,000-year-old spirit beast with strength equivalent to a normal soul king, he was essentially facing a soul king. Chen Xuan's fighting spirit burned even brighter, making him even more determined to hunt down the beast. Mutated spirit beasts were indeed stronger, with remarkable defense and attack power. If he could absorb its spirit ring, his strength would increase significantly. You beast, show me what you're capable of, he said, as his black pupils darkened and the 6 tomo in his eyes rotated, awakening the purest form of the 3 tomo Sherinon. The mutated giant crocodile hesitated for a moment, sensing a cold and ominous soul force that made it feel like it was being targeted by a 10,000-year-old spirit beast. Chen Xuan didn't give it the chance to strike first. Opening his mouth, he unleashed another great fireball, sending a wave of heat crashing forward. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the grass, and the mutated giant crocodile's body glowed as the river water began to boil, sending a massive wave to clash with the incoming fireball. The water boiled, evaporating instantly into steam, which in turn extinguished the fireball. Swish! Out of the rising steam shot a silver kunao, gleaming coldly as it sliced through the air. The mutated giant crocodile was indifferent, its scales glowing as they activated their defensive power, with no thought of dodging the oncoming kunao. If fire couldn't harm it, how could a mere metal weapon pose a threat? However, in the next moment, something unexpected happened. Just as the kunao was about to strike, a flash of golden light appeared, and Chen Xuan materialized out of thin air, grabbing the kunao in midair. His right hand glowed blue, and with a gust of wind, he suddenly pressed a large raise-non against the giant crocodile's back. Flying Thunder God second stage, raise-non. With a bang, the raise-non exploded into a swirling blue light, releasing a powerful shredding force on the spirit beast's back. Roar! The mutated giant crocodile roared in pain as its scales cracked, exposing the tender flesh underneath. Its defense had been breached. With a loud crash, the ground shattered, and its massive body was slammed into the earth, kicking up dust and leaving a crater behind. Chen Xuan activated his martial soul, a set of runes appearing on his hand as he slapped them onto the crocodile's bloodied back, leaving behind 5 large characters. I am the handsome one. No matter when or where, seeing these runes always made people feel a sense of embarrassment. Swish! Chen Xuan disappeared once again, leaving only a golden flash behind, using the kunao he had previously left as a marker. The mutated giant crocodile howled in agony, its back mangled and bloodied. Its once impenetrable scales had been shattered by this human boy. The raise-non might not seem all that powerful, but it held hidden power. Chen Xuan had infused it with wind chakra, altering its nature. With more training, it could evolve into the Raisin Shuriken. In a direct confrontation, it would be nearly impossible to get close to the crocodile, but thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique, Chen Xuan managed to catch it off guard. Roar! The mutated giant crocodile roared again, baring its sharp teeth in fury. Chen Xuan had successfully enraged it. The crocodile, with its enormous body and overwhelming ferocity, charged forward, shaking the forest and crushing the plants beneath it. Its entire body glowed, emitting a powerful force that caused the river to surge, sending a massive wave crashing forward as it attacked. Water, huh? Perfect counter. Chen Xuan formed several hand seals, his lightning attribute soul power surging, covering his body with arcs of electricity. Zap! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark forest. Chen Xuan's arm crackled with electricity as he extended a finger, shooting out all the gathered lightning. Chidori Sharp Spear. The thunderbolt roared, like a spear of concentrated lightning, leaving a trail of sparks as it tore through the earth. As the lightning touched the water, it blossomed like a flower, transforming into countless bolts of electricity, crackling and covering the entire river. The mutated giant crocodile, immersed in the water, was instantly electrocuted, its body convulsing, its limbs paralyzed. The injured areas turned black and emitted the scent of cooked meat. With a loud splash, the giant crocodile and the river water crashed back to the ground, sending up a spray of water. It lay on the ground, twitching, with arcs of electricity still dancing across its body. This was the power of elemental countering. The mutated crocodile's ultimate attack had only served to amplify the damage of Chen Xuan's soul skill. The Chidori Sharp Spear might have limited power on its own, but when combined with water, its effects were devastating, turning it into a lethal strike. The forest was dim, and the moonlight's afterglow fell upon the river, casting a hazy reflection. On the riverbank, a mutated giant crocodile lay on the grass, its body twitching, paralyzed by lightning, with arcs of electricity still flickering on its surface. In fact, it still had some strength left, but the lightning was highly effective against water-type soul beasts, paralyzing its flesh and making it difficult to resist in a short time. Chen Xuan was quite exhausted and a bit weary. After taking a few deep breaths, he stood up, gripping a kunao, and approached the nearly 10,000-year-old soul beast. Without any hesitation, he raised the kunao, ready to end the beast's life to avoid any unforeseen complications. Stop. However, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out from the forest, sharp and high-pitched, as if someone was pinching their throat to produce the sound. A group of men and women emerged from the woods. Stop, my foot. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed, and he swung the kunao down without a second thought. They dared to try and snatch the soul ring he had almost secured. Whoosh! There was a sudden sharp sound in the air, and a fluffy petal floated gracefully towards him. Though it seemed soft and harmless, it moved incredibly fast. The fluffy petal, despite its gentle appearance, gleamed coldly, making it clear that it was extremely sharp. Chen Xuan's body tensed instantly, as if facing a prehistoric beast. Crack! The silver kunao, about to strike the crocodile, was sliced cleanly in half by the fluffy petal. In the distance, a silver kunao was already embedded in the ground, and with a flash of golden light, Chen Xuan appeared beside it. His expression was stern, and he was panting heavily. The overwhelming pressure he had just felt was enough to end his life in an instant. Little guy, I told you to stop, so why didn't you listen? One of the people in the group spoke up, stepping forward with hands clasped behind their back, looking relaxed, as if they were on a leisurely vacation in the Stardow forest. Only then did Chen Xuan turn to look at the group. The strange man who had just attacked him had golden hair, unnaturally pale skin, and dark purple lips, all of which were heavily made up, giving him a very effeminate appearance. Despite wearing golden armor, his thick eyebrows, large eyes, and purple lips made him look extremely peculiar. Little brother, this soul beast is very suitable for one of our people. Would you be willing to give it up to us? A tall, curvaceous woman asked as she sashayed over. Her eyes were full of allure, with a head of orangish-brown hair that just reached her neck. Her posture was seductive, exuding a captivating charm. Chen Xuan looked at the woman, who was dressed revealingly, with much of her thighs and chest exposed. Her every move exuded a mesmerizing grace. Though the woman was smiling seductively, Chen Xuan did not dare underestimate her. Behind that smile lay a beast. Who are you, and why should I give up the soul beast I hunted to you? Chen Xuan asked fearlessly, meeting her gaze. He had a kunao left 300 meters away. If it came to a fight, he could always make a quick escape. Little brother, we are from the spirit hall, naturally. How about it? Would you like to join us? The woman asked, her voice dripping with charm as she swayed her hips and walked toward Chen Xuan. Her steps were slow, yet somehow she covered 10 meters in a single stride. Spirit hall. Chen Xuan's pupils narrowed. His instincts told him that this woman was no ordinary person and that her soul power was definitely above his. As he looked at this seductive woman, a figure emerged in his mind, gradually overlapping with hers. Are you Hulina? He felt a headache coming on, almost certain that he had guessed correctly. The seductive woman covered her red lips in an exaggerated motion, feigning surprise. Little brother, who are you? To recognize your elder sister. Hulina's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. Chen Xuan tensed, feeling a mental impact, but it had no effect on him. Since the holy maiden of the spirit hall had appeared here, the effeminate man beside her, exuding a feminine aura, must be Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, also known by the nickname Chrysanthemum Pass. Since childhood, you've been a candidate for the holy maiden. Who wouldn't know you? Chen Xuan replied indifferently. Hulina glanced at him, but the smile on her face remained. Her gaze was sharp, carrying a seductive charm as she looked back at him. Is your sister beautiful? She asked, extending a slender, ivory-like finger that lightly brushed her red lips, which were smooth and glossy. Then, she licked her lips seductively in front of Chen Xuan. Quite beautiful, just like a fox, Chen Xuan replied. Hulina's eyes sparkled with a pink, enchanting light as she stared directly at him. Chen Xuan immediately realized something was wrong. His mind was being influenced by her charm, her fox-like ability to manipulate his consciousness. He remained motionless, pretending to be under her spell, standing there as if entranced, staring at her alluring face while her eyes emitted a faint glow. Was this a soul skill, or an innate ability? Chen Xuan was certain that an ordinary person would have fallen for it by now. Her charm was powerful enough to control someone's mind without them even realizing it. What surprised him the most was that Hulina's pupils had changed. They were now pink, with only a faint soul power fluctuation that was almost undetectable. This was not a soul skill. Tell me, who are you really, where are you from, and how do you know me? Hulina's eyes glowed, but her smile had vanished. Chrysanthemum Pass didn't approach, fully aware that the young man had already fallen under Hulina's charm. Am I being treated as a dangerous individual? Chen Xuan thought with a bitter smile but kept his face expressionless. He was certain that if not for his Sherinon and naturally strong mental power, he would have fallen under her charm and had his mind controlled. Her ability was indeed formidable. This was not a full-on mental invasion but rather a hypnotic charm that could turn others into her followers, which was quite terrifying. Chen Xuan pondered secretly. Since the soul beast was definitely out of his reach now, he decided to pretend he had fallen under her spell and answer her questions, finding a way to muddle through. In the future Imperial Wars, he thought he might have further contact with or even join the Spirit Hall, so it wasn't wise to hide too much right now. It might be better to reveal a little. Then, Chen Xuan acted as he had planned. His body tensed up, sometimes appearing dazed, while at other times, his eyes flashed with clarity, struggling desperately. Afterward, he bit his tongue, drawing a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes finally brightened as he broke free from the charm. He gasped for air, sweat dripping from his forehead, looking utterly exhausted. "What did you do to me?" Chen Xuan asked, breathing heavily, appearing mentally drained. Chrysanthemum Pass showed a look of surprise. The young man was only at the level of a soul elder, yet Hu Lina, with her 53 levels of soul power, could only restrain him for a short while. This boy not only had impressive combat skills but also strong mental power. The only downside was his relatively slow soul power cultivation. "Nana, stop," Chrysanthemum Pass said, putting an end to the farce. He had grown somewhat interested in this young man. Hu Lina had no intention of attacking again. The light in her eyes dimmed, and she returned to her seductive smile, looking as enchanting as ever. Chen Xuan broke out in a cold sweat. This fox spirit really had two faces, unpredictable and dangerous. He thought it was best to stay away from such people. "Little guy, this soul beast is very suitable for our students. Could you part with it?" Chrysanthemum Pass asked as he approached, his voice soft and effeminate, as if he were speaking while pinching his throat. Chen Xuan was speechless. Was there any chance they wouldn't take it if he refused? He replied, "Since you need it, take it. When under someone's roof, one has to lower their head." He decided to give them some face. Chrysanthemum Pass smiled, pleased with how sensible Chen Xuan was. "Don't worry, little guy. Our spirit hall isn't in the habit of taking things from others without compensation. As compensation, I will personally hunt a new soul beast for you. How does that sound?" Chen Xuan was surprised the people from the Spirit Hall were so agreeable. The idea of hunting a new soul beast was beyond his expectations. From what he remembered, there weren't many normal people in the Spirit Hall. Their usual approach was to destroy what they couldn't obtain. Chen Xuan nodded subtly, indicating his agreement without showing much emotion. A group of men and women emerged from the forest, and a short, chubby boy took out a dagger and swiftly ended the life of the mutated giant crocodile. Afterward, the short, chubby boy sat beside the corpse and began absorbing the purple soul ring that emerged from it. This person's talent seemed quite ordinary. His first soul ring was white, merely a 100-year soul ring, and now, even as he absorbed his fifth soul ring, it still wasn't a 10,000-year ring. "Little one, tell us what kind of soul beast you need," said Chrysanthemum Douluo, ready to fulfill the promise. Chen Xuan didn't hold back and described the soul beast he needed. His soul ring configuration was broad. Any water attribute soul beast would do, though the purer the water attribute, the better. In fact, the mutated giant crocodile they had just defeated wasn't truly a water attribute soul beast. It should have been a defense or attack type originally, but it mutated to control water. The lanternfish they encountered earlier was decent, but unfortunately, it escaped. This river leads to the depths of the Stardow Forest, where there are plenty of 10,000-year soul beasts. There should be no shortage of suitable ones for you, said Chrysanthemum Douluo. You wait here for now, and assist Nana and the others with guarding the area. After giving Hu Lina a few instructions, Chrysanthemum Douluo followed the river downstream. Chen Xuan was stunned for a moment before realizing this wasn't a joke. Were they really going to hunt a suitable soul beast for him right now? Was the efficiency high? After Chrysanthemum Douluo left, Hu Lina turned her attention to Chen Xuan, giving him a seductive smile and constantly flirting with her eyes. Chen Xuan felt a headache coming on. This vixen was teasing him again. What exactly did she want? "Little brother, be honest with your sister. Which sect do you belong to?" Hu Lina asked, her tone filled with allure, as she licked her red lips and winked. Chen Xuan remained on guard against this vixen. Behind her beauty was treachery. She was probably about to use a mental attack on him again. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, Hu Lina walked closer with her long, slender legs. "Why aren't you talking? What's wrong? Afraid your sister will eat you?" At such a close distance, they could feel each other's breath, and the vixen was deliberately breathing heavily, making it even more seductive. Chen Xuan couldn't take it anymore and quickly stepped back, raising his hand in protest. "Stay there, don't come any closer. I belong to no sect or school. What else do you want to ask?" This vixen had an extremely alluring face, with a voluptuous figure and a seductive posture. It would be difficult for any normal man to resist her. Her enchanting eyes were incredibly good at tempting men. Chen Xuan silently chanted in his mind, "I belong to Xiao Wu, I belong to Zuzuking." Hu Lina's lips curled into a smile, feeling triumphant. It turned out this little brother was quite shy. Suddenly, her smile faded, and she returned to her normal, less seductive demeanor. It was time to discuss serious matters. "You dared to enter the Stardow Forest alone. Should I commend your bravery, or say you're ignorant of the dangers? You're only at the Soul Elder level. Any 10,000-year soul beast or unreasonable soul master could tear you apart. Even she, who had reached the Soul King level, wouldn't dare enter the Stardow Forest alone. This little brother must have something unusual about him." Chen Xuan pouted, wanting to retort. Was she referring to herself as the unreasonable soul master? She had just taken the soul beast he had worked so hard to defeat. But he didn't actually say anything. Under the circumstances, he had to be cautious. Speaking out could lead to a brawl. Besides this vixen, there were 3 soul kings and 2 soul elders here, one of whom was stronger than him. Hulina believed that this little brother wouldn't enter the Stardew Forest alone unless he had some backing or was protected by someone. The second possibility could be ruled out. If there were really a master protecting him in secret, they would have appeared earlier. Her guess was correct. Chen Xuan did have backing, but it wasn't a powerful martial spirit, it was his own strength, his Mangekyo Sherinon. Although he wasn't yet fully familiar with the Mangekyo, his eye techniques were fine and could be used at will. This was his trump card. Chen Xuan had reviewed the eye techniques and found them a bit overpowered. However, the corresponding consumption of eye power was greater than that of an ordinary Sherinon, so he was reluctant to use them. His left eye's ability was time-based, freezing the flow of time in a designated area. Unfortunately, it only lasted for 1 second, and if he encountered an opponent stronger than himself, it might only be a fleeting moment. Even so, it was quite extraordinary. In a desperate fight, even a brief moment could change the outcome. The ability of his right eye was even more terrifying: reincarnation. It was just one simple word, but it was similar to that troublesome kid next door. It could strip away the opponent's life force, accelerate aging, reduce lifespan, or even reverse their age, turning them into a child. Do you have any other questions? Chen Xuan asked, as he felt there wasn't much to respond to in her earlier remarks. What's your name, and which academy are you from now? Hulina didn't beat around the bush, she needed to learn more. After that, the two of them began to chat. Not long after, Chrysanthemum Douluo returned, descending from the sky with a large fish in hand. The fish was enormous, over 10 meters long, with a blue body and razor-sharp scales. Chrysanthemum Douluo threw the fish onto the ground and asked, "Little one, does this soul beast suit you?" Chen Xuan stepped forward to inspect it, then took out a book and squatted down to check the information on this soul beast. The scene looked a bit abstract. The students from the Spirit Hall were all stunned. What academy was this person from? Had he never learned how to identify soul beasts? Hulina's eyelid twitched, she was speechless. She had thought this little brother was a genius, but... Not bad, this soul beast is very suitable for me. Chen Xuan closed the book, said nothing more, and swiftly ended the fish's life. This type of fish-like soul beast was the dominant force in the river. It could freely control the water and had some control abilities, making it an ideal choice for him, much better than the mutated giant crocodile. A purple soul ring formed, floating above the soul beast's corpse. Chen Xuan observed carefully, noting that the soul ring had a hint of black in it. It was likely just a step away from becoming a 10,000-year soul ring. Never mind, I'll absorb it first and see. He sat down cross-legged, guiding the purple soul ring toward him, and began to absorb it bit by bit. He wasn't worried that Hulina and the others would take the opportunity to kill him. There was no need. If they really wanted his life, they would have acted earlier, not waited until now. In the spiritual world, Chen Xuan opened his eyes, with 6 tomo appearing in his pupils as he activated his 3 tomo Sherinon. In front of him appeared the fish, formed from resentment, with a blue body and scales that gleamed with a cold light, sharper than blades. What followed was a fierce battle between the two in the spiritual space, each determined to kill the other. Outside, Nana, did you find out anything about this little one's background? Chrysanthemum Douluo asked, showing some interest in Chen Xuan. This young man was a genius and could potentially add an elite member to the Spirit Hall. But first, they needed to investigate his background. He said his parents died when he was young, and he has been living with his sister at an uncle's house. He claims to belong to no sect or school, and only joined Shrek Academy a few years ago. But I've never heard of this Shrek Academy. I wonder if he's lying to us. Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this name, Zhu Huaguan, Chrysanthemum Douluo, seemed to be in deep thought. He felt like he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't quite recall. At this time, the Shrek team hadn't made a name for themselves yet. Outside of Heaven Do City, almost no one had heard of them. Hulina hadn't heard of them either and guessed that it was probably some unremarkable team. Elder Zhu, I think this little brother doesn't seem to have any issues, she said. Zhu Huaguan nodded, but this matter still needed to be confirmed. He decided to have someone investigate after they returned. In the spiritual space, Chen Xuan was in the middle of a fierce battle with this strange fish spirit beast, using various techniques to erase its resentment. Something's wrong. A 1,000-year spirit beast shouldn't have such intense resentment. He panted heavily, feeling exhausted both physically and mentally. He seriously suspected that this fish was a 10,000-year spirit beast, not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Finally, he activated his Mangekyo Sherinon, the 6 tomo spinning continuously, eventually merging into a pattern resembling a yin-yang fish diagram. Chen Xuan growled, using his ocular power. A cold chakra spread out, permeating the entire spiritual world. The moment his eyes activated, the effect was immediate. The large fish's form began to blur, its 10-meter-long body gradually dissipating, becoming more and more illusory until it lost its shape altogether. Within a minute, the spirit beast's resentment had completely disappeared. With no more obstacles, Chen Xuan could finally absorb the spirit ring. The process accelerated, and within a dozen minutes, he had completed the absorption of this 1,000-year spirit ring. With this, his martial spirit gained an additional spirit ring, and his spirit power broke through the 40th level, making him a soul sect. His spirit power had also reached level 41. A spirit power of level 41 placed him on par with Tang San within the Shrek team. Even Daimubai only had 2 levels more than him. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, he was still at level 38 as a Soul Grandmaster? After a night with Xiao Wu and now absorbing this spirit ring, his spirit power had skyrocketed to level 41 in such a short time. Outside, Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling lightly. The spirit ring absorption was successful. Hu Lina, surprised, curiously approached him and said, "It hasn't even been half an hour, little brother. How did you finish so quickly?" Chen Xuan stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and glanced at her without saying a word. "Little brother, you're really fast. My junior brother is still not done, but you finished so quickly." Hu Lina's red lips curved into a bright smile, covering her mouth as she chuckled. She made no effort to hide her amusement, teasing Chen Xuan again. Chen Xuan was speechless. This fox spirit was definitely doing it on purpose, deliberately trying to disgust him. Zhu Huaguan noticed the commotion and walked over from a distance, realizing that Chen Xuan had already completed his spirit ring absorption. "Little Chen Xuan, tell me how you feel. What level is your spirit power now?" Chen Xuan carefully sensed the changes within his body and was instantly surprised by the significant gains. "I'm at level 41 now, but I feel like I'm not far from level 42. He was telling the truth, it wasn't far. In just over half a month, he would definitely be able to break through to level 42. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Chen Xuan, for breaking through to the Soul Sect stage. The upgrade package has been delivered. Please check it." Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chen Xuan was initially bewildered, standing in place in a daze, and it took him a while to react. He had forgotten that the system had this function. Every time he broke through to a new major realm, he would receive a reward. The Mangekyou Sherry Non, 10,000 gold soul coins, and chakra attributes were all rewards from this system. Chen Xuan kept his composure, suppressing the urge to check the reward immediately. He decided to wait until he returned to the academy. Hu Lina and Zhu Huaguan didn't notice anything unusual and urged him to release his martial spirit to see the results. Chen Xuan didn't hesitate and immediately summoned his flying thunder god martial spirit. Instantly, a series of spirit rings appeared beneath his feet, yellow, yellow, purple. When the final spirit ring lit up, everyone present was stunned, staring at the 4th spirit ring in disbelief. Chen Xuan opened his mouth, finding it hard to believe. What was going on? No, what happened? Why was his 4th spirit ring black? Wasn't that fish supposed to be a 1,000-year spirit beast? At his feet, a black spirit ring rotated continuously, exuding the aura of a 10,000-year spirit beast, a genuine 10,000-year spirit ring. Even someone as knowledgeable as Zhu Huaguan was utterly shocked, having never seen such a situation before. If even a titled Douluo was so surprised, let alone the others. The disciples of the Spirit Hall Academy all had their mouths wide open, as if they could fit an egg inside. They had all witnessed Chen Xuan absorbing a spirit ring that was over 9,000 years old, but now it had turned into a black 10,000-year spirit ring. This was too bizarre, something they'd never seen before. Even Chen Xuan himself was dumbfounded, unsure of what was going on. What exactly had happened? In the end, Zhu Huaguan could only offer this explanation. The fish had originally been on the verge of reaching 10,000 years of cultivation, and it might have broken through unexpectedly during the battle with Chen Xuan. That was the only possibility now. However, Chen Xuan was worried. Others might not know, but he was very clear that this spirit ring was at least over 15,000 years old, definitely not just around 10,000 years. So, Zhu Huaguan's guess was wrong. But he kept quiet, deciding not to reveal the truth to avoid causing trouble and getting captured for research. "Little brother Chen, show me your spirit ability." Hu Lina was very curious, eager to see Chen Xuan's spirit ability. The others were also curious. After all, they'd never seen a 1,000-year spirit ring turn into a 10,000-year spirit ring before. They wanted to see how powerful the spirit ability would be. Chen Xuan smiled wryly. It wasn't that he didn't want to show his spirit ability, but this martial spirit was really tricky. If used well, it was a top-tier martial spirit, but if not, it was practically useless. Even supporting others would be difficult. There was no real spirit ability to speak of. If he had to count something, the only ability was space substitution. With each major breakthrough, he could carve more seals. After eating that herb, which was suspected to be an immortal herb, every major breakthrough now resulted in a significant increase. Previously, he could only carve 3 seals, but now he could carve 6. Chen Xuan felt frustrated but truthfully explained the situation to Hu Lina and the others. "Ah, little brother Chen, you're not joking, are you?" The crowd couldn't believe it. Wasn't this a complete waste of a martial spirit? Hu Lina couldn't help but admire him a bit. With such a useless martial spirit, he had still managed to achieve so much. To become a combat-capable spirit master, he had to come up with various methods to create his own spirit abilities. What an inspirational person he was. In fact, there was one thing Chen Xuan hadn't revealed. Perhaps by the time he reached the Soul Sage stage, everything would improve, maybe even undergo a qualitative breakthrough. In a pitch-black space, his martial spirit was bound by a chain, some kind of ability locked away, unable to be used. Chen Xuan had tried to break the chain, attempting to shatter it, but had failed many times. His spirit power wasn't strong enough to break it yet, but maybe one day he would have the chance. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time, Chen Xuan muttered to himself. Anyway, the current spirit abilities were sufficient. His current goal was to obtain wood release. With this bloodline limit, he would have a foothold on this continent. Elder Ju, Sister Hu Lina, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Chen Xuan wanted to leave after picking up his sister and return to the academy to check on Xiao Wu. Would she be very upset, or would she hate him now? Big sister. Upon hearing this address, Hu Lina was momentarily stunned, a bit taken aback. What did you call me? She immediately felt displeased. What kind of nonsense was this? She was alluring and charming, in the prime of her youth, with beauty that could captivate anyone. Yet this guy actually called her big sister. How unappealing? I called you big sister. What else should I call you, miss? Chen Xuan asked, puzzled, not noticing anything wrong. Hu Lina's face immediately darkened, clearly unhappy. Being called big sister was bad enough, and now he was calling her miss. In this world, only the women in brothels and nightclubs were addressed as miss. She didn't believe that Chen Xuan didn't know this. He must have been deliberately trying to disgust her, perhaps as revenge for what happened earlier. If Chen Xuan knew her thoughts, he would definitely feel wronged. After all, who was the one who kept calling him little brother from the start? Wasn't it normal for him to call her big sister in return? This place had become unbearable for even a minute longer. Farewell. Chen Xuan sensed the location of his flying thunder god Kunao. In the next moment, he activated his ability and disappeared from where he stood, leaving only a trace of golden light behind. 300 meters away, beneath a giant pine tree, a silver kunao was embedded in the ground. A flash of golden light appeared, and Chen Xuan's figure materialized there. He pulled the kunao from the ground and threw it forcefully into the sky. His whole body transformed into a yellow flash again. Traveling in this way was not only convenient but also allowed him to conceal his presence to the maximum extent. On the other side, witnessing Chen Xuan's sudden disappearance, Chrysanthemum Douluo showed a hint of surprise, murmuring, "It seems this little guy is hiding something." Under his powerful perception, he sensed Chen Xuan's presence 300 meters away, and the time that had passed was only 2 or 3 seconds. Elder Chrysanthemum, could it be a spatial soul skill? Hu Lina speculated. Spatial martial souls were extremely rare across the entire continent, as rare as 10,000-year soul beasts. The Bone Douluo, Gurong, from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan, had a martial soul that possessed spatial abilities. Even though Chrysanthemum Douluo was well versed in many things, it was difficult for him to give an accurate conclusion. It seemed like a spatial ability, yet at the same time, it didn't. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Crossing terrain and achieving short distance jumps, what else could it be besides a spatial soul skill? Hu Lina wondered. Could any speed-type soul skill accomplish this? Not long after, once the students of the Spirit Hall Academy had absorbed their soul rings, Chrysanthemum Douluo led the group away. At this point, Chen Xuan had used the Flying Thunder God technique several times in succession, covering a distance of several kilometers. Suddenly, he stopped, his expression somewhat grim. He had returned to the place where he had separated from the main group earlier, but the area was now in disarray. Flowers were crushed, trees broken as if a large beast had rampaged through. Chen Xuan squatted down and found some torn pieces of clothing on the ground, along with traces of blood. That uncle's clothes. Chen Xuan's face changed slightly. Judging by the bloodstains, those two were likely already dead. He sighed but didn't linger. Turning around, he left, heading out of the Douluo forest. From then on, he traveled using the Flying Thunder God technique, moving at several times his normal speed. While it was extremely useful over long distances, its effectiveness over short distances was less impressive, and it still had some limitations. From 0 to 100 meters, it took just 1 second, regardless of the distance. For 200 meters, it took 2 seconds, and for 300 meters, it took 3 seconds. However, after breaking through to the Soul Elder level, all distances took half a second less. Within 100 meters, any distance now took only half a second. Moreover, the original 300-meter limit had increased to 400 meters as his level improved. Chen Xuan estimated that if this trend continued, it might even reach the speed of sound or perhaps the speed of light. Within the Heaven Do Empire, in a small town where the morning air was cool, the early market was bustling with people. Many vendors lined the streets with a variety of goods, and the area was lively and noisy. Chen Xuan, riding in a carriage, had spent 2 days traveling and finally arrived on this day. The sun had not yet risen, and the sky was still dim. He got off the carriage and chose not to continue the ride, as his destination was now close. The original Chen Xuan's parents had died when he was young, leaving him and his 3-year younger sister to depend on each other. They had lived with their uncle's family since childhood. From his memories, he learned that although his uncle had taken them in, his childhood had been far from good. Actually, it had been quite poor. Chen Xuan's parents were both soul masters who often went out on missions, similar to mercenary soul masters. But one day, after leaving for a mission, they never returned, forever lost in the Douluo forest. Because of this, they left behind a considerable inheritance, 500,000 to 600,000 gold soul coins, enough for an ordinary person to live a life of luxury. Unfortunately, this inheritance was taken by his uncle's family under the pretense of keeping it safe until the children were grown. No matter where you go, there are always such greedy people, Chen Xuan sighed. This time, he had returned to settle this matter, but he didn't want to waste too much time and intended to resolve it quickly. After all, he still wanted to participate in the Continental Soul Master Tournament. Moreover, after returning to Shrek, he wasn't sure how to face Xiao Wu. Their relationship had become too strained, and he didn't know how to ease the tension. Chen Xuan picked out some items along the way, including a few princess dresses as gifts. He quickened his pace, with no time to soak in the market's atmosphere, and headed toward the outskirts of the town. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, since that incident, Xiao Wu had been shutting herself in her room every day, refusing to participate in any competitions, and isolating herself from others. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking, her close friends, tried to understand what was going on, but Xiao Wu simply brushed them off by saying she didn't feel well. Tang San had also tried to visit her multiple times, but she refused to see him, shutting herself away for days. The Shrek group was worried about Xiao Wu, fearing that she had suffered some injustice but was unwilling to talk about it. Over the past few days, Xiao Wu's mental state had been terrible. She refused to see anyone, especially Tang San. This led the Shrek group to believe that Tang San had done something wrong to cause her to become so withdrawn. Xiao San, what on earth did you do wrong? Go apologize to Xiao Wu, quickly. 5 days had passed, and Xiao Wu neither cried nor protested but refused to participate in the competitions. Daimyo and the others couldn't bear to see her like this any longer. That's right, third young master, Tai Long also urged. Even I feel heartbroken seeing Sister Xiao Wu like this. Her eyes are dull, and she looks like she's suffered a huge blow. Third young master, did you do something shameful? Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Daimyo and the others all suspected that something had happened between Xiao Wu and Tang San. Their relationship had always been good, so her refusal to see him now must be because he had done something wrong. Tang San was extremely frustrated. With everyone repeatedly emphasizing it, he even began to doubt himself. But no matter how much he reviewed everything that had happened recently, he couldn't think of anything that might have upset Xiao Wu. What he didn't know was that Xiao Wu's refusal to see him wasn't because of something he did wrong, but because of the guilt she felt towards him. Since that incident, Xiao Wu had been in great pain. She had secretly been with another man, even though she had always planned to give her first time to Tang San. The accident had left her devastated. She felt deeply guilty and believed she had wronged Tang San, which was why she couldn't bring herself to see him. At the edge of the small town lies a country road that leads to a village. After leaving the town, Chen Xuan entered the mountains, where dense forests and flourishing plants surrounded him. The mountains were covered in trees and wild grasses, a stark contrast to the town, making it feel like stepping into a remote and backward tribe. He vaguely remembered that when he was young, he often went hungry. He would leave the village and venture into the wilderness, returning each time with game and various berries to improve his sister Chen Yi's meals. Chen Xuan walked along the path, the earthy fragrance lingering in his nose, filled with memories. After crossing 2 mountains, he stopped and stood on a hill, gazing into the distance. There, in the distance, was a cluster of houses, densely packed his hometown. He threw a kunao forcefully into the sky and then dashed down the mountain, continuously using the body flicker technique. As the trees around him receded and the air produced sonic booms, his speed had significantly increased. Finally, the path ended, and he arrived at the village. A large plaque hung above the entrance, with the word Stone Village engraved on it. According to legend, the village once produced a soul emperor whose martial soul was a giant stone, known for its immense defense. During that era, he gained considerable fame, so the village chief named the village after him. Hey, isn't that little Chen? When did you come back? As Chen Xuan walked along the village road, many people recognized him. Village women greeted him, and children looked at him with curious eyes. Chen Xuan responded to each one, but there were too many people, so he had no choice but to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the spot. At the other end of the village were several large households, each wealthy and home to soul masters with deep foundations. A large courtyard covered 700 or 800 square meters, surrounded by walls, with many fruit trees and green bamboo planted around it. Inside, there were several fish ponds, and more than a dozen servants. Chen Xuan stood at the entrance, looking at the grand courtyard, reminiscent of a manor from ancient times. This was his former home, or more precisely, the place where he lived. Chen Xuan unclenched his fists. Along the way, his emotions had been running high. Was it the influence of his previous self? He suppressed the agitation in his heart and knocked on the door. However, there was no response. It wasn't until he had knocked for a long time that a woman's voice came from inside. Who's bothering us so early in the morning? Who is it? If you disturb the master and young master's rest, you'll pay for it. A very impatient voice came from inside, but the door was still opened. Chen Xuan looked at the woman in her 50s, dressed in simple clothing, and immediately recognized her. When he was young, she often made things difficult for his previous self, causing him a lot of suffering. She was also the most trusted servant of his uncle and aunt. Are you that little brat, Chen? She was stunned for a moment, looking at Chen Xuan in disbelief. It had been 3 years since he left, and now this little brat had returned. Where is Yi? Chen Xuan's voice was cold, only 2 short words. He was irritated, with a deep anger boiling inside him, affecting his emotions. However, after the initial surprise, the woman returned to her usual demeanor, her face full of disgust. You had the courage to leave this house back then, and now you have the nerve to come back. What's wrong? Did you find that life outside isn't as easy as you thought? Her tone was full of contempt, as she had always disliked Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's eyes turned bloodshot, and he clenched his fists. The inexplicable agitation was becoming harder to suppress, and he even had the urge to tear her apart. Seeing his predatory gaze, the woman laughed. It was such a familiar scene 3 years ago. The brother and sister had the same look in their eyes, but they couldn't do anything to her. Oh, I almost forgot. You only awakened a support-type martial soul. You probably can't even beat a dog, can you? She laughed arrogantly, but her eyes flickered with malice. Suddenly, her expression changed, becoming incredibly vicious. She said in a low voice, "You little beast, I suggest you drop that look in your eyes. If you make me angry, neither you nor your sister will have a good time." Boom! At that moment, Chen Xuan no longer restrained the anger deep within him and no longer wanted to endure. With a hiss, arcs of electricity crackled over his body, as he gathered endless lightning in his palm, as if holding 1,000 birds. At such close range, he struck out, hitting the malicious woman squarely in the chest, bending her body and sending her flying with a loud crash. The old woman's face was twisted with pain, instantly drained of blood and turning pale. In her chest was a gaping wound, with a hole through her body, still crackling with electricity. This attack had almost reached the prototype of the Chidori, so powerful that a malicious woman with less than level 20 soul power had no chance of resisting it. She died with disbelief in her eyes, killed by the very cowardly little brat she had always looked down upon. Chen Xuan had used almost all his strength in that strike, just to vent the rage in his heart. The old woman had a gaping wound in her chest, with a hole through her body. Her heart had been obliterated by the explosion of lightning. Chen Xuan watched as the woman who had bullied him in the past twitched on the ground until she died in pain. A deep sense of relief washed over him, dispelling the frustration that had been building up for so long. The commotion quickly caught the attention of the people inside. Before long, more than a dozen servants rushed out and, upon reaching the gate, saw the old woman's miserable corpse at first glance. "Housekeeper!" they shouted, all panic-stricken. By then, Chen Xuan had already entered the courtyard. He followed the memories in his mind, walking to the west side until he stopped in front of a thatched hut. Just standing outside the door, he began to cry, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Suppressing his turbulent emotions, he pushed open the dilapidated wooden door. The space inside was small, filled with messy farm tools. The walls were covered in dust and cobwebs. In a pile of straw, a 12-year-old girl was sleeping. She wore simple clothes, patched in many places, as if life had been very hard for her. There was no proper bed, only straw laid on the ground as a makeshift mattress. This was his sister, Chen Yi. The little girl had 2 small braids. Her face was cute, with rosy cheeks, though smudged with some dust, making her look a bit dirty. Chen Xuan's nose stung with emotion. It was hard to imagine how this little girl had managed to survive with such a strong will in the 3 years since he had left. The first rays of the morning sun streamed through the wooden door, shining on the little girl. Her eyelids twitched as she was awakened by the glaring light, slowly opening her eyes. The first thing she saw was a big brother standing at the door, looking at her with eyes full of pity, guilt, and remorse. When she recognized Chen Xuan's face, the little girl was stunned. Her big eyes instantly welled up with tears, which rolled down her cheeks and dripped onto her patched clothes. "Brother." The little girl threw herself into Chen Xuan's arms. That one word, brother, carried so much meaning, filled with years of emotion. Chen Xuan hugged the little girl tightly, saying nothing, gently stroking her hair. "Brother, I knew you would come back. Yi missed you so much." The little girl burst into tears. For so long, she had been strong, struggling to survive, but now she cried her heart out, letting out all the emotions she had suppressed. Chen Xuan's nose stung again, but all the emotions he felt boiled down to just one sentence. "Let's go, I'll take you to kill. Quick, the thief is here." At that moment, noises came from outside the thatched hut, soon followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. When Chen Xuan stepped out, a dozen people had already gathered outside, each holding farming tools and weapons like hoes, shovels, and large knives. The little girl followed him out. Seeing the fierce and malicious gazes of the crowd, she trembled slightly and hid behind Chen Xuan, too scared to look at them directly. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Chen Xuan tightly held her dust-covered little hand and flashed a bright, reassuring smile. He was no longer the original person, a weakling who could be easily bullied. Now was the time to repay the suffering this body had endured. "Kid, was it you who killed Steward Lin?" A burly man brandished a large knife and shouted angrily. The others glared at Chen Xuan with fierce, predatory eyes, as if they could devour him whole. "I had no choice. She deserved to die, so I had to send her on her way." Chen Xuan's expression was calm. Even though it was his first time killing someone, he felt no disgust or physical reaction. This lack of reaction was either due to his deep-seated hatred for these people or because of the influence of his original self. "Don't worry, you'll all be joining her soon." Chen Xuan smiled innocently, but he was ready to unleash a massacre. A middle-aged servant scoffed disdainfully, acting tough. "Huh? You think we don't know what kind of martial soul you've awakened? At most, you're just a bit stronger than an ordinary person." He was extremely arrogant, with a soul power of 19 levels, just one step away from becoming a soul master, giving him reason to be confident. The middle-aged man released his martial soul, a sickle that looked like a farming tool, though the wooden handle was slightly rotted. He knew that Chen Xuan had some talent, but after 3 years away, he couldn't be more than around level 30. While others might fear him a little, a support-type martial soul wasn't anything to worry about, only slightly stronger than an average person. Young man, it's over. He raised the sickle, aiming the blade at Chen Xuan's head. Among the dozen people present, he was the strongest, having been appointed by the Lord as the top expert of the manor. Young man, it's time to go. Repent for your sins. The middle-aged man swung the sickle, the curved blade slicing towards Chen Xuan's neck. The others cheered and focused on the scene, not daring to blink, afraid to miss the glory of the top expert. However, the next moment, their faces changed drastically, turning pale as blood drained from them. With a thud, a head flew into the air, accompanied by a spray of blood, and a lifeless body fell to the ground. Ah! The dozen men screamed, their faces ashen as they looked on in horror. The manor's top expert was dead, beheaded by the young man with a single stroke. With a dull thud, the middle-aged man's head hit the ground and rolled to the feet of the other servants. Seeing his lifeless eyes, they all felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, overcome with fear and dread. Only now did they realize that the young man before them was a fierce beast, not the harmless creature they had assumed. Run, run. These cowardly servants, who were usually despicable and shameless, now panicked and fled in all directions, terrified of being the next to die. None of you will escape. Chen Xuan, holding a silver kunao, looked cold and detached. One slash, one head he swept through them, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 bodies lay on the ground. Most of them were battle soul masters, with levels ranging from a few to the teens, but none could stop him. Only 2 leaders, with power around level 15 or 16, reacted quickly and tried to escape. One of the men who had bullied Chen Xuan's original self was chased down by Chen Xuan. He shouted in desperation, drawing a gleaming knife to fight back, but it was no match. The man died painfully, his head severed by Chen Xuan's kunao. Chen Xuan seized the knife, his movements swift, and advanced toward the next target. Splat! The other fleeing leader was brought down by Chen Xuan, who stumped on his back, snapping his spine and sending him flying. Ah, a demon! Seeing this gruesome scene, everyone screamed in terror and ran frantically towards the Lord's house. The remaining 7 or 8 men, their faces twisted with fear, ran for their lives, but it was futile. Under the pursuit of the flying thunder god technique, no one could escape. Splat! 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 More heads flew through the air as Chen Xuan, like a demon on earth, reaped lives. Each time the golden light flashed, another corpse hit the ground. Enough! A deep, stern voice suddenly rang out from within the courtyard. Chen Xuan didn't stop until he had cut down the last servant, then he looked towards the source of the voice. Ahead, there was a large house. 3 people stood at the entrance, 2 old and 1 young, with golden crowns on their heads, dressed in luxurious clothes adorned with expensive gems. They were clearly people of high status. Chen Xuan gazed coldly at them, saying nothing. This family of 3 was the owner of the manor, as well as his uncle and aunt. The young man with them was their son, raised with care and indulgence, and he had never treated Chen Xuan any better than the other servants. Chen Xuan, it's been 3 years, and as soon as you return, you start killing indiscriminately. Do you not even respect me, your uncle? The middle-aged man spoke sternly, his expression as serious as ever. Chen Xuan, are you crazy? You come back and slaughter my people, you truly are a demon. The plump woman beside him couldn't hold back, pointing at Chen Xuan and shouting. Chen Xuan sneered, and are you not like demons? You took advantage of me and my sister's youth to steal the inheritance left by my parents and used it to build this big house. And over the years, how have you treated us? The now rotund woman, unreasonable as ever, shouted back, you're an ungrateful brat. We fed and sheltered you, and without me and your uncle, you and your sister would have ended up on the streets. Now, instead of being grateful, you turn against us. You're an ingrate? Children without proper education really lack manners. She acted like a shrew, trying to twist the facts. Chen Xuan clapped his hands and said sarcastically, 3 years apart, and your skill at playing the victim has improved quite a bit. Taking the inheritance meant for the children and using it to satisfy your own greed, your family really has thick skin. Enough, Chen Xuan. Show some respect to your aunt. The middle-aged man glared, his anger starting to show. He spoke in a deep voice, I've told you many times before. At that time, you were too young to manage so much money. As your uncle, I was just holding it for you. When you're capable, I'll naturally return it to you. Fine, then hand it over now. Chen Xuan interrupted him, smiling innocently and extending his hand as if asking for the money. He sneered, hypocrite. You think you're a nobleman, a ruler, just because you're the lord here. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face darkened. His eyes grew vicious, as if Chen Xuan had touched a deep nerve. Father, mother, why waste words with him? Just kill him and be done with it. Then he won't keep thinking about our family inheritance. At this moment, the young man, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. And when he did, his words were full of murderous intent that even though Chen Xuan had killed many people, including some soul masters close to level 20, it didn't matter much, they were just a bunch of insignificant small fry. Could these people compare to him? What kind of person was he? His name was Li Hai. He was only 18 years old but had already broken through the level 30 barrier, now standing as a level 36 battle soul master. All of this was, of course, due to his family's support. Recently, they had even spent over 100,000 gold soul coins to purchase a 1,000-year-old soul bone for him to absorb, pushing his soul power directly to level 36. In the past, he had always wanted to eliminate Chen Xuan and his sister Chen Yi, but his father wouldn't allow it. Otherwise, those two would have been dead long ago. Li Hai couldn't understand why his father would let two useless people stay at home and freeload. What was he so afraid of? He didn't know that his uncle was worried Chen Xian's parents weren't truly dead. Rumor had it that they had only disappeared into the Stardow forest, and he feared their return for revenge. That's why he hadn't expelled the siblings from the household. After all, those two were extremely talented, with power at the Soul Emperor level, and their martial soul fusion skill was as powerful as a soul saint. Trash, I don't know what tricks you used, but trash is still trash. In the face of a real battle soul master, you are nothing more than an ant. Li Hai spoke arrogantly, exuding confidence. I don't want to waste words. Cut off your head and present it to me, and maybe I'll spare your sister's life. Chen Xuan remained expressionless and said, likewise, I don't bother with dead men. You're stubborn and incorrigible. Li Hai's eyes darkened, his patience gone. Suddenly, a substantial amount of soul power burst from his body, his clothes flapping as his hair flew wildly. Soul rings began to flash on the ground. Yellow, yellow, purple level 36 battle soul master. A red spear materialized from the ground, and the 3 soul rings merged into it. Li Hai grabbed it firmly in his hand. Swoosh! At that moment, Li Hai charged forward, wielding the crimson spear, thrusting it straight ahead. Chen Xuan picked up the bright saber he had used earlier. In this situation, a short weapon like a kunai would be a disadvantage. Clang! A loud clash echoed as sparks flew. Li Hai's face changed, the red spear trembled, causing his hand to go numb. The other was clearly holding a saber, so how could it have such force? Could it be a legendary weapon? It was very possible. Chen Xuan was merely a support-type soul master, yet he had killed so many servants, likely relying on that weapon. Li Hai swung his spear again, this time activating a soul skill. A yellow soul ring merged into the spear, covering its body with a red aura. Clang! The spear and saber clashed repeatedly, sending sparks flying. Soul power surged in all directions, causing the surrounding flowers and plants to sway. As expected, you're just trash. When I get serious, you're nothing. Li Hai smiled confidently. Earlier, Chen Xuan's strength had surprised him, making his arms numb and almost causing him to doubt himself. But now, it was clear that the saber was the only reason Chen Xuan could contend with him. However, this was the end. Third soul skill, fiery body. Li Hai shook his spear violently, and a purple soul ring merged into it. With a whoosh, flames erupted from the spear, burning fiercely. After activating his third soul skill, his power and speed visibly increased. Clang! Another clash forced Chen Xuan to retreat quickly. He frowned, glancing at the saber in his hand, noticing a small chip in the blade. A few more collisions, and this saber would surely break. Such trash, Chen Xuan sighed lightly. He didn't want to use those ninja techniques, but now he had no choice. After this, he would need to get himself a better weapon. He threw away the saber and retreated a few steps to create some distance. Seeing Chen Xuan discard his weapon, Li Hai laughed, assuming he was surrendering. Too late. Even if you beg for mercy now, I won't spare your sister. But don't worry, I'll chop you both up and feed you to the dogs so you won't be separated. Li Hai laughed wildly, approaching with his flaming spear. Chen Xuan ignored him and took out 6 kunai, casually tossing them on the ground. This only provoked more of Li Hai's mockery. He walked up to one of the kunai and stomped on it several times. He looked at Chen Xuan with pity and said, it seems you're truly terrified, scared out of your mind. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. But as he laughed, a scorching wave of heat swept over him, accompanied by a massive fireball flying straight at him. The temperature was incredibly high, scorching the grass beneath it. Li Hai's expression changed as he hastily tried to defend himself, activating his second soul skill. His spear glowed as it released a soul power shield to block the fireball. Sweat dripped from his forehead. What kind of technique was this? Where did the fireball come from, and why was it so powerful that even he struggled to withstand it? Wind release, big ball raised on. While Li Hai was still resisting the fireball, a strong gust suddenly rose behind him. When he turned to look, his face changed drastically, filled with fear. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xuan had already appeared behind him, holding a blue orb surrounded by wind blades, and slammed it towards him. Ah! Li Hai let out a painful scream as the flesh on his back twisted. The small wind blades tore through his flesh, cutting down to the bone and organs. With a loud thud, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing into a wall. He was unconscious, his life or death unknown. My son. Seeing this, a plump woman let out a sharp, heart-wrenching scream. A middle-aged man rushed over, looking at the dying Li Hai, his body covered in countless wounds and soaked in blood, barely holding on to life. His eyes widened in rage as he glared at Chen Xuan, shouting, Chen Xuan, how could you be so cruel? He's your cousin. The plump woman, seeing her son near death, went mad on the spot. She grabbed a kunai from the ground and charged at Chen Xuan, seeking revenge for her son. Splat! Chen Xuan showed no mercy, his hand rose and fell, and a head rolled to the ground, ending her life. Seeing his wife's death, the middle-aged man also lost it, going berserk. He picked up another kunai and charged at Chen Xuan. With another splat, another head fell, blood staining the flowers and grass. Chen Xuan remained expressionless as he ended his uncle's life. He then stepped forward and severed Li Hai's head as well. With that, not a single person in this manor was left alive, they had all been slaughtered. On this day, Chen Xuan became a demon, unleashing a massacre, and took his sister away from the Li family. Not killing you would have affected my state of mind. He left this statement behind and left the Li family estate with Chen Yi. A day later, the massacre was discovered, causing a sensation. The entire village rushed over. It was too gruesome, making many villagers gag, as they had never seen such a bloody scene in their lives. Within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire. 2 days ago, after wiping out the entire Li family, Chen Xuan did not linger. He left the village with his sister, Chen Yi. He took his sister onto a carriage and headed northward. Their destination this time was Heaven Do City. Inside the carriage, Chen Xuan looked at the pitiful little girl, feeling a mix of emotions. Even though he wasn't the original Chen Xuan but someone who had transmigrated into this body, he couldn't help but develop feelings and embrace the role of an elder brother. Yi, you've suffered so much all these years, he said, gently stroking the girl's hair, expressing his apology. Chen Yi's large, gem-like eyes were bright and expressive, but now they were filled with tears, full of grievance. Now that her brother had returned, she no longer had to live a strong and independent life. She finally had someone to rely on. She threw herself into Chen Xuan's arms, clutching his clothes tightly as she cried softly. This was a young girl of about 12 or 13 years old, with tears streaming down her flushed cheeks. Suddenly, as if realizing something, she quickly sat up and used her patched-up sleeve to wipe away her tears, fearing she might dirty Chen Xuan's clean clothes. Witnessing this small gesture, Chen Xuan felt a pang in his heart. He couldn't imagine how she had survived in that place over the past 3 years, developing such a cautious and careful personality. Chen Xuan felt conflicted. In that place, was she able to eat enough? Did she have new clothes to wear? Was she bullied? His gaze fell on Yi. Her simple clothes had been washed so many times they were faded, with sleeves and pant legs patched up beyond recognition. She was still wearing them because she had no new clothes to change into. Chen Xuan felt a surge of anger. It was bad enough that he hadn't been there, but now that he knew, he couldn't bear it. Yi was so young when she was left in that place to endure such hardships. How could the original Chen Xuan have been so heartless? What a worthless person. The 2-day journey was long, and it wasn't until the morning of the 2nd day that they arrived at Heaven Do City, given the slow pace of the carriage. Outside the city gate stood a 100-meter-high wall, over 30 meters thick, made of granite. It was majestic and imposing. This wall was just one of 4, forming a quadrilateral to block any invading enemies. The carriage came to a halt. The royal rules forbade outsiders' carriages from entering the city. Chen Xuan got off the carriage, holding Yi's dusty little hand, and walked towards the city gate. For the foreseeable future, this will be our home. If you don't like it, we can move somewhere else later, he said, flashing a bright smile at his sister. Inside the city, people bustled about. Many merchants, soul masters, and ordinary people could be seen everywhere. The streets were thriving, with a constant flow of traffic. Numerous shops, restaurants, and hotels lined the roads, their goods so plentiful they dazzled the eye. It was Yi's first time in such a large, bustling place. Her eyes were filled with confusion, and she nervously clutched the hem of her clothes. Chen Xuan held her hand as they walked along the crowded street, contemplating whether to take her to eat first or return to the hotel. Suddenly, he felt a resistance. Turning around, he saw Yi had stopped, staring intently at something. The young girl was standing in front of a clothing store, her eyes fixed on a blue dress inside. She couldn't take her eyes off it. But soon, she looked away, her eyes dimming as she lowered her head, staring at her toes, unsure of what to do. Chen Xuan felt a tightness in his chest. How pitiful this little girl must be, to have had such a hard life that she couldn't even own a piece of clothing she liked. He gave her a kind smile and said, "If you like something, just tell me. I'll buy it for you, but it's probably very expensive." Yi doesn't need it, she said, afraid that Chen Xuan didn't have enough money. She gave the dress one last longing look before turning to leave. Chen Xuan grabbed her hand and led her straight into the clothing store. He pulled out a bag of gold coins and said boldly, "Wrap up all these dresses, shoes, and those clothes over there for me." The saleswoman's eyes lit up with green light. With a professional smile, she eagerly began introducing the products to Chen Xuan. "Sir, these are our store's latest designs, masterpieces crafted by the great master Moto." "No need to say more, I'll take them all," Chen Xuan repeated. The saleswoman beamed with genuine joy, her smile almost too big for her face. A wealthy customer had walked right into her store. Not long after, she had packed up a dozen dresses and the latest women's clothing. After leaving the clothing store, Chen Xuan took Yi to a nearby restaurant, the most famous one in the area. It wasn't long before the waiter brought out a series of exquisite dishes, plenty of fish, meat, and fine wines filling the entire table. Yi stared at the table full of food, her eyes wide and unable to look away. She unconsciously swallowed. She was fixated on the chicken leg on the table, staring at it longingly, but hesitated, worried about something. Yi had never seen so much food in her life. Just being able to eat enough was already a luxury for her. Now, with a table full of fish and meat in front of her, her stomach growled with hunger, but she didn't dare to pick up her chopsticks. She could only stare at the food, afraid to touch it. Chen Xuan's heart ached. Whatever grievances she had suffered before, he would make sure to make it up to her in the future. He quickly picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into Yi's mouth. "Eat quickly, or it'll get cold." Your brother has plenty of money now, so don't worry. The moment the fragrant chicken leg touched her lips, Yi couldn't hold back any longer. The savory taste filled her mouth, and it was delicious. When she was little, chicken legs were her favorite food. But after their parents passed away, she never had the chance to eat them again. For so many years, living with her uncle's family, she had been forced to serve tea and do hard labor. She hadn't tasted meat in who knows how long, let alone dared to dream of eating such food. Chen Xuan didn't touch his chopsticks. He just quietly watched Yi devour the food. He didn't think she was being unladylike, he only felt sorry for her. He kept piling food onto Yi's plate, watching her eat hungrily, and felt completely satisfied. A little while later, Yi finally had her fill, but there was still a lot of food left on the table. She was already stuffed, but afraid of wasting it, she tried to force more into her mouth. It's okay, we can pack it up. Don't force yourself, Chen Xuan said with a smile, stopping her. He was worried she might make herself sick. At this point, Yi realized something and nervously looked at Chen Xuan. Brother, these dishes look really expensive. Did I eat too much? She was uneasy. Her brother had already spent so much money on her, and now they'd had a costly meal. She was worried that she might bankrupt him with her appetite. Chen Xuan laughed heartily, gently ruffling her hair. Don't worry. Eat whatever you want. I can take care of you for a lifetime. With 10,000 gold soul coins, as long as he didn't buy expensive soul bones or soul tools, they would have more than enough for a lifetime. Brother, Yi will eat less from now on, and I'll help you make money, the young girl said earnestly, her big eyes pure and innocent, full of childlike wonder. Clearly, she wasn't one to hide any thoughts. You don't need to worry about making money. Just be happy and enjoy yourself every day, and I'll be content, Chen Xuan said. Yi nodded in confusion, still somewhat puzzled. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Xuan didn't return to the previous hotel. Instead, he spent 10,000 gold soul coins to buy a 3-story building in the outskirts of the city, with a floor area of over 200 square meters and a courtyard. This will be our home for now. You can rest here while I take care of some things. I'll be back later. After saying goodbye to Yi, Chen Xuan quickly left, heading straight for Shrek Academy. In the back mountains of Shrek Academy, near the edge of a cliff, a waterfall flows down into a stream that leads far away. The dirt path, lined with fresh trees and lush flowers, is full of birdsong and the fragrance of flowers, creating a green, refreshing, and beautiful scene. However, Chen Xuan had no mood to appreciate it. Instead, he felt nervous because a pink figure stood before him, her back to him. Since arriving here, no one had spoken, and the silence was overwhelming, creating an odd, extremely quiet atmosphere. Chen Xuan felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He opened his mouth to speak but ended up silent, unsure how to start just like many times before. Not long ago, when he returned to the academy, he first reported to Dean Flender. Then, while walking on the academy grounds, he happened to meet Ningrongrong. After a brief conversation, he learned what had happened since he left. Ever since the day he left, Xiao Wu had locked herself in her room, her mental state very poor. She stayed in her room all day, refusing to see anyone, and no amount of persuasion could change that. Recently, with the encouragement of Ningrongrong and Zhu Zuking, her emotions had finally stabilized, and she was willing to leave her room. However, when asked about the reason for her seclusion, she still refused to speak. Chen Xuan felt overwhelming guilt and immediately rushed to the girls' dormitory. To his shock, Xiao Wu was there, waiting for him. Later, on the edge of a cliff, beneath a silver waterfall that formed a stream flowing into the distance, Chen Xuan stood, troubled, not knowing how to make amends. Is this your attitude? A cold voice suddenly broke the silence, full of icy bitterness. Xiao Wu didn't turn around, still facing away from Chen Xuan, her demeanor indifferent. Chen Xuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat, and he said nothing. He could clearly feel that Xiao Wu was suppressing her anger. In this situation, anything he said would only make her angrier. The best course of action was to remain silent. He knew this day would come and had prepared himself to face it, but now that it was here, he felt powerless, unsure of what to do. Regardless of how it all started, he could not escape his responsibility. After all, that crystal radish had come from his hands. How could he have known that the cursed fruit required both a man and a woman to take it for the effect to manifest? If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have left it around carelessly. As a man, Chen Xuan wanted to take responsibility, but he knew very well that Xiao Wu had always loved Tang San. Did she need him to take responsibility? I'm sorry, he said seriously. No matter what, he had to apologize. He had ruined a girl's purity, and regardless of the cause, he had to take responsibility and show the proper attitude. Do you think sorry is enough now? Xiao Wu suddenly turned around, her face pale with rage, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Chen Xuan. Her fists clenched and trembled, her small chest heaving slightly, a clear indication of the intensity of her anger, which she had been suppressing all this time. Sorry, I truly am, Chen Xuan repeated, apologizing again. He didn't want this to happen any more than she did. But this only fueled Xiao Wu's anger, which she could no longer contain. Sorry. Is that all you can say? Xiao Wu exploded, her whole body trembling slightly. Does saying sorry restore my purity? Does saying sorry bring me back to third brother? Xiao Wu screamed, her voice hoarse with grief. Chen Xuan remained silent, unable to respond. Everything is my fault. If you need me to, I will take responsibility, he offered, ready to swear it now. Responsibility. Xiao Wu suddenly laughed, but it was a bitter, almost deranged laugh, as if she had heard the world's biggest joke. And how will you take responsibility? What can you do to take responsibility? You took away my purity, and now a simple sorry and a promise to take responsibility will return it to me. Xiao Wu shouted, her voice full of resentment. Ming Ming Rong Rong likes you so much, why did you do this to me? I don't want your apology, and I don't want your responsibility. I don't want anything from you. Xiao Wu screamed, her voice hoarse. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, tears welling up. She collapsed to the ground, hugging her legs and curling up, her head buried in her knees, sobbing quietly, I don't want anything. I just want my purity back. I just want to be with third brother. Watching Xiao Wu break down in tears, Chen Xuan felt a complex mix of emotions. He reached out, but in his current position, there was nothing he could do. He also sat down, but without approaching her, silently watching over her from the side. Time passed, the sun set, and the sky turned a deep red as evening approached. In the glow of the sunset, the evening clouds painted the sky in golden hues, casting a romantic yet sorrowful scene over the world. The golden rays of the setting sun fell on Xiao Wu, her hair glowing with a soft halo, making her look like a divine maiden. She hugged her legs, her head buried in her knees, her whole body curled up. Her sobbing had long since stopped, but Chen Xuan did not leave. He quietly sat under a large tree, because at some point, Xiao Wu had fallen asleep, drifting into a slumber with tears still in her eyes. The area had finally become peaceful. Under the light of the golden sunset, the evening breeze gently blew, lifting the hair of the girl bathed in the afterglow, soothing her wounded soul, bringing peace and comfort. Chen Xuan watched quietly, not leaving, keeping watch by her side, waiting for Xiao Wu to wake up. Night fell, stars twinkled, and the white moon hung high in the sky, its light shimmering over the earth. Eventually, Chen Xuan couldn't resist anymore. He reached out towards Xiao Wu. The moonlight was beautiful, its soft glow gently falling in the quiet night, like a thin layer of silver gauze spread over the land of dreams. Finally, Xiao Wu leaned against a tree, sleeping soundly. Chen Xuan took out a blanket from his storage soul guide and gently covered her with it. After finishing this, he descended the mountain. He couldn't stay to keep watch any longer because his sister was waiting for him to return. He wanted to stay until dawn, but he couldn't. If he didn't return, Yi Yi would likely go hungry all night. Chen Xuan descended the mountain and entered the city. Unsure of what else Chen Yi liked to eat besides chicken legs, he bought a variety of food to bring back. Brother. The little girl had been waiting in the courtyard for his return. As soon as she saw him, she rushed over, grabbing his arm and pulling him into the house. We didn't have any vegetables at home, so I took some from the backyard to cook, Chen Yi said as she led him to the dining table, where several plates of vegetables were laid out. Thinking of how this girl had grown up eating such things, and sometimes not even that, Chen Xuan felt a pang of sadness. He gently seated Chen Yi on the sofa, then took out the food he had bought from his storage soul guide and headed into the kitchen. Shrek Academy. That evening, Tang San discovered that Xiao Wu was missing again, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It was late at night, and Xiao Wu still hadn't returned. He was going crazy with worry. Ever since that guy named Chen came back, nothing good had happened. The last time, Xiao Wu didn't come back all night, and now she was missing again. Both times were related to Chen Xuan. Tang San's mind was in turmoil. Two coincidences, both involving the same person, made him think deeply. Shrek Academy. That evening, Tang San discovered that Xiao Wu was missing again. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It was late at night, and Xiao Wu still hadn't returned. He was going crazy with worry. Ever since that guy surnamed Chen came back, nothing good had happened. The last time Xiao Wu didn't come back all night, and now she was missing again. Both incidents were related to Chen Xuan. Tang San's mind was in turmoil. Two coincidences, both involving Chen Xuan, made him deeply suspicious. Nighttime. Chen Xuan stood by the window, gazing at the dark starry sky. He shook his head slightly, dismissing the idea of going to Shrek Academy. He felt guilty, knowing that the root of the problem lay with him, and there was no way to shirk responsibility. Perhaps Xiao Wu had already woken up by now and returned to the academy. The night passed in silence, and soon it was the next day. Morning. As the sky brightened, the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth. The light of the rising sun gently bathed the waterfall and the stream, casting a warm golden hue that made the scene incredibly beautiful. Shrek Academy's back mountain. When a ray of sunlight filtered through the leaves, Xiao Wu had already awakened, sitting on the grass, lost in thought. The first thing she did upon waking was to check her clothes in a panic. After finding nothing unusual with her body, she let out a long sigh of relief. Then, Xiao Wu noticed the blanket covering her and realized she had been sleeping under a tree. After checking her body several times, she found no wrinkles in her clothes and realized that Chen Xuan had not taken advantage of her while she was asleep. Looking at the blanket, her thoughts were a whirlwind. She thought of many things and was left in a daze, feeling incredibly conflicted. Xiao Wu felt terrible. She had originally been very angry with Chen Xuan, even to the point of loathing him, blaming him for everything so that she could feel a bit better. But these small gestures, insignificant as they might seem, struck her heart deeply, making it impossible to deceive herself any longer. After calming down, Xiao Wu realized that she didn't actually hate Chen Xuan as much as she thought. She had just been suppressing her emotions for so long that they were about to spiral out of control, and Chen Xuan had become her scapegoat. She just needed to vent, to release the pain she had been bottling up for so many days, the daily tears, and the longing for Tang San, all of which only she knew. It was too much to bear. Now, Xiao Wu gradually understood that on the day of the incident, half of the responsibility was actually hers, which had led to the subsequent tragedy. She understood that it was something she had wanted, something she had initiated, and that it had little to do with Chen Xuan. She just needed someone to blame. Xiao Wu, you're finally back. Where were you last night? Do you know how worried I and the teachers were? As soon as Xiao Wu returned to Shrek Academy, she ran into Tang San. Tang San had hardly slept all night, his worry consuming him. He had searched many places but found no clues. Now, the sister who had kept him on edge all night had finally returned. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu was in a terrible mood, her emotions were very low, and she didn't want to talk. She casually brushed him off and hurried back to the dormitory. Tang San clenched his fists, a flash of anger passing through his eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and he returned to his usual self. He hadn't seen Xiao Wu for many days, and today was the first time, yet he was met with this cold reception. Tang San felt deeply hurt, a sense of oppression weighing on him. Ever since Chen Xuan had returned, his sister had become like this, unwilling to speak with him. What had happened between them? He no longer believed Xiao Wu's excuses and began to suspect that there was a connection between these events that was being kept from him, leaving him in the dark. Although Tang San had his suspicions and sensed that something was wrong, he still didn't think in that direction, believing that Xiao Wu wouldn't betray him. Time passed quietly, and soon it was noon. Today was the day of Shrek's match in the tournament. Rest area. Following Flender's instructions, Chen Xuan rejoined the team, replacing Huang Yuan's position. The two would rotate for the matches. Previously, Huang Yuan and Jingling had been participating in the matches. Now that Chen Xuan was back, the lineup needed to be adjusted, and he was sent in as a replacement. Chen Xuan had no objections, it was a good opportunity to test his abilities after breaking through to the Soul Ancestor level. According to Yu Xiaogong's strategy, the 7 monsters were not to reveal too much during the preliminary rounds, especially Ning Rongrong and Ma Hengjian, who were strictly prohibited from participating. The 5 substitute members, who were relatively weaker in spirit power, had been brought in specifically to conceal the strength of the 7 Shrek monsters. Therefore, the team for this match included Captain Daimubai, Vice-Captain Tang San, Zhu Zuqing, Tai Long, Jiangju, Chen Xuan, and Xiao Wu as the final member. What? Xiao Wu is willing to participate. When the last name was read, the Shrek members were all taken aback, staring in disbelief. They knew that for the past 6 days, Xiao Wu had been like a person possessed, staying in her room and refusing to come out, let alone compete. I wasn't feeling well before, but now I'm fine. Xiao Wu forced a smile, trying to regain her usual demeanor, presenting herself as the sweet girl everyone knew. However, the keen-eyed members could see that she was no longer as lively and cute as before. There was something forced about her current behavior. Chen Xuan withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. That incident had clearly affected her deeply. All right, little monsters, quiet down. Here is the information about your opponent for today's match, an experienced team, Flender said as he entered the room, placing a folder on the table. The Shrek members snapped back to attention, their eyes focusing on the documents. Blazing Academy. Ning Rongrong's eyes showed a hint of surprise. She had heard of this academy since childhood. It was one of the 5 elemental academies, specializing in fire elements, and was a very experienced and old team. That's right, Flender nodded, his expression growing more serious. Your opponent today is Blazing Academy. They've won all 7 of their matches so far, undefeated. At these words, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, and the others grew tense, feeling the pressure of the upcoming match. Chen Xuan, however, remained calm. With the completion of his Shunshin and Chidori techniques, he felt more confident. Tang San, the members of Blazing Academy specialize in fire combat. Your blue-silver grass will be at a disadvantage, and it might not be effective. Maybe you should sit this one out, Daimubai suggested, looking at Tang San with concern. Fire is the natural enemy of plants, and the same applies to martial souls. All 7 members of Blazing Academy have fire attribute martial souls. Everyone knew that blue-silver grass would burn when it came into contact with fire, making it nearly useless in this battle. Unfortunately, Shrek Academy didn't have any water or ice attribute spirit masters, otherwise, they would have the advantage over Blazing Academy. Don't worry, I have a way to counter them, Tang San replied with a confident smile, though he didn't reveal his plan, keeping it a secret for now. As the soul of the Shrek team and its strategist, he couldn't afford to sit out. Alright, just be careful during the match, Daimubai said. Despite the overwhelming disadvantage, he chose to trust his brother, not because of anything else but because he was Tang San, the soul of Shrek Academy. Ma Hengjian grumbled, if only our team had water or ice element spirit masters, then we would have the upper hand. Yeah, fire can restrain plants, but it gets extinguished by water. Why couldn't we be from the Water Element Academy? Oscar lamented. Water. Chen Xuan felt the water attribute chakra within him and began to ponder. A few days ago, Chen Xuan obtained his 4th spirit ring, which came from a water attribute spirit beast. His guess was confirmed. Due to the uniqueness of his martial soul, it could indeed accommodate spirit rings of various attributes. He could clearly sense that, in addition to the wind, fire, and lightning attributes, he now had a fourth water attribute spirit power. The entire Blazing Academy team cultivated fire attribute martial souls, which were naturally countered by water and ice. Chen Xuan realized this, but time was too tight, and he hadn't had the opportunity to explore water release techniques. Chakra manipulation was only one aspect, the hand seals were key. Without knowing the corresponding hand seals, even with the method, he couldn't learn the technique. He wasn't at the level where he could just clap his hands and make anything happen. It was too terrifying to even consider. The only techniques he could recall were the Water Dragon Bullet technique and the Great Waterfall technique. Chen Xuan had a deep impression of the Water Dragon Bullet, which originally required 40 or 50 hand seals but was simplified by Tobirama Senju to just 3, an incredible feat. Given his excellent chakra control talent and the Sharingan's copying and interpretation abilities, there was a chance he could succeed after a couple of tries. Determined, Chen Xuan immediately found an excuse to visit the restroom to handle some important business. The rest of the Shrek team remained focused on studying Blazing Academy's information, engrossed in their task and unaware of his departure. Blazing Academy. Captain, Huo Wushuan, Martial Soul, Fire Dragon, Level 42 Assault System Battle Soul Master. Vice Captain, Huo Wu, Martial Soul, Fire Shadow, Level 43 Control System Battle Soul Master. Member, Huo Yan, Martial Soul, Fire Leopard, Level 41 Agility System Battle Soul Master. Members, Huo Yun and Huo Yu, Martial Soul, Fire Crane, Level 39 Agility System Battle Soul Masters. Members, Huo Shi and Huo Lian, Martial Soul, Fire Star, Level 37 Support System Battle Soul Masters. Blazing Academy had 3 Soul Masters at the Soul Ancestor level, with the rest being Soul Elders. Even so, the Shrek team didn't dare to underestimate their opponents. Although Blazing Academy has only 3 Soul Ancestors, the 2 members with Fire Crane Martial Souls are just a step away from reaching level 40. Flender advised the little monsters to pay special attention to these 2. He also pointed to a woman in the information and emphasized her several times, noting that she was the soul of Blazing Academy. Yu Xiaogang, knowing Blazing Academy's strength, was aware that the Elephant Armored Academy had been defeated by them. He hesitated over his arrangement, considering whether to change the lineup. But Tang San, understanding his teacher well, spoke up with firm determination. Teacher, I've made up my mind. Let's proceed as planned. Yu Xiaogang was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, a gratified smile appearing on his face. All right, we'll do as you say. I believe you will do well. You've grown up and are capable of handling things on your own. Encouraged by the praise, Tang San smiled slightly, his resolve strengthening. The 5th round, Blazing Academy vs Shrek Academy. Will both teams please enter the arena? With the announcer's call, the Shrek team and all members of Blazing Academy left the rest area and headed for the stage. Shrek Academy, undefeated. Shrek Academy, invincible. As the Shrek team appeared, the audience erupted in a thunderous uproar, with applause like rolling thunder. These past days, the Shrek team had been on a winning streak, undefeated, and had never lost a match. Blazing Academy entered the stage with their heads held high, having also been undefeated so far. Their entrance also stirred a significant commotion, especially when the Academy's top beauty made her appearance, causing waves of cheers and screams from countless men in the audience. Daimyo Bai looked at the woman in red, his eyes fixed on her, deeply attracted at first sight. Realizing what he was doing, he quickly looked away, acting as if nothing had happened. Zhu Zuking's sharp eyes caught this scene clearly. Her face turned cold, her dislike for Daimyo Bai increasing. Huo Wu, huh? She does have a tough girl vibe, Chen Xuan remarked, slightly surprised by the sight of the sexy and fiery woman, who indeed left an impression on him. Huo Wu, Blazing Academy's top beauty, took the stage in a bright red dress, her outfit dazzling like fire. She wore striking red lipstick, and her entire ensemble from dress to shoes was red. Her long red hair was neatly tied up, giving her a clean and capable appearance, exuding the aura of a strong woman. Huo Wu had a round face, fair skin, large eyes with long eyelashes, and a high nose. A red mark in the middle of her brow resembled a small flame. Chen Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Compared to her, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were still just young girls. Only Zhu Zuking could match her. Huo Wu was tall, with a curvy figure, wearing a short dress that revealed her long, snow-white legs. She walked with confidence, her bright red hair adding to her heroic and graceful aura. She was older and had a mature beauty. Neither Ning Rongrong nor Xiao Wu could compare to her in terms of figure or face. Chen Xuan recalled that this woman had a somewhat odd personality. In the original timeline, after being defeated by Tang San, she inexplicably developed feelings for him, even pursuing him in a reverse courtship, practically throwing herself at him. However, Tang San's heart had always belonged to Xiao Wu, though he wouldn't admit it, so the two were destined to be star-crossed. Better not face off against her, to avoid any unforeseen complications. Sexy and beautiful as she was, Chen Xuan had no other thoughts. Dealing with Xiao Wu was already more than enough for him. All contestants in position, please activate your martial souls. The match is about to begin. The announcer's voice rang out loudly. As soon as the words fell, both the Shrek and Blazing teams activated their martial souls. Huo Wu, Huo Wushuan, and Huo Yan all released their martial souls, each one a soul ancestor with 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. The other 4 members, all soul elders, had the same spirit ring configuration, 2 yellow, 1 purple. On the Shrek side, Daimyobai, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, and the others all had top-tier configurations, with their spirit rings being similar. Only Tang San, when he released his blue-silver grass, caused an uproar. The black spirit ring that appeared on the ground was so striking that it drew everyone's attention. In the audience, all eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the young man on the stage. A 10,000-year spirit ring. How is this possible? How can he have a 10,000-year spirit ring? At that moment, the audience exploded, as if the scene had ignited a massive uproar. In the VIP stands, Emperor Shuiya couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Did he see that correctly? Ning Fengzi's face showed surprise, the shock in his heart even greater, and he began to think about recruiting Tang San. On the stage, Tang San took a deep breath, feeling the awe and reverence of the crowd around him. He felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. The sensation was marvelous. No matter how much he heard and felt it, it wasn't enough. A monster, a freak. My God, what have I witnessed? I've seen the birth of 2 miracles on the continent. How honored am I? Heavens, what kind of monster academy is Shrek? How can they produce 2 perverts? Tang San closed his eyes, basking in the sounds of amazement, but the more he listened, the more something felt off. Did they just say 2 10,000-year spirit rings? What's going on? When he opened his eyes, he noticed the eerie silence on the stage. Daimyobai, Zhu Zuqing, Tai Long, and all the others were looking back at him with astonished expressions. Even the members of Blazing Academy, their eyes wide with disbelief, were staring at him. Tang San frowned, puzzled. He had already revealed his 10,000-year spirit ring before, so why were they still so shocked? It was like they were seeing it for the first time. Chen Xuan, how did you manage this? With that voice, Tang San's satisfaction shattered like a bubble. Realizing something, he quickly turned around and was instantly shocked. Behind him, Chen Xuan had activated his martial soul, and on the ground, his spirit rings were identical to Tang San's, yellow, yellow, purple, black. The last ring was a 10,000-year spirit ring. An unremarkable academy, not a veteran team, suddenly caught the world's attention by making a stunning entry into the Continental Soul Master Tournament. First, there was Tang San, and now there is Chen Xuan. A small Shrek Academy has produced 2 individuals with 10,000-year spirit rings, both in their 4th rings. The second miracle in 1,000 years was born today. The major academies were all shaken. Shrek has produced another prodigy, one in 1,000 years. VIP stand. Salus's face showed a strange expression, his cloudy eyes flickering with a vicious light. His lips moved slightly, sending out strands of energy that drifted into the ear of the nearest subordinate from the spirit hall. This was a method of voice transmission, a secret technique mastered by major sects. First, it was Tang San, and now another 10,000-year spirit ring. Even the spirit hall has to take this seriously. Platinum Bishop Salus instructed his subordinate to report this matter truthfully to the Spirit Hall as quickly as possible, leaving the decision to the Pope whether to recruit or destroy. The choice lies in a single thought. At this moment, no one was more shocked than the Grand Master, Yu Xiaogang. Seeing Chen Xian's dazzling black spirit ring made him incredibly uneasy. According to his theory, the age limit for the 4th spirit ring of an ordinary soul master should not exceed 6,000 years, and for a genius, it should be no more than 8,000 years. He could accept that his disciple Xiao San, Tang San, managed to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring due to his extraordinary talent and a bit of luck. At that time, he had asserted that it was impossible for anyone else to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring in advance, not even the current Pope. Grandmaster's eyes were filled with rage. Now, Chen Xian's actions seemed to be challenging his theory, rendering it worthless, and mocking his 10 core theories. Yu Xiaogang could not accept this reality and would rather believe that Chen Xian had used some evil technique than accept that it was true. If he accepted this fact, it would undoubtedly be a denial of himself and his most cherished 10 core theories. A cold glint flashed in the Grandmaster's eyes. He refused to accept it and firmly believed that his 10 core theories were correct. Yu Xiaogang is not a failure, Chen Xian is the failure. The Grandmaster's thoughts were in turmoil. From self-denial to regaining his belief, he quickly reaffirmed his convictions. After calming down, he re-examined Chen Xian. He had already investigated Chen Xian and found that he was previously an auxiliary soul master with no combat power whatsoever. However, in the past month, he suddenly displayed formidable strength and speed comparable to an agility-type soul master, which was definitely suspicious. How could a normal soul master undergo such drastic changes in just 1 month? Yu Xiaogang's eyes sharpened as he believed he had seen through the truth. Chen Xian must have used some sort of evil technique, or perhaps, this person himself represents evil. Evil soul master. This term appeared in the Grand Master's mind. Spectator stand. The members of the Godwind Academy were also watching this match. That Chen Xian, I heard he used to be an auxiliary-type soul master, but later his martial soul mutated, and only in the past year did he transition into a battle soul master, said an informed person. Feng Xiaotian, upon hearing this, was skeptical and questioned, who did you hear that from? Is it accurate? Boss, it's absolutely true. The team member assured him, patting his chest. The teacher leading Shrek, known as the Grandmaster, you should know him, right? He was the one who announced this information. This team member explained in detail that on the second day of the competition, Emperor Shui sent a message to the two teachers of Shrek, inquiring about some matters. When asked about Chen Xuan's unexpected combat strength, it was Yu Xiaogang who provided this explanation. Feng Xiaotian was doubtful, sensing something was off, but since the team's teacher said so, it shouldn't be a lie. So, you're saying that Chen Xuan, within a year, not only switched from being an auxiliary to a battle soul master but also achieved such results. It seems that Shrek is indeed extraordinary, and we have gained another formidable opponent. Arena. Shrek Academy and Blazing Academy had already engaged in battle, with an all-out melee. The Blazing Battle team, after their initial shock, quickly calmed down and became even more resolute in their belief. They would not fear Shrek. Upon reflection, although two of them possessed 10,000-year spirit rings, they were, after all, just soul elders of the 41st rank. Tang San was indeed exceptionally gifted, but the entire Blazing Academy team had fire-type martial souls. The outcome of blue-silver grass encountering fire was self-evident, and Chen Xuan was even less of a concern. Shrek's teacher had said that he had transitioned from an auxiliary to a battle soul master. How much combat power could he possibly have? He was not to be feared. Daimubai let out a low roar, White Tiger Vajra transformation activated, and his voice rang out loudly, like a real tiger roaring. Tai Long followed closely behind, with a slender blue-silver grass wrapped around his waist, advancing together. So, you're the captain of Shrek? Fight me. Hua Wushuan's eyes blazed with intensity, showing no fear of the two advancing towards him, but rather filled with battle intent. Behind him, a fire dragon coiled as he used 2-century-old spirit skills, flames rising from his body. Facing the now famous Shrek, he neither dodged nor retreated, charging forward with another strong attack-type team member. Boom! In the arena, fiery and pale golden spirit power collided, erupting in two brilliant lights as dragon and tiger clashed. Both were captains of their respective teams. When they met, they fought with all their might, holding nothing back. Tai Long attempted a sneak attack, but instead, he was counterattacked. A large foot came at him. With a thud, he took a kick to the face, leaving a shoe print as he flew backward. In just a few short breaths, Daimubai and Hua Wushuan exchanged dozens of moves, using hands, feet, fists, and whip legs, moving so quickly that they left after images. The two were fighting without using spirit skills, engaging in true hand-to-hand combat. This was a contest between captains, both at the 43rd rank, to see who was the strongest. Both sides refrained from intervening, watching the two engage in a physical showdown. With a loud bang, the two finally used their spirit skills. Daimubai spat out a golden light beam, while Hua Wushuan also shot out flames, colliding head-on. In an instant, spirit power surged, and the two each retreated 2 or 3 steps, with the outcome decided. So, you're the Shrek captain, Daimubai? You're not that impressive, Hua Wushuan said with a sneer, wiping the dust from the corner of his mouth. He was deliberately provoking them, trying to undermine Shrek's morale. You Blazing Academy folks aren't that great either, Daimubai retorted coldly. Such clumsy tactics wouldn't anger him. Tang San gave a sharp pull, tightening the blue-silver grass wrapped around Tai Long's waist, pulling him back. He spoke bluntly, Tai Long, you're no match for Huo Yan, leave it to Zuking. He had been observing the situation closely. Just now, Tai Long was completely outmatched by an agility-type soul elder from the Blazing Battle team, and his face was already imprinted with a shoe print, making him look quite miserable. If Tang San hadn't pulled Tai Long back with his blue-silver grass, he might have been injured. Tai Long grunted angrily. He was very unhappy about being beaten and wanted to fight back, but he still followed Tang San's arrangement. The opponent was one of the 3 soul elders of the Blazing Battle team, an agility-type battle soul elder named Huo Yan, whose martial soul was the Flame Leopard. Zhu Zuking was also an agility-type soul master with the same 41st rank, making her a perfect match. However, before Zhu Zuking could respond, someone stepped forward. Let me handle it. From the back of the team, Chen Xuan's voice rang out as he walked to the front. I prefer one-on-one duels. Leave the fire leopard to me. You guys just stick to the plan, don't worry about me, Chen Xuan said, his tone brimming with confidence. Jiangzhu looked at him, her eyes filled with concern, fearing that he might get injured again. Zhu Zuking, usually cold and expressionless, showed a slight ripple of emotion when Chen Xuan made this decision. Are you sure? Tang San frowned, deeply questioning Chen Xuan's strength. From what he knew, Chen Xuan only had one attack method. Although he, like Tang San, possessed a 10,000-year spirit ring, the gap between him and the genius soul elders of the Blazing Battle team was enormous, like the difference between heaven and earth. Don't worry, I've made a lot of progress recently. Chen Xuan waved his hand and walked forward, leaving only his back to them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's body tensed, her face turned pale, and her palms began to tremble slightly. It wasn't just Chen Xuan, since that night, her own spirit power had also increased. Originally at level 39, she was surprised to find that her spirit power had broken through to level 40, maybe even more. Xiao Wu could clearly feel that if she fused with her 4th spirit ring, her spirit power would definitely exceed level 41, possibly reaching level 43 at least. However, she didn't dare to tell the others in Shrek and could only subtly ask the Grand Master if there was a way to instantly increase spirit power. The answer she received was that certain immortal herbs could enhance the quality of one's martial soul and increase spirit power. But that day, even after eating the crystal radish, aside from some strange reactions in her body, there was no change in her spirit power. Xiao Wu vaguely remembered that her spirit power breakthrough occurred during that intimate moment, when her spirit power gradually increased. Thinking of this, her mind unwillingly replayed embarrassing scenes, making her feel nauseous. Especially when she thought about Chen Xuan's thing, she felt even more disgusted and didn't dare continue thinking about it. Yet, in the end, that extremely shameful scene still flashed in her mind. Xiao Wu's cheeks turned red, and she became somewhat frantic. How could she have done such a disgusting thing? The thought of it made her want to throw up. That night, she even licked Xiao Wu. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts, bringing Xiao Wu back to reality. Brother San, what's wrong? Her body stiffened as if caught in the act, nervously looking at Tang San. Tang San just found it strange that Xiao Wu hadn't responded after calling her several times, thinking she might not have rested well. Never mind, it's nothing. You should get some rest, he said, dismissing his original thoughts. Zhu Zuking had already entered the battle and was being targeted by 2 agility-type soul masters from Blazing Academy, attacked from both front and back. As the team's control-type soul master, Tang San needed to control the field from the rear, so he had intended to send Xiao Wu to assist Zhu Zuking. But seeing her now, he decided against it. Nothing was more important than his sister. In Blazing Academy, the vice-captain Xiao Wu had also not moved, standing at the back, observing the trembling members on both sides. She was also a control-type soul elder, experienced and knowledgeable, just like Tang San, understanding the best position for a control-type soul master to maximize their impact, rather than blindly engaging in one-on-one duels. Daimyobai and Hua Wuxuan were engaged in an intense duel, a battle between captains, the clash of dragon and tiger, with both giving it their all. Hua Wuxuan didn't possess a top-tier martial soul, just a high-grade one. However, with the support of 2 auxiliary-type team members, his combat strength had significantly increased. Now, he felt terrifyingly strong, filled with confidence. Even if the blue lightning tyrant dragon, the strongest beast martial soul in the world, appeared, he felt he could put up a good fight. 3rd spirit skill, Meteor Shower. At this moment, at the back of the Blazing Academy team, the 2 auxiliary soul masters activated their strongest spirit skills, launching an extreme amplification. Their spirit power condensed into countless sparks, like tiny dots of light, occupying half of the arena, and then entered the bodies of several members of the Blazing Battle team. Hua Wuxuan, Huo Yan, and 2 others with Fire Crane martial souls, all experienced a sudden surge in strength, with their combat power skyrocketing, each one's spirit power now equivalent to a soul master of at least 3 levels higher. Additionally, their spirit skills were also boosted by 20%. What a powerful auxiliary soul master! Tang San's eyes lit up, clearly assessing the opponent's situation. The Blazing Battle team appeared to have 2 auxiliaries and 1 controller, but in reality, it could be seen as a formation with 3 controllers and 3 auxiliaries. Those 2 inconspicuous individuals were not ordinary auxiliary soul masters but rather unique ones. One of them provided full team support, while the other selectively amplified a specific team member, achieving a control effect similar to Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Supporting an entire group naturally didn't have the same amplification effect as supporting a single individual, but the 2 from Blazing Academy complemented each other perfectly, creating a flawless combination. Understanding all this, Tang San realized that they could no longer fight individually. He began to act, pulling Zhu Zuking, Tai Long, and Daimyobai back with a sharp tug of his blue-silver grass. He didn't pull Chen Xuan back, as he hadn't wrapped him with the blue-silver grass. Daimyobai and Hua Wuxuan were evenly matched in spirit power and martial soul quality, making them equally skilled opponents, with no clear winner even after all this time. Just as the 2 were fully engaged in their battle, Daimyobai's body suddenly began retreating at a very fast speed. Don't think you can run. Hua Wuxuan noticed nothing amiss, assuming the opponent was trying to escape. He immediately chased after him, his fists igniting with flames, aiming for Daimyobai's chest. However, Daimyobai was retreating too quickly, and it didn't seem like a deliberate change in battle position. Something was definitely wrong. Unfortunately, by the time Hua Wuxuan realized the anomaly, it was too late. He had already plunged deep into Shrek's territory, with no teammates nearby. Meanwhile, Tai Long and Zhu Zuking reacted quickly, rushing in from both sides to form a pincer attack. Daimyobai, facing Hua Wuxuan head-on, suddenly leaped up, his tiger palms glowing as he aimed them directly at Hua Wuxuan. Looks like your captain is in trouble, Chen Xuan joked, still having the leisure to observe others. Then, he quickly retreated, avoiding a flying kick. With a loud crash, the ground cracked, scattering a pile of rubble. After missing his kick, Huo Yan continued his assault, showing no concern for Hua Wuxuan's situation. His feet were engulfed in flames, burning intensely, with the destructive power of a devil's wind kick. He snorted coldly and said, "You should worry about yourself." Chen Xuan reached out and caught a handful of the flying stones. "Thanks, I was just looking for something to use as a medium," he said casually, slowly inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique. Chen Xuan knew that with Xiao Wu present, it would be difficult for anyone on the field to get hurt unless someone was faster than Xiao Wu's reaction time. Sure enough, when Daimubai, Tai Long, and Zhu Zuqing simultaneously attacked Xiao Wushuan, an unexpected event occurred. Third spirit skill, repelling fire ring. At that moment, something strange happened. A large amount of spirit power gathered around Xiao Wushuan, and in the next instant, a red hurricane erupted, spinning rapidly and carrying scorching flames, like a fiery tornado. All three attacks landed on it, but to no effect. On the contrary, the fiery tornado had a rebound effect, causing a huge shock to the three of them, sending them flying backward. Daimubai, Tai Long, and Zhu Zuqing were blasted to the edge of the arena but suffered no real injuries. Not good, Xiao-san. Daimubai shouted, realizing Blazing Academy's true objective. Sure enough, after the three were sent flying, Xiao Wushuan, Xiao Yun, and Xiao Yu from the Blazing Battle team immediately surrounded Tang San, targeting him from three directions. At this moment, Tang San was besieged from all sides. The three intended to eliminate Shrek's most troublesome opponent first. Meanwhile, Daimubai, Tai Long, and Zhu Zuqing were too far away to help, with a considerable distance between them. Even Xiao Wu, who was closest, was still 20 or 30 meters away, as she had earlier gone to protect Jiangzhu and was now at the very back. Looks like it's your teammate who's in trouble now, Huo Yan sneered, throwing Chen Xian's words back at him. Chen Xian chuckled. He might question Tang San's character and personality, but he would never doubt his overpowered abilities. If it were truly that easy to defeat Tang San, Chen Xian would be more than happy. He wouldn't have to worry about being assassinated anymore. Arena. Tang San was alone, surrounded on three sides by three members of the Blazing Battle team. Xiao Wushuan, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yun were all using their 1000-year spirit skills to encircle and attack Tang San. Looks like it's your captain who's in trouble now, Huo Lai said after another missed kick, stopping his attack. He turned to Chen Xian with a hint of surprise in his eyes and added, "You're not as ordinary as the rumors suggest. You have some skill, but unfortunately, this match is about to end." Next, he intended to get serious by using his third and fourth spirit skills, increasing his speed and strength to a level where no one could evade his attacks. As for the rumors Huo Lai mentioned, they were the ones spread by Yu Xiaogang not long ago. Yes, it should end, Chen Xian replied, holding two stones in his hand. He was about to get serious as well, ready to display his true speed. It would be a test of whether the agility of the fire leopard or his own instant movement technique was faster. The tournament rules prohibited using weapons other than martial souls, but they didn't say anything about improvising with available materials. Not having kunao or weapons didn't mean he couldn't use the flying thunder god technique. Foolish. Can't you tell I've been holding back this whole time? Do you really think you can compete with me? Huo Yan sneered, feeling that Chen Xian was far too arrogant. The teacher leading Shrek Academy had already said that Chen Xian's martial soul mutated a year ago, which led to his transition to a battle soul master. His only attack method was a single move. Huo Lai admired Chen Xian's determination. Taking such a big step would have been daunting for anyone, even the slightest mistake could ruin a soul master's entire career. Chen Xian wasn't aware of these opinions, but he could vaguely sense that others had a strange perception of him, leading him to make some guesses. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden. He would just need to ask someone afterward to find out the truth. Huo Lai got serious, planting his hands on the ground and bending his body down. A shadow of a fire leopard appeared above his head, resembling a leopard about to pounce on its prey. Swish! He moved, merging his martial soul into his body, igniting flames on his skin, and in a flash, turning into a black shadow. You're fast, but I've already seen through your moves, Chen Xian said, retreating as the tomo in his eyes spun, allowing him to catch every move Huo Lai made. Earlier, he hadn't used his instant movement technique. The reason he had been able to dodge Huo Lai's attacks was that he had activated his 3-tomo Sharinon, which allowed him to predict the opponent's moves in advance. The ability of the 1-tomo Sharinon is insight, and in Chen Xian's eyes, Huo Lai's movements appeared to be slowed down by half, making them easy to read. Huo Lai grew frustrated. He moved like a leopard, extremely fast, yet every time he pounced, Chen Xian managed to dodge, barely touching the edges of his clothes. His confidence wavered. Missing before could be attributed to holding back, but now that he was serious, Chen Xian's speed had also increased, and he hadn't even used his martial soul. You forced me into this. Huo Lai roared, his second spirit ring glowing as he released his spirit power and unleashed a powerful palm strike. Second spirit skill, 7-star flowing fire. In an instant, he conjured 7 fireballs, which he flung out, covering a wide area. He was no longer trying to compete in speed, opting instead to rely on sheer power. The 7 fireballs, radiating intense heat, attacked from 7 different directions. Chen Xian was slightly surprised at Huo Lai's battle experience, realizing that he had successfully blocked all possible escape routes. I underestimated you earlier, but this still isn't enough, Chen Xian said as he retreated, quickly throwing a stone into the air. Stubborn, Huo Lai scoffed, clenching his fist, which caused the fireballs to speed up. With all escape routes sealed, Chen Xian had no choice but to retreat, but Huo Lai didn't believe he could dodge this time. However, just as the 7 fireballs were about to hit him, only half a meter away, Chen Xian suddenly vanished, leaving behind nothing but a flash of light. With a bang, the flames soared into the sky, leaving a small crater on the ground. Impossible. Huo Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. This speed was beyond comprehension. How could he possibly catch him? Where is he? He quickly scanned his surroundings but couldn't find any trace of Chen Xuan. Suddenly, Huo Lai's hair fluttered as if blown by a gentle breeze. Realizing something, Huo Lai instantly activated his third spirit skill, desperately retreating from his original position. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, unable to stay calm as he pushed his speed to the limit. With a thunderous roar, an explosion occurred at his previous location, sending dust and debris flying, and scattering stones in all directions. Huo Lai panted heavily, clutching his chest, his face showing lingering fear. Just moments ago, the attack had come within half a meter of hitting him. If he hadn't moved quickly, he would have been lying in bed for days after taking a hit from such a powerful spirit skill. As the dust settled, a 3-meter-long crater appeared in the arena, with shattered granite scattered around. Chen Xuan emerged from the shallow pit, dusting himself off. "Do you still think you can take me down?" he asked. Huo Lai took a deep breath, his face gradually calming. He didn't respond but instead activated his fourth spirit ring, preparing to use his most powerful spirit skill. Swish! The next moment, the surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the moisture in the air began to evaporate as Huo Lai seemed to be preparing a deadly attack. Fourth spirit skill, Fire Leopard Possession. Flames engulfed Huo Lai, his hands and feet igniting with searing heat, causing the stones on the ground to melt. In this state, all his spirit skills power increased by 30%. "Did you think you were the only one gathering power?" Chen Xuan said as he completed his last hand sign. The humidity in the air suddenly increased, reaching a staggering 100%. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The next moment, the water molecules in the air condensed into a massive volume of liquid, forming a dragon-shaped figure weighing over 10,000 pounds. Huo Lai launched more than a dozen fireballs, each a meter in diameter, filling the arena with light. However, the water dragon merely swung its body, unleashing a torrent of water that extinguished the oncoming fireballs. "Go!" Chen Xuan commanded, and the water dragon let out a deafening roar, sweeping down from above, its jaws wide open, aiming to crush Huo Lai on the ground. Fire restrains plants, but it is also countered by water and ice. When a fire attribute soul master faces a water attribute soul master, they are utterly powerless. How is this possible? You're not a water element soul master? How can you use such a spirit skill? Huo Lai's eyes widened as he stared at the 10-meter-long water dragon rushing toward him. He tried to dodge, but it was futile. The 10-meter-long water dragon seemed to have a mind of its own, tracking his position, and a massive flood descended upon him. Boom! Half the arena was flooded by the water dragon bullet, and the powerful current swept Huo Lai along with the scattered stones out of the arena. What's going on? Where did this water come from? Even the two auxiliary soul masters of the blazing battle team were nearly swept off the platform by the surge. Fortunately, Huo Wu intervened at the last moment, releasing her third spirit skill, Repelling Fire Ring, to deflect the water. Otherwise, the two would have been eliminated. A water dragon suddenly appeared, bringing forth a large wave of water that flooded the area outside the arena, turning it into a shallow water zone. The audience erupted into a commotion, with everyone exclaiming in surprise. In one day, Chen Xuan had shocked the crowd multiple times. First, it was the 10,000-year spirit ring, then the speed that crushed the agility-type spirit masters, and that blue sphere, with power comparable to a regular spirit elder's fourth spirit ability. Now, this person also displayed a water-based spirit ability, and on a significant scale too. This was incredibly shocking, almost an impossible feat. A spirit master's abilities are determined by their martial spirit, and it is rare for someone to control both fire and water, while also having incredible speed. Such a spirit master is almost non-existent. The 5 elemental academies fire, wind, lightning, etc. each focused on one element only. It was nearly impossible to master any other elements. It was obvious to anyone paying attention that Chen Xuan's martial spirit was neither water-based nor speed-related, yet he could control water, outpace agility-type spirit masters of the same rank, and even use a wind-based spirit ability. All these different abilities gathered in one person were simply unbelievable. The VIP stand. Emperor Shui showed a rare expression of interest and asked Chief Meng Shenji, "What is this young man's martial spirit, and which sect does he belong to?" He was a person who highly valued talent and had taken an interest in both Chen Xuan and Tang San. Not long ago, he had sent the prince, Shui Qinghe, to make contact with Tang San. Meng Shenji quickly responded, "Your Majesty, according to my investigation, this young man named Chen Xuan comes from a small village, with no family, no sect, and only a younger sister. He joined Blue Tyrant Academy, now Shrek Academy, 3 years ago. As the chief of Heaven Do Imperial Academy and a figure at the top of the pyramid, this kind of information couldn't be hidden from him. A little investigation revealed everything. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This child is extraordinary, precisely the kind of talent the royal family needs." Emperor Shui stroked his beard and smiled, growing more and more interested in Chen Xuan. Meng Shenji understood his intent and immediately left the VIP stand to discuss future matters with others. In fact, it wasn't just the royal family. The moment Chen Xuan revealed his 10,000-year spirit ring, the major sects had already considered recruiting him. Everyone knew that prodigies like Tang San and Chen Xuan didn't need all the resources at their disposal, just a bit of nurturing would ensure they reached the spirit Douluo level without any problems. Salas's eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flashing within as certain thoughts began to form in his mind. Ning Fengzi stroked his chin, considering whether he could have his daughter Rongrong approach Chen Xuan, especially since they were both at the same academy. The arena. Earlier, when Tang San was surrounded by 3 members of the Blazing Fire team, everyone thought it was a sure defeat. However, the unexpected happened. Huo Wushuan, Huo Yun, and Huo Yu's strength was clear for all to see. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, they were toyed with by a blue-silver grass spirit master as if they were mere clowns. Facing the 3 of them, Tang San relied on the Tang Sect's secret techniques to turn danger into safety. With just one move, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, he easily evaded Huo Wushuan and Huo Yu's joint attack. After a dozen exchanges, they still couldn't even touch a strand of Tang San's hair, and the fight dragged on until Daimyobai, Zhu Zuqing, and others rushed back. Huo Wu gritted her teeth, using her repelling fire ring to bounce away the attacking water flow. In the blink of an eye, Huo Wushuan and Huo Yun were thrown back, each suffering minor injuries. This team battle seemed to have turned into Tang San's personal fight. Facing 3 spirit masters from the Blazing Fire Academy, he not only handled them with ease but also counterattacked, using blue-silver grass to control Huo Yun and Huo Yu, stalling until his teammates arrived. What was originally Shrek's disadvantage was forcibly turned around by Tang San alone, making Blazing Fire Academy the ones at a disadvantage. The situation had reversed once again. Xiao San, well done. As expected of the soul of our Shrek team, Daimyobai laughed heartily, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Third young master, you're too monstrous. Those 3 from Blazing Fire Academy together couldn't do anything to you, Tai Long said, his admiration for Tang San growing. At this moment, after finishing off the spirit elder level Huo Lai, Chen Xuan retreated back to the Shrek team's side. Daimyobai and Tai Long didn't notice him, their attention was entirely on Tang San. Tang San's brilliance was too overwhelming, and coupled with their urgent need for help earlier, they hadn't paid attention to Chen Xuan's battle with Huo Lai. However, Zhang Zhu's eyes were always on him. When he returned to the team, she hurriedly ran over, asking if he needed healing. Chen Xuan nodded and did not refuse. Zhang Zhu's ability was to restore spirit power, which was exactly what he needed after expending his own. Zhu Zuqing, with her cold and elegant demeanor, stood slightly to the side, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at Chen Xuan with a hint of curiosity. Huo Lai's strength was obvious to all, and as a fellow agility type, she knew very well that even if she used her 4th spirit ability, Ghost Shadow Split, she couldn't finish an opponent in such a short time. From the moment they started going all out, it had been less than 2 minutes. This kind of achievement. Zhu Zuqing's gaze involuntarily shifted to Daimyobai. Even with his advantage of being at level 43, would he be able to accomplish the same? Thinking of the Star Luo team, Zhu Zuqing's mood gradually darkened. With her and Daimyobai's current strength, would they really be able to defeat those 2 in the future? At this time, in the Blazing Fire team, with 3 members injured, Huo Wu decided to take action, forced to use her ultimate move. Originally, this move was intended to be saved for the knockout rounds, but they didn't want to lose, so they had no choice. Her beautiful eyes flashed with determination, and after exchanging a glance with 2 support spirit masters, they understood the vice-captain's intentions. 3rd spirit ability, Meteor Shower. 3rd spirit ability, Meteor Shower. The 2 support spirit masters shouted in unison, exerting all their strength. A surge of spirit power erupted from them, with small flames appearing, and sparks flying, gathering into masses of fire energy. They kept extracting their spirit power until the very last drop was used, and finally collapsed from exhaustion. This time, the energy within the flames was 5 times greater than before, unparalleled and integrated into Huo Wu's body, creating a majestic momentum. She raised her hands, and sparks flickered in the air, quickly igniting into flames. As Huo Wu released her spirit power, the flame rapidly expanded, growing dozens of times larger in an instant, transforming into a massive fireball with a diameter of 15 meters, radiating intense heat. It's over, Huo Wu said coldly, with a slight wave of her hand, sending the 15-meter-wide fireball, engulfed in fierce flames, flying towards them. At this moment, the arena was ablaze with fire, the air unbearably hot. The fireball was like the arrival of a great flame emperor, scorching the air, towering as high as a 5-story building, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. 4th spirit ability, Fire Dance Radiance. This was her ultimate move, a combined full-power attack with her 2 teammates, far surpassing the power of a Spirit King's 5th spirit ability. The Shrek team watched as the massive fireball flew towards them, feeling the heat waves on their faces, their clothes being blown by the wind. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Daimyobai's forehead, and his hands trembled slightly, unsure whether it was from excitement or fear. Zhang Zhu's face turned pale, her eyes filled with fear as she unconsciously hid behind Chen Xuan, clutching a corner of his clothes. So naive, Tang San said calmly, walking towards the fireball without any fear. In the eyes of the shocked spectators, he stopped and stood still, ready to face the overwhelming flames. Xiao San, are you crazy? Daimyobai shouted in worry, but he didn't step forward. Brother. Xiao Wu initially wanted to rush forward, but she hesitated for a second, thinking of her own now tainted body. In that 1 second, the scorching fireball was about to hit Tang San. First spirit ability, blue-silver grass entanglement. At the last moment, more than a dozen blue-silver grass vines rose from the ground, wrapping around Tang San like a cocoon. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded, flames shooting up into the sky, scorching the area and engulfing Tang San's figure. Looking at the massive fireball, Chen Xuan couldn't help but marvel at its power, which was definitely above his great fireball, at least twice as strong. This level of flame, with my current strength as a Soul Elder, would likely require me to activate the third form of Susanoo to fully defend against it. He assessed himself before coming to this conclusion. A normal Mangekyo Sharinon typically requires a long period of familiarization before even a single technique can be effectively used. Without the eternal Mangekyo, the third power, Susanoo, might only reach its fifth form at best, and achieving a full-body Susanoo is almost impossible. Chen Xuan was well aware of this. Whether it's ninjutsu, dojutsu, or Susanoo, they start off very weak. Only when the user becomes stronger can these abilities improve. With his current level of familiarity with the Mangekyo and his level 41 soul power, activating the first stage of Susanoo could be easily broken by a third soul skill. However, he hadn't used his Mangekyo abilities even once, so he was far from familiar with them. One could even say they were unfamiliar to him. Not to mention the second or third stages. Just activating the first arm form was already difficult. Although this ability is called the power of the gods, it essentially involves the materialization of chakra. Without a large amount of chakra to support it, even maintaining the basic form is impossible. Chen Xuan sighed. Unfortunately, this world doesn't have the concept of chakra. He had tried to refine chakra and succeeded, but it quickly converted into soul power. This forced him to consider an important issue. The amount and purity of his soul power constantly affected the effectiveness of his techniques. With his current Soul Elder level of soul power, even if he were given an S-rank ninjutsu or wood release technique, he might not be able to achieve even 50% of its potential. On the other hand, if he reached the Soul Saint level, his soul power would be different. A single Raisnon could match the strongest attack of an ordinary Soul Emperor. Moreover, the strongest attack of a Soul Emperor might only break through the first form of Susanoo. To deal with the second skeletal form and the third fleshy form, it would take someone close to a titled Douluo. As for the wood release technique, there's no need to mention it. Just the wooden golem technique would exhaust him, although he could still manage something like the wood spikes technique. Chen Xuan sometimes felt quite troubled. Even if he someday successfully learned wood release, there would be a very real problem. He didn't have the sage's body, the Senju clan's bloodline, or the support of Asura's chakra. Even if he learned it, he wouldn't be able to fully utilize it. Although wood release is powerful, each technique requires a massive amount of chakra. Without that, it would be like trying to move a river with just a bucket. Of course, if he had a tailed beast inside him, all these problems would be easily solved. On the battlefield, flames roared, the blazing fire burning intensely, making the air unbearably hot. Even standing at a distance, one could feel the scorching heat. The temperature of these flames was such that even a Soul King might not dare to face them directly. Could he have died in there? Hua Wushuan frowned. If someone were to die, it would cause a lot of trouble. He wasn't worried about Tang San's safety but rather about the tournament's rules, which forbade causing death or serious injury to Soul Masters. If Tang San were to die in the Sea of Flames, the Blazing Academy would have a hard time explaining it to the royal family. Controlling such a large amount of soul power is indeed challenging. Hua Wu's pale face was covered in tears. She was panting lightly, exhausted, with nearly all her soul power drained. I'll have to weaken the flames. I'm reaching my limit. Hua Wu was drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked through. As she cut off her soul power, the Sea of Flames began to shrink, the temperature dropped, and the fire gradually extinguished, revealing the scene within. At the center of the platform, a large area of the ground had melted and was in ruins, forming a deep pit. Large sections of granite were charred black. In the midst of the melted ground, a large amount of blue-silver grass remained, shaped like a large mound. What surprised everyone was that even flames capable of melting the ground could only leave some scorch marks on the blue-silver grass vines. Too naive. At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice rang out. The blue-silver grass dispersed, and a black figure emerged from within. You were too naive. This is what I wanted to say from the beginning. You made a mistake right from the start. Hua Wu's pupils contracted, her face turned pale, and she suddenly began to doubt herself. Hua Wushuan, Hua Yun, and the others all had their mouths wide open, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Under the raging flames, Tang San had actually survived, and he was completely unharmed. Not even his clothes were singed. My fourth soul skill is as powerful as the strongest attack of a Soul King. How could you be completely unscathed? Hua Wu couldn't believe it and nearly broke down, doubting herself. I told you, you made a mistake from the start because my blue-silver grass is fire immune. Tang San said calmly. These words sounded incredibly arrogant to others. The audience erupted in shock. Who could have imagined that there would be fire-immune blue-silver grass in this world? It was simply too unbelievable. Others might not know, but Chen Xuan knew very well that the reason Tang San was immune to flames was because he had consumed 2 immortal herbs, the infernal delicate apricot and the 8-petal immortal orchid. These 2 herbs grew in the ice and fire yin-yang well. After consuming them, Tang San's martial spirit and body became immune to ordinary flames and ice. However, whether they could resist the flames of Amaterasu remained uncertain. Chen Xuan thought it was unlikely. Amaterasu, also known as the Eternal Flames, was no ordinary fire. It was a pity that his dojutsu didn't include such powers. Otherwise, if things ever escalated, he could simply ambush Tang San with Amaterasu. Come to think of it, there's still a lot of immortal herbs in Dugubo's medicine garden. Chen Xuan muttered, entertaining some less than honorable thoughts. At Blazing Academy, Xiao Wu and her 2 support teammates were all exhausted, their soul power completely drained. This battle was essentially over. In the end, Xiao Wushuan conceded defeat, and the announcer declared Shrek Academy the winner. After the match, amidst the audience's enthusiastic applause, the Shrek team left the stage and returned to the rest area. Some stayed to observe the matches of other academies, while others left the Great Spirit Arena early to return to the academy. Xiao Wu went back to the academy, but strangely, Tang San didn't follow her. Instead, he stayed behind with Daimyobai and the others. Xiao-san, aren't you going to accompany Xiao Wu? Daimyobai asked curiously. Anyone with eyes could see that Xiao Wu hadn't been in the best spirits lately. Tang San smiled and shook his head. Xiao Wu said she just didn't sleep well. It shouldn't be anything serious. Besides, I have some things to take care of. Ning Fengzi had revealed some information about his father and was preparing to take him to meet Prince Xueqinghe, who might have the answers he sought. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and the others had left the arena and returned to Shrek Academy. Chen Xuan watched Xiao Wu's lonely figure, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't follow her. He didn't hurry back to the academy. Instead, he bought some fruits and daily necessities and returned to a 3-story house on the outskirts of the city. This was the new home he and his sister had in Heaven Do City, and they planned to stay there for a long time. The outskirts weren't very remote, quite a few people lived there. Nearby was a villa area inhabited by several wealthy families, reportedly all royal nobles. The house was a modern-style 3-story building with a yard and a vegetable garden, offering plenty of space. At noon, Chen Xuan returned to his new home. As soon as he entered, he saw his sister, Chen Yi, busy in the kitchen. When he glanced at the dining table, he saw that several dishes had already been prepared, including fish and chicken legs. Chen Xuan couldn't bear to let his sister do all the work, so he walked into the kitchen and gently pushed her out, taking over the cooking himself. After lunch, he went to the backyard, sat at a stone table, and summoned his system. In the Star Dough Forest, after absorbing his 4th soul ring and breaking through to the Soul Elder level, he had received an upgrade package. So much had happened recently that he had almost forgotten about the system. It was only now that he remembered it. System, don't mess with me this time. Please don't give me another useless fruit. The sun dipped in the west, the sky darkened, and night was about to fall. At dusk, in the backyard of a 3-story house, Chen Xuan sat by a stone table, ready to open his upgrade package. Before him, a blue virtual panel appeared, hovering between reality and illusion, exuding a sense of advanced technology. He tapped a few times on the panel, flipping through the pages until a red gift box appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan clicked the open button. In an instant, the gift box exploded, releasing a dazzling burst of light. From within, 4 beams of light in different colors shot out, too bright to see clearly, before finally settling on the stone table. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Chen Xuan, for obtaining 100,000 gold soul coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Chen Xuan, for obtaining the S-rank Forbidden Technique, 8 Gates Released Formation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Chen Xuan, for obtaining the Kusanagi Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Chen Xuan, for obtaining a 25,000-year-old Gale right leg bone. Upon seeing the first item, Chen Xuan froze on the spot, staring blankly. Are you kidding me? Another 100,000 gold soul coins. He was speechless. Now that he had crossed into another world and become a soul master, this felt like a total waste. He admitted that before crossing over, he had been a bit of a money grubber, always craving wealth. But that was then, and this is now. How could it be the same? At least the rest aren't too bad. Chen Xuan picked up a scroll from the stone table, quickly skimmed through it, and then stored it away. There was no doubt about it, the training method described was indeed the 8 Gates Released Formation. What a pity, though. Only those with great determination can train in it, so it's not suitable for me. Chen Xuan shook his head. Although the 8 Gates Released Formation was powerful, reaching the final gate would take at least a decade or 2. Using it might be able to kill 1,000 enemies, but it would cost you 800. Opening the 8th gate, the Death Gate, could grant power on PAR with the 6 paths, but the price was extreme. It would drain your life force, leading to death. Still, it wasn't entirely useless. Chen Xuan thought that if he ever established his own sect and recruited disciples, he could teach this technique to them. He shook his head and turned his attention away from the 8 Gates Released Formation, picking up a blade from the table. It was about 1.3 meters long, white in color, and shaped like a straight sword, though it lacked a hilt. This should be the second-ranked one, Chen Xuan murmured, carefully examining the white blade. In the world of Naruto, the Kusanagi sword, also known as a divine weapon, was said to have 3 versions scattered across the ninja world. Orochimaru searched half the ninja world but only found 2 of the Kusanagi swords, one of which he gave to Sasuke. The reason Orochimaru couldn't find the last Kusanagi sword wasn't that it didn't exist but because someone had beaten him to it. That person was Uchiha Itachi. I'll get you a sheath tomorrow, Chen Xuan said, satisfied with the blade, before storing it away. Afterward, his gaze fell on the last item on the stone table, which was emitting a green glow. This was a 10,000-year-old soul bone, specifically a speed type. Once absorbed, it could increase a soul master's speed by 10%. Moreover, when using the soul bones skill, the speed boost could reach 20%, resulting in a total increase of 30%. A 25,000-year-old soul bone. It seems pretty suitable for me. Chen Xuan picked up the soul bone, examining it closely. The enhancement effect was tempting, making him eager to absorb it right away. Forget it, I'll save it for someone who needs it. Ultimately, Chen Xuan decided to store the soul bone, planning to give it to someone else. The truth was, he didn't want to absorb a soul beast's soul bone. He believed his own bones were the strongest and didn't need a soul bone from a soul beast to enhance himself. Another reason was that absorbing a soul beast's bone made him uncomfortable. It just didn't sit right with him. Brother. Chen Yi came from inside the house, carrying a basket of washed fruit as she entered the backyard. Tonight, she was wearing a white dress, her face fair and her hair tied into 2 small braids. Her smile was sweet, full of youthful vitality. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight, like water, cast its gentle rays upon the earth. Chen Yi, full of energy, walked toward him in the moonlight, her white dress as pure as snow, exuding an ethereal charm. She placed the fruit basket on the stone table and sat down, picking up an apple and peeling it for Chen Xuan. Watching his thoughtful and adorable sister, Chen Xuan felt a warmth in his heart. It was truly a pleasant experience. By the way, Yi, what's your martial spirit, and what level are you now? He suddenly realized that he knew very little about his sister, not even what her martial spirit was. In his memories, there were no scenes of Yi awakening her martial spirit. He didn't know her soul power level, her favorite foods, the clothes she liked, or the places she enjoyed visiting. All of this was a mystery to him. Brother, Yi reached level 10 years ago, Chen Yi said seriously, her smile sweet, without a trace of blame for her brother. She then released her martial spirit. A cyan curved bow appeared in her hand, green in color and over a meter long. She gazed at the longbow in her hand, her eyes gradually welling up with tears, filled with sorrow. Brother, this is the same martial spirit as Mom's, but I'm not as strong as she was. I don't even have a single soul ring yet. It's okay. Everything will get better. Reaching level 10 in such an environment is already impressive. In a little while, I'll take you to hunt your first soul ring, and then you can become a soul master, Yi, Chen Xuan said, comforting her by gently stroking her head. And besides, even if you remain an ordinary person for the rest of your life, I'll protect you forever, Chen Xuan reassured her, telling her not to worry because her brother would always be there for her. Chen Yi nodded seriously, then smiled happily, a sweet, genuine smile as she hugged Chen Xuan's arm and refused to let go. Yi, if you want to train, you should take this time to strengthen yourself. You're too weak right now to absorb a high-year soul beast. Huh? Chen Yi blinked her big eyes, looking puzzled. What does strengthening your body have to do with absorbing a soul ring? Of course, your physical condition determines the upper limit of the soul ring you can absorb, Chen Xuan explained, sharing some knowledge and his own experiences. The strength of a soul master's body and mental power both determine the kind of soul beast they can ultimately handle. For a normal person, the limit for their first soul ring is around 400 years. But that's just a theory from a so-called master and should only be used as a reference. If someone actually followed it, they'd likely end up harming themselves. Tang San, with his blue-silver emperor martial spirit, followed Yu Xiaogong's advice instead of harnessing the abundant life force of the blue-silver grass. He trained in control-type techniques and added poison-type soul beasts, which was fine in the early stages but eventually ruined him. Chen Xuan warned Yi never to trust those who claimed to be theoretical masters, especially those whose soul power wasn't that impressive, yet still liked to teach genius students without considering their own capabilities. If someone is a genius or a prodigy with innate full soul power of at least level 7, they'll achieve great things even without guidance. Becoming a soul saint is almost inevitable. On the other hand, some people make a big deal out of ordinary training, running every day, climbing mountains, soaking in medicinal baths at night, and participating in spirit battles. They shamelessly claim all the credit for themselves. Yi, you should stay away from people like that in the future, Chen Xuan said, patting her head. Chen Yi listened intently, committing it to memory. Yi, would you like to absorb a 1,000-year-old soul beast for your first soul ring? Chen Xuan asked. Theory is just theory, reality is different. Tang San spent his life breaking through theoretical limits, and adapting to the times is the right approach. Chen Xuan believed that Yi's delayed training might not be a bad thing, she could still catch up quickly. With her current potential, Yi's body could definitely withstand more than 400 or 500 years of soul ring age. If Chen Xuan helped her temper her body and improve her physical condition, absorbing a 1,000-year-old soul beast for her first soul ring wouldn't be impossible. Heavenly Fighting City. Chen Xuan arrived on time at the Tiando competition area to participate in the new round of matches. He rested in the lounge with his eyes closed. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing arrived shortly after. Everyone from Shrek Academy was present. Today's opponent was a small academy team, with their strongest member only at soul power level 39. Soon after, Chen Xuan was informed that he would not need to appear in today's match, as Jingling and Huang Yuan would take his place. This message came from Tai Long, who said it was the master's direct order. Chen Xuan frowned slightly but did not think too much about it and accepted it calmly. Since that's the case, I'll head back now. He had other things to do, so he decided to leave early. Having been in this world for only about half a month, he was still unfamiliar with many things. It was time to start studying soul beasts and soul masters more deeply. If he didn't get better acquainted with his Mangekyo Sharinon soon, he might not be able to use it effectively even in the finals. The use of Tsukuyomi and Susanoo's conditions all required familiarity and training. Chen Xuan left not long after, heading back to his new home in the outskirts. It was a good opportunity to also teach Chen Yi some knowledge about soul masters. That day, apart from familiarizing himself with the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities, he also explored ninjutsu. Without any teachers or ninjutsu scrolls, he had to explore and experiment on his own with techniques like wind release, lightning release, and physical techniques. Days of experience told Chen Xuan that the Raise-Non was the best breakthrough point. It was the most versatile technique, with both chakra nature change and shape change demonstrated in the Raise-Non. Adding wind release chakra could develop it into the Raise-Non Shuriken. Unfortunately, with the current progress, it might take a long time, at least half a month. However, there were gains. The Raise-Non with wind release chakra had shown slight changes in shape, faintly resembling wind blades, unlike its original form. According to Boruto's method, adding lightning release chakra could complete an invisible Raise-Non. It's quite difficult. Chen Xuan found the current progress unsatisfactory, as it had not yet taken shape. It wasn't due to a lack of talent or effort but rather the limited time available. With less than half a month since crossing over, most of his time had been spent on matches or traveling, with very little dedicated to training. The Mangekyo Sharinon wasn't omnipotent. Just awakening it didn't mean he could instantly use the complete Susanoo. That was unrealistic. And merely awakening the eyes didn't equate to having strength comparable to cage-level ninjas. A solid foundation, including chakra and physical strength, was fundamental. Moreover, cage-level ninjas were not all that powerful. In this world, they were at most Soul Douluo level. Most soul masters, upon reaching the Soul Saint realm, could fly. In this world, soul masters could repair broken limbs with soul bones, something nearly impossible in the Naruto world. One thing did remain the same: anyone who had their head severed would die, regardless of their strength. Unless one reached the level of Uchiha Madara, it was unlikely to stand at the top in this world. The day passed quietly, and before he knew it, the sun was about to set. Strange, my physical techniques have inexplicably improved. Chen Xuan made a surprising discovery. After a day of training with Chidori, his physical condition had noticeably improved, especially in terms of speed and strength. He carefully explored and concluded that it was due to lightning release chakra. Lightning could stimulate cell activity, speeding up metabolism and nourishing the muscles. Discovering this effect, Chen Xuan immediately used lightning release, controlling the electric arc to the finest degree to invigorate Chen Yi's body. After half an hour, he found the effect not very significant, likely due to it being the first time. A few more sessions should improve it. Brother, training is really exhausting. Can we skip it tomorrow? Chen Yi begged, her small face covered in sweat, her white clothes soaked through. Chen Xuan withdrew his soul power, stopping the training to avoid harming Yi's body. As night fell, the sky was pitch dark, without stars or a white moon. The night passed silently, and soon it was the next day. In the morning, Chen Xuan arrived at the Tiando competition area and entered the Shrek lounge. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuking, and Ning Rongrong were already there, sitting on the sofa. As usual, they waited here every day for the draw results. Soon after, the lounge door was pushed open, and Daimyobai and Tang San walked in, bringing the draw results. Today's opponent was slightly stronger than yesterday's, with 2 members reaching the Soul Emperor level. Dai Boss, third brother, with brother Chen here, our Shrek team is all Soul Emperors now. The championship of this preliminary match should be a sure win, Ma Hongjun said. He was eager to get on the field and show off his transformed evil fire phoenix to let the Tiando royal family see his strength. Previously, at Tiando Royal Academy, Prince Xue Xing and Prince Xue Beng had tried to drive Shrek away and had humiliated Flander and Yu Xiaogang. Those arrogant nobles will regret their decision to expel us. It was a foolish choice, Daimyobai snorted. No matter what kind of opponent they faced, the Shrek team was not worried. Their lineup of all Soul Emperors was unique in the preliminary rounds. Next was to wait for the master's arrangement of the battle roster. Soon, Chen Xuan was informed that he would not need to appear in today's match. Jing Ling and Huang Yuan would fight again. Is this also the master's decision? He asked calmly, with no particular emotion. Correct. Tai Long nodded and, as if recalling something, added, Sunzi, don't overthink it. I believe the master has his reasons for arranging this. Besides, this also helps to hide our Shrek team's strength. I'm not overthinking it. You're worrying too much, Chen Xuan replied. Fat-headed Ma Hongjun came over, nudging Chen Xuan's shoulder with a grin. Brother Chen, you're really loyal. Finally willing to come and accompany me and Rongrong. Then he moaned, saying the evil fire phoenix martial soul was too special. Yu Xiaogang had refused to let him participate, and he was getting bored in the audience, only able to watch from behind. Chen Xuan pushed the big head aside and then walked away, intentionally or unintentionally adding, Are you sure it's really just because of your martial soul? Or is there another reason? After saying this, he left the lounge, leaving Ma Hongjun looking confused. Chen Xuan did not plan to watch the match at the competition area. He withdrew early and left the Tiando competition area. It was also a good opportunity for him to focus on developing ninjutsu and not waste time. Under the blazing midday sun, the heat was unbearable. Chen Xuan walked alone on the street, passing through essential routes as he headed back to the outskirts. As he left the bustling areas, the number of pedestrians decreased gradually, and the streets became emptier, with only a few people in sight. Chen Xuan passed by a meat bun shop with a street lamp next to it, noting down these buildings. He continued walking down the deserted main street, with fewer and fewer pedestrians. He quickened his pace, passing through familiar streets. After walking for half an hour, Chen Xuan stopped and looked at a street lamp on his right. Next to it was a meat bun shop. The shop was empty, with no sign of anyone. Chen Xuan squinted his eyes. This was the third time he had returned to this place. Earlier, he felt the scene was familiar and thought it might be an illusion, so he noted down the meat bun shop and the street lamp. He had walked for half an hour at a brisk pace, covering about 2 to 3 kilometers, and yet he ended up at the same place again. He was very familiar with this area. He passed by here almost every day and had walked through it many times. It was impossible to have repeatedly gone the wrong way. Chen Xuan set off again, this time heading north at twice his previous speed. He passed through many streets, but after another half hour, he ended up back at the same place. The familiar street, the familiar meat bun shop, the familiar street lamp. Silence, utter silence. Despite being a large city, not a single person was in sight. Even the outskirts were not this desolate. Tiando City, one of the largest cities in the Tiando Empire, was eerily quiet, almost like a deserted ghost town. The sun was high in the sky, and the sunlight was bright, yet Chen Xuan felt no warmth. Instead, a chilling aura filled the surroundings. Illusion. The word appeared in his mind. Chen Xuan's face darkened. Even if he wasn't skilled in illusions, it was impossible not to realize when he was caught in one. Who could have done this, and what method did they use? Even the Tsukuyomi in the Mangekyo Sheri-non requires eye contact to work. Illusions typically involve sensory invasions, visual, auditory, olfactory, and so on, disrupting the target's chakra. Chen Xuan was certain that the person's level was above his, and it wasn't just a slight difference. Their mastery of illusions was definitely superior to his. Come out. Stop hiding, Chen Xuan called out, scanning his surroundings cautiously, not missing any detail. However, despite calling out several times, the city remained silent, the streets empty. Chen Xuan's expression grew serious, and 6 black tomo appeared in his eyes as he activated his 3 tomo Sheri-non. The tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly, connecting and merging into a pattern resembling the yin-yang symbol of the bagua. At this point, with danger lurking, Chen Xuan had to use his trump card. If he wasn't careful, he might end up perishing here today. He carefully observed the surroundings and shouted, "Since you want to hunt me, why not show yourself?" Still, there was no response. The city remained silent, with no one in sight. Chen Xuan continued walking down the street, guessing that the opponent might be waiting for a perfect opportunity. Soon, he realized he was mistaken. It was the same meat bun shop, but this time there was an extra table and 2 chairs under the street lamp. On the wooden table were some tea sets and a few steaming buns. A very fat middle-aged man sat in one of the chairs, leisurely drinking tea and eating buns. In the quiet city, on the empty street, there was only this fat middle-aged man, enjoying tea and buns. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed as he walked up quickly, pulling out a chair and sitting down. He showed no fear. Since the opponent was willing to reveal himself, it meant he was very confident in his strength, thinking Chen Xuan was now a caged bird with no chance to escape. Not bad, discovering the anomaly in such a short time. You really are a genius who can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, the fat middle-aged man said slowly, sipping his tea leisurely. Chen Xuan frowned as various figures flashed through his mind. The powerful illusionist appearing in Tiando City, acting during the Continental Soul Master competition. Gradually, a face matching the description became clear. You are Shi Nian, the team leader from Shrek Academy, aren't you? Chen Xuan asked, almost certain. The fat middle-aged man was drinking tea calmly, but the hand holding the cup trembled slightly. Looks like I guessed correctly. Chen Xuan's sharp eyes caught this subtle reaction. This made him even more confused. The timeline didn't match. Wasn't this old man supposed to be dead? In the original timeline, Shi Nian had assassinated every powerful opponent in secret to ensure Shrek Academy could pass the budget match. Tang San was one of them. However, he was too arrogant, thinking his illusions were unbeatable, and that no one could crack them. His carelessness led to Tang San's deadly pursuit and poison, which killed him. This poison was extremely lethal, even a titled Douluo couldn't withstand it. Why are you targeting me? Chen Xuan asked, deeply puzzled. Even if the timeline didn't match, he shouldn't be the one targeted, it should be Tang San. Why? Shi Nian sneered, with a sarcastic smile. Fine, I'll make you understand before you die. Shi Nian's voice grew serious. Back then, on the way to the Stardew Forest, your Shrek Academy humiliated my Shrek Academy. Do you think this grudge can be settled just like that? But I was still a student of Lanba Academy at that time, it seems unrelated to me, Chen Xuan replied calmly. Shi Nian showed a cruel smile and said, how could it be unrelated? You joined Shrek Academy. Is that enough reason to kill me? Isn't that too overbearing? Chen Xuan said. Shi Nian's smile turned venomous, becoming increasingly twisted. Naturally, there's a second reason. You're just too outstanding. A 10,000-year soul ring, how monstrous an existence that is. Without you, we can remove the obstacle to Kanghui Academy. In that case, you should be targeting Tang-san or Daimubai, Chen Xuan said. At the same time, he was speechless. Couldn't he distinguish who was the important person in Shrek Academy? This old man was truly senile. Do you think I haven't tried? Shi Nian's face darkened. I've been tracking Tang-san for 5 days without finding a chance to strike. He openly admitted that he had started hunting Tang-san and Daimubai a week ago, but these two never returned to the academy alone. Especially Tang-san, who was always with companions, teachers, or nobles like Ning Fengzi and the royal family. Only Chen Xuan was often alone and thus the easiest target. Hearing this, Chen Xuan felt as if he had eaten a fly. He was speechless, realizing that not staying at the academy had led to his current predicament. In reality, Tang-san had been returning late because Xiao Wu was unwilling to see him, so he had been focusing on other matters. If Chen Xuan had known that this was related to him, it would have been more distressing than being killed. He now felt a pervasive malevolence from the world, as if it wanted to eradicate him, the time traveler. All right, I've said everything. You can die now. Shi Nian finished his tea and stood up. Here is your. Shi Nian suddenly stamped his foot, causing a great earthquake in Tiando City. In an instant, the entire world turned upside down. Time and space were distorted, and the city, houses, and streets shattered like a mirror into fragmented scenes. A new world revealed itself. In the real world, the two appeared in a forest. The vegetation was lush, with a tree as thick as a water vat, reaching up to the sky. Brat, this is where you'll meet your end. Shi Nian's raucous laughter echoed through the forest. In one moment, he was standing on the street in Heaven-Do City. In the next, he found himself in a forest outside the city. Looking at the towering trees around him, Chen Xuan remained expressionless and calm. In the realm of illusions, I am the ruler. Over 100 soul masters have perished under my 7th soul skill. I hope you can stay this calm when the time comes. Shi Nian's chilling laughter faded as his figure gradually blurred and disappeared. The scene around Chen Xuan began to distort, the sun dimming, trees warping into dancing tree demons, making the entire world seem magical. Brat, enjoy my 7th soul skill to the fullest. Even if you are a genius among the 40th level soul masters, or even if you're a soul saint of the same level, you won't be able to escape from my realm of illusions. Shi Nian's voice echoed throughout the world, though he was nowhere to be seen, as if he had merged with the world itself. Chen Xuan surveyed the distorted surroundings, the illusory world shifting between reality and unreality. The flow of soul power was tangible, as if he had entered a new realm. He sat down on the ground, feeling the flow of soul power around him, resisting the encroachment of the illusion. Brat, do you know what my greatest pleasure in life is? Shi Nian's voice rippled through the illusionary space. Chen Xuan didn't respond, focusing on observing the flow of soul power around him. With the help of his eternal Mangekyo Sherinon, he quickly located the weak points in this space. Now, he could break through this illusory realm at any moment if he wished. Chen Xuan's chakra remained stable, and the soul power of the illusion invading his body had no effect on his senses, as it was blocked. My greatest pleasure in life is watching geniuses like you go mad and die in my realm of illusions. Shi Nian laughed wildly, revealing his confidence and satisfaction as he believed he had already secured victory over Chen Xuan. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Soon I'll see a once-in-a-century genius go mad and wail like a lost dog, dying under my realm of illusions. Shi Nian's laughter had a perverse edge to it, resonating within the illusory space. Chen Xuan did not rush to act, as doing so would only alarm Shi Nian. He was waiting for a chance to strike a fatal blow. As a soul saint specializing in illusions, Shi Nian's offensive power, defensive strength, and speed were much weaker compared to his level. He was not someone a soul emperor or soul king could contend with. Thus, Chen Xuan had to make a single, decisive strike to defeat him completely. For now, he needed to remain still, making Shi Nian believe that he was trapped in the dream, and then deliver a powerful blow. Chen Xuan pretended to be affected, slightly distorting his face and trembling, showing immense pain. Struggle, wail. You will die in agony under my realm of illusions. Shi Nian laughed. The multicolored space twisted, revealing the figure of an old man who appeared about 30 meters away, unable to control himself. Chen Xuan maintained his composure, manipulating his soul power to reverse the flow within his body. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his face turning slightly pale. He was struggling against the power of the illusion, his expression showing extreme pain, creating a facade of being injured. Closer, just a bit closer. Chen Xuan thought to himself, sensing the distance to the old man. Shi Nian, standing far away, continued to release black mist from his 7th soul ring and dark tendrils that obscured the world. At this moment, his smile was disturbingly twisted, his face full of cruel malice. As Shi Nian approached, seeing Chen Xuan twitching 10 meters away and suffering under the illusion, he couldn't help but laugh, reaching the peak of his happiness. Torturing a genius, watching a genius suffer, that was his greatest pleasure in life, an exquisite delight. I really want to see what you are going through right now, Shi Nian muttered to himself. His 7th soul skill, Nightmare, could only create the most terrifying and fearful experiences in a person's heart. He was eager to know what horrific scenes a prodigy like Chen Xuan was facing. Alas, it's a pity. If I had reached title Douluo by now, I could see the terrifying scenes you're experiencing. Shi Nian lamented repeatedly, genuinely curious about the great horror that could frighten even a genius. Closer, just a bit closer, only 5 meters left. Chen Xuan thought, unable to wait any longer. He was ready to strike, with his Mangekyo Sharingan's power prepared. Once within the domain, everything would be under his control. 5. Chen Xuan counted silently. Xi Nian couldn't resist any longer, slowly moving forward. This vibrant life was about to end. 4. Chen Xuan continued counting. Xi Nian remained unguarded, believing Chen Xuan's pale, weakened appearance was genuine and could not be faked. 3. 2. Xi Nian's triumphant smile appeared as he reached out with a large hand, ready to end Chen Xuan's life. A genius, a vibrant life, was about to die in his hands. The feeling was too wonderful, deeply satisfying. 1. At this moment, Chen Xuan could no longer endure. He suddenly sprang into action, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning, emitting a terrifying and cold light. The distance had entered his domain. Now, the roles were reversed, and he was the ruler. Xi Nian was taken aback, his expression changing drastically. He had not expected Chen Xuan to wake up and actually break through his realm of illusions. The yin-yang fish in Chen Xuan's eyes spun, emitting divine light that transformed into blood-red symbols. Xi Nian tried to escape, retreating rapidly. As soon as he sensed danger, he tried to flee at top speed. Those crimson eyes even instilled a trace of fear in him. But it was too late. Within this domain, once locked by the Sharingan's power, escape was futile. The mysterious symbols glowed, forming blood-red chains that seemed like iron chains emerging from a sea of blood. In a single breath, Xi Nian had already retreated 50 to 60 meters. His speed was impressive, showing the prowess of a soul saint, but he continued to retreat. You can't escape. Chen Xuan's eyes blazed with intense light. The cold power filled the realm, with the blood-red chains formed by the symbols appearing like demons from hell, piercing through the void, and instantly reaching above Xi Nian's head. Xi Nian, despite his great speed and having already covered over 100 meters, was enveloped in blood-red light. The evil power trapped him in place. What is this? Get away from me! Xi Nian screamed, a sense of death pervading his entire being. The terrifying presence was unlike anything that should exist in this world. He tried to break free, but the blood-red light above him was extremely terrifying, firmly holding him in place. The blood-red chains, like demonic tendrils, bound his arms and legs, completely restraining him. Ah! Xi Nian screamed in terror, overwhelmed by fear. He discovered that the blood energy in his body was drying up, and he was rapidly aging, as if he had gone from a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s to a frail old man in his 90s. No, get away from me! Xi Nian screamed in horror, his voice filled with terror and anguish. However, his painful wails gradually diminished, transforming from a powerful, robust sound to a weak and frail one, as if it came from an old man. Xi Nian aged rapidly, his body withered and lost its luster, his face covered in wrinkles. His breath was weak, and in an instant, he turned into an elderly man with white hair. Seeing this, Chen Xuan was astonished. It was his first time using this technique, and even he didn't know it would be so extreme. To put it in perspective, he was currently at level 41 as a little soul master, while Xi Nian was a genuine soul sage, with a difference of 3 major realms. Chen Xuan had severely injured him. Suddenly, Chen Xuan's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body felt weak, making him nearly fall. Soon, a sharp pain surged through his eyes, as if being stabbed by 1,000 needles, causing him unbearable agony and twisting his expression. Chen Xuan knew this was the side effect of using the kaleidoscope technique, which not only caused mental and physical pain but also drained his vision. His right eye's kaleidoscope had automatically closed, regressing to the 3-tomo state. When he looked into the distance, he realized things were worse than expected. This is more severe than I anticipated, Chen Xuan said with a grim expression. Originally, he could see the patterns on the leaves from 120 meters away. After using the technique once, his vision had dropped severely, and he could only see clearly up to 90 meters. At this rate of consumption, he might only have enough for about 3 uses before his left eye would be completely blind. Maybe it's not as bad as I think, Chen Xuan said slowly, standing up and pulling out a kunao. He walked towards the elderly Xi Nian. This guy had aged terribly, his blood and energy drained, his skin dull and wrinkled, and he was on the brink of death, but still not completely gone. His life force was tenacious. Chen Xuan thought that the consumption was likely due to killing someone 3 major realms higher. If used on an opponent of the same level, the consumption of the technique might not be so great, using it 10 times would be feasible. The real issue was whether he would be forced to use the reincarnation domain against an opponent of the same level, which was unlikely. At most, he would use the time stop ability of his left eye. Despite the significant side effects, Chen Xuan wasn't disheartened or dissatisfied. The kaleidoscope technique was still a powerful trump card, capable of turning the tide in a battle against a soul sage or even a soul Douluo in the future. Who are you really? Xi Nian, weak and powerless, asked. He leaned against a large tree, his aged body no longer possessing vitality, making each movement difficult. A hunter, Chen Xuan replied briefly, making it clear who the prey was. Xi Nian's murky, aged eyes lost their luster. Weak and struggling, he asked, "What did you do to me? I am no longer a soul sage." Chen Xuan was taken aback by these words. What did he mean? He immediately checked his condition and was astonished by the discovery. Knowing the answer made his mind reel. This was a bit terrifying. Chen Xuan was stunned to find his soul power had surged to level 45. This result was astonishing, even to him. Moreover, Chen Xuan immediately summoned his martial soul, revealing a dark spatial entity above his head and several soul rings beneath his feet: yellow, purple, and black. Outwardly, he still had the same 4 soul rings, but only he knew that his 4th soul ring had increased from 12,000 years to 33,000 years. Chen Xuan found this hard to believe, but it was the truth. According to the theory of a level 29 master, a normal soul master's 6th ring would only reach 2 to 3,000 years. Now, his 4th ring had reached, and even exceeded, that amount. Is it really due to the kaleidoscope technique? He wondered if the reincarnation domain had such an effect. The kaleidoscope technique was originally an offensive method, and now it seemed to have divine-like power, capable of increasing the age of soul rings, something extremely difficult to achieve. Chen Xuan thought that absorbing others' soul power was already astonishing enough. If it could also plunder soul ring years, that would be unrealistic. This was the cultivation system of the continent, and he wasn't so deluded by excitement to think he was above the kaleidoscope technique. He considered many possibilities but couldn't find a reasonable explanation. He had only consumed 2 types of plants brought by the system. One was a plant with 9 cherry-like fruits, and the other was a strange fruit resembling red agate. Chen Xuan didn't think the cause lay in these 2 things. Forget it, I'll have to study it slowly later. If he couldn't figure it out now, he would deal with it later. He shook his head, there were still things to be done. Regardless, Shi Nian, I have to thank you. You've helped me so much, Chen Xuan said with a hint of sarcasm. Earlier, Shi Nian had been jealous of him because of his 10,000-year soul ring, attempting to kill him, tormenting him, and treating him as prey. Unbeknownst to him, from the beginning, Shi Nian was the real prey. Who are you really? Shi Nian asked with a mix of curiosity and unwillingness. Chen Xuan replied expressionlessly, I've said it before. I am a hunter, and you are the prey. Shi Nian, with his white hair and nearing the end of his life, felt his vitality and soul power drained by 90%. Even his blood was reduced to just a few drops. On the continent, such an evil and terrifying ability was only possessed by a certain group of people. You're an evil soul master. Shi Nian guessed the answer in his final moments, accepting his fate. But he was truly unwilling. To think that someone of his age, with his deep cultivation and status as a top expert, would die at the hands of a mere child, he couldn't accept it. Damn evil soul master, why don't you say I'm the sea god? Chen Xuan said, speechless. I refuse to accept it. Shi Nian roared at the sky, using his last bit of strength. He was genuinely unwilling. Just moments ago, he was a ruler, and now he had become prey. Shi Nian was on the verge of collapsing and death. After learning the truth, he finally breathed his last, his eyes wide open in death. Chen Xuan was almost speechless. He had really been mistaken for an evil soul master. What evil soul master? It was sheer persistence and effort that allowed him to reverse a dire situation. Before leaving, he remembered something and immediately made several hand seals. With a whoosh, a sea of flames erupted in the forest, engulfing Shi Nian's corpse and burning fiercely. This fire spread to the surrounding trees and burned away most of the traces of the battle. Thanks to you, choosing to fight outside Heaven Do City made it hard for Tidal Douluo to find any clues. After the fire extinguished, a colorful light emerged from the scorched earth, shimmering with a beautiful, multicolored glow. Chen Xuan did not leave but waited for this moment. He approached and picked it up. The soul bone was about a foot long, shining with rainbow colors. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the illusion-type soul bone that went missing from the recent auction. Chen Xuan felt lucky today, finding that there was no real loss. Instead, he had picked up a 30,000-year-old soul bone for free, and his soul power had surged to level 45. Fortunately, it wasn't in Heaven Do City, Chen Xuan thought with relief. The royal family had sent many troops to search for this soul bone, and if it had been found in his possession, he couldn't have explained it even with 10 mouths. He had no intention of returning it because that was not the kind of person he was. Strength was what mattered. Why return something won through a life and death struggle? After dealing with Shi Nian, Chen Xuan collected all the treasures on the opponent's body, including a soul bone trophy. This was a head soul bone of the illusion and space type, a 30,000-year-old soul bone, very close to 40,000 years. Unfortunately, the soul bone had a single attribute, making it undesirable for most soul masters other than those specializing in space and illusion. Besides that, Chen Xuan also harvested some golden soul coins from Shi Nian's storage soul guide. He counted about 5,000 to 6,000 coins, and there was also a gold card for storing golden soul coins. Given Shi Nian's previous kills and the treasures he plundered, the remaining golden soul coins were likely stored on the card. This left Chen Xuan in a difficult position. Having so much wealth in front of him but being unable to access it was a torment. He had no choice but to let it go. Before leaving, he erased all traces from the area, ensuring no unusual signs remained. Sudden increase to level 45 is too eye-catching. It's better to keep a low profile. On the way back to Tiandu City, Chen Xuan pondered how to conceal his true soul power and how to handle the nearly 39,000-year-old soul bone. Concealing his soul power wasn't difficult. The difference between level 41 and level 45 was something only strong individuals could detect, and as long as he didn't exert his full strength, the fluctuations in his soul power wouldn't be noticed. Previously, when he broke through from level 38 to 40, it had already raised suspicions among some in the academy. He couldn't afford to reveal anything more now. As for the soul bone, it seems I have no use for it. Giving it away or selling it could be a good option, Chen Xuan muttered. Given the current situation, selling it seemed impractical. This soul bone was stolen from an auction, so even if he wanted to sell it, he would have to wait until he left Tiandu City. Currently, he was alone. If he gave the soul bone to a large sect or powerful force, he could not only earn a favor but also gain some benefits in return. Who should I give it to? Chen Xuan wondered. The soul bone's single attribute was too specialized. It mainly enhanced mental power, suitable for only two types of people, auxiliary-type soul masters or space-type soul masters. As for himself, his martial soul was technically space-type. Although it had evolved to a higher quality after consuming a plant with 9 cherry-like fruits, it was still bound by an iron chain, unable to break free from its confinement for now. There were many auxiliary-type soul masters, but among the large sects and powerful forces, only the 7 treasure glazed tile school seemed appropriate. Chen Xuan hesitated. Giving it to Ningrongrong seemed too hasty, as their relationship wasn't quite at that stage. It would be better to wait for a more suitable opportunity to give it to Ningfengzi. Additionally, he was contemplating which side to support in the future, Tiandu, Xingluo, or the Spirit Hall. Honestly, Chen Xuan didn't want to side with any of them. He preferred to observe from a distance, letting them fight among themselves without getting involved. Previously, he saw no hope and felt he would achieve little, and surviving without joining any faction was difficult. Now things were different. Chen Xuan was confident he could reach the title Douluo realm or even become a super Douluo. At that point, he could choose to either retire in seclusion or participate in the wars. He had all options open. He no longer cared much about divine opportunities. Whether or not he received divine trials or was chosen by a deity didn't matter. If there was no divine position, he would just create one himself. Chen Xuan returned to Tiandu City quietly, avoiding populated areas and not alarming anyone. He blended into the bustling streets as if nothing had happened and entered the city. In the afternoon, he returned to his residence. As soon as he entered the yard, Chen Yi, sensing the movement, came out to greet him. "Your hearing is almost as good as mine now," he said with a smile. Chen Yi was also puzzled. After being struck by lightning yesterday, not only had her hearing and vision improved, but her strength had also increased significantly, which was very strange. "It must be your natural talent. It was suppressed for too long and has now been unlocked," Chen Xuan concluded. Since her parents could reach the Soul Emperor level, it was natural that their child's talent would be quite good. "Don't worry. It's a good thing," Chen Xuan said, patting her on the head. "Today is a good day to practice with you." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's face fell, showing clear reluctance. "Brother, can I not become a soul master?" she asked, avoiding eye contact and tentatively inquiring. Chen Yi felt like the sky was gray. She really didn't want to train, being shocked was too unpleasant, like being bitten by 1,000 ants. Although Chen Xuan was reluctant to make her suffer, he hoped she would become an excellent soul master. In the end, Chen Yi still obediently went to practice. In the backyard, lightning flashed continuously, accompanied by occasional rumbling thunder, as if she was undergoing tribulation. By the end of the day, she was left breathless and exhausted, her delicate skin lightly scorched by the electric shocks. Chen Xuan personally guided her in body techniques, ninjutsu, and throwing shurikens. During this time, he discovered that despite her efforts, her progress in ninjutsu remained at 0. Even chakra refinement, the simplest aspect, was beyond her. Could it be that soul masters on the continent can't practice ninjutsu? Chen Xuan wondered. This would need more validation, and it could only be addressed later. By nightfall, they ended their training for the day and went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, Chen Xuan, as usual, went to the Tiandu arena. In the VIP lounge, many people had already arrived. Xiao Wu was sitting on the sofa. When Chen Xuan entered, she only glanced at him before looking away, saying nothing. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking were also there, sitting beside her and chatting about the day's schedule. Chen Xuan chose a random spot to sit. He knew that Xiao Wu was still angry with him over the previous incident, so there was no need for him to force himself into her good graces. Regardless, it was his fault, so he never thought of shirking responsibility. The relationship was very complicated. They were originally just partners, and even though Chen Xuan wanted to take responsibility, Xiao Wu was unwilling and very resentful. She didn't need him to bear any responsibility or provide any compensation. Chen Xuan had promised her that the events of that night would remain between them, and no one else would know. This made him wary of catching Tang San's attention. He felt guilty, fearing that if Tang San knew his beloved younger sister had spent a whole day and night with him, he would go mad and seek revenge. Hopefully, this doesn't turn into a scandal involving her mother. "I don't know what I would do then," Chen Xuan muttered. If their relationship were made public, it would be explosive news. Half an hour later, except for Master and Flender, everyone from Shrek Academy had gathered. "Chen Xuan, did you have breakfast?" "I made an extra portion," Zhang Zhu said quietly, approaching him with a lunchbox filled with various snacks and rice balls. Chen Xuan accepted it gratefully. Later, he learned from Zhang Zhu that today's opponent was Kanghui Academy, the same academy that had mocked them during the opening match. Chen Xuan's eyelids twitched. What a coincidence, he had just eliminated their leading teacher, Shinian, and now they were facing Kanghui Academy. He felt a bit uneasy, worried about becoming a suspect. The academy was sure to know about Xianian's disappearance. When the news of Xianian's disappearance spread, Kenghui Academy would surely trace the leads and question him. Should I hide somewhere? Chen Xuan thought. It was better to avoid trouble if possible. Sunzi, come out with me, Tai Long said, striding over with a mysterious air, indicating that he had something important to discuss. Chen Xuan was unimpressed as he stepped outside the rest area. Tai Long, with a mysterious expression, leaned in and whispered, Sunzi, I have some good news to share with you. Master said he wants to make you a trump card for Shrek. In future matches, you'll only be used against strong opponents. Sunzi, from now on, you'll be the key to our Shrek team's victories. Aren't you happy? Tai Long explained Master Yu Xiaogong's intentions in detail. Because of Chen Xian's unique martial soul, which had the ability to confuse opponents, the other academies believed he was weak and fragile. Therefore, using him only in crucial matches would deceive the enemy. Tai Long spoke passionately, his face full of admiration. He was completely awed by Yu Xiaogong's tactical arrangement, which would maximize Chen Xian's role. Every cell in Tai Long was in awe. Master is truly amazing, as expected of a symbol of wisdom. I wish I were his disciple. I'd definitely become as excellent as the third young master, Tai Long said with a hopeful look, worshipping Yu Xiaogang. Made into a trump card. Chen Xuan sneered and said, if that was really the plan, why wasn't it done before? In his 2 lifetimes, he had encountered all sorts of people. Did they really think he was just a 16-year-old kid who knew nothing? Tai Long frowned, somewhat displeased, and said, Sunzi, how can you talk like that? Master is extraordinarily talented and certainly has his own plans. It's all for the sake of the Shrek team's progress. We should just follow his instructions. He paused and added, besides, didn't you have a 10,000-year soul ring before? Tai Long's words were blunt, indicating that if Chen Xuan had previously had a 10,000-year soul ring, Master would have already regarded him as a trump card. Now, it was just a matter of adapting according to the team's needs. Would anyone else's tactical arrangements be as excellent as Master's? Chen Xuan smiled lightly and said, so, you know I had a 10,000-year soul ring. He wasn't sure if this big guy was pretending to be clueless or if he was genuinely foolish. During the match with the Blaze Academy, he had defeated the 41st ranked Blaze. By now, it was well known that he possessed a 10,000-year soul ring and had considerable combat power. Chen Xuan didn't even need to think to know that major teams had listed him as a key opponent, a significant threat. Now, this big guy was acting like a one-track mind, coming to tell him this, either he was genuinely foolish or doing it deliberately. Sunzi, you're overthinking. I know you and Master have some past issues, but don't worry too much. Master really wants to cultivate you as an important player for Shrek. This is a great opportunity for you. Tai Long said earnestly. Stop with the sweet talk. Yu Xiaogang is the decision maker. If he wants to do something, what's wrong with it? He's just trying to pretty up the bad news and make us grateful. Does he care so much about his gentlemanly image? Chen Xuan replied with disgust. It was Yu Xiaogang's right to bench him and not let him compete. Chen Xuan had no right to interfere. Now, excessively beautifying the benching and giving it a nice reason, expecting him to be grateful, made Chen Xuan sick. He didn't want to point out certain things or pay too much attention, but the other party was repeatedly annoying him, treating him like a fool. Tai Long, I never realized you had this side to you before, Chen Xuan said with amusement. He was finally seeing how much Tai Long admired Yu Xiaogang. Tai Long, upon hearing this, was immediately displeased and said, Chen Xuan, why are you so petty? Master gave you such a great opportunity, and you still misinterpret his good intentions. I really misjudged you. He was very angry, having spent 3 years together, only to discover that Chen Xuan was such a petty person, obsessed with minor grievances. Master only mentioned you a few times in the past. Is it really worth it? Tai Long fumed, defending Yu Xiaogang, thinking it was worth the effort. You're hopeless. Chen Xuan shook his head in disappointment, no longer willing to engage. He went back to the VIP lounge. Inside the VIP lounge, after Chen Xuan returned, Zhang Zhu came over and asked softly, did Tai Long have something important to tell you? No, Chen Xuan said, not wanting to elaborate. Soon, the door to the VIP lounge opened, and Yu Xiaogang and Flanders walked in, followed by a furious Tai Long. As soon as he entered, Yu Xiaogang announced a piece of news to everyone, stating that there would be significant changes to the competition lineup in the future. Due to the strong overall strength of the Shrek 7 Monsters, and the fact that even the strongest traditional academies only had 3 soul ancestors in their teams, Master Yu required that no more than 3 soul ancestors could participate in the matches. The Shrek members nodded, somewhat dissatisfied with this decision. While it might maximize each individual's potential, if things went wrong, they wouldn't be able to pass the preliminaries and would be out of the running for the later matches. However, Master's authority was like a mountain, and he was the most influential person in the academy, so they had no choice but to accept it. Seeing that no one dared to object, Master's gaze fell on Chen Xuan, and he said, you have made great progress recently, and everyone has witnessed your abilities. Therefore, I plan to make you Shrek's trump card and the key to our victories. He didn't give Chen Xuan a chance to speak and continued, Zhu Qing, Mu Bai, I don't want you to use the Nether White Tiger in the matches. Save it for the finals. Understood? Yes, Master, Dai Mu Bai replied without objection. Before the opening match, Yu Xiaogang had already said that the martial soul fusion skill should not be used lightly and was best saved for the finals. Zhu Zuqing, with a cold demeanor, merely nodded slightly without speaking. Master was very satisfied with this, but still added, Mubai, Zuqing, if both of you participate in the match, having the martial soul fusion skill as a trump card will be hard to activate your potential. Therefore, I've decided that only one of you can participate in the matches. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. If Zhu Zuqing didn't participate, it would affect their relationship and how they faced the Star Luo royal family in the future. The Shrek members looked perplexed, unable to understand Master Yu Xiaogang's intentions. In the team, there were already few soul ancestors who could participate, and now with so many restrictions, it was supposed to stimulate potential, but they felt it was counterproductive. To hide their strength, Ning Rongrong and Ma Hengjian were not allowed to participate, and now even the newly promoted soul ancestor Chen Xuan was banned. How many soul ancestors were left? Only the food soul master Oscar remained. Master, isn't this decision a bit hasty? Dai Mubai, constrained by Master Yu's authority, could only communicate gently. Master remained expressionless and said in a deep voice, Mubai, I understand your concerns, but this is all for your benefit. Dai Mubai almost spat blood, wanting to curse. What he was worried about was whether he could interact harmoniously with his fiancée, not whether the team's strength would be sufficient. Enough, no need to discuss it further. Prepare for the matches. Xiao-san, you handle the arrangements, Master said, waving his hand, and the matter was settled. Tang-san thought deeply and carefully considered the lineup for the upcoming matches. After a short period of contemplation, he soon made a decision and said to everyone, a team must have a strong attack role, so Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Tai Long will be responsible for the main attacks. I'll be in the center, Jingling will support, and Xiao Ao and Zhang Zhu will assist. According to Master's instructions, only 3 soul ancestors could participate in a match, so this was the only arrangement possible. Without a doubt, Zhu Zuqing was relegated to the substitute bench and would not have a chance to compete for a long time unless she swapped places with Dai Mubai. However, Tang-san would not make such tactical decisions. A strong attack role was essential in a team, and no one could replace Dai Mubai's position. In Shrek Academy, there were no other strong attack soul ancestors left. Alas, it seems I've caused you trouble, Chen Xuan sighed, looking at Zhu Zuqing with apologetic eyes. After witnessing everything, he had already guessed most of Master Yu Xiaogang's intentions. Chen Xuan sighed, feeling that if he wasn't mistaken, it was his own fault that things had turned out this way. In the original timeline, the martial soul fusion skill, the Netherworld White Tiger, wasn't completely restricted, and this situation didn't occur. It was clearly aimed at him. If he was right, Yu Xiaogang's real intention was to sideline him. However, he couldn't be too obvious in front of the students. The best way to handle it was to come up with a reason to shift the focus elsewhere. Chen Xuan had previously had conflicts with the master. If only he were suspended alone, no matter how good the reason, the students would connect the dots. However, by including Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, the attention could be diverted. I hope I'm overthinking this, Chen Xuan wished it were just his paranoia. It seemed excessive for Yu Xiaogang to sideline him just because of their previous minor conflict. Being over 50 years old, Yu Xiaogang shouldn't be this petty, right? Chen Xuan was baffled, with many things not adding up. But reality was as it was, and there was no way to argue with it. Could there be another reason? Chen Xuan looked at Yu Xiaogang sitting on the sofa and then at Tang-san, who was discussing tactics. Gradually, he began to connect the two. Soon, a bold thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that Yu Xiaogang wanted to cultivate Tang-san into the most outstanding and brilliant member of Shrek Academy? To make him the most remarkable figure in the Heaven Do division, shining brightly, drawing all eyes, the best among the best, a genius among monsters? Chen Xuan felt this was close to the truth, and perhaps this was indeed the case. Currently, the only known 4th ring spirit masters with 10,000-year rings on the continent were himself and Tang-san. As long as he was sidelined, Tang-san would be the only one with a 10,000-year spirit ring. Apart from him, the only remaining competitive edge for Shrek was the martial soul fusion skill, Netherworld White Tiger. If both were lost, the competition would become Tang-san's stage, with no rivals, gradually becoming the most outstanding and dazzling presence. If what I think is true, Yu Xiaogang, you're really unscrupulous. Chen Xuan felt the truth was nearly certain. Yu Xiaogang had stayed at the 29th level for half his life, and his 10 core theories on martial souls were ridiculed and belittled by the world as nonsense. The master saw himself as a learned scholar who valued his reputation and needed someone to prove his theories. That person would be Tang-san. Only if Tang-san shone on the stage, becoming the most outstanding and powerful among all the competitors, could his 10 core theories be proven, earning the respect and admiration of the world and showing all those who mocked him that Yu Xiaogang was not a fool but a wise scholar. Realizing this, Chen Xuan understood that staying at Shrek would probably mean he would have few opportunities to appear on stage. But where can I go now? At this moment, the Shrek Academy match began against their old rivals, the Kanghui Academy. Tang-san and Dai Mubai walked out of the VIP room to participate in the competition. Yu Xiaogang and Flandra also left for the stands to watch the match. The lounge, which had been somewhat crowded, now became empty, leaving only Chen Xuan and Zhu Zuqing. Every time I see Daimyobai and the others showing off on stage, I get so frustrated. Why doesn't the master let me go on stage? Ma Hongjun complained, lying on the sofa with a look of despair. He had consumed the celestial herb and had all impurities of the evil fire phoenix removed. He was now a top-level martial soul. Ma Hongjun was very confident that if given the chance, he would undoubtedly dominate and defeat opponents effortlessly. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, "Fatty, don't worry. You'll get your chance in the finals." Unfortunately, the finals will be closed door, with almost no audience, Chen Xuan said, somewhat intentionally. Now that he understood Yu Xiaogong's dark intentions, he couldn't help but wonder if the suspension of these two was really just to hide their strength. The reappearance of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda after hundreds of years on the continent would undoubtedly cause a stir if the world knew. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda's martial soul, though very powerful, limits the soul master's highest soul power to the 79th level. However, Ning Rongrong, the only current holder of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, might break the restrictions of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and advance to Soul Douluo or even title Douluo. And Ma Hongjun wasn't far behind, with his top-level evil fire phoenix martial soul. If the top phoenix and 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda appeared on the stage together, Tang San's blue-silver grass would be overshadowed by their brilliance. Ning Rongrong blinked, puzzled, not understanding Chen Xian's implied meaning. Ma Hongjun, with his plump head and ears, also looked confused. Zhu Zuqing remained composed, gazing at Chen Xian for a long time with eyes as bright as purple gems, deep and beautiful, as if seeing through his heart. "If you don't understand, just consider that I didn't say anything," Chen Xian said, waving his hand and preparing to leave. It was enough to hint at things, there was no need to state them outright. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, contemplating a certain possibility. Ma Hongjun thought Chen Xian was being cryptic and wondered why he spoke in such an indirect manner. "I'm going back now. See you," Chen Xian said without further explanation, heading for the door. As he passed by Zhu Zuqing, he whispered an apology. Zhu Zuqing's face was cold and beautiful, her eyes showing no sign of emotion. Her demeanor was always aloof. Even if she heard Chen Xian's inexplicable apology, she wouldn't respond. Chen Xian walked down the street, deep in thought about his future. Yu Xiaogang held a high position at Shrek Academy, with significant power. Continuing there might lead to retaliation and exclusion. Chen Xian never expected that the minor conflict from the past would lead Yu Xiaogang, despite his age, to act childishly, playing mind games and scheming against him. Shrek Academy was dominated by Yu Xiaogong's faction, with Lu Erlong as his lover and Flandra as his close friend. In this realistic situation, Chen Xian admitted that he couldn't compete with Yu Xiaogang, as Shrek was his domain. Where else can I go? He had considered leaving but was unsure of his next destination. The Continental Soul Master competition had begun, and new participants couldn't join. The list was already fixed. Chen Xian was in a dilemma, feeling stuck. If he wanted to participate in the competition, he would have to stay at Shrek, as joining another academy was no longer an option. One reason he hadn't left was Xiao Wu. And also, Zhangzhu. At Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu wouldn't be in danger. Chen Xian needed to confirm how she was doing and whether she might become a mother. After all, that night was intense and wild, and it was hard to say if she was affected. If nothing unexpected happened, Chen Xian could leave without worries. If she had become a mother, Chen Xian didn't know what to do. "I'll wait for another month and a half," he finally decided. Since Yu Xiaogang didn't want him to compete, he wouldn't force it, and he could use the extra time to study ninjutsu. As the afternoon approached, the sun was high in the sky, and the air grew increasingly hot. Chen Xian returned to his residence, and without a word, he took Chen Yi to the backyard to start the day's training. The routine was the same as usual, physical training and lightning tempering of the body. Chen Yi felt like she was suffering terribly, her entire body aching every time. No matter how much she begged, pleaded, or spoke kindly, her older brother, like a demon, would not relent. The pain and joy coexisted, and the results were evident. Her cells were exceptionally active, her energy levels were high, and her strength had increased significantly. Chen Xian took his sister out of the yard and to a nearby small forest. He brought out a soul tool similar to a stopwatch, intending to measure Yi's progress over the past 3 days and check her speed. With a whoosh, Chen Yi ran out, and the surrounding wind rustled, causing the weeds by the roadside to sway. 11 seconds for 100 meters. Chen Xian was somewhat surprised. For an ordinary person, this might not be remarkable, but Chen Yi wasn't even a soul master yet, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Moreover, she had been malnourished and weak since childhood, and had only recently started to supplement her nutrition and train. 3 days ago, Chen Xian had timed her for the same distance, and it took her 16 seconds. Now she had reduced it by 5 seconds, which was an impressive improvement. Chen Yi was very happy when she saw the results. Her small face was beaming with joy, the hardships of the past 3 days had not been in vain. "Brother, am I amazing or what?" she said proudly, running over quickly, lifting her snow-white neck, signaling Chen Xian to praise her. Chen Yi was extremely pleased, realizing that she too could become strong. Her eyes were no longer dim but filled with the brightness of the sun because she could finally catch up to her mother's footsteps. In the past, she never dared to dream of this, only hoping to escape from the hellish environment of her uncle's house. Chen Xian patted her on the head, also happy for her. Keep it up, aim to achieve the goal I set for you within half a month. Time was short, and he hoped Yi could reach the 1,000-year limit within a month. As soon as she heard about more training, Chen Yi's round little face fell immediately, losing all its smile and looking desolate. During this time, Chen Xuan had not been idle. He was either perfecting Chidori or developing lightning-based ninjutsu. Due to his daily interaction with lightning, he noticed a significant change in his body. Compared to when he first arrived, his strength and speed had increased considerably. He remembered that in Naruto, Sasuke, after training Chidori with Kakashi for a month, had a speed comparable to that of Lee Rock at the time. Of course, talent played a role during this period. Chen Xuan took a fruit and a herb, not believing his current talent was so poor, and wanted to see just how strong he had become. He focused on a large tree ahead, with branches so dense that it required both arms to embrace it. The tree was quite large, about 50 to 60 meters tall and weighed at least 600 to 700 pounds. The trunk was thick and hard to grip, but Chen Xuan managed to hold it firmly and then heaved it up with great force. With a crack, the tree was uprooted and lifted off the ground. He threw it with force. The tree, about 40 to 50 meters long, fell to the ground with a loud bang, sending dust flying and causing a slight tremor. Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned. To be able to uproot such a large tree without using his martial soul was impressive. Now, his arm strength was comparable to that of a soul master with a martial soul. Of course, he had used chakra during this process to achieve such an abnormal effect. Wow, brother, you're amazing. You uprooted a whole tree. Chen Yi exclaimed, clapping her hands and cheering from the side. Chen Xuan did not stop and continued to test his speed. He took out the timing soul tool and went to a straight dirt path to measure his speed. With a swoosh, Chen Xuan dashed out and immediately felt the wind whistling by, with the trees on either side retreating rapidly. 6 seconds. Chen Xuan was astonished when he saw the result. For 100 meters, it only took 6 seconds, and this was without using his martial soul. The speed was astonishing. He remained dazed for a long time. Chen Yi was also astonished, staring blankly and taking a long time to recover. Her current achievements seemed to pale in comparison to her brother's. Chen Xuan estimated that his current speed was not much different from that of a speed-type soul master with a martial soul. However, it was unfortunate that his martial soul was a space type, which did not enhance the body in any way whether it was activated or not. Normally, soul masters did not focus on physical enhancement. They improved their soul power, which in turn significantly boosted their speed, strength, hearing, vision, and various bodily functions. Doing what Chen Xuan was doing was considered putting the cart before the horse and could be ranked among the top 10 foolish actions on the continent. Sometimes, he felt helpless, as his martial soul did not even provide a single soul skill, lacking any offensive capabilities, so he had to develop them himself. Chen Xuan often wondered if his martial soul was really a top-tier one. Right now, it seemed more like a normal martial soul rather than a high-level one. Even if it's a top-tier auxiliary martial soul, it shouldn't be like this, right? He complained, feeling quite frustrated, thinking that the system might be deceiving him. Chen Xuan summoned his martial soul, which appeared as a pitch-black sphere, bottomless, and unable to penetrate under the light, as if it could swallow the sunlight. Everything was unknown, shrouded in mist. Unfortunately, an iron chain was wrapped around it, and the martial soul was firmly locked. This was an anomaly that appeared after its evolution. Whether it was good or bad, and what secrets it held, would be revealed once his cultivation level was high enough to break that chain. Chen Xuan estimated that he originally needed to reach Soul Sage, but now the required Soul Ring age had increased to 32,000 years, and the gap between them had reduced. For the next 5 days, Chen Xuan stayed home, silently training and increasing his strength, engaging in various physical and reaction training from early morning to late evening. Lightning was indeed effective, stimulating cells, clearing meridians, and making his vitality extremely active. Time passed quickly, and almost 10 days had gone by. During these days, Chen Xuan had not left the Douluo Academy, as he wasn't scheduled to participate. He made occasional trips to Shrek Academy to check on Xiao Wu's condition. Finally, on this day, Chen Yi achieved the expected results even faster than anticipated. Her strength, speed, hearing, vision, and reflexes had all seen tremendous breakthroughs, comparable to the level of a great soul master, not at all like a little girl without a martial soul. Chen Yi's physique had also improved significantly. Her 100-meter sprint had reached 6 seconds, and she could now lift several hundred pounds of rocks. Yi, you can stop now. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the Stardew Forest to obtain a soul ring, Chen Xuan said. That day, he visited Shrek Academy and found Zhu Zuqing and Ningrongrong there. From what he learned, Zhu Zuqing had only participated in one match in the past half-month, spending the rest of the time sitting on the sidelines without any opportunity to compete. Chen Xuan sighed inwardly. The problem essentially stemmed from him, and he bore a significant responsibility for it. So, he came with a sense of guilt, intending to make amends. In fact, Chen Xuan had long wanted to do this, but he hadn't had the time before, as he was focused on teaching Chen Yi. Zuqing, can you help me with something? Chen Xuan approached Zhu Zuqing with a sincere request. He explained his purpose. He would be going to the Stardew Forest the next day to help his younger sister obtain a soul ring and needed some assistance. Chen Xuan's request was extremely sincere, hoping Zhu Zuqing could help him, with a promise of generous compensation afterward. I might be unavailable. You should find someone else, Zhu Zuqing replied. I'm busy. You should find someone else, Zhu Zuqing declined politely. She paused, as if considering something, and added, in the last 2 days, I might need to participate in the competition, so I won't have time. This time, her words were gentler, as she was concerned about hurting Chen Xian's pride. With only 2 days left in the preliminary rounds of the Soul Master Elite competition, Zhu Zuqing tried to avoid going out. The master might arrange for her to compete, and if she wasn't available, it would be very troublesome. The only strong team from Shrek Academy has already competed against Shrek today. The remaining 2 matches are against ordinary academies, so I don't think the lineup will change, Chen Xuan said, implying something. His meaning was clear, there were no strong opponents in the remaining matches, and the lineup was unlikely to change, or for Zhu Zuqing and Daimyu to compete together. Zhu Zuqing's expression remained unchanged, but a trace of unusual emotion flickered in her eyes, clearly not as indifferent as she appeared. Perhaps she had already suspected this earlier but didn't want to express it. Chen Xuan rarely went to the competition area, but many young people on the streets were discussing Shrek Academy, especially Tang San, who was well known across all the academies. One must admit that in this regard, Yu Xiaogang was very successful, having turned his disciple Tang San into the most outstanding and well-known figure. Without a martial soul fusion skill or the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda with another 10,000-year soul ring, Tang San was undoubtedly a dark horse in the preliminary rounds, the most remarkable one. By now, Zhu Zuqing had roughly understood the master's plan, which clearly contained personal motives. As a noble of the Douluo royal family, she had seen too much intrigue and deception. Shrek was someone else's domain, she was just a student. Even if she guessed some truths, she had no reason to act upon them. Zhu Zuqing's demeanor was often cold and aloof, and many things wouldn't be pointed out like Chen Xuan did, nor would she clash with the master or others. Sometimes, she admired Chen Xuan. Despite his previous lack of strength, he dared to publicly humiliate the master and directly challenge his theories. His courage was exceptional. In Shrek Academy, the master could be considered the highest authority. No one dared to refute or humiliate him, not even Flander had ever lost his temper with Yu Xiaogang. If Chen Xuan knew Zhu Zuqing thought this way, he would certainly protest. He had already restrained himself, otherwise, he would have given Yu Xiaogang a hard time. I'll think about it, Zhu Zuqing conceded and decided to ponder it further. Seeing an opportunity, Chen Xuan did not hide his intentions and expressed his stance. I have a soul bone that's very suitable for agility-type soul masters, he revealed. Half a month ago, he had opened 4 items in a treasure chest, one of which was a 10,000-year soul bone. This soul bone, the Windfire leg bone, was 25,000 years old and very rare, perfectly suited for agility-type soul masters. Chen Xuan estimated that if this soul bone were put up for auction, it would fetch at least 200,000 gold soul coins, a rare find indeed. He had no intention of selling it, he had no need to, with his current several 100,000 gold soul coins sufficient for a lifetime of normal expenses. You want to give it to me? Zhu Zuqing asked, incredulous. Chen Xuan nodded, not feeling any regret. Zhu Zuqing was stunned. Her eyes showed a flicker of unusual emotion, clearly moved. Her expression was complex and hard to understand. Chen Xuan's behavior, offering such a valuable gift, seemed out of place given their mere partnership. In the Douluo royal family, a soul bone over 20,000 years old was indeed a highly valuable item. The intention was clear, such an expensive gift was hard not to lead her to think there might be other motives. Zhu Zuqing's eyes were bright and cold, staring at Chen Xuan as if trying to see through his thoughts. Chen Xuan felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, but he thought to himself that he had done nothing wrong, so there was nothing to fear. He did not avoid her gaze but instead met it head-on, unafraid. On the academy's sports field, the two stared at each other for a long time. All right, I accept, Zhu Zuqing finally said, shifting her gaze away and agreeing to the offer. A soul bone over 20,000 years old was perfect for agility-type soul masters, and even someone as aloof as she was could not help but be tempted. With the soul bone's enhancement, her chances of winning against the Douluo team in the future would be greater, as that battle's outcome would determine her future fate. Chen Xuan smiled and extended his hand, saying, then thank you in advance. No, I should be the one thanking you. Zhu Zuqing's voice was cold. She hesitated slightly when facing Chen Xuan's extended hand, briefly touching it before quickly withdrawing. Chen Xuan did not mind, he understood her cold demeanor. See you tomorrow, I'm leaving now, he said, giving her the time and place before turning to leave, waving goodbye. Watching Chen Xuan's retreating figure, Zhu Zuqing's expression was complex, her mind racing. Eventually, she couldn't help but call out to him. Chen Xuan, I have a fiancé. Given the preciousness of the 20,000-year soul bone and its coincidental suitability for agility, the intention was too obvious for Zhu Zuqing not to notice. Having seen many men, she knew Chen Xuan was trying to pursue her by giving her the soul bone to help improve her soul power. Realizing the soul bone might have cost him a great deal, Zhu Zuqing was slightly touched, but she understood that regardless of her feelings for Chen Xuan, there could be no future. She had been engaged since childhood, and this betrothal was a matter of fate, unchangeable. Chen Xuan, I have an engagement. You should act accordingly. Zhu Zuqing said this final line and left without looking back. She knew Chen Xuan did not belong to the royal family and was not a noble. She hoped he could let go of any illusions, their relationship was impossible. Zhu Zuqing walked away without looking back, leaving Chen Xuan bewildered in the wind. What's going on? He was dazed and confused, not understanding what had just happened. Chen Xuan felt a bit frustrated. He had intended the soul bone as compensation, and it was misunderstood. The other reason was that he didn't want to absorb the soul bone, even if it was 10,000 years old, it was of no use to him. He might as well give it away as a gift and gain a favor. From his perspective, giving away the soul bone had no special meaning, just utilizing something he didn't need anymore. Chen Xuan reconsidered from another perspective and gradually realized that such actions could indeed seem like an attempt to court someone. Forget it, I didn't have such intentions anyway. He shook his head, pushing the confusing thoughts out of his mind. I definitely can't undermine Tang San and then go after Daimyo. Chen Xuan thought it was unethical. He didn't want to become the kind of person he despised. The next day, in the early morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Chen Xuan got up. He packed all the weapons he would need into his storage soul guide, including 100 kunao, which would last a long time. Chen Xuan set off, taking Chen Yi to the agreed-upon meeting place. As the sun began to rise and everything came back to life, the first rays of sunlight touched the earth. Before long, at the end of the road, a beautiful silhouette appeared. Zhu Zuqing walked over with a slender and tall figure, wearing a tight-fitting outfit that exuded a cold aura. Her face was icy and her figure was outstanding, especially in the tight-fitting attire that accentuated her nearly perfect form. Chen Xuan was stunned for a moment. No matter how many times he met her, her vast presence would always draw his gaze. It was truly remarkable. It could only be said that Zhu Zuqing was indeed extraordinary. There were very few on the continent who could match her. Even the current Pope Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu were not comparable. Brother, can you tone it down a bit? Your eyes are almost glued to her. Chen Yi pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Chen Xuan had already retracted his gaze and was somewhat speechless. It was an exaggeration to say his eyes were glued to her. What are you looking at? Zhu Zuqing asked with a cold and distant tone as she approached. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as the stars, staring directly at Chen Xuan. As she approached, she felt a scorching gaze, a similar look she had encountered from many repulsive men. Of course, I'm looking at you, Chen Xuan admitted openly, with no need to lie. Since she allowed him to look, he looked generously. It was normal to appreciate beautiful things. Zhu Zuqing's brows furrowed slightly. Despite being so blatantly scrutinized, she surprisingly did not feel disgusted. She noticed that Chen Xuan's eyes were very clear, without any ulterior motives, only an appreciative gaze, without any aggression or malice. Unlike those repulsive men, she seemed to dislike this behavior less. It was rare. Even Daimyo's gaze sometimes had a hint of greed. She was no longer the naive girl she once was and was very aware of what such people were thinking. Bold, Zhu Zuqing said as she adjusted her hair and then ignored Chen Xuan. She turned her attention to the young girl beside him, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Chen Xuan was just going through the motions and wasn't overly infatuated. He took the initiative to introduce Yi. This is my younger sister, Chen Yi. She just turned 12 this year. Yi, call her sister Zuqing. He nudged his sister. Chen Yi rolled her eyes. The woman in front of her didn't seem much older than she was. Although reluctant, since Chen Xuan was her older brother, she had to comply. Sister Zuqing, hello, she said through gritted teeth. Chen Xuan gave an awkward laugh. He suddenly realized it was inappropriate. Zhu Zuqing was only 13 or 14 years old, while his sister was just 12. The age difference made the address awkward. However, his sister looked nothing like a 12-year-old. She was small and weak, about 1.56 meters in height, and really did look like a little girl. Let's talk on the road, Zhu Zuqing said abruptly, her voice cold, interrupting the two. Chen Xuan nodded without hesitation, carrying Yi on his back and starting their journey. At the city gate, they finally encountered a carriage. There weren't many merchants or drivers in the morning. Chen Xuan spent 30 gold soul coins to hire a luxurious carriage. The carriage left Heaven Do City, heading south toward the Star Do Forest. Time passed quickly. A day and night went by as the three traveled. On the other side, in the Heaven Do region, after a month of the All-Continent Senior Soul Master Tournament, the curtain finally came down on this day. This year's All-Continent Soul Master Tournament saw every team deliver brilliant performances in the preliminaries. On behalf of the Empire, I express our gratitude. Each of you is an exceptionally outstanding individual, Emperor Snow Knight said from the podium. After a lengthy ceremony, Emperor Snow Knight announced the top 5 students of the tournament. Shenfeng Academy and Thunder Academy had the same record of 26 wins and 1 loss, both tied for first place. However, since Shenfeng Academy had defeated Thunder Academy, the final ranking was adjusted, with Thunder Academy becoming second. Shrek Academy came in third with 24 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses. The 4th and 5th places went to Flame Academy and Heavenly Water Academy, with their results being nearly identical, separated by just a small margin. When the top 5 list was announced, the awards ceremony took place with each team's captains and vice-captains receiving their prizes. Emperor Snow Knight looked at these 5 teams, seeing them as the hope of the Empire, with the potential to bring unexpected benefits. His expression was as satisfied as it could be. He coughed a few times and said seriously, the contestants of the advancing teams are talents of our Empire. The captains and vice-captains of each team will be granted the title of Viscount, and the remaining team members will receive the title of Baron. These titles will be conferred upon your graduation. For nobles, receiving a title wasn't a big deal, but for commoners, it was a reward worth more than gold and silver. Being promoted from commoner to noble meant being among the elite. Such generous rewards made many contestants happy, as their years of effort finally paid off. Under normal circumstances, it was as hard as climbing to the heavens for an ordinary person to become a noble, a significant gap that was not easily crossed. On the continent, there was a severe divide between nobility and commoners. Nobles were esteemed, while commoners were lowly. Even if one reached the sole emperor or even sole sage level, they would still not be favored by the royal family. The two great empires of Heaven Do and Star Luo were like this, let alone smaller countries. In terms of equality, perhaps only the Spirit Hall was different. During the award ceremony, Emperor Snow Knight continued his speech, focusing on praising Tang San. At 13 or 14 years old, with a rank of 41, 10,000-year soul rings, and some strange self-created soul skills, all these attributes combined in one person made the royal family very eager to recruit him. Emperor Snow Knight felt especially regretful. There was another talent he wanted from Shrek Academy, Chen Xuan, who also had a rank of 41 and 10,000-year soul rings. Although he was a couple of years older than Tang San, he was still considered a genius in the empire. Emperor Snow Knight regretted not seeing that little genius in action. It was truly strange. Originally, he wanted to wait and see Chen Xian's real strength before deciding on what conditions to use to recruit him. Next, Emperor Snow Knight made another promise. If a team from the Heaven Do Empire won the final championship, the entire team's titles would be promoted one rank. Moreover, the academy would be given a royal title and receive financial support from the empire. Additionally, the top 3 most outstanding members of the team would receive a substantial reward. The empire would send troops to hunt any soul beast within 30,000 years. The finals will be held 1 month from now. I hope you will take this time to accumulate and prepare, and bring glory to the empire, Emperor Snow Knight said with a warm smile. Thus, the preliminaries of the All-Continent Soul Master Tournament came to an end on this day. After the preliminaries, all the teams returned. Tang San and Daimyo, among others, went back to Shrek Academy. Where is Zuking? At the evening celebration banquet, Daimyo finally noticed that Zuking was missing. He searched all around Shrek Academy but found no trace of her, as if she had vanished from the world. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu shook their heads, indicating they hadn't seen their good friend Zuking in the past 2 days. Moreover, they realized that Chen Xuan was also missing, and his whereabouts were unknown. Daimyo was nearly driven to madness, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Why do I have this feeling of anxiety? He clutched his chest, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic. He immediately thought that his little kitty might be in trouble. Tang San was moved. When Xiao Wu went missing before, he also had a very strong feeling of anxiety and panic. Mubai, I'll go with you to find her. After the Soul Master Elite Tournament ended, Daimyo discovered that his fiancée was missing from the academy. When had Shrek left, and where had she gone? He had no idea. Ning Rongrong knew her sister well. Given Zuking's aloof nature, there was no way she would inform Daimyo of her departure. It was simply impossible. Daimyo was in a state of panic, unable to calm down. He left the celebration banquet before it even finished. Tang San, who accompanied him, empathized deeply. The night when Xiao Wu didn't return, he too was distressed and couldn't sleep a wink. Time passed, day and night alternated, and soon another day and night had gone by. At this very moment, Daimyo's fiancée was already far from the Tiandu Empire, on her way to the Star Do Forest. Chen Xuan, Zuking, and Yaya had been traveling for 2 days and nights. They were nearing their destination, with only 20 to 30 miles left to the Star Do Forest. During these 2 days and nights, the 3 had mostly spent their time in the carriage, only stopping at inns in towns for rest. Although they had rented a luxurious carriage, the space inside was not particularly spacious, leading to unavoidable physical contact. Being confined in a closed space for an extended period made Chen Xuan and Zuking, who were not very familiar with each other, feel somewhat awkward. Sitting face to face, the close proximity, and the fact that they were a man and woman alone together for 2 days created a gradually tense atmosphere. Even Zuking, who was usually cold and aloof, felt uneasy. After all, she had never had this kind of experience before spending 2 days and nights with a man in a closed space. She had hardly ever been in close contact with her fiancé Daimyo. Chen Xuan was slightly uncomfortable, sitting across from a beautiful woman with an excellent figure. Though he managed for a short time, the prolonged situation was a bit overwhelming. He considered walking instead but was concerned about tiring out Yaya, who, compared to their soul master levels, was only at the 10th level soul power stage. Since they were traveling to the Star Do Forest, which involved mostly outdoor routes with few towns along the way, they had not had the opportunity to add another carriage. I'll go out for a walk. Chen Xuan decided to leave the carriage for the last 20 kilometers, giving the 2 women some alone time. As night fell and darkness descended, the carriage entered a town. After dropping off the 3, the coachman drove away. This was the nearest town to the Star Do Forest. Although the town was not large, less than 1/5 the size of Tiandu City, it was bustling with people. Soul masters heading to the Star Do Forest usually stayed here for a while, so the town had many vendors and merchants making a living. Familiar with the town, Chen Xuan navigated easily and headed to the largest hotel. Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes narrowed as she walked down the street. She encountered several powerful soul masters, and sometimes there were even more soul respect and soul venerable ranks than ordinary people. She even saw a few extremely dangerous middle-aged men whose mere presence caused ordinary people to tremble. Soul Sage. Zhu Zuqing's mouth slightly opened. Chen Xuan's expression grew serious. His perception was keen, and he clearly felt that the black-clad individuals they had passed were above the Soul Sage level. His intuition told him that their strength was at least at the Soul Douluo level, if not higher. Strange. With such powerful figures around, could something major be happening in the Douluo Forest? Chen Xuan wondered. He didn't dwell on it too much as they had arrived at the hotel. The hotel was simply decorated but quite spacious, with accommodations and a dining area. Brother, I want to eat grilled chicken wings. As soon as they entered the dining area, Yaya quickly found an empty table and sat down. She loudly demanded grilled chicken legs, grilled chicken wings, and grilled chicken feet. Chen Xuan's lips twitched. If it weren't for the original owner's memories, he would have doubted she had traveled here. The request for chicken feet was too obvious. In the end, he ordered a whole feast of chicken dishes for Yaya, including chicken wings with rice, old hen soup, and more. Zhu Zuqing had a broad taste in food and didn't request anything specific. When the dishes arrived, in addition to the chicken legs, there were 5 or 6 types of fish, prepared in various ways: fried, boiled, stewed, etc. Zhu Zuqing seemed lost in thought, staring at Chen Xuan for a long time. She wondered if the abundance of fish was a coincidence or if it was intentional. Chen Xuan didn't mind. Though he wasn't very familiar with the plot, he knew Zhu Zuqing's favorite food was fish, so he had ordered a variety. Eat up, he said, inviting her to sit and placing a piece of fish in her bowl. Zhu Zuqing said nothing, picked up her chopsticks, and ate in a slow and graceful manner. She maintained a calm demeanor but occasionally glanced at Chen Xuan, and her thoughts seemed confirmed. Zhu Zuqing sighed lightly. This incident made her more certain that Chen Xuan was serious about pursuing her, and there was no misunderstanding. Her favorite food, fish, had only been mentioned a few times in front of Shrek's group. Chen Xuan, who joined later, couldn't have known. The situation was now clear. He was seriously gathering information about her likes. Thus, Zhu Zuqing sighed, feeling conflicted and unsure how to handle the relationship. 3 days ago, she had hinted that she was already betrothed. Whether Chen Xuan didn't understand her hint or was unwilling to give up, the outcome seemed inevitable. Zhu Zuqing opened her mouth to speak but hesitated, unsure how to begin. She knew she didn't like Chen Xuan, only had some affection but didn't want to hurt his sensitive feelings and was at a loss. Zhu Zuqing felt frustrated. On one hand, she appreciated everything Chen Xuan had done for her. On the other hand, she didn't know how to refuse without causing him pain. I'm tired. I'll go rest upstairs first. She left these words and, with a troubled heart, went up the stairs without looking back. Brother, why do I feel like this sister is sulking? Yaya tugged at Chen Xuan's arm, suspicious that her older brother had done something wrong. Her intuition told her that the aloof sister, who wasn't much older than her, was definitely a bit upset, and the source seemed to be her older brother. How would I know? Everything seemed fine just now, Chen Xuan replied, feeling at a loss himself. They were traveling together, and it wasn't unusual for friends to choose dishes they liked. It could only be said that women's emotions were very unstable and ever-changing. The restaurant was as lively as ever, with many soul masters forming teams, collaborating, and helping each other to enter the Douluo Forest together. During this time, several people approached Chen Xuan, inviting him to join them. Their team, led by a soul emperor, had 5 or 6 soul masters and 7 or 8 soul venerables, forming a strong lineup. The person who came was a young man dressed in extravagant clothing with glasses, of medium height. He introduced himself as Gu Jinchao from the Douluo Empire, a teacher from a mid-level academy who had been expelled and was now a team leader for hire. Brother, for a small fee, you can have a strong team escort you. Tempted. Gu Jinchao said that joining them would only cost 300 gold soul coins per person, and they would help hunt a 1,000-year-old soul beast. It was a great deal and not to be missed. Chen Xuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he felt utterly speechless. Adding people to the team and charging 300 golden soul coins per person, did they really think he was a fool? He decisively refused. True, he did have a bit of wealth at the moment, but he wasn't an idiot. Don't be so hasty in rejecting, bro. How about this? I'll lower it to 250 golden soul coins per person. Is that acceptable? The bespectacled youth, Gu Jinchao, suggested. Chen Xuan ignored him, quickly finished his dinner, and took Yi upstairs. Hey, bro, the lowest I can go is 200 golden soul coins per person. No less, Gu Jinchao called out from behind. Chen Xuan didn't look back, leading Yi into their hotel room. Seeing the two disappear from view, Gu Jinchao felt it was a pity. He silently wondered, did I price it too high? Zhu Zuqing had her own room, while Chen Xuan stayed with his sister in the adjacent room. As night fell and the moonlight bathed the surroundings, the night passed quietly, and soon the next day arrived. Chen Xuan woke up first and roused Chen Yi from her bed. It was time to head out. In the early morning, the sun rose, bringing life back to everything, and the air was especially fresh. After a simple breakfast, the three left the hotel and headed towards the Douluo Forest. Exiting the town, there was still a distance of 5 to 6 kilometers to the Soul Beast Forest. Hey, bro, a voice called out as they entered the wilderness. A group of 15 or 16 people approached, fully equipped. The leader was Gu Jincheo from last night. Bro, with just the 3 of you, how about joining us? I'll give you a discount, 150 golden soul coins per person. What do you say? He wasn't giving up. You're a soul master, and you're this short on cash. Chen Xuan responded, feeling a bit speechless at the other's money-grubbing nature. Seeing the imposing group of 15 or 16, Zhu Zuqing tightened her grip on Yi Yi's hand, her eyes filled with vigilance. Gu Jincheo sighed and said, Bro, you don't know how important money is until you're managing things yourself. Though money isn't everything, a life without money is a mess. By the way, are you the Soul Emperor? You don't look like one, Chen Xuan remarked. Last night, it was mentioned that the team was led by a Soul Emperor, but Chen Xuan thought this businessman-like youth didn't seem like a Soul Master at all. Gu Jincheo didn't hide anything, admitting he was still far from becoming a Soul Emperor and was currently at the 53rd rank of Soul King. He had a considerable status in this region, was somewhat famous, knew many hired teams, and had an extensive network. He was indeed the leader and knew many Soul Masters, but the Soul Emperor mentioned was a friend he had met a few months ago. They were now in a hiring relationship, with him paying 10,000 golden soul coins per month. Chen Xuan frowned slightly. His sharp eyes noticed a trace of fear in Gu Jincheo's eyes when he spoke about the Soul Emperor, which he had caught. There seemed to be something strange, it wasn't as simple as it appeared. Bro, have you considered it? Do you want to join my team? The Stardow Forest is fraught with danger. With 2 such beautiful companions, it would be bad if they got hurt, Gu Jincheo continued, still not giving up and probing further. He wore a friendly smile and glanced at the 2 women behind Chen Xuan, seemingly trying to target them. The next moment, Gu Jincheo was stunned, his expression frozen, and the words he was about to say were abruptly cut off. His gaze was fixed on Zhu Zuqing, filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly averted his gaze and returned to his usual demeanor. Bro, since you don't want to join us, let's part ways here, he said, no longer insisting, and signaled his team to leave towards the Stardow Forest. As the crowd passed by the 3, one person shot them a malicious look. It was a burly, bald man with a strong physique and fiery eyes that continually fixated on Zhu Zuqing with an unmasked, lecherous gaze. The group of 15 or 16 continued forward, disappearing into the distant mountains. Chen Xuan didn't follow them. Instead, he changed direction and led Zhu Zuqing around the mountains ahead. This detour undoubtedly added several kilometers to their journey. He had a bad feeling and didn't want to risk anything bad happening by trailing behind that group. Do you know that person? Chen Xuan asked after they had gone around another mountain. He was referring to the bespectacled youth, whose reaction seemed to indicate he recognized Zhu Zuqing. I don't know him. Zhu Zuqing shook her head, feeling puzzled. She indeed didn't recognize the youth with glasses, but it seemed he knew her identity, which was very strange. Did he say he was from the Starluo Empire and used to be a teacher? Is it possible he might have taught you or met you before? Chen Xuan recounted what had happened last night. Zhu Zuqing still shook her head. She didn't recognize the face from her memory. All right then. Chen Xuan stopped, ignoring Chen Yi's protests, and picked her up. The sun was already up and had reached midday. We need to hurry. We should try to finish before sunset, Chen Xuan said, taking out 2 kunao engraved with a series of runes. He had a persistent bad feeling and didn't want to stay in the Stardow Forest for too long. Zhu Zuqing was surprised, not understanding. She thought Chen Xuan meant they should travel as fast as possible. Although they could shorten the time, it would also increase the consumption of soul power. Given the dangers of the Stardow Forest, it was very risky without sufficient soul power. Hold on to me. Without further explanation, Chen Xuan threw the shining kunao into the air. It streaked across the sky, shooting off into the distance. Zhu Zuqing, a cool and aloof goddess, rarely interacted with men. When Chen Xuan called out to her, she didn't move, thinking it was inappropriate. Chen Xuan sensed the kunao's imminent landing and decisively reached out, grabbing the still hesitant Zhu Zuqing. In a flash of golden light, the 3 of them disappeared from their location and reappeared 200 meters away. The speed was astonishing, as if shrinking the distance, covering it in under 2 seconds. The 3 were airborne, and Chen Xuan swiftly launched another kunao into the distance. Thus, golden light flashed intermittently across the area. Chen Xuan continued to use the Flying Thunder God technique with the 2 women, covering several kilometers in no time, nearing the Stardow Forest. Wow, brother, you're amazing. Chen Yi exclaimed with her hair flying wildly in the wind, her face full of excitement and joy. This supersonic experience was thrilling, like taking 100 meters per step. Zhu Zuqing's face was cold, her eyes like shimmering autumn waters. As she looked at Chen Xuan's close face, she was no longer calm. At this moment, she felt a complex, indescribable emotion, as if she had just cleared away clouds and fog, revealing confusion and helplessness. So this is your true strength, she thought. What? Chen Xuan turned his head in confusion. The wind was too strong, making it impossible to hear clearly. Zhu Zuqing's voice was very soft, almost like she was speaking to herself, and she was still a bit distant from him. It's nothing, Zhu Zuqing said lightly, shaking her head and not intending to explain. However, her gaze towards Chen Xuan had changed. It was no longer as indifferent as before and had taken on a hint of admiration. Now, she vaguely understood that Chen Xuan possessed such strength but had never shown it at Shrek Academy. He was uncompetitive and low-key, not someone who would vie for anything. Zhu Zuqing remained aloof, but her eyes softened considerably when looking at Chen Xuan. Such speed, covering 200 meters in the blink of an eye, was something that no Soul Master of the Soul Sovereign level could achieve. Even Soul Kings and Soul Emperors of the Agility system might not match such speed. Perhaps only Soul Saints like Flander and Lu Erlong could surpass Chen Xuan. Zhu Zuqing suddenly recalled that when Daimyobai and Chen Xuan had sparred on the back mountain of Shrek Academy under Yu Xiaogong's arrangement, Chen Xuan had emerged victorious. At that time, everyone thought it was because Daimyobai had underestimated Chen Xuan, giving him an opportunity. Now, it seemed it was not that simple. Comparing Chen Xuan to her fiancé, there was almost no comparison. Though they were of similar age, Daimyobai had consumed celestial herbs that caused his martial soul to evolve, creating a two-level difference in soul power. Without comparison, there was no harm. Zhu Zuqing felt a deep disappointment in Daimyobai, who, despite having the White Tiger bloodline martial soul and superior education from a young age, with the help of celestial herbs, could not measure up. And Chen Xuan, born of humble origins, lacking a powerful martial soul, with no famous teacher, receiving only common education and no celestial herbs, still performed admirably. At 16 or 17, creating multiple soul skills, breaking through to Soul Sovereign, and possessing such incredible speed, what immense effort and sweat must have gone into this? When Zhu Zuqing truly began to understand Chen Xuan, she realized there was another side to him that was ordinary yet extraordinary. Thinking about how much effort Chen Xuan had put in to achieve his current results, she was deeply moved by his perseverance. In fact, she did not know that Chen Xuan's achievements were not just due to hard work but also to persistence and effort. He had never consumed celestial herbs but had eaten a plant even better than celestial herbs. We've arrived, Chen Xuan suddenly said, unaware of Zhu Zuqing's musings. After using the Flying Thunder God technique to cover 7 or 8,000 meters, they finally reached the Stardow Forest. Ahead was a nearly primordial forest with a fragrant dirt path leading deeper into the woods. On both sides of the path were towering trees with lush branches and leaves, and the ground was covered with wildflowers and grasses, very dense, reaching half the height of an adult. Chen Xuan set the two of them down and looked at the path, noticing many weeds and debris on the dirt. He said, "This path doesn't seem to have been cleared for long. Zuqing, should we follow it?" He was concerned about encountering the Soul Master team from earlier who might be eyeing them. "Do as you please," Zhu Zuqing replied coldly, showing no particular preference. Chen Yi blinked her gem-like eyes and asked in confusion, "Brother, why are you so afraid?" Chen Xuan was speechless. He reached out and flicked her forehead, saying, "Do you really think I'm invincible? Then you're not allowed to hit me." Chen Yi puffed up her cheeks in anger, showing her small tiger teeth, and glared at Chen Xuan. She rubbed her red forehead, which had really hurt. She was small in stature and looked pure and cute, and even when angry and puffing up her cheeks, she had no real threat. Chen Xuan quickly apologized and picked her up on his back, continuing their journey. The forest was quiet, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Everything seemed very serene. Chen Xuan didn't dare let his guard down. The quieter a place was, the more dangerous it could be. He and Zhu Zuqing ventured deeper, following the cleared path for half an hour. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped. In the distance, there was the sound of a tree falling. "I'll go take a look," Chen Xuan said, handing a kunao to Zhu Zuqing. He continued, "Zuqing, take Yi and head down another path." Zhu Zuqing was aware of his speed and wasn't worried, so she headed in the opposite direction. Currently, they were at the edge of the Stardow Forest, with very few 10,000-year soul beasts and the lowest danger level, unless something unexpected happened. Chen Xuan jumped up a 50 to 60 meter tree in a few leaps, getting a better view from higher up. Next, he continued to leap from branch to branch like an aerial acrobat. After about 100 meters, he stopped and concealed himself using the tree trunk. In the distance was a group of 15 or 16 people. Just as I thought, Chen Xuan's pupils narrowed. He recognized the young man with glasses and the burly bald man with a muscular build. He had a certain degree of perception ability and could sense a hint of malice from these soul masters. Chen Xuan had always felt there was something wrong with this group, particularly the burly bald man, who did not seem like a good person. He sensed malice from him. This was a type of perceptive ninjutsu. After using the Tsukiyomi technique in his earlier years, he developed this subtle sense, likely a capability of the Mangekyo Sharinon. It was a good opportunity to see what these people were up to. However, the next moment, the bald man suddenly sprang up into the air, emitting a dazzling laser from his mouth that shot towards a large tree behind them. Over 50 meters away, the tree, as thick as a barrel, exploded with a roar, disappearing into golden light. "Boss, what are you doing?" the young man with glasses asked in slight fear, seemingly more frightened of the man now. The laser emitted by the opponent had cut through the barrel-thick tree, splitting it into two segments, with the middle part completely obliterated. The power was terrifying. "There's a rat," the bald man's eyes glinted coldly. Not only the young man with glasses, Gu Jincheo, but the rest of the group was also puzzled. There was no sign of anyone in the area that had been blown up, but they dared not say anything, fearing to anger this powerful individual. Meanwhile, Zhu Zuqing, who was on her way, suddenly saw a flash of golden light in front of her, causing her to stop abruptly and summon her martial soul, fearing danger. The next moment, the golden light faded, and a shadowy figure fell to the ground with a thud, rolling a few times. Brother. Chen Yi was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this her older brother Chen Xuan? Brother, why are you lying on the ground? She asked in confusion. Chen Xuan's face darkened immediately. Was this little girl out of words, or had she not learned to speak properly? Only Zhu Zuking, with her keen eyes, noticed Chen Xuan's torn clothes and the large hole in his outer jacket. What happened? She asked as she extended her slender arm to help Chen Xuan up. Chen Xuan first shot a glare at Yi, then his expression turned serious, his face suddenly becoming very grave. I was detected. That guy is very strong, not like a Soul Emperor level Soul Master. He's likely at the Soul Saint level. Chen Xuan's face was grim. Just now, he had concealed his aura and remained hidden, but he was still detected despite the considerable distance. Conservatively estimating, the bald man's strength was below that of a Soul Sage, but it was extremely close. Unlike the illusion-type Soul Sages like Shinian, this guy was a solid combat Soul Master with strength certainly above Shinian's level. Find a suitable Soul Beast as soon as possible, Chen Xuan said. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it became. All right, Zhu Zuking nodded in agreement. On the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, thousand-year soul beasts were not hard to find, in fact, they were quite common. However, the issue was the attributes and what kind of soul beast was needed. Yi, what attribute is your martial soul? Chen Xuan asked, wanting his sister to reveal her martial soul. Chen Yi obediently summoned her martial soul. A green, blue-gold curved bow appeared, about a meter long, which she held in her hand. The bow was heavy, made of blue gold, and very sturdy. It could be used even without arrows. No attributes. Zhu Zuking adjusted her hair, revealing her white forehead, her beautiful eyes showing a trace of doubt. Chen Xuan furrowed his brows. A martial soul with no attributes had its pros and cons. The advantage was that it would not be rejected by most soul beasts, but the drawback was the lack of a strong attribute, making it hard to selectively choose soul beasts. He had once had a martial soul with no attributes too, but later, after consuming a plant with 9 red fruits, it mutated and gained space attributes. It seemed that martial soul attributes were indeed hereditary. There was no such thing as adoption in this regard. Brother, is Yi's martial soul very weak? Chen Yi asked with wide, somewhat tearful eyes, looking at Chen Xuan with hope. Zhu Zuking, with sharp eyes, immediately patted her head and said, don't worry, your martial soul is very good. Let me think about it. This time, Chen Xuan was serious and not joking. Fire, water, wind, and other elements could be applied to the large bow. After some consideration, Chen Xuan decided to look for a lightning attribute soul beast and primarily focus on absorbing lightning attribute soul beasts for future development. He shared his thoughts with Zhu Zuking for analysis. You should consult the master about this, Zhu Zuking said, shaking her head lightly. She wasn't very knowledgeable about martial souls. Chen Xuan showed disdain and snorted. Just him? It's already good if he doesn't mislead people. Take Tang San as an example. How many times has he broken his theories? 10,000-year soul rings are just an exaggeration, but there are plenty of geniuses in this world whose 4th ring's limit exceeds 8,000 years. According to Yu Xiaogong's theory, the limit for the 4th ring soul ring absorption was 7,500 years, but in reality, many people absorbed soul rings that were over 8,000 years. Yu Xiaogang had stayed at level 29 for most of his life. How could he know so much about high soul power matters? How could he understand the absorption limits for Soul Zong, Soul King, Soul Emperor, etc.? Chen Xuan was highly skeptical that Yu Xiaogong's 10 core theories of martial souls were plagiarized, just organized materials from previous studies, and not the result of his own experiments and meticulous documentation. This would make sense. It was impossible for so many soul masters to volunteer for his experiments. Zhu Zuking did not refute him, knowing that he had issues with Yu Xiaogang. Instead, seeing Chen Xuan's boastful demeanor gave her a subtle feeling of amusement, and she couldn't help but smile. The three of them wandered around the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. The sun was high, and it was bright and sunny at noon. During this time, they encountered several thousand-year soul beasts, including phoenix-tail-crowned snakes, human-faced demon spiders, and pangolins. They also came across a few lightning attribute soul beasts, but Chen Xuan rejected them all due to either their age being too low or too high. Beasts close to 2,000 years were definitely not suitable. Those aged between 1,000 and 1,200 years were already at Yi's limit. Zhu Zuking was unaware of this. Seeing that Chen Xuan had rejected many hundred-year soul beasts, she was filled with confusion and even disbelief. She couldn't help but ask, what kind of age of soul beast are you looking for, Yi? The large bird we saw earlier, with 400 years of cultivation, seemed quite suitable for your sister. Chen Xuan didn't hide it and explained that he was looking for a 1,000-year soul beast. Zhu Zuking was taken aback, stunned for a long while before coming to her senses. That's too risky, she couldn't understand, thinking Chen Xuan was crazy, it was too dangerous, and how could one joke with his sister's life? Don't worry, I'm calmer than anyone else, and I have a backup plan, Chen Xuan explained. He certainly wouldn't joke with his sister's life. He then stopped and smiled. Looking ahead, his gaze fell on a soul beast not far away. It was a large snake, green all over, as thick as an adult's arm, 5 or 6 meters long, with its scales surrounded by electric arcs, very remarkable. It crawled slowly through the grass, flicking its tongue, and surprisingly sprayed out sparks of electricity, fully displaying its lightning attribute. Chen Xuan, having spent some time in the library, recognized this lightning snake. It had 2 blue stripes on its head and lightning flashing, a source of power. 1 stripe meant 550 years, 2 stripes meant exactly 1,100 years. This one will do. Chen Xuan took out 2 shurikens and without further ado, he immediately acted. Zhu Zuqing did not help but instead protected Chen Yi, ensuring her safety and preventing any surprise attacks from hidden soul beasts. Chen Xuan stepped on a branch, leaping from the sky and shooting a shuriken at the lightning snake below. Whoosh! At that moment, the snake was as swift as lightning. It swayed its body and darted away. The shuriken struck the ground with a clang, missing its target. Chen Xuan showed surprise. He had expected a single strike to be enough, but it turned out to be an accident. The lightning snake flicked its tongue, its cold eyes glancing at Chen Xuan, sensing his terrifying aura, realizing they were not on the same level. It suddenly reared up and fled, its 2 stripes glowing like lightning, moving extremely fast through the forest. So fast. Chen Xuan was astonished. The soul beast was almost out of sight. He quickly shot another shuriken and electric arcs appeared around his body, creating a lightning-like effect. With a swish, he disappeared from his original position, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning, moving so fast that his form was blurred, only a streak of tail lightning flashing through the forest. This was a new technique Chen Xuan had developed, using lightning to stimulate his body's cell activity and enhance his speed. In essence, it was similar to Buletin Yao's thunder lightning method, with little difference. The lightning snake fled at an incredible speed, already over 100 meters in just a few seconds. If it were an ordinary soul master, they would probably have no way to catch it. A shuriken flew over the snake, and a lightning figure descended. The lightning snake's stripes were glowing fast, its body turning red, and its speed increased again as it darted away. Chen Xuan stepped on a tree trunk, shooting out like a cannonball with sparks and lightning. Behind him, a tremor was heard as a pine tree was kicked down and collapsed. Chen Xuan, resembling a lightning person, moved at an extraordinary speed. He landed on the fleeing lightning snake, and with a crunch, the sound of breaking bones echoed beneath his feet. The lightning snake let out a cry of pain and then went silent. Its intestines and internal organs were shot out from its mouth. This scene was incredibly bloody and disgusting. The grass ahead was covered in blood, and the organs and intestines were scattered on the wild grass. Damn, this is really disgusting. Seeing this, Chen Xuan swore and almost vomited. He suddenly realized something, his face changing drastically. He quickly got off the lightning snake. Did I just step on it to death? Chen Xuan picked up a branch and carefully lifted the fragile lay snake. The snake's head drooped to one side, only twitching slightly after a long while. It was barely alive, but still breathing. Good, it's not completely dead. Chen Xuan sighed with relief. He felt a bit speechless. How could this spirit beast be so fragile? Earlier, it dodged his attacks twice in a row and ran so fast that he thought it might be powerful. But it turned out to be so weak that he almost crushed it to death with a single move. Luckily, this snake had an unusually strong life force. Even with its internal organs spilled out and its spine broken, it still hadn't died instantly and clung to life, barely breathing. Chen Xuan lifted the limp snake and slowly stood up, retracing his steps back. He mentally focused on the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God technique, and the next moment, he vanished from the spot. At this time, Chen Yi was lying on a large rock, enjoying the view of the sky. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm and pleasant glow over her. Zhu Zuqing, with her slender figure, leaned lightly against a tree, her long, straight legs resting naturally on the grass, quite eye-catching. As a yellow light flashed, Chen Xuan suddenly appeared, having returned using his Flying Thunder God technique. Yi, come here, he called to his sister, tossing the limp lay snake onto the ground. Chen Yi, already mentally prepared, took out the dagger Chen Xuan had given her and walked over to the fallen spirit beast. With a swift motion, blood splattered as the lay snake was pierced through the head. Its body trembled a few times before falling completely still. A purple spirit ring formed above the snake's body, gently rotating in the air. Chen Xuan extended his finger, touching Yi's forehead, and infused her eyes with a cold, mysterious power. He sealed part of his Mangekyo Sharingan's power within Chen Yi, a safeguard that could be of great help in a critical moment, serving as her last line of defense. Brother, I'm going to start absorbing it now, Chen Yi said as she sat down, carefully guiding the spirit ring into her body. Chen Xuan stood guard nearby, knowing that all that was left was for her to absorb the ring. This is too dangerous. Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but voice her concern, worried that something might happen to Chen Yi. There were precedents on the continent where people who tried to absorb a spirit ring beyond their level suffered severe consequences. Some couldn't bear the pressure and either exploded or lost their minds, living the rest of their lives in a daze. I believe in her, Chen Xuan replied. Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything more and also stood by, waiting for Chen Yi to finish absorbing the spirit ring. Time slowly passed. 3 hours went by, and Chen Yi was still in the process of absorbing the spirit ring. The sun was setting, the sky glowing with vibrant hues of dusk, and the last rays of light bathed the scene. At this point, Chen Xuan's confidence began to waver, his eyes filled with worry. Sitting in front of the lay snake's corpse, Chen Yi's brows were furrowed in pain, her face drenched in sweat, as if she were locked in a fierce internal battle. Her body trembled slightly, and arcs of electricity crackled across her skin, enveloping her. Chen Yi bit her lip, clearly in pain, sweat pouring down her forehead as she struggled against the spirit snake, fighting a fierce battle in her mental world. Another half an hour passed. The sun had set, night had fallen, and the sky was dark. Zhu Zuqing had already lit a campfire, its flickering light illuminating the surroundings, while the crackling of burning wood filled the air. Sitting by the fire, Chen Xian's face wasn't looking good. He was sensing the power he had sealed inside Yi. Since it hadn't been activated, it meant she wasn't in immediate danger yet. This gave him some reassurance. If something went wrong, he would have been responsible for it. As night deepened, a pale moon hung high in the sky, casting its soft glow like water over the three of them. Several minutes later, Chen Xian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He could feel that the power he had sealed within Yi had been triggered. This meant that Chen Yi had failed to withstand the spirit beast's mental assault, which was both good and bad news. Was it still too much for her? Chen Xian muttered. If he hadn't set up this precaution, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Luckily, thanks to this, the crisis was averted, which was, in a sense, a good thing. Chen Yi's body stopped trembling, her frown eased, and the arcs of electricity receded into her body. Shortly after, she slowly opened her eyes, which sparkled brilliantly as if lightning was crackling within them. Even Zhu Zuqing, who was always cold and aloof, couldn't help but stand up in shock when she saw Chen Yi. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. She was stunned, completely surprised. This little girl had actually done it. Her first spirit ring was a Millennium one, something unheard of across the entire continent, comparable to Tang San's 10,000-year spirit ring in rarity. If word of this got out, it would cause a sensation. Chen Xian had considered this, which is why he didn't want his sister to reveal herself too early. He feared others might try to harm her. He walked over and asked, Yi, how do you feel? Chen Yi closed her eyes for a moment, carefully sensing the benefits of absorbing the Millennium Spirit Ring, her face showing deep satisfaction. Then, with a confident smile, she said to Chen Xian, Brother, I feel incredibly strong now. I could take you on, 10 times over. As soon as she finished speaking, she playfully swung her fists at Chen Xian, trying to show off her newfound strength. Little Xian, from now on, I'll protect you. I'll be the big sister, and you'll be the little brother. Come on, call me big sis. Chen Yi was feeling invincible after gaining her power, unable to contain her overconfidence. You're really getting ahead of yourself, Chen Yi, Chen Xian muttered, feeling a vein pop on his forehead. He had the urge to give her a good spanking. And then he did just that. In a flash, he extended his hand, covering the 10-meter distance in an instant. Before she could react, Chen Yi, who had been laughing just a second ago, found herself pinned down on the ground by her older brother. Without saying a word, Chen Xian raised his hand and started spanking her on her little bottom. A crisp slapping sound echoed through the woods, surprisingly pleasant to the ear. Chen Yi was stunned, in disbelief. She had just been spanked. Then, her face turned beet red, overwhelmed with shame. How could she face anyone after this? Brother, I was wrong? Please stop spanking me. Chen Yi begged for mercy, her face bright red. It was the first time she had been spanked, and in front of someone else, no less. It was beyond humiliating. How could she ever show her face again? Weren't you just acting all tough? Being so cocky? Chen Xian wasn't ready to let up. He gave her a few more swats on her backside. Pfft. Watching the playful interaction between the siblings, Zhu Zuqing, who had been silently observing, finally couldn't hold it in and let out a laugh. Usually cold and aloof like a goddess, Zhu Zuqing's smile was stunning, revealing bright teeth and rosy lips, no longer exuding that icy demeanor. For someone who rarely smiled, this moment was breathtakingly beautiful, her laughter carrying a touch of elegance and charm. However, both Chen Yi and Chen Xian were now staring at her, wide-eyed and stunned. What's wrong? Zhu Zuqing asked, pursing her lips, confused by their reaction. Chen Yi, still in a daze, murmured, Sister Zuqing, so you can smile after all. Zhu Zuqing had always been so distant, with a goddess-like beauty, cold as ice. Chen Xian was equally surprised, but then he chuckled and said, You really should smile more often. It makes you seem much more approachable. The night had deepened, and the pitch-black sky was dimly lit by the fading moonlight. Chen Xian originally planned to finish his journey in one day, but since it was already too late, he decided to spend the night in the Stardow Forest. He told Zhu Zuqing and Yi to rest well while he kept watch for the night. The sky was dark, and the white moon was gradually covered by black clouds, making the world even dimmer. Chen Xian sat by the campfire, the flickering flames dancing. In the second half of the night, Zhu Zuqing came over to sit beside him and offered to take over the watch, surprising him. The always cold and distant Zhu Zuqing seemed a bit different today. Chen Xian didn't refuse. He hadn't slept all day and was quite tired, but instead of leaving, he simply lay down by the fire and soon fell asleep. Zhu Zuqing hugged her knees and sat quietly beside him. She slightly turned her head, silently watching Chen Xian's profile, lost in thought. When Chen Xian opened his eyes again, it was already close to noon. The sunlight shone warmly on his face. He had slept deeply and only now woke up. Brother, why do you always sleep in so late? Chen Yi had woken up early and had already eaten breakfast. Zhu Zuqing glanced over briefly but then quickly looked away, showing no emotion. After eating some simple rations, Chen Xuan suggested leaving the Douluo forest. We should head back. The Soul Master tournament has probably been over for several days by now, he said casually. Zhu Zuking's expression shifted slightly but quickly returned to normal, and she said nothing. As usual, Chen Xuan carried Yi on his back while Zhu Zuking followed beside them, keeping pace and even moving ahead of him at times. They were near the outskirts of the Douluo forest and retraced their steps along the path, as it was safer that way. The trees on either side blurred past as they moved quickly, covering half of the distance in an hour. Suddenly, Chen Xuan stopped abruptly, standing before a large clearing. Ahead was a grassland spanning 100 meters, devoid of towering trees or dense vegetation. It was an open, empty space. In the midst of the thick forest, such a clearing was unusual. It was clear that it had been created by someone, as the large trees had been chopped down, leaving stumps behind. That's blood. Zhu Zuking's face turned pale. In the clearing ahead, there was a large pool of blood, and the grass was stained red. Chen Xuan's expression grew serious. After putting Yi down, he quickly crossed the clearing and entered the forest beyond. He came to a sudden halt, his eyes flashing with anger. There were bodies everywhere. At least 10 people had died here, all meeting gruesome ends. Some had been decapitated, their heads severed from their bodies. Others had been sliced in half as if by a sharp blade, and some had gaping holes in their chests, their bodies riddled with injuries. These people had died horrifically, their blood covering the trees and the grass. Even a patch of wildflowers, originally white, had turned a brilliant red from being soaked in blood. Zhu Zuking walked up and saw the bloody scene. She was stunned, covering her mouth as nausea welled up inside her. It was too gruesome. Some bodies had their abdomens torn open, with intestines and organs spilling onto the ground, creating a horrific sight. Chen Xuan's face darkened. He recognized these people. They were part of the team led by the young man with glasses. However, there was no sign of the glasses-wearing youth among the corpses, making it hard to say whether or not he was involved. Chen Xuan noticed one common feature among the bodies: they had been looted. Their gold, valuables, and soul-guided storage devices were all missing. He had read many books and knew of the dark side of mercenary groups. This massacre was clearly a case of murder for treasure. This kind of thing happened frequently, almost daily. Chen Xuan was nearly certain it was the work of the Soul Emperor, gathering soul masters, luring them to the wilderness of the Douluo forest, and then killing them ruthlessly. This was a truly cunning tactic. We can't stay here. Let's go. Chen Xuan quickly retreated, leaving the blood-stained area. Brother, what happened up there? Yi asked curiously. Zhu Zuking hadn't let her go to the clearing. Chen Xuan simply said nothing had happened and then carried her as they continued on their way. Having witnessed such a gory scene, Zhu Zuking was still feeling uneasy, her face slightly pale, and she had not yet recovered. Chen Xuan wasn't feeling much better either. The idea of humans brutally attacking their fellow humans disgusted him. The three of them didn't dare retrace their original path and instead took a different route, making a large detour. After walking for 2 more kilometers, Chen Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, slowing their pace. Fortunately, what he feared had not come to pass. They continued forward, passing through several groves of trees and nearing the forest's exit. Suddenly, Chen Xuan's body tensed, and he felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows, as if a blade was pressed against him. He stopped abruptly, threw a kunao, and swiftly pulled Zhu Zuking into his arms in one smooth motion. Boom! A beam of light fell, and an explosion erupted where they had just stood, sending energy waves in all directions, swallowing trees in its path. 100 meters away, in a flash of golden light, Chen Xuan appeared, biting down on the kunao in his mouth. At that moment, he had Zhu Zuking in one arm and Yi on his back. He landed atop a tree, watching as the light beam behind him shot into the sky, the resulting shockwave destroying a swath of forest. Had he not reacted in time, that attack would have left him severely injured or worse. Swish! Chen Xuan had just set the two down when another, even larger, beam of light came shooting toward them. His expression darkened. The attacker was far stronger than him, and he couldn't even sense their location. Without wasting any time, he leaped toward the beam of light. If that attack exploded here, Yi would surely die due to her weak physique. Brother, don't go. Yi cried out, tears welling in her eyes as she watched. Chen Xuan didn't retreat. Instead, he charged directly at the light beam, clearly risking his life to protect them. At that moment, Zhu Zuking's usual cold demeanor vanished. Her body froze as she watched the man sacrifice himself, her eyes filling with tears. In truth, Chen Xuan wasn't the type to throw his life away so easily. Swish! In the next instant, in a flash of golden light, both Chen Xuan and the beam of light vanished without a trace. Boom! The forest shook. 100 meters away, a massive explosion lit up the sky, shattering trees and boulders as shockwaves rippled outward. What just happened? In the shadows, a bald man muttered in shock. On top of a tree, Yi stared at the distant explosion in confusion. What had happened to the light beam? How had it disappeared? Zhu Zuking seemed to have an idea, quickly figuring out that it must have been one of Chen Xuan's strange soul techniques. After transferring the light beam away, Chen Xuan instantly reappeared in front of the two using the Flying Thunder God technique. Brother, you scared me? I thought you were going to die. Please don't do that again. Yi's face was streaked with tears, clearly frightened by what had just happened. Don't worry, I'll always be around until the day you get married, Chen Xuan promised. The situation had been too urgent to explain in detail earlier. He then turned to look at Zhu Zuking and froze in place, staring. He rubbed his eyes a few times, thinking he had seen wrong. Chen Xuan was a bit dazed. Zhu Zuking's eyes were red and slightly moist. Could this mean she had shed tears for him just now? This was Zhu Zuking, the cold and elegant goddess, as distant as an icy mountain. It was very out of character for her. Zhu Zuking noticed Chen Xuan's gaze and immediately blushed. Don't overthink it. I just got sand in my eyes. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause echoed around them, and a burly man emerged from behind a rock. What a touching scene. The man, bald and grinning, leered at Zhu Zuking and Yi, his eyes filled with lust. Kid, leave these two women behind, and I'll let you live. Leave these two beauties with me, and I'll spare your life. The bald man was tall, with a burly figure covered in bulging muscles, exuding explosive strength. His eyes were fierce and filled with arrogance, clearly thinking he had the three people in front of him under his control. You can leave now, hurry up, and get lost, the bald man said in a deep voice. Seeing his lecherous and perverted gaze, Chen Yi shuddered in fear and hid behind Chen Xuan. Zhu Zuking remained cold and silent, her expression unreadable. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're invincible? Chen Xuan replied with a chilly expression, standing fearlessly in front of Yi. The bald man snickered, his smile full of disdain. Let's hope you can keep up that tough talk when I take you down. With that, he released his martial spirit. A white glow flowed over his body, and behind him appeared a serpent-like creature with a dragon's head. The snake had wings, and two horns sprouted from its head, resembling a dragon-like creature known as a Jiao. Though his martial spirit looked like a dragon, it didn't exude an evil aura. Instead, it radiated with holy light, giving off a sacred presence. Then, one by one, soul rings appeared under the bald man's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, 6 soul rings in the optimal configuration. There was no doubt. He was a powerful soul emperor. Chen Xian's face turned grim. As a soul ancestor, facing a soul emperor was an enormous challenge, and the odds were overwhelming. The fight could easily turn deadly. Sensing the faint holy aura, Chen Xuan guessed that the bald man's martial spirit likely had light attributes. Kid, why don't you say that again now? The bald man laughed mockingly, his eyes full of disdain as he stared at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan ignored him and handed the specially marked kunao to Chen Yi. Zuking, I'll leave my sister in your care. He was prepared to stay behind and buy time for the two to escape. Zhu Zuking's emotions were complicated. Usually aloof, she was no longer cold. She glanced at Chen Xuan with worry. His willingness to sacrifice himself once again stirred her emotions, softening a place deep within her heart. Faced with a formidable enemy, he wasn't concerned about saving his own life but instead focused on ensuring their survival. Zhu Zuking couldn't help but ask herself, if it were Daimubai in Chen Xian's place today, would he have made the same choice without hesitation? Don't die, she said quietly. In the end, Zhu Zuking carried a reluctant Chen Yi on her back and fled into the distance. The bald man laughed, his smile wicked and cunning, watching them leave without making any move to stop them. He was tall, with dark skin, a shiny bald head, and sharp eyes, radiating an air of arrogance. In his mind, the curvy woman and the innocent girl were already his. The more they resisted, the more fun it would be for him. The fiercer the struggle, the more excitement it would bring. The bald man spread his arms, enjoying the gentle breeze, savoring this thrilling moment. Run, run, keep fleeing. The chase is what makes it fun, it's what excites me, he sneered, his face twisted with madness. What a lunatic. Chen Xuan muttered, feeling like the guy had lost his mind. Hearing this, the bald man didn't get angry. Instead, he burst out laughing, not taking Chen Xuan seriously at all. To him, the slender man before him looked fragile, someone he could easily crush in just a few moves. Chen Xuan wasn't in a rush either. The longer he delayed, the farther Zhu Zuking and Yi could run. He prepared a strategy. Taking out 10 kunao from his storage, he tossed them in all directions, marking each with his flying thunder god technique. The kunao scattered across the area, some embedding into tree trunks, others landing on the ground or in the grass. At the same time, Chen Xuan activated his Manjikyo Sharinon. The tomo in his eyes spun quickly, forming a yin-yang symbol, the right eye showing the yang fish, and the left eye the yin fish. Seeing Chen Xuan randomly throwing weapons, the bald man laughed even harder, thinking the kid had lost his mind in fear. Since you're already crazy, I'll put you out of your misery, the bald man said as he opened his mouth toward the sky. His yellow teeth glowed as soul power surged, and a bright white light began gathering in his mouth. With a flash, his fourth soul ring lit up, and his aura skyrocketed. The energy he had been charging shot out. Seeing the incoming energy orb, Chen Xuan didn't dare be careless. This guy was far stronger than the last opponent he faced. He swiftly moved, stepping onto a treetop and disappearing in a flash, reappearing on another tree. Boom! A small explosion echoed in the distance, accompanied by a brief flash of fire. Chen Xuan frowned. The energy orb was much weaker than the previous laser attack, which seemed unusual. He quickly realized the truth. The bald man had finished charging up another attack, pouring his soul power into his mouth for a devastating strike. The next moment, his mouth acted like a machine gun, spitting out dozens of small white energy orbs in quick succession, densely packed and covering a wide area, aiming to overwhelm Chen Xuan. Let's see how you dodge this, you little rat. The bald man laughed mockingly. While his fourth soul skill wasn't as powerful as his single target attacks, the sheer number of orbs made it perfect for dealing with an agile soul master like Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan infused his body with lightning energy, boosting his muscles and cells to push his speed to the limit. But there were too many energy orbs. They covered the entire area within 100 meters, leaving him with no way out. With a sigh, Chen Xuan knew he had no other choice. He had to rely on his flying thunder god technique. Just as the white orbs were about to explode, Chen Xuan vanished, leaving behind only a flicker of golden light. Boom! The forest trembled as an explosion of light consumed the area, reducing trees to dust in the energy storm. Guess I overestimated you. Didn't even need 3 moves to take you out. How boring, the bald man muttered in disappointment. He glanced at the distant flames and the destruction left behind. Even a soul Douluo wouldn't survive that kind of blast, let alone a soul ancestor. Suddenly, the bald man slapped himself in frustration. Why did I use so much power? I should have held back so the kid could have lasted longer. Regretting his hasty decision, the bald man sighed and resolved to be more careful in the future. With his hands behind his back, he left in disappointment, heading off to chase the 2 girls. Suddenly, the bald man stopped, feeling like he had stepped on something unusual. He lifted his foot and saw a cold, sharp weapon on the ground, resembling a dagger. This seems to be that kid's discarded weapon, the bald man muttered, not paying much attention. Relaxed, he kicked it aside without a second thought. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. A yellow flash appeared before him, and a figure materialized out of thin air, swiftly thrusting a long sword at him. The attack happened too quickly for the bald man to react. He could only watch as the sword tip came closer, aiming directly at his chest, intending to kill him with one blow. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. He roared in anger, and a burst of white light erupted from his body, disrupting the surrounding airflow. With immense force, he slightly shifted the position of the sword. With a splatter, blood sprayed as the sword pierced through the bald man's body. However, it didn't hit his heart. The blade had only penetrated his chest, getting stuck between his ribs. Chen Xuan clicked his tongue in frustration. Even such a swift sneak attack couldn't land a fatal blow, and this was when the opponent had let his guard down. Despite his frustration, he didn't linger to strike again. He immediately used his flying thunder god technique to teleport away. Swoosh! Just a second after he disappeared, a light beam shot toward his afterimage. With a loud explosion, the surrounding forest erupted in flames, leaving a deep crater in the ground. That was close, Chen Xuan muttered, his heart still racing. If he hadn't retreated in time, that light beam would have pierced his body, and that would have been deadly. The bald man knelt on one knee, blood dripping from his chest, falling to the ground between his fingers. The intense pain twisted his features into a grimace. Though the sword hadn't killed him, it had severely injured him. His lung was punctured, and he was bleeding heavily internally. Fortunately, as a soul emperor, his life force was strong, and his martial spirit had a certain healing ability. Otherwise, he might have died here today. The bald man's face darkened. He was a soul emperor at level 69, just one step away from becoming a soul saint, yet he had been severely wounded by a mere soul elder. This was a disgrace, a colossal disgrace. If word got out, how could he ever show his face in the world of soul masters? Kid, I swear I'll kill you today. If I don't, I'm not human, the bald man roared, consumed by fury. Fire release, great fireball technique. As he roared, a massive fireball, about 7 to 8 meters in diameter, shot out from the dark forest, engulfed in raging flames, hurtling toward him. Chen Xuan didn't retreat this time. He had returned, ready to launch his counterattack. The bald man's face grew even darker as he spat out a beam of light to meet the incoming fireball. With a loud explosion, the white light devoured the flames, clearly overpowering Chen Xuan's attack. Chen Xuan quickly made hand signs, launching 2 more fireballs. They sped across the ground with searing heat. In truth, the best course of action for Chen Xuan would have been to escape during this time. Even a severely injured soul emperor wasn't to be underestimated, especially when cornered. But Chen Xuan didn't flee. He wanted to fight back. Even if the odds were slim, he aimed to take down his opponent. Chen Xuan's heart burned with anger, though he wasn't entirely sure why. When he recalled how the bald man had previously ogled Zhu Zuqing and Yi Yi with vile intent, wanting to take them as his own, Chen Xuan felt a wave of irritation and disgust. He couldn't explain this feeling, but one thing was clear: he had to retaliate. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, he would make sure the bald man paid dearly, leaving him with at least half his life lost. The forest around them blazed with fire, trees, and bushes igniting in the inferno. The heat was so intense that it could be felt even from dozens of meters away. The bald man, using his soul power, forcefully cut through the sea of fire, walking out from the flames. He had hastily bandaged his wounds with torn strips of his shirt wrapped around his chest. Despite this, blood still seeped through, staining the bandages red. He didn't notice that the shredded fabric wrapped around his chest contained tiny black characters. Kid, you've done well. You've successfully angered me. If I don't skin you alive today, I'm not human. The bald man's voice was so cold and furious that it could practically drip water. You were never human to begin with, Chen Xuan retorted. The bald man's eyes filled with murderous intent, looking at Chen Xuan as though he were already dead. At this moment, the soul power within him surged to its peak, and a black soul ring appeared at his feet. A white flood dragon materialized around him, enveloping him in radiant white light. Scales began to form on his arms, and glowing blades swirled around him. Chen Xuan didn't make any reckless moves. There were hidden kunao nearby, allowing him to strike at any moment. Die. Suddenly, the bald man acted. Another black soul ring appeared under his feet, and with a swing of his arms, an overwhelming wave of soul power condensed into sharp blades. Blades of light flew in all directions, filling the air with a storm of sword energy. The cold gleam of the sword aura intertwined, densely packed. Chen Xuan stood motionless, seemingly frozen in place as the storm of blades engulfed him. The sword energy swept across, slicing through trees and plants. The power was terrifying, leaving deep gashes in the ground. However, when the light blade storm finally subsided, there was no trace of Chen Xuan, only a shredded piece of wood. Damn it! What's going on? The bald man's face darkened further. As a powerful soul emperor, he had missed again and again, repeatedly toyed with by a mere soul elder, unable to even track his movements. He felt frustrated beyond belief. Despite his immense strength, it was useless if he couldn't land a hit. What have you done to me? Why is my soul technique always a step behind? The bald man shouted, growing desperate. After missing multiple attacks, he realized that Chen Xuan was using some sort of unusual soul technique, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Every attack had nearly hit its mark but always missed at the last moment. At such close range, even a soul Douluo would find it impossible to dodge, yet this kid had done it. Chen Xuan's movements didn't seem like rapid dashes, but more like he was jumping from one space to another. Thinking of this possibility, the bald man's expression became grim, his heart racing. If this was a spatial soul technique, everything made sense. With the ability to traverse space, even the closest attacks could be evaded. Only a handful of people on the continent possessed spatial soul techniques, and each one was a formidable existence. These soul masters were incredibly difficult to deal with, combining speed with immense combat power. Whether it was true or not, he needed to test it. The bald man made his move, his arms flashing with white light. In an instant, another storm of light blades erupted, slashing toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan did not flee, instead, he charged back, determined to counterattack. The bald man's face darkened as he spat out a beam of light from his mouth, colliding with the incoming fireball in a booming explosion. The flames were swallowed by the white light clearly, his soul skill was superior. Chen Xuan quickly formed seals with his hands and launched 2 more fireballs, which scorched the ground as they pursued the man. In truth, his best option would have been to escape during this time. Even though the Soul Emperor was injured, he was still dangerous and capable of fighting with everything he had. But Chen Xuan chose not to run. He wanted to strike back even with little hope. He wanted to take the man down. There was a burning fire in Chen Xuan's heart, although he didn't know why. He grew restless and agitated just thinking about how the bald man had stared lewdly at Zhu Zuking and Yi Yi, even daring to want both women for himself. The thought made him uneasy and upset. Chen Xuan couldn't explain the reason behind it, but he knew one thing for certain: he had to fight back. Even if he couldn't kill the man, he would at least make him pay with half his life. The fire in the forest raged, igniting trees and bushes, creating a scorching heat that could be felt from dozens of meters away. The bald man summoned his soul power, forcefully splitting through the sea of flames, emerging from it. He hastily bandaged his wounds, using strips of his torn shirt to wrap around his chest, but blood still seeped through, staining the bandage red. He didn't notice, however, that among the torn pieces of cloth was a faint black inscription. "Kid, you're good. You've succeeded in pissing me off. If I don't skin you alive today, I'm not human," the bald man growled, his face darkening with rage. "You're not human to begin with," Chen Xuan retorted. The bald man's eyes turned icy cold, as if he were staring at a dead man. His soul power surged to its peak, and a black soul ring appeared beneath him. A white dragon spirit attached itself to his body, enveloping him in blinding light. Scales emerged on his arms, and energy blades whirled around him. Chen Xuan remained still. He had kunao hidden nearby, ready to act at any moment. Die. Suddenly, the bald man moved. Another black soul ring appeared at his feet as he swung his arms. His powerful soul force surged, transforming into razor-sharp blades of white energy. The flying blades filled the air, and sword energy flashed like a rainbow, slicing toward Chen Xuan. The cold sword light interwove, densely packed. It seemed like Chen Xuan had frozen in place, unmoving, as the storm of sword energy engulfed him. The sword energy swept in all directions, covering a 20-meter radius. Trees and plants nearby were torn apart by the deadly light. Its destructive power was terrifying. Wherever the sword energy passed, even the soil was ripped up. But when the energy storm subsided, there were no bloodied remains, only a piece of shattered wood. Damn it! What's going on? The bald man's face grew even darker. As a mighty soul emperor, he had repeatedly missed his target, being toyed with by a mere soul sect. He couldn't even trace Chen Xuan's movements, leaving him seething with frustration. His strength, comparable to a soul saint, was rendered useless if his attacks couldn't land. "What did you do? Why do my soul skills always miss by a step?" the bald man shouted in rage. After several failed attacks, he realized that Chen Xuan was using some peculiar technique. He'd considered many possible agile soul master abilities, but none seemed to fit. Each of his previous attacks had almost hit, but always missed. In such close quarters, even a soul Douluo wouldn't have been able to dodge, yet this kid did. Chen Xuan's method wasn't about moving quickly, it felt more like he was leaping from one place to another, perhaps through space. The bald man's face grew grim as the realization struck him. If it was truly a space-based soul skill, then everything made sense. Someone capable of spatial movement could easily avoid even close-range attacks. There were very few people on the continent who possessed spatial soul techniques, and those who did had become incredibly powerful. These soul masters were tricky opponents, combining swift movements with significant combat power. Whether it was or wasn't a spatial skill, he was about to find out. The bald man took action, his arms flashing with white light as he sent a wave of energy blades toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan didn't move, his right eye focused on the slowly rotating yin-yang symbol, his power building up for a final strike. This is the end. Just as the deadly sword energy was about to reach him, there was a sudden dong like the clear ring of a bell. The energy blades froze in place, as if time itself had stopped. The world grew eerily quiet. A tree branch nearby, sliced by the sword energy, started to fall. But halfway down, it paused, suspended in midair as though trapped in some invisible field. The bald man frowned. How had his sword light slowed down or worse, come to a complete stop? Before he could comprehend what was happening, a flash of golden light appeared before him. Chen Xuan had closed the distance in an instant, bypassing the storm of energy blades as if it weren't even there. The bald man's eyes glinted with malice. Chen Xuan's spatial skill was indeed fast and unexpected, but he was still a level 69 soul saint faster and stronger. It didn't matter how Chen Xuan had approached him, what mattered was that he had sealed his fate by coming in close. Kid, challenging me head-on was the dumbest decision of your life, the bald man snarled. His arms glowed with blinding white light, transforming into sharp blades as he swung them toward Chen Xuan. If Chen Xuan had tried a sneak attack, there might have been a sliver of hope. But facing him head-on was nothing short of suicide. Dong! Another crisp bell sound rang out, eerie and unsettling, as if echoing from a distant realm yet simultaneously right beside him. The bald man's glowing arms, filled with destructive power, stopped halfway through their motion, unable to move. It felt as if an invisible force had frozen him in place, leaving him utterly immobile. It wasn't just his arms that were restrained his thoughts, even the cells in his body seemed to pause for a brief moment. It was as if time itself had halted in this space. The bald man blinked, disoriented, unsure of what had just happened. By the time he snapped back to reality, Chen Xuan had already thrust his kusanagi sword forward. Lightning surged from the blade, as swift as a tiger, with no hesitation. The bald man's expression changed dramatically as a surge of fear swept over him, a fear of death. In that instant, he was terrified. No one, no matter how powerful, was unafraid of death. And the more powerful one became, the more fearful they were of it. My fate is mine to control, not the heavens? You can't kill me. The bald man roared and made a desperate attempt to retaliate, his soul power boiling as he summoned all his strength. He stumped the ground, shattering it beneath him, trying to leap away from the fatal strike. But the sword was too close, only a hair's breadth away. With a pft, blood sprayed through the air. There was no miracle. The sword pierced through the bald man's chest once again, lightning surging through the wound and into his body. The violent lightning wreaked havoc inside him, tearing apart his organs in an instant. Blood flowed, then was scorched dry, leaving his insides blackened and charred. Chen Xuan remained motionless, not dodging at all. His right eye, resembling a yin-yang fish, slowly rotated, his vision filled with a mysterious energy as he prepared to unleash a fatal blow. It's over. Just as the sword energy was about to strike him, there was a sudden dong, like the clear sound of a bell. The blade stopped abruptly, unable to advance any further, and the world seemed to fall into silence. At that moment, a nearby branch was cut by the sword's energy, and a leaf fluttered down. However, halfway through its descent, the leaf froze in midair, as if trapped in some kind of field. The bald man furrowed his brow. How had the speed of his sword slowed? Or rather, it felt as though it had come to a complete stop. Before he could make sense of the situation, a flash of golden light appeared before his eyes. In an instant, Chen Xuan was right in front of him, moving as if he had crossed space itself, the storm of blades seeming as if it were non-existent. Chen Xuan's eyes glowed red, and the black yin-yang fish in his pupils spun eerily, radiating a sinister and malevolent energy. The bald man's eyes flashed with cruelty. Sure, Chen Xuan's speed was surprising and unexpected, but as a Soul Emperor at level 69, he was even faster. Though he didn't know how Chen Xuan had suddenly closed the distance, it no longer mattered. The boy was asking for trouble. Kid, daring to confront me head-on is the most foolish decision of your life. The bald man roared, his arms glowing white as they transformed into blades, slashing fiercely at Chen Xuan. An ambush might have offered a slight chance, but showing up in front of him? That was nothing short of seeking death. Dong? Another clear bell-like sound echoed, eerie and distant, as though coming from another world yet so close at hand. The bald man's hands, still glowing with destructive power, froze in mid-motion, unable to move. It felt as if a vast, invisible force had enveloped him, rendering him completely immobile. Not only were his hands seemingly imprisoned, but even his thoughts and every cell in his body experienced a brief moment of stillness, as if time itself had frozen in this space. The bald man was momentarily dazed, unsure of what had just happened. When he regained his senses, Chen Xuan's grass-cutting sword had already pierced forward, its blade crackling with lightning, swift and decisive. The bald man's face changed drastically, and a wave of fear of death washed over him, paralyzing him. At that moment, he was terrified. No one is unafraid of death, especially the stronger one becomes, the more they fear it. My fate is mine, not the heavens. You cannot kill me. The bald man roared, frantically fighting back. His soul power surged, his entire body brimming with a massive force. He stomped hard on the ground, shattering it beneath him, trying to leap away and dodge the fatal strike. However, the blade was already too close, just a mere fraction of a distance away. Puff! Blood splattered. There was no miracle. The long sword pierced through the bald man's chest again, the violent lightning following the wound into his body. The raging lightning rampaged through his body like a thunderstorm, wreaking havoc. In an instant, his internal organs were destroyed, bleeding profusely, and then evaporated by the lightning, leaving them charred and blackened. After driving the sword into the bald man, Chen Xuan used his Flying Thunder God technique to leave the area, avoiding any desperate counterattacks. The sword remained embedded in the bald man's body, piercing through him entirely, still crackling with violent thunder. His whole body twitched uncontrollably, as if having a seizure. His skin turned black and charred, white smoke rising from it as the intense lightning cooked him from within, even emitting the scent of burned flesh. The bald man was nearly electrocuted to death, his blood evaporated, and his internal organs severely damaged, unable to produce even a single drop of blood. Chen Xuan kept a safe distance, watching carefully from afar to avoid any unexpected moves. If the man managed to drag him down to die together, there would be no place to cry. During the earlier ambush, if Chen Xuan had used his lightning technique and attached the Chidori current, the fight would have ended much sooner. Chen Xuan suddenly felt a cool sensation on his face. He wiped it with his hand, only to find his palm covered in blood. A sharp pain followed in his eyes, as if being stabbed by thousands of needles, making him wince in agony. It was excruciating, both physically and mentally. He knew this was the side effect of his Mangekyo Sherinon, caused by overexerting its power. Even as the bald man twitched from the electric shock, Chen Xuan didn't underestimate him. This was a genuine Soul Emperor 10 times stronger than regular opponents. Unfortunately for him, he had lost due to a lack of information about Chen Xuan's abilities. Sigh, I pushed myself too hard, Chen Xuan muttered, shaking his head as his Mangekyo Sherinon reverted to its normal 3-tomo form. This was the power of his other eye, an ability related to time. In battles with those at his level, it consumed little of his eye power. However, the bald man, being just shy of a soul saint, had forced him to use far more energy than usual. Under normal circumstances, his power would have lasted 5 times longer, but now, it could barely restrain the man for even a moment. Several minutes later, the lightning finally dimmed, and the bald man had turned into a blackened corpse, still emitting smoke, dead beyond doubt. Chen Xuan couldn't help but acknowledge the man's terrifying vitality. Despite his internal organs being ravaged by lightning, he had held on this long, a truly absurd feat. Luckily, Chen Xuan had injected enough soul power into his attack, or else the thunder might not have lasted as long. This Flying Thunder God technique is truly incredible. Combining it with ninjutsu and swordsmanship makes for a top-tier combo, Chen Xuan marveled. Even he found it overwhelming, and he had only been practicing it for a month. There was still plenty of room for improvement. If he faced someone with similar abilities, the fight would be incredibly tricky. Even he found his own abilities to be a hassle, let alone an opponent. In terms of raw power, the bald man was 5 or 6 times stronger than Shui Nian, a weakling. Chen Xuan thought that if the bald man had unleashed his full strength without hesitation, everything within 500 to 600 meters would have been flattened. Even though his opponent was strong, nearly on par with a battle soul saint, Chen Xuan had come out of the fight mostly unscathed. The man's powerful soul skills couldn't even touch him. Chen Xuan mused that if ordinary soul masters could master the Flying Thunder God technique, they could easily defeat opponents 10 levels higher than themselves. As Chen Xuan approached the body, he froze in surprise. The bald man, now reduced to charcoal, was pitch black, but something in the middle of his corpse was glowing, a faint white light seeping through. No way, am I this lucky? Chen Xuan was stunned. He had a pretty good idea of what it was. Drawing his grass-cutting sword, he swiftly slashed twice at the charred remains, cutting away the burnt flesh to reveal the glowing object. I knew it. Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed. It was indeed a soul bone. The soul bone had a strange shape, resembling a fan with a long bone in the center, somewhat like a spine, emitting a holy white glow. This should be a torso bone, Chen Xuan observed, studying it carefully. Since the bald man had been able to absorb it, this soul bone was undoubtedly of the light attribute, well suited for an assault-type soul master. Light attribute martial souls were rare and unsuitable for Chen Xuan, but he still pocketed it. Judging by the aura it emitted, it was at least 20,000 years old. The bald man had carried more than a dozen soul storage devices, but unfortunately, they had all been destroyed by the lightning, taking many treasures with them. Chen Xuan stowed away the soul bone and dashed off, heading in the direction where he sensed Zhu Zuqing and Yi Yi. After defeating the bald soul emperor, Chen Xuan gained a soul bone with a light attribute for his torso. Once he secured the soul bone, he went off to find Zhu Zuqing and Yi Yi. During this time, the two had run several kilometers, beyond the range of his Flying Thunder God technique. Although he couldn't teleport directly to them, Chen Xuan wasn't worried. He could sense the mark on his kunao, which was about 5 or 6 kilometers away. Having covered a long distance and fought a soul emperor today, his soul power was nearly depleted, and he was relying solely on his physical strength. There wasn't enough chakra left to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Thanks to his daily lightning tempering, his physical endurance showed its worth during moments like this. An hour later, Chen Xuan finally caught up with Zhu Zuqing, though it was more because the two had stopped. Otherwise, even with another hour, he wouldn't have caught up. From a distance, Zhu Zuqing had already sensed someone approaching. Once she saw it was Chen Xuan, her vigilance eased. Seeing that he was safe and unharmed, Zhu Zuqing let out a long sigh of relief. The worry on her face slowly faded away. She had thought Chen Xuan might die, that he would perish in the Star-Dough forest, and she had already prepared herself to raise Chen Yi on her own. Yet, like a miracle, this man not only bought them time to escape but returned unharmed. "Brother, you're alive? That's great," Chen Yi shouted, finally recognizing Chen Xuan. Her face had 2 streaks of tears, and she had thought he was dead, so much so that she cried her eyes red. Chen Xuan, sharp as always, immediately noticed his sister's swollen eyes and the tears that hadn't yet dried on her face. Though Zhu Zuqing hadn't shed tears for him, she was equally concerned. However, she had always been cold and distant, making it hard for her to show emotion. But Chen Xuan still noticed a flash of worry in her eyes, showing she had been concerned for his safety. Having people worry about him, having people cry for him, and having people care about him, it was a good feeling. Chen Xuan felt warmth in his heart. Only now did he feel a sense of belonging, finally integrating fully into this world. "Sorry for making you both worry," Chen Xuan said, slightly apologetic, as he reached out to wipe the tears from Chen Yi's face. While the feeling of being cared for was nice, he didn't want the people important to him to be secretly sad or worried because of him. Zhu Zuqing, as usual, maintained her icy demeanor, but she didn't argue, which meant she tacitly accepted it. Chen Yi, innocent and pure, wore her emotions on her sleeve. At this moment, she was clinging to Chen Xuan, her whole face pressed into his chest. Chen Xuan forced a smile and patted her head. "All right, let's head back." Chen Yi hummed softly, still resting her face on his chest, unwilling to let go. Watching this scene, Zhu Zuqing's expression turned complicated, and she felt a bit out of sorts. Having grown up in a family full of deceit and betrayal, without love, where even her elder sister constantly targeted, humiliated, and tried to assassinate her, while her parents turned a blind eye to everything, she deeply craved familial affection. She longed for a loving family like Chen Xuan's. But for her, that was impossible. Her past was filled with pain, and even her fiancé had abandoned her, leaving her to endure humiliation alone in the Star-Luo royal family. Deep down, Zhu Zuqing was just a young girl inexperienced in the world. Her heart was fragile, yearning for someone to rely on, someone who could shield her from the storm, understand her, and acknowledge her suffering. Yet all of that seemed like an unreachable fantasy. Over time, Zhu Zuqing had closed off her emotions, rarely showing them, which shaped her current cold personality, always distant, like an ice queen. Chen Xuan, observing her, caught every flicker of her changing expressions. He saw the sadness hidden deep in her eyes, as if she was suddenly reminded of painful memories. Piecing it together with the current situation and recalling Zhu Zuqing's backstory, Chen Xuan quickly understood her internal struggle and the pain she had gone through. He resonated with her since his original body had experienced similar hardships. "Zuqing, to celebrate my survival, how about a hug?" Chen Xuan flashed a bright smile, showing his pearly whites, and opened his arms toward Zhu Zuqing. His sudden suggestion startled Zhu Zuqing, pulling her out of her melancholic thoughts. "Get lost," Zhu Zuqing shot him a glare. At 16 or 17 years old, he was full of inappropriate jokes, never serious. Although her words were sharp, her face wasn't as cold as usual, and she didn't show any disgust. Her expression shifted subtly, reflecting her complicated emotions. She knew Chen Xuan's remark was a hint, but she had her reasons for not responding. Zhu Zuqing turned away, walking forward on her own. No one could see the look on her face. Chen Xuan wasn't overthinking it, he had just been teasing, nothing more. Still, Zhu Zuqing's cold attitude did sting a little. It reinforced her image as an aloof goddess admired from afar, but untouchable. "Zuqing, you're so cold, like an ice cave." "I'm heartbroken," Chen Xuan said, the first half sincere, the second half just a joke. However, Zhu Zuqing took the second part seriously, not realizing it was meant to be playful. This Star-Dough forest experience was still fresh in her mind. Twice, Chen Xuan had risked his life for her without expecting anything in return, willing to sacrifice himself to protect her. His actions deeply moved and filled her with gratitude. Before this, she might have only seen Chen Xuan as an ordinary companion. But after going through life and death together, she could no longer view him as just a normal friend. Zhu Zuqing's thoughts were in turmoil. She was aware of Chen Xuan's feelings, which only made her more uncertain about how to handle their relationship. After this ordeal, she was not only grateful but also realized she had started to develop feelings for him. When Chen Xuan sent her away in that critical moment, it struck her deeply. How she wished her fiancé had been like that. Unwilling to lead Chen Xuan on, Zhu Zuqing finally decided to confront the situation. "Chen Xuan, give me some time, okay? Once I figure things out, I'll give you an answer," she said softly, her cold tone laced with an unusual warmth. Chen Xuan was stunned, confused by the sudden change in her demeanor. What had just happened? Before he could respond, Zhu Zuqing turned away, disappearing into the distance with a few swift leaps. Chen Xuan was left standing there, bewildered, lost in thought. If he had known how much Zhu Zuqing had overthought in just a short half-minute, he probably would have fainted from shock. Brother, what's going on between you two? Are you hiding something from me? Yi demanded, her big eyes sparkling with suspicion. What's the relationship? Just regular classmates of the opposite gender, Chen Xuan waved dismissively, feeling rather helpless. Chen Yi's gem-like eyes blinked as she kept staring at Chen Xuan, clearly suspicious. From the first time she saw Zhu Zuqing and her brother interact, she had sensed that something was off. Now, though the two seemed calm, there was an underlying tension, and the atmosphere felt strange. It gave her the impression of a couple in the middle of a quarrel. After leaving the Stardow Forest, the three entered the nearest town. This time, Chen Xuan rented 2 luxurious carriages, letting Zhu Zuqing have one to herself while he and Chen Yi sat in the front carriage. As soon as they entered the carriage, a wave of fatigue hit him, and he quickly fell asleep. Having fought against a soul emperor and traveled for a day, he was utterly exhausted. His soul power had been completely drained, and he had been relying purely on physical strength to carry on. It hadn't been easy. Chen Xuan fell into a deep sleep, undisturbed by anyone. The carriage bumped along at a slow pace on a route leading to the Heaven Do Empire. Time passed, night fell, and before long, an entire night had gone by. While he slept peacefully, there was someone else who couldn't sleep at all. At Shrek Academy, Daimyo hadn't slept for several days. His eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles had appeared under them, making him look as though his eyes might pop out of his head. In the past few days, since Zhu Zuqing had left the academy without a word, he had barely rested. He had tried every possible way to find her, asking everyone he could, but there was no sign of Zhu Zuqing. For a time, Daimyo even suspected that the Luo royal family had acted ahead of schedule, with his older brother Davis taking action behind the scenes, perhaps even resorting to underhanded tactics like kidnapping Zhu Zuqing or gathering forces. However, after inquiring with key figures in the Luo royal family, he was told that Davis had not left the Luo empire. Moreover, the candidates for the throne would not be confirmed until 3 years later, and the royal family would not tolerate any harm between heirs during this period. After all, the second prince had already died, and now only Daimyo and Davis remained eligible to compete for the throne. If something happened to either of them, the other would naturally be blamed. Davis wasn't foolish enough to risk such a move. Besides, he was extremely arrogant and didn't believe that his younger brother, who had trained so much less than him, could surpass him and Zhu Ziyun. Daimyo was on the verge of losing his mind. If it wasn't the royal family, who else could it be? Later, he learned that Chen Xuan had also disappeared. Not only had he missed the victory banquet, but he hadn't returned to Shrek Academy for several days, apparently vanishing on the same day as Zhu Zuqing. Soon after, Daimyo received another piece of information. Someone had spotted a stunningly beautiful, cold woman with long black hair, wearing leather clothes, boarding a carriage with a man and leaving Heaven Do City. That man was said to be a student from Shrek Academy who had gained fame during the Continental Soul Master Tournament for having a 10,000-year spirit ring as his 4th ring. His popularity at the time had left a lasting impression on many. In the Shrek team, there were only 2 people with 10,000-year spirit rings. Everyone knew Tang-san liked Xiao Wu, and there was no way he would do something like steal a brother's fiancé. Daimyo's expression turned icy. As a seasoned player in matters of love, he understood all too well what goes on in a man's mind. In such a special situation, how could he not overthink things? A man and a woman, alone in a small, enclosed carriage, what could happen was obvious. Chen Xuan. Daimyo gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. He wished he could rush out and kill the guy right then and there. However, he didn't know where Chen Xuan and Zhu Zuqing had gone. All he could do was swallow his anger, feeling utterly helpless. In Daimyo's eyes, the two had left Heaven Do City in a carriage together, clearly headed for a vacation. Such behavior, to him, was no different from a couple on a honeymoon. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face had twisted with frustration. The more he thought about it, the more vivid the image became of Zhu Zuqing being affectionate with another man, possibly even engaging in inappropriate behavior, or worse, already having done so. Daimyo felt as if a field of grass had grown on his head, his face contorting in disgust as if he had swallowed a fly. His face grew darker as a fire of rage burned in his chest, ready to explode at any moment. Mubai, calm down. Don't act rashly. Tang-san held back the nearly exploding Daimyo. Ma Hongjun also tried to console him. Yeah, boss Dai, there's got to be a misunderstanding. Brother Chen doesn't seem like that kind of guy. Besides, even if he was trying to put a cap on you, there's nothing you can do about it now. Ning Rongrong and the others joined in, trying to calm Daimyo down, encouraging him to be understanding. Only Xiao Wu stood quietly outside the group, saying nothing, somewhat out of place. She was the only one who knew that Chen Xuan was that kind of person, evil to the core. After their persuasion, Daimyo's anger gradually subsided, and he began to calm down. He had been too impulsive just now. His anger had clouded his judgment. No matter what, Zhu Zuqing was still engaged to him, and that was a fact. Thinking about it rationally, Zhu Zuqing, having grown up in a noble family, understood the importance of the Zhu and White Tiger family's alliance. She wouldn't do anything to betray him. But that was only what Daimyo hoped for. He had countless affairs and had been with too many women to count, so he understood all too well that the royal family wouldn't interfere in these matters. Even if Zhu Zuqing had gone behind his back and done something with another man, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't break off the engagement. That wasn't up to him, but to his father and the head of the Zhu family. In the end, Daimyobai realized that if Zhu Zuqing and Chen Xuan had really done something, he would just have to swallow his pride and accept it. Meanwhile, back in the Heaven Do Empire, the culprit, Chen Xuan, was fast asleep in the carriage, completely unaware that he had indirectly caused a rift between Zhu Zuqing and Daimyobai. Chen Yi, on the other hand, had moved to the other carriage to sit with Zhu Zuqing. She believed that Chen Xuan was hiding something and that there was definitely some special relationship between him and Zhu Zuqing. Since he wouldn't tell her, she decided to find out for herself. Thus, the three continued their journey, riding in 2 carriages towards Heaven Do City. After traveling day and night, they finally reached the largest city in the Heaven Do Empire. Chen Xuan had woken up by then, having gotten up before entering the city. Unfortunately for Chen Yi, she hadn't been able to get any useful information from Zhu Zuqing. Sister Zuqing, what exactly is your relationship with my brother? Don't tell me you're just regular classmates. I don't believe it. You two don't act like it, but you don't seem like a couple either. It's so weird, Chen Yi frowned, asking for the umpteenth time. Zhu Zuqing shook her head, her tone as calm as ever, stating that they were just good friends. However, this time she added that Chen Xuan was a good person, a trustworthy partner who wasn't the type to run from danger. Chen Yi rolled her eyes in exasperation. The response was far too official. Now that they had reached Heaven Do City, she decided to drop the topic and end the uncomfortable conversation. After the Continental Soul Master Tournament, the teams that had succeeded in their regions were secretly training harder than ever, preparing for one-on-one battles, two-on-one duels, and more. Though the tournament was over, they only had a month off before the next round of competitions. Based on past experience, veteran teams speculated that the next stage would involve one-on-one matches. Smart academies were using this time to focus on training their members in one-on-one combat to prepare for the upcoming battles. Shrek Academy remained unaware of this, continuing with its usual training routine, emphasizing physical conditioning and teamwork. Yu Xiaogang, who prided himself on being a theoretical master, didn't know everything. Not all knowledge could be found in books, and the rules of the Continental Soul Master Tournament were one such mystery. Every member of the Shrek 7 Devils was deep in training when a student from the academy arrived with news. Senior Zhu Zuqing is back. Senior Dai, the person you asked us to keep an eye on has been spotted. Senior Zhu Zuqing and a man are just outside the academy. Daimyobai and Tang San hurriedly left the training grounds and rushed back to the academy. As the Shrek group returned to the academy and approached the main gate, they ran into Zhu Zuqing and Chen Xuan. As for Chen Yi, he had already dropped his sister off at their residence upon returning to Heaven Do City. Seeing Daimyobai's dark, stormy expression, Chen Xuan was taken aback, puzzled by the intensity of his anger. Why is he so furious? Chen Xuan observed carefully and noticed that soul power was leaking from Daimyobai's body, clearly showing his extreme anger. Daimyobai strode forward with an intense demeanor, his tiger-like eyes glowing with a cold, golden light as he stared directly at them. Is he coming at me? Chen Xuan thought to himself. When Daimyobai's gaze fell on him, he could feel the murderous intent, as though Daimyobai wanted to tear him apart. Zhu Zuqing, however, remained calm. Her tall, slender figure moved gracefully as she continued walking toward the academy, ignoring Daimyobai completely. Daimyobai's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water, his eyes sharp and filled with malice, as if ready to devour someone. Yet Zhu Zuqing, ever cold and indifferent, showed no sign of acknowledgement and walked past him without a word. Chen Xian's mouth twitched slightly, and he stayed where he was. He didn't dare follow after Zhu Zuqing. The way Daimyobai was looking at him was terrifying, and truth be told, Chen Xuan felt a little guilty. Zhu Zuqing, is this your attitude? Daimyobai's voice was hoarse, and his tiger eyes flashed with a cold gleam. He was trying hard to control himself, barely holding back from lashing out. The rest of the Shrek group remained silent, watching the unfolding drama. Zhu Zuqing's brows furrowed slightly, clearly displeased, but she still stopped in her tracks. From her perspective, after days of life-or-death struggles that nearly cost her life, she was exhausted. Now, returning only to face interrogation, with such a tense scene, it was the last thing she wanted. Zuqing, what do you mean by this? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Daimyobai's expression was still dark, his tiger eyes glinting ominously. He was filled with rage. After everything that had happened, how could she still act like nothing was wrong? What explanation do you want? Zhu Zuqing's face remained emotionless as she turned to look at him, her beautiful eyes cold and distant. Daimyobai laughed a laugh filled with bitterness and madness. He couldn't believe that after betraying him, she could still stand there, acting righteous. It made him even angrier. He scoffed, his laughter filled with sarcasm, and said, "You know very well what you've done. Do I need to spell it out? The only one who will be humiliated in the end is you." Daimyobai was completely enraged. Anyone else who had done something so dishonorable would at least show some guilt. But Zhu Zuqing was acting as though nothing had happened. At first, he had wanted to save her some face, knowing that if this issue blew up, it would be disgraceful for both of them. But now, it was clear that she didn't care at all, so why should he? I don't know what you're talking about, Zhu Zuqing said calmly, her demeanor still icy and unaffected by his accusations. She had nothing to hide. After all, during her recent mission, nothing inappropriate had happened. No matter what Daimyobai implied, she had a clear conscience. Her words made the atmosphere even more tense, as if an explosion could happen at any moment. Zuzuking, I can't believe you're this kind of person. Daimyobai, truly misjudged you? Daimyobai suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter wild and unrestrained, filled with mockery aimed at himself. The Shrek group watched as Daimyobai's behavior became more and more erratic. Fatty Ma Hongjun and Oscar instinctively took a few steps back, startled by his crazed demeanor. Zuzuking's brow furrowed further. Her patience was wearing thin. You're full of yourself, she said coldly, her gaze carrying a hint of sarcasm. But to Daimyobai, her words only seemed like she was playing dumb, trying to avoid the reality of the situation. The truth was plain to see. A young man and woman traveling together, alone for days, would surely lead to something happening between them. It was practically like a honeymoon. Daimyobai had seen too much in his years to believe otherwise. The idea that Chen Xuan and Zuzuking had shared such a journey without anything happening was laughable to him. He hadn't wanted to make this a big issue. After all, it was a private matter. But now, his fiancée was pretending nothing had happened, showing no remorse. To him, this was nothing short of a provocation, a blatant insult. At that moment, Daimyobai decided to hold nothing back. If Zuzuking had no loyalty to him, why should he show any restraint? Suddenly, his face darkened even more, and he turned his gaze toward Chen Xuan, speaking in a cold voice. Chen Xuan, you were with Zuzuking the past few days, weren't you? Chen Xuan felt a headache coming on. He had known this confrontation was inevitable, but just as he was about to explain, Zuzuking spoke first. So what if I was? What does that have to do with you? Zuzuking's tone was cold, and she walked over to stand beside Chen Xuan, her long legs moving gracefully. Her words made Daimyobai's face even darker, and his fists clenched tighter. What enraged him more was Zuzuking's behavior. She was clearly protecting Chen Xuan. The sight of it made his blood boil with rage. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had never been humiliated like this. Good, very good, Zuzuking, you have no shame. Daimyobai roared, his pent-up fury finally exploding. At that moment, he no longer held back. 4 spirit rings instantly appeared, and golden soul power surged into the sky, forming a white tiger projection above him. His power was overwhelming, his soul force fierce. His eyes shone with killing intent, directed at Chen Xuan, who stood behind Zuzuking. Chen Xuan, I thought we were brothers, but you go and steal my woman. Some brother you are. Chen Xuan felt completely helpless. He quickly tried to explain, calm down, you're misunderstanding everything? There's nothing going on between me and Zuking. He was utterly frustrated. After barely surviving an attack by a soul emperor, he had returned to Shrek Academy only to face this. It felt like the universe was playing a cruel joke on him. But no matter how much he tried to explain, the enraged Daimyobai wouldn't listen. Blinded by fury, Daimyobai was already out of control. The other Shrek members exchanged glances and took a few steps back, none of them intending to step in. Even the young girl Jiangju thought that Chen Xuan had crossed a line. Everyone in the academy knew that Zuzuking and Daimyobai were a couple, even if they didn't have much of a relationship. Chen Xuan's actions, at best, made him a third wheel. At worst, he was a homewrecker, the kind of person everyone despised. Daimyobai had completely lost it, his killing intent seeping into the air. His second and third spirit rings glowed, preparing to unleash his attack, all of it amplified into his white tiger light wave. Zuzuking frowned, her face growing even colder. She took a few steps forward, placing herself between Chen Xuan and Daimyobai, unwilling to let the man she had grown fond of get caught in the crossfire. Daimyobai, haven't you caused enough trouble? She said icily, her voice as cold as the harshest winter wind. Have I had enough of this? Daimyobai laughed wildly, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke. At this moment, he felt as though the humiliation couldn't get worse, betrayed by his fiancée and thoroughly disillusioned. If you care so much about him, then go die. Daimyobai charged forward, his white tiger martial spirit activated. His soul power surged, and the golden light in his mouth grew even fiercer. Zap! Golden energy burst forth, dazzling like a beam of light, aimed directly at the 2 people flying ahead. This white tiger's fierce light wave had ascended several levels in power, now deadly enough to instantly kill an ordinary soul elder. The golden beam shot towards them, and Zuzuking stood frozen, not dodging at all. Her face changed slightly. She hadn't expected Daimyobai to actually attack her, launching such a lethal strike, catching her completely off guard. Not going to intervene. Chen Xuan frowned. His spiritual power was strong, and he'd already sensed Flender hiding in the shadows, apparently with no intention of stepping in. Without further hesitation, Chen Xuan acted. Zuzuking was right next to him. He extended his arm, pulling her slender waist close, and with a burst of electrical arcs under his feet, they disappeared from the spot, dodging the attack. The white tiger's fierce light wave missed, blasting straight into the academy's gate. The explosion was deafening as the stone-built door shattered into rubble. The plaque that read Shrek Academy, carved personally by Lu Erlong, crashed to the ground, breaking in two with a crisp, sharp sound. Oh no, if Dean Erlong sees this, she'll go ballistic. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Everyone in Shrek shuddered at the thought of Lu Erlong's explosive temper. Dai Boss is doomed this time. Erlong Dean's sparring sessions will probably be daily now, Oscar said, nervously imagining what sparring with Lu Erlong meant, basically being pummeled. The sound of the plaque breaking snapped Daimyobai back to his senses a little. His charging motion slowed. For a brief moment, the air fell silent, no one making a sound. It was only now that Zhu Zuqing recovered from her shock. A wave of disappointment washed over her, leaving a bitter taste in her heart. She didn't even notice the intimate position she was in, still held in Chen Xuan's arms. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing's eyes were full of disillusionment. She felt utterly cold inside. Her fiancé, whom she'd been engaged to since childhood, had never been deeply in love with her. But still, they had grown up together. Yet now, he had turned on her, attacking her over a baseless suspicion. What did he take her for? A woman of the night? A faithless betrayer? Her gaze dimmed, disappointment flooding her. Even if she had done something with Chen Xuan, wasn't it Daimyo who had cheated first? And she had chosen to forgive him. Now, after this incident, she was completely disillusioned with Daimyo. Without confirming anything, he had unleashed such deadly force against her, without thinking if she could possibly be the type of woman he imagined. Zhu Zuqing felt a growing sense of injustice. Daimyo was allowed to indulge in whatever he wanted, to disregard their engagement, but if she dared get close to a male friend, it led to suspicion. She increasingly felt that their engagement was a shackle, binding her unfairly. Along with the disappointment, she now felt a growing distaste for Daimyo. Are you okay? Chen Xuan's voice rang softly in her ear, breaking her thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Zhu Zuqing realized she was still pressed against Chen Xuan, in an intimate embrace. However, Chen Xuan had not taken advantage of the situation. His hands rested politely on her shoulders. Even so, the sight of them together was enough to infuriate Daimyo, his eyes burning with rage. Well, you two really are having an affair, he sneered, laughing mockingly, though his face was dark and menacing. Zhu Zuqing felt utterly drained. She didn't even want to explain. Think whatever you want, she said flatly. She had finally seen Daimyo for what he was. She had once naively thought he might change his ways for her, but now it was clear a leopard can't change its spots. Daimyo laughed bitterly. Zuqing, I thought you'd at least try to deny it, maybe offer some explanation. But I guess I was just deluding myself. He gave a pained smile, all hope gone. Any final thread of attachment had now been severed. The betrayal he felt wasn't an illusion anymore, it was real. Chen Xuan opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again. At this point, no explanation would be believed by Daimyo, who was lost in his rage. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Daimyo roared, unleashing his most powerful soul skill, fueled by his fury. With the boosts from his third and first soul skills, the power of the White Tiger Meteor Shower reached a new peak, even more terrifying than before. He had no intention of holding back. His fist glowed with soul power, transforming into countless golden fists that rained down like a meteor shower, covering a wide area. Chen Xuan's expression changed slightly. Even with his level 46 soul power, it would be reckless to try to block such an attack directly. When are you planning to step in? He muttered, glancing towards the distant figure of Flender, who still hadn't intervened. As the golden barrage rained down, Zhu Zuqing stood calmly, unmoved, neither defending nor dodging. Chen Xuan thought she was insane. What was going through her head? Boom! The golden meteors crashed down, the fierce energy engulfing the area within dozens of meters. Golden light flooded the land, and shockwaves rippled through the air. The Shrek students watched, hearts pounding, but none of them stepped in to stop it. They felt it wasn't their place. Tang San's eyes flickered with purple light, and he withdrew his gaze. As Daimyo prepared for another strike, finally, Flender stepped in. That's enough, Mubai. The academy doesn't allow students to fight like this, Flender said, strolling over slowly, hands behind his back. With the headmaster speaking, Daimyo had no choice but to stifle his rage and stop. As the golden light faded, the battlefield became visible again, revealing the shattered marble ground, pockmarked with craters. But there was no sign of Chen Xuan or Zhu Zuqing. The Shrek students were puzzled. Given their speed, they could have easily dodged the White Tiger Meteor Shower, but no one had seen them escape. Only Tang San and Flender knew the truth. Chen Xuan had used some kind of spatial ability to evade. Soon after, Chen Xuan reappeared at the gate, unharmed, holding a silver dagger, with Zhu Zuqing by his side. Zuqing, Chen Xuan, good to see you're okay, Flender said with a false smile, playing the mediator. Remember, you are all students of Shrek Academy. You should sit down and talk things out, not fight. If this happens again, there will be severe consequences. Yes, headmaster. I was too impulsive this time. It won't happen again, Daimyo muttered. Whether he truly meant it or not, only he knew. Zhu Zuqing, however, looked distant, her emotions clearly unsettled. Yes, headmaster, we understand, Chen Xuan replied flatly. He was only playing along. In his mind, Flender was nothing but a hypocrite, clearly favoring Daimyo. Chen Xuan's keen senses had detected Flender's presence from the beginning. When Daimyo first attacked them, Flender could have intervened but chose not to, turning a blind eye. Shrek Academy really isn't a place to stay for long, so biased and hypocritical, Chen Xuan thought. Shrek's main gate. This chaotic scene was brought to an end by just a few light words from Flender. As the dean had spoken, even though Daimyo was unwilling, he had no choice but to let it go. He felt deeply frustrated. The opportunity to advance in the Continental Soul Master Tournament was something to be happy about, but instead, he was burdened with a false accusation, leaving him seething with anger. Daimyo hadn't intended to attack Zhu Zuqing. His target was Chen Xuan. What infuriated him the most was that his fiancée had stood in front of that damned guy to protect him. Chen Xuan, on the other hand, was utterly helpless. He could have explained the situation, but instead, it led to a significant conflict. His current assessment of Zhu Zuking, big-chested and tsundere. At the same time, he realized something important. Flender viewed the members of Shrek differently. Daimyobai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were clearly the most favored. This biased attitude was disheartening. Frankly, if not for certain formalities, Chen Xuan would have left Shrek Academy long ago. However, for the time being, there were reasons, like Xiao Wu's presence, that made him stay. As he scanned the crowd, most people were looking at Zhu Zuking and Daimyobai, paying him little attention. Chen Xuan looked around. When his gaze landed on Xiao Wu, she happened to be looking at him too. Their eyes met for a moment before quickly shifting away. Rong noticed this interaction and took it all in. Her female intuition told her that something was off between the two. Though they appeared calm, there was definitely some hidden secret. All right, little monsters, disperse and get back to your training. Flender coughed deliberately and continued, Zuking, Chen Xuan, come with me. The Grand Master and I have something to ask you. Zhu Zuking remained calm and as coldly beautiful as ever, saying nothing but not refusing as she followed. Chen Xuan glanced at the direction where the others were leaving, his gaze lingering on Xiao Wu's back for a moment before turning and following them to Flender's office. The dean's office. At the window, Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the blue sky with an air of mystery and wisdom. Coincidentally, Qin Ming was also present in the office. He had once been a student of Shrek Academy and now served as a senior teacher at Heaven Do Academy after graduating. Due to certain reasons and to save face for Flender and Zhao Wuji, Qin Ming had left Heaven Do Royal Academy and returned to Shrek as an ordinary teacher. As soon as Flender sat down, he couldn't wait to speak, asking, Chen Xuan, what soul skill did you use for that teleportation earlier? Earlier, Daimyobai had unleashed a wide-range soul skill White Tiger Meteor Shower covering a distance of at least 30 to 40 meters. Even a Soul King at the 50th level wouldn't necessarily be able to dodge it entirely. Yet Chen Xuan and Zhu Zuking were completely unharmed. Their aura had vanished, and they had reappeared outside the academy grounds. Even Flender, a soul sage at the 72nd level, hadn't fully understood how it happened. Zhu Zuking's expression remained calm, but her body trembled slightly. Only she knew that this was Chen Xuan's secret, his hidden power, which he hadn't wanted to reveal. She felt guilty, believing it was her fault that this man's secret had been exposed. Chen Xuan, if I'm not mistaken, your teleportation is a spatial soul skill, right? Flender asked. That was his conclusion. Only spatial soul skills could explain such a feat no matter how fast one was. Spatial jumps were impossible without this ability. Spatial soul skill. Yu Xiaogang, who had been standing by the window, turned around, his expression no longer calm. Qin Ming, hearing this, was equally shocked, his hand trembling so much that the tea in his cup nearly spilled. That's right, my martial soul does possess spatial attributes, Chen Xuan admitted openly without trying to hide it. In fact, he had always emphasized that he was an agility-type soul master, and his martial soul wasn't some auxiliary type but one with spatial attributes. Though the Soul Master tournament restricted weapons, Chen Xuan had still displayed some of his martial soul's abilities. Some sharp-eyed individuals had already speculated about it. Back when he first crossed paths with Shrek in the mountains, Yu Xiaogang had arranged for him to spar with Daimyobai, and even then, he had shown signs of this ability. It was just that Yu Xiaogang wasn't experienced enough to recognize it. As I thought, Flender nodded, confirming his suspicions. Qin Ming's face twitched in shock. He had known his junior brothers and sisters were extraordinary, but who would have guessed that even an unassuming substitute like Chen Xuan would turn out to be such a monster? Indeed, Chen Xuan had such a low presence that the teachers, including Flender, rarely paid attention to him. In the tournament, their focus was mainly on Tang San and Daimyobai. By the way, Chen Xuan, are there any limitations to your spatial soul skill? Flender asked, a bold idea forming in his mind. Spatial abilities, if used well, could be extremely effective in team battles, potentially laying a strong foundation for the upcoming championship matches. Chen Xuan vaguely replied that using his spatial skill required a specially crafted weapon as a medium, making it difficult to use in competitions. Naturally, he wasn't going to fully reveal the truth. The fewer people who knew the weaknesses of his martial soul, the better. Flender wasn't exactly a genius, so it was unlikely he could tell if Chen Xuan was lying. Flender nodded, accepting the explanation, which also made sense given why Chen Xuan hadn't used the skill in earlier matches. One last thing, where exactly did you and Zuking go during this time? Before Chen Xuan could respond, Zhu Zuking stepped in and explained the situation in detail. The two had gone to the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts, searching for a suitable soul ring for Chen Xuan's younger sister. After hearing the full story, Flender rubbed his forehead, feeling ashamed. It seemed he had jumped to conclusions the situation wasn't as complicated as he had thought. Like the rest of Shrek, he had assumed Zhu Zuking had betrayed Daimyobai and gotten involved with Chen Xuan in something scandalous. But now, it was clear that they had misunderstood. All right, you two can go. I'll explain everything to Mubai, Flender said, indicating that he would handle any further complications. With that, the matter was settled, and the two left the dean's office. Chen Xuan, who didn't live at the academy, made his way to leave Shrek Academy. Zhu Zuqing walked him to the gate but then stopped, her face filled with guilt as she apologized. I'm sorry for what happened today. Chen Xuan stopped in his tracks, looking at her in confusion. Zhu Zuqing felt ashamed, thinking it was her fault that Chen Xuan had been forced to reveal his spatial ability. In her mind, this was his hidden trump card, a secret he hadn't wanted to share with others. Zhu Zuqing sincerely apologized again, both for revealing his ability and for him saving her in the Stardow forest. Is that all? Chen Xuan was surprised, feeling it wasn't a big deal. Was she really worried about such a small issue? You don't need to apologize. I never intended to hide my martial soul's abilities. Besides, it's not something I could keep hidden forever. Eventually, powerful soul masters would figure it out. In truth, Chen Xuan hadn't meant to conceal his martial soul's powers. It was just that the tournament's rules prevented him from fully showcasing it, which had led to the misconception that he was hiding his strength. Zhu Zuqing remained calm on the surface, but she felt warmth spread through her heart, thinking his words were meant to comfort her and prevent her from overthinking. She sighed inwardly, feeling emotionally drained. Compared to Daimyo Bai's lack of trust, Chen Xian's thoughtful attitude made her feel even more weary. I should go back. I'll bring the soul bone to you in a few days. With that, Chen Xuan bid farewell and quickly disappeared down the street. Zhu Zuqing stood there, her expression complicated as she turned and returned to the academy, emotions swirling within her. That evening, Chen Xuan returned home to find the dinner table already set with a sumptuous feast. There were 6 dishes and 2 soups, featuring an abundance of fish and meat, a truly lavish spread. Brother, if you were any later, the food would have gotten cold. Chen Yi crossed her arms, clearly a bit annoyed. Chen Xuan reached out and pinched her now fuller cheeks, smiling as he said, you seem to be in a good mood. I thought this trip would have left you sulking. Chen Yi slapped away his mischievous hand and puffed up in frustration. What trip? It was more like a hellish escape. Brother, you don't even know you almost had to say goodbye to both me and Sister Zuzu. She patted her chest, looking as if she had just narrowly escaped death. Chen Xuan ruffled her hair and chuckled. Silly girl, don't talk nonsense. Even if I had to risk my life, I'd still make sure you had a chance to escape. It's not that, brother. You don't know what happened later, Chen Yi said, still looking frightened as she clutched her chest. After we escaped, we didn't get far before this creepy guy with glasses blocked our way. Sister Zuzu said she couldn't even beat him. We almost died right there. Guy with glasses. Chen Xuan frowned, then recalled a young man with glasses in his mind. You're talking about that young man named Gu Jianchao, right? Chen Yi nodded seriously, confirming it was indeed him. She didn't remember his name but described him as looking rather sleazy. It seems likely he knows Zuqing, Chen Xuan said thoughtfully. That young man, Gu Jianchao, was a soul king. He had probably been sent by the bald soul saint to chase them down. No wonder he hadn't been in a rush to stop Zhu Zuqing and Chen Yi from escaping. However, for some unknown reason, Gu Jianchao eventually let Chen Yi go. One thing was certain, he knew Zhu Zuqing. Let's not talk about it anymore. The important thing is that you're both safe. Now, let's eat. Chen Xuan forced a smile, trying to keep things light. But deep inside, he felt far from calm. This experience had been a wake-up call for him. The world of soul masters was far from peaceful. It was filled with blood, tears, and hidden dangers, things a newcomer like him wasn't fully prepared for. Chen Xuan vowed to learn from this and take better precautions in the future. Next time, they might not be so lucky. Indeed, living in a peaceful time and suddenly being thrust into a world of combat, with scheming hearts and crafty opponents, he realized he was still too young and hadn't thought things through enough. The next day. Recently, Emperor Shuiya had given all the academies a break, with about a month left before the promotion tournament. Chen Xuan, now back to a peaceful life, trained with his younger sister. Their house, located in the suburbs, provided a quiet environment with few distractions. Taking advantage of this time, he worked on developing some practical ninjutsu techniques, such as the lightning shield Kirin and the wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Besides that, he focused heavily on his reaction time, mental strength, and perception skills critical for perfecting the Flying Thunder God technique. With dozens or even hundreds of markings placed, if his perception and mental strength were lacking, he'd easily get confused and disoriented. Precise spatial movement would be impossible among so many markings. Time passed quickly, and in a blink, 15 days had passed, with about half a month left until the tournament began. During this time, Flender sent word, requesting Chen Xuan to return to the team to train with the Shrek 7 Devils, improve their teamwork, and undergo special training with Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang. Chen Xuan politely declined, explaining that he had his own training plan and that Grandmaster's methods might not suit him. However, he didn't completely shut the door on the idea. He agreed to rejoin the team in the latter half of the month to work on their coordination. In the past 15 days, Chen Xuan hadn't trained his soul power much. His current level rank 47 was enough. Advancing further might raise suspicion, so it was best to keep things as they were for now. Over this half-month, his Raisin Shuriken had taken shape and was almost complete. During this period, Chen Yi's soul power had also improved, advancing from rank 12 to rank 13, a relatively quick pace compared to other soul masters at her level. In the final 10 days before the tournament, Chen Xuan left his home and returned to Shrek Academy to participate in team training. Shrek had been training in a simulated environment at the former Blue Tyrant Academy. This area featured various weather conditions, including extreme cold and heat, providing them with rigorous physical conditioning. In the simulated environment. Little Chen, what level is your soul power now? Flender asked as he noticed how little he actually knew about this student. Still at rank 41, but I feel close to a breakthrough, Chen Xuan replied, fabricating a harmless lie. Good, keep up the hard work. Flender patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him. They stood in a simulated world of snow and ice. The sky was white, snow was falling heavily, and the cold weather was biting. In the distance, a snow-covered mountain loomed. The Shrek 7 devils were each carrying large baskets of rocks as they climbed the mountain. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong were also nearby, noticing Chen Xuan as he entered the environment. Xiaogang, Erlong, I've brought him. From now on, let Chen train with the rest of the little monsters, Flender said, leading Chen Xuan to the two of them. Having recognized Chen Xuan's potential and the uniqueness of his space-related martial spirit, Flender wanted to cultivate him carefully. Even though Chen Xuan was older, about the same age as Daimubai, it didn't change the fact that he had the qualities of a monster. Not making him a full team member would be a waste. Chen's foundation is solid, and with the right effort, he'll definitely catch up with Tang San and the others, Flender said with confidence. Chen Xuan was originally one of my Blue Tyrant Academy students. His talent was always exceptional, Lu Erlong said proudly. Chen Xuan had been part of her advanced class, which she had personally mentored. Now that one of her students had grown to match Shrek's little monsters, it proved her teaching abilities. Half a month ago, Flender had discussed with her the idea of including Chen Xuan in the group, believing he had great potential and deserved the same treatment as the other monsters. Listening to their conversation, Chen Xuan finally understood. No wonder they'd asked him to return for team training. They'd seen his talent. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. This was a chance to stop being a benchwarmer. The more competitions he participated in, the more recognition he'd gain, and with that, more opportunities would come his way. However, Chen Xuan couldn't help but notice that Yu Xiaogang kept a scowl on his face, barely acknowledging him, as if he didn't want him there at all. Chen Xuan could guess why. Yu Xiaogang clearly resisted his joining the team, but likely agreed under pressure from Flender and other circumstances. Chen Xuan knew the kind of man Yu Xiaogang was, the type who had abandoned Bibi Dong only to fall in love with another woman, and that woman happened to be his relative. He wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue. Everyone knew that the Grand Master was a prideful, petty man. Anyone who crossed him was in for trouble. In the past, Chen Xuan would have avoided him. After all, the Grand Master was known for holding grudges and would likely retaliate subtly. But now, Chen Xuan's perspective had shifted. If the Grand Master pushed him too far, he'd deal with it perhaps outside of Shrek Academy, where he could strike back in secret. In the end, under Flender's arrangement, Chen Xuan officially joined the Shrek team. Like the others, he trained in the simulated environment and worked on improving their teamwork. Chen Xuan, I misunderstood you and Zuking. Daimubai, apologize to you, said Daimubai openly, admitting his mistake in front of everyone once Chen Xuan joined the group. Recently, Daimubai flew into a rage over being cheated on and resorted to daily drinking. It wasn't until Flender told him the truth that nothing improper had happened during Chen Xuan and Zhu Zuking's trip that he calmed down. At first, Daimubai refused to believe it. As a man, he knew too well that not everyone was as pure and loyal as Tang San, who loved only Xiao Wu. However, after calming down, he considered Zhu Zuking's character, realizing that she rarely lied and had no reason to deceive Flender. Immediately, he sought out Zhu Zuking to apologize, but she remained cold, giving him no favorable response, stating bluntly, the one you should apologize to is Chen Xuan, not me. That led to the current situation. In front of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and others, Daimubai put his pride aside and offered an apology to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, I wrongly accused you before. I'm sorry. For someone like him, handsome, confident, and always holding himself in high regard, this was a big step, showing his sincerity. Oh, I see, Chen Xuan responded flatly. Chen Xuan wasn't particularly bothered by trivial matters like this, which didn't affect his life much. Still, he had a feeling Daimubai's apology lacked depth. Daimubai frowned, his expression darkening. Chen Xuan's indifferent attitude seemed to suggest he didn't care at all, as if he didn't even respect Daimubai. As a prince of the Xingluo Empire, Daimubai was used to being proud and had rarely bowed his head to anyone. Now that he had apologized, what more did Chen Xuan want? Chen Xuan's carefree attitude made it seem, in Daimubai's eyes, like he wasn't giving him any face at all. All right, Chen Xuan, Mubai, let's get back to training, said the master, hands clasped behind his back. For the next 10 days, the Shrek group continued their training under Yu Xiaogang's guidance. The regimen included physical conditioning, weight training, mountain climbing, and sparring, sometimes one-on-one, sometimes two-on-one. Most of their time was spent improving teamwork, with Lu Erlong acting as their training opponent. Even when it was 7-on-1, the Shrek students stood no chance. Lu Erlong was just too ferocious and violent. The rules were the same as in competitions, no use of any weapons besides their martial spirits. This restriction hit Chen Xuan hard, leaving him beaten black and blue daily. He felt frustrated, even though he had confidence in his speed and had added a new technique to his flash step called Lightning Step, which incorporated lightning attribute soul power. Chen Xuan thought he was fast after all, he had done a lot of lightning body refinement. Among soul elders of his rank, few could match him in speed. But in front of this she-dragon, he was completely outclassed. The unluckiest ones were Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who were beaten the worst. Every time they tried to fly into the air, Lu Erlong would slap them back down. The students often heard screams echoing from the forested mountains behind Shrek Academy, loud and clear, though not exactly pleasant to the ear. Because of this, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others privately gave Lu Erlong the nickname Blazing Dragon. 10 days flew by. The Shrek 7 Devils, along with the substitute members, finally completed a month of grueling training. Yu Xiaogang had promised them that although their soul power might not increase much from this third stage of training, their physical fitness and endurance would greatly improve. After a month without a single day of rest, his prediction was spot on. None of the 11 Shrek members saw a breakthrough in their soul power. Even Tang San, with his innate full soul power and highest natural talent, remained at level 41, still some way off from level 42. Chen Xuan couldn't help but admire Yu Xiaogang's insight. Under his guidance, none of the Shrek members who had taken celestial herbs saw a breakthrough in soul power, including Tang San or Daimubai. The only exception seemed to be Xiao Wu. After being intimate with her, Chen Xian's own soul power had risen by 2 levels, and Xiao Wu's soul power must have increased as well. However, he couldn't understand why she still only had 3 soul rings. Afternoon. Flender decided to give the Shrek group a half-day break so the students could rest. Instead of returning to his dormitory, Chen Xuan wandered around the academy, eventually sitting on a bench to rest. Chen Xuan, there you are? I've been looking for you, Ning Rongrong called out as she appeared, dressed in a stunning light blue dress that revealed her long, fair legs. She wore high heels and white stockings, looking radiant. She had changed out of her dirty training clothes, now wearing a clean outfit with light makeup, looking pure and charming. What's up? Do you need something? Chen Xuan asked, his gaze drawn to her. Beautiful things naturally attract attention. Ning Rongrong, her long legs moving gracefully, walked up to him. The bench was long, so she sat down beside him. Do you have time later or tonight? She asked. I've already made plans with Zuking for tonight, Chen Xuan replied honestly. Oh, I see. Though turned down, Ning Rongrong wasn't upset. She explained, my father wants to meet you. He said he has something to discuss. Chen Xuan was surprised. He had no connection with the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan. Why would Ning Fengzi want to see him? Was he trying to recruit him? Chen Xuan quickly dismissed the thought. It was unlikely. He hadn't even revealed his full strength yet, so Ning Fengzi had no reason to recruit him. All right, I'll meet him when I have some free time, Chen Xuan replied, not declining but explaining that he was too busy that day. All right, Ning Rongrong didn't press the matter, leaving to relay the message to her father, Ning Fengzi. Meanwhile, at the Tiandu Palace, in the eastern palace of Crown Prince Shueqinghe. Master, has brother Chen not arrived yet? A refined young man asked. He was around 20 years old, with golden hair and a red ceremonial robe lined with gold and encrusted with gems obviously expensive. This was none other than Crown Prince Shueqinghe of the Heaven Do Empire. Across from him, Ning Fengzi sipped tea. Though the leader of a prestigious clan, he was gentle and approachable, exuding a soft demeanor rather than a commanding presence. King He, what is it about this Chen Xuan that has you so intrigued? Ning Fengzi asked playfully, taking another sip of tea. The two shared a mentor-student relationship that had developed over many years, making them quite close. Over the past 10 days, Shueqinghe had asked Ning Fengzi several times to help arrange a meeting with Chen Xuan. Ning Fengzi was puzzled by the prince's interest in a young man. While talented, Chen Xuan didn't seem to surpass Tang San in any significant way. His only standout feature was his 10,000-year spirit ring, which was the main reason Ning Fengzi hadn't tried to recruit him yet. Master, this brother Chen is exceptionally gifted and full of potential. He's exactly the kind of person I need, Shueqinghe replied, smiling gently. Ning Fengzi shook his head slightly. He's indeed impressive, but in terms of raw talent, I'd still say Tang San has the edge. Of course, Shueqinghe knew Tang San was more talented. His interest in Chen Xuan wasn't entirely his own, it came from someone else. Evening a secret messenger delivered news, a woman wanted to recruit a young man named Chen Xuan, who happened to be in Heaven Do City. Therefore, Qian Rongxiu, who was far away in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace and currently disguised as Crown Prince Shueqinghe, was instructed to approach Chen Xuan to assess his loyalty, whether he was loyal to the Heaven Do Empire. In the letter, Bibi Dong highly regarded this young man and explicitly stated that if Chen Xuan was fiercely loyal to Heaven Do, he had no reason to remain in this world. This was typical of both Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall. When they found a promising talent, they would either train them personally or, if the person couldn't be used by the Spirit Hall, eliminate them without hesitation. Qian Rongxiu gritted her teeth, deeply hating that woman's methods. At the same time, she couldn't understand how Bibi Dong, who was far away in Spirit City, even knew about someone like Chen Xuan. Indeed, someone possessing a 10,000-year soul ring as their 4th ring was exceptionally talented, but judging by the performance in the preliminary competition, this Chen Xuan didn't seem to have achieved any outstanding victories. Qian Rongxiu was perplexed and displeased. What was that woman thinking? Bibi Dong was thousands of miles away, yet she not only knew of Chen Xuan, but also seemed unusually interested in him. Why? The reason for all of this could be traced back to 1 month ago. At that time, Chen Xuan had traveled to the Star Do Forest to obtain his 4th soul ring, where he encountered a group from the Spirit Hall. During a brief exchange with the Spirit Hall Saintess, Lina, Chen Xuan revealed many of his trump cards. When he left, his ability to instantly teleport, traveling across 300 meters of space in a single step, astonished the group from the Spirit Hall. After returning, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan reported every detail of the encounter to the Pope, expressing that Chen Xuan was an extraordinary talent and might be valuable to the Spirit Hall. Yuguan had someone investigate Chen Xuan's background, discovering it to be clean. His parents had died when he was young, and he lived with his uncle and younger sister. Following this, Pope Bibi Dong sent a message to Qianrongxiu, instructing her to make contact with Chen Xuan in her capacity as the crown prince to figure out his true loyalties, whether he was devoted to the Heaven Do Empire. Tomorrow, I happen to be visiting Shrek. King He, why don't you come with me? Ning Fengzi said. Thank you, teacher. Shui King He, Qianrongxiu, stood up and bowed in a gesture of noble courtesy. Heaven Do City. At night, Heaven Do City was bathed in the glow of countless lights, illuminating the streets bustling with people and life. Chen Xuan and Zhu Zuqing walked side by side along the lively streets, having just left a restaurant that specialized in fish. After dinner, it was still early, so the two took a leisurely stroll, chatting and enjoying the night scenery. Daimyo is naturally proud and impulsive. You don't need to take it personally, Zhu Zuqing suddenly spoke, her voice clear and pleasant. Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned, surprised by her words, and then realized she was apologizing on behalf of Daimyo. It seemed their relationship wasn't as bad as it appeared on the surface. Don't worry, I'm fine. I didn't take it to heart, Chen Xuan said with a light smile. It's my fault for involving you. I'm sorry, Zhu Zuqing said, feeling guilty. Chen Xuan remained silent, now understanding why Zhu Zuqing had invited him to dinner tonight. It wasn't clear if she was apologizing on her own behalf or on Daimyo's behalf. It's not your fault. I should be the one apologizing. After all, it started because of me, Chen Xuan said, acknowledging that the issue had indeed begun with him. Zhu Zuqing, with her cool beauty and stunning figure, had a strong sense of righteousness and a good personality, despite her cold demeanor. People like her, once in love, would be deeply devoted, making it impossible for any man not to be moved by her. Honestly, Chen Xuan did have some feelings for her, but he had no intention of disrupting someone else's relationship, as doing so, although legally permissible, felt morally wrong. If Zhu Zuqing were single and without any marriage contract, he would most likely try to pursue her. What are you thinking? Zhu Zuqing asked, her beautiful eyes turning towards him, sensing that his mind had wandered. I was just thinking, if Daimyo finds out you had dinner with me, will he come after me again? He's so strong, I don't think I can handle it. It's kind of scary, Chen Xuan joked. Given the white tiger's impulsive nature, he might see tonight's dinner as a date and go berserk, attacking Chen Xuan again. Don't play dumb. With your strength, you're hardly afraid. Zhu Zuqing smiled sweetly, her lips red and her teeth white, as beautiful as flowers blooming in spring. Chen Xuan was momentarily frozen, like he had turned to stone, staring at her in a daze. What are you looking at? Zhu Zuqing frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze. Chen Xuan snapped out of it and, without hesitation, said, I didn't know you could smile. Do you want to get hit? Zhu Zuqing was speechless, feeling like rolling her eyes. Of course, she could smile. Did he think she was a machine without emotions? Chen Xuan quickly corrected himself. Really, you look beautiful when you smile. It's like watching an iceberg melt, a sight that's pleasant to the eyes. He was being sincere, without any exaggeration. Zhu Zuqing's face turned slightly red, and she quickly turned her head, worried that he might notice. Smooth talker, she playfully scolded, trying to cover up the stir in her heart. Usually, Zhu Zuqing was cold and distant, like an ice queen, making her hard to approach. She even felt like she was always keeping people at arm's length. Even she didn't know why, but she found herself feeling unusually comfortable and relaxed around Chen Xuan, and before she knew it, she had started smiling. Back at her family, she had always felt suffocated, constantly living in an environment full of scheming and hidden dangers. It wasn't until she arrived at Shrek Academy that she had finally experienced a sense of peace. It's getting late. Let's head back. Zhu Zuqing lowered her head and turned away from Chen Xuan, hiding her expression. The two walked back to Shrek Academy, moving away from the busy city center. After walking for about 10 minutes, they reached the academy's gates. Chen Xuan stopped before entering. Zhu Zuqing, walking ahead, noticed the lack of footsteps and stopped too. I'll leave you here. I need to go back home tonight and won't be staying at the academy, Chen Xuan said. Zhu Zuqing had already returned to her usual cool demeanor and turned around to face him. She remained silent, but for some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable, even though she didn't understand why. Could it be reluctance? Chen Xuan reached into his storage soul tool at his waist and took out an item. A bright green light shone, illuminating the dark academy gate. I promised you a gift before. Do you remember? He asked. Zhu Zuqing's expression changed, her pupils shrinking in shock. Of course, she remembered that Chen Xuan had said he would give her a soul bone. But after a month without any news, she thought he had just been joking. Chen Xuan, however, was serious. This is a wind-chasing right leg bone, 25,000 years old. It boosts speed and suits you perfectly. 25,000 years. Zhu Zuqing was astonished, her red lips slightly parted in disbelief. Soul bones were rare, and 10,000-year-old ones were even rarer. Whenever a 10,000-year soul bone appeared in the Soul Master world, it would cause a bloody storm. They were priceless and almost impossible to obtain. If a soul bone also matched a soul master's attributes, it was even more precious. Such items were almost impossible to find, and even if they existed, powerful forces would snatch them up immediately. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Zhu Zuqing declined. The gift was simply too precious, and accepting it would weigh heavily on her conscience. She had no reason to take it. Chen Xuan observed carefully. Although Zhu Zuqing had refused, her gaze lingered on the soul bone for quite some time. A 10,000-year soul bone was rare, and a 20,000-year one was even rarer, especially one that perfectly matched an agility-type soul master, an invaluable treasure. Although the Zhu family was wealthy, finding such a soul bone that suited Zhu Zuqing would be no easy task. Moreover, based on the attitude of the head of the Zhu family, it wouldn't matter if she was their daughter, they wouldn't offer her even a 1,000-year soul bone, let alone a 10,000-year one. No matter how precious something is, if it doesn't find the right person, it's worthless. I made a promise, so please, accept it, Chen Xuan said. This time, Zhu Zuqing remained silent, caught in hesitation. Chen Xuan pressed on. Zuqing, in your opinion, with your current strength and daimyubais, what are your chances of winning against those two? Zhu Zuqing's body trembled slightly as she looked at Chen Xuan, shocked. Finally, she made her decision and accepted the 10,000-year soul bone, which was glowing green. As Chen Xuan had said, she needed this soul bone. It perfectly matched her attributes, and there couldn't be a more suitable one. More importantly, with the combined strength of her and daimyubai, they had less than a 30% chance of defeating Davis and her sister in the future. The outcome of that future match would determine her and daimyubai's destinies. If they won, the right to inherit the Star Luo Empire would fall to daimyubai. If they lost, they would be plunged into the abyss. After handing over the soul bone, Chen Xuan spoke solemnly. Zuqing, if possible, try to absorb this soul bone as soon as you can. While a 10,000-year soul bone is a treasure, it can also bring disaster. The longer you wait, the greater the risks. I don't want anything to happen to you. I don't want anything to happen to you. Those final words rang especially loud in Zhu Zuqing's ears. Her heart was stirred, and a warm feeling spread through her chest, making her eyes unexpectedly wet. This man was also an agility-type soul master, so the soul bone was just as suitable for him. Didn't it matter to him? Why was he giving it away? He hadn't even absorbed a soul bone himself. Zhu Zuqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Her heart was deeply moved. No one had ever been this kind to her. No one had ever made such a selfless sacrifice for her, willingly giving up something so precious. Why are you being so kind to me? Zhu Zuqing's voice trembled as she looked at Chen Xuan, her gaze softening with warmth, no longer cold. Don't tell me it's because of a promised gift. I don't believe that. This comment left Chen Xuan speechless, immediately stopping him in his tracks. Soul bones were priceless treasures for soul masters, but to him, their value wasn't so significant. He couldn't absorb soul bones, so he figured it was best to give them away. Chen Xuan thought for a moment but realized that no one would believe the truth. For a while, he had no idea how to explain himself. He ran through several excuses in his mind because they were partners, or because she was pretty and kind, but none seemed believable. I don't know, Chen Xuan finally admitted, after struggling to find a reasonable answer. Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes were like torches, piercing through him, as she stared intently at his face, clearly not believing him. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and she could tell that Chen Xuan was lying. His hesitation showed he was wrestling with something internally. Of all the women, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Jiangzhu, and the many girls at the academy, he was only kind to her. It was too obvious. Zhu Zuqing was smart and no longer a little girl. She could easily see through this kind of lie and had already roughly guessed Chen Xuan's feelings. However, she chose not to break through this unspoken barrier between them. Even though she didn't understand why Chen Xuan liked her but didn't want to confess, she had no intention of unraveling this complicated relationship. Zhu Zuqing's stirred emotions settled down, and her expression returned to normal. She knew her fate was something she could not resist. Some things were destined to be beyond reach. Unless Chen Xuan became strong enough to oppose the Star Luo royal family and change her destiny, taking her away from that place. Chen Xuan, thank you for everything you've done for me. You're truly a good person. But unfortunately, we are destined. Zhu Zuqing's expression darkened, filled with sorrow. I'm getting friend-zoned again. Chen Xuan's eyes twitched wildly, with a large question mark in his mind. Those last few words stung. Zhu Zuqing turned her back to Chen Xuan. Leaving one final message, she walked into Shrek Academy. Get some rest, and stay safe on your way back. Chen Xuan was left bewildered, a big question mark still hanging over his head. Something felt off, no, very off. When had this cold and distant Ice Queen become so down-to-earth and said something so casual? By now, Zhu Zuqing had disappeared into the distance. Even though Chen Xuan wanted to ask her for clarity, he could only give up. In the end, Chen Xuan also left, returning to his own lodging. The next day, a month had passed, and the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Promotion Tournament was finally being held today. During this period, after countless days and nights, the academy teams had undoubtedly become even stronger. In Heaven Do City, at the promotion tournament venue, as the sun shone brightly, all the participating contestants gathered at the competition site. The arena was massive, equivalent to 7 or 8 football fields, with 30-meter-high walls surrounding it, creating an enclosed space. Outside, 800 knights stood guard, securing the area and ensuring the safety of the contestants. The promotion tournament was completely different from the preliminary rounds. The battles were held in closed arenas, with no audience present. Not even nobles or merchants were allowed to spectate. Teams that hadn't advanced were also prohibited from entering, making the atmosphere extremely strict. There was no opening ceremony for the promotion tournament, reducing unnecessary formalities and making the scene relatively quiet compared to the excitement of the preliminaries. At the same time, representatives from the 5 vassal states and duchies of the Heaven Do Empire arrived to watch the tournament. The soul masters selected through the promotion tournament were undoubtedly the elites among elites, possessing great potential. These smaller nations had a deep thirst for talent and urgently needed strong soul masters to defend their territories. Tents were set up across the area, ready for the academy teams to move in. A general named Roxanne led the Shrek 7 Devils and their backup team to Shrek's designated camp. This time, in addition to Flender, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaogang, teacher Qin Ming also came along, acting as the students' support. Chen Xuan yawned as he followed at the back of the group. Jiangju walked beside him, while Zhu Zuqing was at the front with the 2 sisters. Xiao Wu, have you gained weight? Your belly looks a bit rounder, Ning Rongrong asked curiously, as if she'd noticed something surprising. That's strange. I remember you haven't been eating much lately. How could you have gained weight? As a young girl, Ning Rongrong was particularly sensitive about her figure. She had witnessed the petite Xiao Wu developing a little belly. Tang San, who had sharp hearing, turned his head. Xiao Wu was wearing a crop top, so her fair, soft skin was exposed for all to see. Xiao Wu's body stiffened, and her face suddenly tensed up, as she avoided meeting her brother's eyes. Tang San took a quick glance and then smiled brightly, saying, Xiao Wu, maybe it's time for you to go on a diet. You've definitely gained some weight. Ning Rongrong pouted and scolded him. Brother San, how can you say that? Don't you know girls are sensitive about their figures? Be careful, or you won't find a girlfriend. Tang San let out an awkward laugh, then turned around and continued walking. Daimubai covered his mouth and chuckled, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Little San, you've got to learn from your big brother. When it came to emotional intelligence, Daimubai prided himself on being better. Zhu Zuqing shot him a cold, disgusted look. The thought of being tied to such dirty men made her feel even more desperate to break free from her fate. Unintentionally, she recalled the carefree and happy moments she had spent with Chen Xuan, moments that felt liberating. Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief. Her previously tense expression softened. No one was paying attention to her anymore, and just a moment ago, her heart had been pounding with anxiety. Absent-mindedly, she rubbed her lower abdomen, her clear eyes filled with a gentle warmth. Chen Xuan had witnessed the whole scene but remained silent, continuing to follow behind the group. Not long after, the group arrived at the Shrek Academy's camp, where a large white tent had been set up along with 8 smaller ones. Captain Roxanne saluted the group and said, Master Flender, dear participants, please rest early. The advancement matches will start tomorrow morning without an opening ceremony. You'll be guided to the competition venue when it's time. Thank you, General Roxanne, Flender responded with a smile. Not at all, Roxanne replied, somewhat flustered by Flender's politeness. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Although Roxanne was a spirit master and captain of the Royal Knights 3rd Battalion, his strength was only at level 44. Naturally, he respected a spirit saint like Flender. It was evident that most of the Empire's military consisted of ordinary people, with spirit masters being in the minority. This shortage of talent explained why the Heaven Do Empire, and its various smaller kingdoms and duchies, were so eager to recruit spirit masters. Chen Xuan pondered, are the Empire's spirit masters generally this weak? Even a battalion captain is only at the spirit elder level. The others must be even weaker. It was no wonder that the Spirit Hall dominated the world, with no one daring to provoke it. They were the continent's strongest force for a reason, accepting commoner spirit masters, awakening spirits for free, and providing monthly subsidies in the form of gold soul coins. Meanwhile, the Heaven Do Empire's system was the complete opposite. Commoners had almost no chance of getting their spirits awakened for free, let alone receiving monetary support. This was why most commoner spirit masters ultimately chose to join the Spirit Hall. By winning hearts from the start, they earned the favor of the common people. After Roxanne left, Flender began assigning tents. Xiao Wu and Lu Erlong shared one tent, while Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong shared another. Flender bunked with Master Yu Xiaogang, and the remaining tents were left for Tang San, Daimubai, and the others to figure out amongst themselves. In the end, Chen Xuan ended up sharing a tent with Ma Hongjian, and Tai Long snorted in disdain, not even sparing Chen Xuan a glance as he headed straight for his bed. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes, speechless. The two had fallen out last time over a dispute concerning Yu Xiaogang, and though a long time had passed, Tai Long clearly hadn't forgotten or forgiven. Fatty, let's head to the main camp, Chen Xuan said to Ma Hongjian, not wanting to deal with Tai Long's attitude any longer. At this time, Tang San and Daimubai were sitting at a table, discussing their daily plans. Since the tournament was now focusing on individual matches rather than team battles, all the training they had done over the past month seemed useless. Around noon, 2 guests arrived at Shrek's camp. One was Ning Fengzi, the head of the 7 treasure glazed tile clan. If his visit had been expected, the other guest came as a surprise to everyone, Crown Prince Shueqinghe. Sensing their presence, Tang San quickly stepped out to greet them. Uncle Ning, Your Highness, what brings you here? Accompanying Ning Fengzi was none other than the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shueqinghe. Shueqinghe had a gentle and refined appearance. Although his attire was simple and not overly luxurious, he still exuded an air of nobility. I'm here to watch the advancement matches with my father, Shueqinghe said with a warm smile. I thought I'd take the opportunity to check in on you, Tang San. How's your stay? If you're uncomfortable, I can arrange for someone to find a better place for you. Tang San quickly waved off the offer and invited both guests into the main camp. Master Ning, what brings you here? Flender asked with a beaming smile as he hurried forward to greet them. Ning clan head, please have a seat, Flender added, his face full of joy as he led them to the main seats. Nonsense, I just came to check on Rongrong, Ning Fengzi replied with a gentle smile. I haven't seen her in a while, and I've missed her. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from outside the tent. Dad. Ning Rongrong burst in, throwing herself into her father's arms. Ning Fengzi's face lit up with a wide smile, the kind only a proud father could have. Dad, what are you doing here? I just sent you a letter yesterday. Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Ning Fengzi chuckled and patted her head. I came to discuss something with Dean Flender and to check on you. Flender, eager to oblige, quickly offered his help. Master Ning, you're too polite. Whatever you need, I'll do my best to assist. At this moment, Daimyo Bai, Zhu Zuking, and the others entered the tent, having been called by the master. Upon entering, Chen Xuan immediately noticed the refined young man, whom he instantly recognized as Shueqinghe. Ning Fengzi, of course, was also familiar to him. Shueqinghe's sharp gaze met Chen Xuan's, and he took a moment to observe him closely. Is this the person she's looking for? Shueqinghe wondered, somewhat doubtful. Chen Xuan seemed far too ordinary, with his spirit power not particularly impressive. Nevertheless, Shueqinghe put these thoughts aside. Completing the task at hand was all that mattered. Ning Fengzi's primary reason for visiting was to ask Flender and Yu Xiaogang to take on some disciples from his clan, believing their training methods had been instrumental in Rongrong's rapid progress. Additionally, he offered financial support to Shrek Academy. At first, Flender hesitated, but upon hearing about the financial aid, he quickly agreed. Rest assured, Master Ning. We'll treat your disciples with the same dedication we show our little monsters, Flender promised with a wide grin. Thank you, Dean Flender, Ning Fengzi responded graciously. His gaze then shifted to the students. I heard your academy has a student with a 10,000-year spirit ring. Who might this young talent be? Ning Fengzi asked casually. The mention of this caused Yu Xiaogang to freeze, his face growing tense. Having just secured a major deal, Flender was too excited to notice his old friend's discomfort. He quickly called Chen Xuan over for an introduction. Master Ning, this is my student, Chen Xuan. Like Tang San, he absorbed a 10,000-year spirit ring for his fourth ring. Chen Xuan respectfully cupped his hands and bowed. It's an honor to meet you, Master Ning. Shueqinghe's expression remained neutral, showing no surprise. Ning Fengzi nodded approvingly. The education at your academy is truly unparalleled. Master Yu, your reputation is well deserved. You've nurtured two students capable of absorbing such powerful spirit rings. Yu Xiaogang remained stoic, though the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his pride. Despite his calm exterior, he was clearly pleased by the praise. Master Ning, you flatter me. Tang San's success in absorbing an 11,000-year spirit ring wasn't just luck, it was a result of his daily hard work and strong physical constitution. As for Chen Xuan, his talent is not lacking either. He had the benefit of age and experience, which allowed him to absorb a soul beast that had just reached 10,000 years. With his hands behind his back, Yu Xiaogang elaborated on the conditions needed to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. I see, Ning Fengzi said, enlightened. So, in addition to physical strength, age and experience also play a crucial role. Master Yu, your wisdom is truly unparalleled, Ning Fengzi said, full of admiration. You are indeed one of the finest minds on the continent. Watching the exchange, Chen Xuan couldn't help but shake his head in silence. He had underestimated Yu Xiaogang's competitiveness. Even in something like this, he had to prove a point for his students. Moreover, Chen Xuan thought to himself, who said my spirit ring was just barely 10,000 years? It was actually 13,000 years and later grew to over 30,000. Master, I have something to say, Chen Xuan suddenly interrupted. Yu Xiaogang's brows furrowed, and his expression darkened. He recognized the voice all too well. Master, I think you've made a small mistake. My fourth spirit ring isn't just 10,000 years old, it's 13,500 years. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned, their faces showing disbelief. 13,500 years? This number was too shocking to comprehend, far beyond what could be described as mere genius. The Shrek students were dumbfounded. If what Chen Xuan said was true, it was truly terrifying. He had broken through two limitations, something that had never happened before, perhaps even surpassing Tang San. Yu Xiaogang had once told them that Chen Xuan's black spirit ring was unstable in aura, its color slightly faded, an indication that it was from a spirit beast that had just reached 10,000 years of cultivation. Typically, the limit for a soul elder was 5,000 years, while a soul king's maximum was around 12,000 years. If Chen Xuan wasn't lying, this was beyond extraordinary. He had exceeded the limit by 8,500 years. In comparison, their third brother, Tang San, seemed much less impressive, overshadowed by Chen Xian's brilliance. Tang San clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. He had always claimed not to care about competition, but unknowingly, his mindset had already changed. Ma Hongjun chuckled, sensing drama was brewing. This big brother Chen was about to challenge the master once again. Master, you're getting old. It's natural that you might overlook things. As a junior, I must correct you so that you don't continue making mistakes and damage your reputation as a teacher, Chen Xuan said with a smile. Faced with such open provocation and deliberate slander, Chen Xuan wasn't about to stay silent. After all, things were different now. He wasn't the same soul elder from a month ago. Ma Hongjun, unafraid of escalation, secretly gave Chen Xuan a thumbs up. That's my big brother Chen, so brave? He actually dared to directly confront the master. Amazing. Yu Xiaogang often wore a stern face, strict and demanding. No matter how well the Shrek students performed, they couldn't escape criticism or punishment. Most of them harbored some resentment toward him, though they didn't dare speak up due to his status as a teacher. Of course, Tang San was an exception. Now, being publicly called out, Yu Xiaogang's face turned dark. The words were like a slap in the face, deeply humiliating him. Tang San's expression grew cold, his gaze sharp and menacing, glaring at Chen Xuan as if he were staring at a mortal enemy. This Chen Xuan was despicably cunning. Given the chance, he would never pass up an opportunity to humiliate his teacher, even in front of Ning Fengzi and the Crown Prince. Such malice? Even if the master was wrong, wasn't it for the good of his students? Shouldn't a junior be more forgiving? Ning Fengzi and Shui Qinghe exchanged glances but remained silent, neither saying a word. Yu Xiaogang's face was gloomy as he said coldly, Chen Xuan, I know you have a competitive nature, but this is a public place. I advise you to control yourself. Don't let your vanity ruin your future and make you an outcast among soul masters. The master's face was cold, his eyes sharp as he stared at Chen Xuan, pressuring him to admit he was lying. 13,500 years? Yu Xiaogang sneered inwardly. That was utterly ridiculous. Did he really expect anyone to believe such a claim from someone with no proper background? Was he supposed to be stronger than Tang San? Nonsense. Tang San had received guidance from a renowned teacher, consumed immortal herbs, and survived life or death experiences to absorb his 10,000-year spirit ring. Some of the people present were beginning to doubt Chen Xian's words after the master's pointed comments. Daimubai, Oscar, and the newly arrived Tai Long all started to question his claims. They had seen Tang San's extraordinary talent firsthand. If Chen Xuan was truly more gifted, why had he only reached the Soul Elder level at 16? Chen Xuan, it's good for young people to be ambitious, but don't lose sight of what's important. It's not too late to turn back now. I hope you won't continue down this wrong path, Yu Xiaogang said, his hands behind his back, head held high, looking down with disdain. Master, you really are getting old. Losing your mind, Chen Xuan said calmly. I honestly don't know what you mean by losing sight of what's important. Why don't you explain? Yu Xiaogang's face darkened, feeling as if he was being subjected to cold indifference. Chen Xian's calm demeanor, without a trace of anger, was deeply offensive, especially as he had once again insulted him in front of everyone. Chen Xuan, I dare you to say that again. Before the master could respond, Tang San couldn't hold back and stood up from the crowd. Apologize to my teacher, or don't blame me for being merciless, Tang San said, his eyes cold, already filled with murderous intent. Someone like Chen Xuan, who didn't understand the importance of respecting one's teacher, was no better than scum. He deserved death? Chen Xuan remained calm. Oh, did I hit a nerve? Can't handle the truth? Or are you planning to commit murder in broad daylight? He glanced at Tang San with disdain. Others feared Tang San because they didn't understand his hidden weapons, but that didn't mean Chen Xuan was afraid. Flender, knowing things couldn't continue like this, quickly pressed Tang San back into his seat. All right, Xiao San, calm down. Tang San's purple light faded from his eyes, and he gradually regained his composure, but his killing intent remained. This person was already on his death list. His teacher, father, and Xiao Wu were his forbidden zones. Anyone who touched his reverse scale would die. Ning Fengzi smiled gently and stepped forward to mediate. This is a matter for your academy, and I shouldn't interfere. But I have great respect for the master's talents. Still, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Why not let this young man prove himself? If what this young man said was true and he had absorbed a 13,500-year spirit ring, he would be a talent that all the major forces would vie for. If not, then he wasn't worth recruiting and might even be blacklisted by the 7 treasure-glazed tile clan. He's probably telling the truth, Shui Qinghe whispered, his voice low. After all, the person that woman had her eye on was bound to be exceptional. Meanwhile, Zhu Zuqing in the crowd didn't doubt Chen Xuan at all. She had seen his true strength. Ning Sect Master, I apologize for this, Flender said with a forced smile. He turned to Chen Xuan, his expression instantly becoming stern as he scolded, Chen Xuan, if you're wrong, apologize to the master at once. Flender knew Yu Xiaogang too well. His old friend valued his reputation above all else, and now he had been publicly challenged by a junior, which had humiliated him beyond measure. Chen Xuan was amused. Flender's sudden shift in demeanor was like watching a dramatic face change performance in Sichuan opera. Impressive. Headmaster, are you really going to take sides? If that's the case, I won't object, but your actions will disappoint the students. You stubborn kid. Flender was fuming, but there was nothing he could do. Ning Sect Master, I think we should let this young man prove himself, Ning Fengzi said gently again. Yu Xiaogang, his face cold, said, Flender, there's no need to say more. Let's go with Sect Master Ning's suggestion. He had observed many soul kings, all of whom had spirit rings just over 10,000 years. He was confident in his judgment. Otherwise, how could he be known as a master of spirit theory? Xiaogang, you, sigh. Flender sighed deeply. He hadn't wanted things to escalate like this. It was a small matter. What was the point of proving anything? But now, if Chen Xian's claim turned out to be true, his old friend would be utterly humiliated, unable to hold his head high before the students again. Chen Xian found it amusing. This was indeed a trivial matter that didn't need proving, but since it had escalated to this point, there was no turning back. He merely wanted to correct a misunderstanding, but some people insisted on bringing shame upon themselves. They had no one else to blame. Under the burning gazes of the crowd, Chen Xian, as some had hoped, summoned his martial spirit and aberrant space attribute spirit. A black orb hovered above his head, pitch black as a bottomless abyss, swallowing even light itself. Yet, the flow of soul power was stable, without an ominous aura. Shrek Academy's eyes sharpened, seeing something unusual that made his martial spirit react, giving him an uncomfortable feeling. Beneath Chen Xian's feet, soul rings appeared one after another in yellow, purple, and black, a familiar configuration. Is it an illusion? Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, puzzled. The black of that 10,000-year soul ring looked darker than before, and the aura of a 10,000-year soul beast seemed much stronger now. This color, it's likely over 13,000 years old, Shui Qinghe whispered. As the descendant of the angel god and the chosen successor of the angel's legacy, his sensitivity to such things was beyond ordinary. This young man was definitely lying. His soul ring's age was far beyond 13,000 years, and his cultivation level was even higher. No wonder that woman values him so much, Shui Qinghe finally understood. Not just Bibi Dong, even he was tempted to recruit this young man under his banner. All the experienced soul masters present noticed something unusual about Chen Xian's fourth ring. While they couldn't pinpoint the exact age, it was clearly more than just 10,000 years old. However, Yu Xiaogang, who was only at rank 30, couldn't feel the powerful aura of the 10,000-year soul beast, even though he sensed something was off. Unfortunately, no one was paying attention to him now, not even his disciple, Tang San. This young man is no less than Xiao San, Ning Fengzi said with a gentle smile. Though he appeared calm, he was deeply serious. This situation was something he had to take seriously. If this young man didn't meet an untimely end, with proper nurturing, becoming a titled Douluo was only a matter of time. In fact, his future achievements might surpass both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, known as one of the three great sects, was famous for its top-tier support-type martial spirit, but their combat ability had always been a weakness, one that could even be fatal. Thus, the spouses of the sect leaders and disciples had to be soul masters of strong attack or possess high combat power. Ning Fengzi had come to watch the advancement matches to search for talents, and this young man, with his extraordinary talent and vast potential, seemed like the perfect candidate. Of course, he had considered binding Tang San through marriage, but alas, Tang San's heart already belonged to someone else. Now, Ning Fengzi was considering using the same method to recruit Chen Xian. Marriage was the most direct and effective way to do this. As for whom to marry, he hadn't decided yet. He didn't want his beloved daughter to become a mere tool for an arranged marriage. But if Rongrong and Chen Xian truly fell in love, he wouldn't stand in their way. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, the sound of clear applause echoed through the camp. Shui Qinghe stood up, clapping his hands with a smile. He spoke warmly, Brother Chen, as expected, you are one of the finest among the younger generation. With such talent, you will surely achieve greatness and become a rising star of our Heaven Do Empire. You're too kind. It's all thanks to the Empire for providing me with such a good environment to cultivate, Chen Xian politely replied with a humble gesture. Ning Fengzi, with his gentle smile, said, Brother Chen, there's no need to be so modest. You must have worked hard to achieve such results. Their attitudes were a clear acknowledgement of the indisputable fact of Chen Xian's 10,000-year soul ring. Flender, who possessed rank 76 soul power, had noticed something odd from the beginning and had hoped his prediction was wrong. But now, Chen Xian's claim proved true. At this point, he wanted to help the master regain some dignity, but there was nothing he could do. Yu Xiaogang, standing silently at the side, wore a stiff expression, his eyes flickering with unease. He had always walked with his head held high, prideful, and arrogant. Now, however, he hung his head low, avoiding others' gazes in shame. As a scholar and a theoretical master, being so thoroughly humiliated left Yu Xiaogang feeling unbearable shame. What no one knew was that beneath his lowered head was a face flushed red with embarrassment. Fortunately for him, nearly everyone's attention was on Ning Fengzi and Shui Qinghe, rather than on the master. Only Tang San and Flender noticed Yu Xiaogang's deeply red face. The great master, once so proud, had now bowed his head. If Lu Erlong were here to see her beloved man being treated like this, she would undoubtedly stand up for him without hesitation. Brother Chen, how were you able to absorb a soul ring over 8,000 years beyond the limit? Do you have a special technique or method? Ning Fengzi asked sincerely, his smile warm. This was a question Shrek He also wanted to ask. What exactly was this young man's secret? Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Chen Xuan. The secrets surrounding this man were growing more and more intriguing, making them want to uncover the truth. Even Tang San perked up his ears at this, eager to understand something he hadn't yet grasped. The reason Tang San had been able to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring beyond his limit was largely due to the effects of 3 special herbs, along with body refinement through the ice and fire yin-yang well, and the Tang sect techniques all essential to his survival. I'm not entirely sure, Chen Xuan said, fabricating a story without skipping a beat. I just remember eating a particular herb, and suddenly my soul power surged. Could it be an immortal herb? Tang San blurted out, startled by the implications of this revelation. The Shrek group, too, was taken aback. Having consumed immortal herbs themselves, they were well aware of their potent effects. Ma Hongjun's control over his evil fire and Ning Rongrong's martial spirit evolution to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda were both benefits of these herbs. Shrek He looked puzzled. Though he had grown up in Spirit Hall and seen all sorts of treasures, he had never heard of an immortal herb. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuan played dumb. What's an immortal herb? Tang San, growing more serious, explained. Immortal herbs are a type of spiritual plant that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. They are extremely rare and difficult to cultivate. Each one is as valuable as a 100,000-year soul ring. Those who consume an immortal herb experience a direct increase in soul power, body refinement, and the purification of martial spirit impurities. In some cases, it can even evolve a martial spirit. Hearing Tang San's explanation, even people like Crown Prince Shrek He and Ning Fengzi were stunned. Such a rare treasure, if given to every sect disciple, would be immensely powerful. But they both understood rare treasures were rare for a reason. One couldn't force their acquisition. So that's why my soul power increased by 3 ranks, and I've found cultivation much easier than before, Chen Xuan said, his story sounding more plausible now. Tang San remained focused and added, Soul Masters can't fully absorb an immortal herb's power right away. Its effects will continue to assist in cultivation until the Soul Master reaches rank 50, after which the full benefits will be realized. He paused briefly, then added, I read about this in an ancient text. Tang San was cautious, leaving no room for Chen Xuan to one-up him or undermine his future prospects. Chen Xuan was speechless. Was he that type of person? It's getting late, Dean Flender. We should take our leave now, Ning Fengzi said as he prepared to depart. Flender escorted them to the tent's entrance, saying, Sect Master Ning, Shrek Academy will always welcome you as a guest. Ning Fengzi nodded, then looked at Chen Xuan and said, Brother Chen, do visit the 7-treasure glazed tile sect when you have time. You can have Rongrong show you around. Of course, Sect Master Ning, Chen Xuan replied, surprised that such an olive branch had been extended so soon. Satisfied, Ning Fengzi turned back to Flender. Dean Flender, once the advancement matches are over, I'll send my sect's disciples over for further training. They're always welcome, Flender smiled. Ning Fengzi hesitated for a moment before continuing, I have an additional request, if it's not too much trouble. Could Master handle the theoretical lessons for my disciples? As for combat training and other practical matters, I hope that you and your academy's advanced soul masters will personally oversee them. After witnessing what had just transpired, Ning Fengzi had grown concerned about Yu Xiaogang. While he fully trusted the master's theoretical knowledge, the fact that he was still only a rank 30 soul master raised doubts about his practical and combat-related teaching abilities. Ning Fengzi had entrusted his disciples to Shrek Academy for the best training possible, and he didn't want anything to go wrong. This. Flender hesitated, unsure of how to respond. If he agreed, how would the master save face? It would be a huge blow to his pride. Yet Ning Fengzi was a key supporter of the academy. His request was reasonable, making it difficult for Flender to refuse. Crash! At that moment, a sudden noise echoed, metal clashing against metal. Everyone turned in the direction of the sound and froze at the scene before them. There, they saw a figure running off into the distance, looking utterly dejected. It was Yu Xiaogang. Overwhelmed by the conversation he had overheard, his self-esteem, already deeply wounded, had reached its breaking point. Ashamed and humiliated, he had stormed off, knocking over some tools along the way. Xiaogang, teacher. Tang San's heart broke at the sight, and he immediately gave chase. Flender, deeply anxious, looked between Ning Fengzi and Yu Xiaogang's retreating figure. Gritting his teeth, he rushed after his old friend, fearing the worst. He knew Yu Xiaogang all too well. His pride was immense, and to be humiliated so publicly, with even a sect master now doubting him, was a devastating blow to his already fragile self-esteem. Ning Fengzi's expression stiffened, feeling somewhat awkward. It was bad enough to talk behind someone's back, but to be caught in the act only made things worse. Teacher, don't blame yourself, Shrek He said earnestly. That man hastily judged others and passed reckless conclusions. His heart is corrupt. Besides, I didn't see anything extraordinary about him. As the Crown Prince, Shrek He was often preoccupied with important affairs and had little knowledge of the Shrek Academy. Who was Yu Xiaogang? He had never heard of him. However, he had some vague familiarity with Four-Eyed Owl Flender. The old man, often called the Grand Master, was thought to be some sort of formidable figure. Yet, upon observing his true power, Shrek Qinghe noted that Yu Xiaogang was merely at the rank of Soul Elder, around level 30. After witnessing the recent disgraceful events, Shrek Qinghe struggled to understand why this man was so highly regarded. Daimyobai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, then looked toward the direction where the Grandmaster had fled in humiliation. Ultimately, they did nothing and remained where they stood. Among the 7 members of Shrek Academy, the 2 who were most often scolded and punished were Daimyobai and Ma Hongjun. Seeing Yu Xiaogang embarrass himself today filled them with a sense of satisfaction, a small bit of schadenfreude. He brought it on himself, Chen Xuan remarked with a chuckle, his voice filled with disdain. In front of important figures, Yu Xiaogang had fabricated stories and twisted facts to elevate his own disciples. His arrogance had finally caught up with him. The others from Shrek Academy said nothing. They knew of the tension between Chen Xuan and the Grandmaster, and in this case, it was indeed Yu Xiaogang who had humiliated himself. From now on, Yu Xiaogang's authority and credibility would crumble. His future teachings would undoubtedly be questioned, and he would never regain the respect he once commanded. Chen Xuan felt no sympathy for him. This was self-inflicted. Yu Xiaogang had brought this upon himself, and there was no one else to blame. Throughout this entire ordeal, Chen Xuan hadn't intentionally done anything to scheme against him. The current outcome had nothing to do with him. Ning Rongrong, standing beside her father Ning Fengzi, was unconcerned with how the Grandmaster might feel. Even if this incident led to Yu Xiaogang hating her father or caused friction between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan and Shrek Academy, she didn't care. The clan was powerful and had no reason to fear a mere soul elder. Master Yu's theoretical knowledge is indeed impressive, that much is undeniable, Ning Fengzi remarked politely. It was the sort of diplomatic statement one would expect, though it was unclear if he truly meant it. Teacher, it's getting late. We should be going, Shrek Qinghe interjected. Flender and Tang San had already gone after the Grandmaster, and Ning Fengzi's business was concluded, so there was no need to linger. Ning Fengzi smiled warmly and said, Brother Chen, you must visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan when you have time. Definitely, Chen Xuan responded with a fist salute. Ning Rongrong pouted unhappily. Father, you've only just arrived, and now you're leaving already? It's a shame I can't compete in the promotion matches. Otherwise, I'd show you how strong I've become. There's no need for that. I have complete confidence in Flender's ability to guide you, Ning Fengzi said as he affectionately patted her head. You are the future hope of our clan. The elders have already discussed it, and once you graduate from Shrek, you will officially be named the next clan leader. After centuries, someone had finally evolved the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit. Ning Rongrong had become the shining hope of the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan. I don't want to be clan leader, Ning Rongrong muttered, sticking out her tongue playfully, clearly resisting the idea. Ning Fengzi's face darkened, and his expression became stern. Stop being childish. You are my only daughter. If you don't take on the role of clan leader, who will? With my health, I can probably hold on for a few more decades. Isn't that time enough for you to have your fun? Ning Rongrong's expression grew heavy. She glanced instinctively at Oscar, feeling a pang of sorrow. Oscar's face paled as Ning Fengzi's words shattered his hopes. He had been training tirelessly, day and night, just because of Ning Rongrong's comment that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan's spouse must be an assault-type soul master. Oscar said nothing, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Ning Fengzi's words had torn apart his dreams. He now realized that he could never be with the one he loved. The anguish he felt was indescribable, a pain that cut straight to his soul. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong's heart grew even more conflicted. Ning Fengzi's sharp gaze narrowed. He had lived long enough to easily recognize the budding affection between the two. Oscar was a gifted soul master, but unfortunately, he was of the food type, a support role, not suited to a girl like Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengzi's face hardened. He could not allow his precious daughter to be with a support type soul master. If, in the future, Ning Rongrong were in danger, would she flee alongside Oscar? If Oscar couldn't protect her, then what was the point of being with him? Rongrong, remember your duty. When I'm gone, the position of clan leader will fall to you. Many decisions will have to follow the rules, and even if you make mistakes, the elders will be there to guide you, Ning Fengzi said with veiled meaning, clearly alluding to her relationship with Oscar. His words deepened Ning Rongrong's internal struggle. On the one hand, she had developed some affection for Oscar after his persistent pursuit. But on the other hand, she wasn't truly fond of him, and guilt gnawed at her. Chen Xuan picked up on the subtle hint. Ning Fengzi was urging Oscar to abandon his unrealistic hopes. And it made sense. Not only within large clans like theirs, but also among many support-type soul masters, choosing a powerful assault-type partner was common. Someone with strong combat abilities could offer better protection. Even if Ning Fengzi approved, the clan elders would never agree to the match. I understand, father, Ning Rongrong finally said, though her heart wasn't in it. Good, focus on your cultivation. Shrek Qinghe and I will be heading back now, Ning Fengzi nodded in satisfaction. He then bid farewell to the rest of the Shrek Academy group and left with Shrek Qinghe. Afterward, Oscar's dreams were shattered. His confidence was utterly destroyed, leaving him broken. Previously, he had naively believed that if he worked hard enough and became strong enough, he could be with Ning Rongrong. Now, he realized that it had all been wishful thinking. No matter how hard he tried, he could never achieve the strength of an assault-type soul master. His efforts had all been in vain. I'm exhausted. I'm going to rest, Oscar said, turning away quickly to hide the tears he could no longer hold back. He had been so close to having Ning wrong, to making her his, but now he felt as if the heavens were punishing him. Life seemed unbearably unfair. Little Ao, Daimubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged a look and followed their brother, ready to comfort him. Xiao Wu, dressed in her signature pink, shot a glance at Chen Xuan and snorted coldly before leaving, her pink silhouette vanishing in the distance. Chen Xuan, bewildered, felt that the situation made no sense. Zhu Zuqing walked over, warned him not to look around too much, and then gracefully returned to her tent. Chen Xuan. Elsewhere, Flender and Tang San had already caught up with Yu Xiaogang, trying to console him and his wounded pride. Xiaogang, clan leader Ning was just joking. You shouldn't take it so seriously, Flender said, attempting to calm him down. Tang San stood quietly by. He had deep respect for the Grand Master, but he also owed a great deal to Ning Fengzi and couldn't afford to take sides. Joking. Yu Xiaogang snorted in anger, his face twisted with indignation. Ning Fengzi is a clan leader, yet he chooses to insult me behind my back. Flender, you expect me to believe this is a joke? Furious and humiliated, Yu Xiaogang's heart burned with resentment. It was bad enough that someone like Chen Xuan disrespected him, but now even Ning Fengzi had dishonored him. Flender sighed. He knew that Yu Xiaogang was too angry to listen to reason. And to some extent, Flender shared the sentiment. Yu Xiaogang had indeed embarrassed himself today. It was only natural for clan leader Ning to lose some trust in him. Besides, Ning Fengzi had only hoped that his disciples would receive better instruction. His outward deference to Yu Xiaogang was a mere formality. How could that be considered an insult? Little San, you should head back. You have a match tomorrow, and you need rest, Flender said, not wanting the young Tang San to be drawn into the matter. Yes, Dean, Tang San replied reluctantly, before leaving. Xiaogang, what do you actually want? Can you stop messing around? Flender was already feeling frustrated. After Tang San left, Flender had spent a long time trying to persuade Yu Xiaogang, but Yu Xiaogang was as stubborn as a mule enough to frustrate anyone. However, this remark fully ignited Yu Xiaogang's suppressed anger. Flender, what kind of nonsense are you saying? Are you accusing me, Yu Xiaogang, of causing trouble for no reason? Furious and indignant, Yu Xiaogang replied, just because you bow down to the wealth of the big sex and swallow your pride doesn't mean I'll do the same. It's true what they say, if you kneel too long, you can't stand tall anymore. It was as though Flender had hit a nerve. Yu Xiaogang was furious, condemning Flender for groveling before Ning Fengzi for money, without any regard for dignity. Yu Xiaogang considered himself a man of noble character, with the pride of a scholar unlike Flender, who seemed to have no backbone. Flender laughed bitterly, anger flaring up as well. He shouted, greedy for money? I've done right by every student and have a clear conscience. Do you know how much it costs to run the academy with hundreds of students? Where do you think the funding comes from? Did you, the master, ever provide any? His questions silenced Yu Xiaogang, who was left speechless and unable to respond for a long time. Flender's face darkened, and he said coldly, Erlong entrusted the academy to me, and Shrek Academy is my life's work. I, Flender, have nothing to feel guilty about. I've done right by everyone, including you, master. He could accept being misunderstood by everyone else, but not by Yu Xiaogang. The memories came flooding back. Back when Shrek's facilities in Soto City were poor but still sufficient to teach students, after meeting Qin Ming, Yu Xiaogang had insisted on closing the academy and joining Heaven Do Imperial Academy for the students' future. But the result? Yu Xiaogang had been humiliated by Prince Xuexing, and the students, loyal to him, were driven out like rats. Shrek Academy was forced to close. Unable to remain at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, the teachers and students wandered the streets. In the end, Flender had to swallow his pride and turn to his old friend, Lu Erlong, for help. Recalling the hardships of the past ignited a fire in Flender's heart. He had poured his life's blood into building Shrek alongside his brothers, and they could have comfortably retired in Soto City. Yet, for Yu Xiaogang's sake, he had taken on every burden. Watching Yu Xiaogang brood in silence, Flender finally realized how selfish he was. Yu Xiaogang had never truly taken responsibility for anything. In his youth, Yu Xiaogang had abandoned Lu Erlong, leaving her waiting for 20 years. Flender had also secretly loved Lu Erlong but had stepped aside out of respect for his brother. We have a match tomorrow. Don't drag the kids into this. Take care of yourself. With a heavy snort, Flender walked away without looking back. Left standing alone, Yu Xiaogang felt a sense of loneliness wash over him. Xiaogang, what are you doing here? Not long after, Lu Erlong, returning from an errand, spotted Yu Xiaogang standing dazed. She immediately sensed something was wrong with him. As soon as he saw her, Yu Xiaogang tried to hide his expression, fearing she would see through him. Xiaogang, tell me what happened. Lu Erlong's anger flared. Anyone who dared to bully her beloved was crossing the line. She was furious with Flender. How could he just stand by and let Yu Xiaogang be humiliated? But Yu Xiaogang, with his pride, would never admit to such a thing, especially not to a woman. However, under Lu Erlong's relentless questioning, he finally revealed the truth. So, it's 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan, huh? I'll remember this. Lu Erlong was livid after hearing the full story. In her eyes, Yu Xiaogang wasn't at fault at all. Flender was the one who had sided with outsiders to suppress Yu Xiaogang, which was unforgivable. To her, even if Yu Xiaogang was wrong, Flender had no business taking someone else's side. After all, Yu Xiaogang had once fought alongside them, risking his life. Flender, get out here. That night, a roar echoed through Shrek Academy's camp. Dark clouds filled the sky, and a massive thunder dragon descended from above. Chen Xuan wasn't at the camp. He had returned home, unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. By the time he came back, it was the next day. Morning came as the sun rose, casting a beautiful glow over the sky. The morning rays painted the horizon in a golden red sea of light. By now, everyone at Shrek had gathered, including Flender, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaogang, preparing to head to the tournament grounds. When Chen Xuan arrived at the camp, he noticed the atmosphere was unusually tense. The air smelled faintly of medicinal herbs. Flender and Lu Erlong wore sour expressions, refusing to even look at each other, as if they had some deep grudge. What's going on? Chen Xuan was confused. Everyone kept their mouths shut, afraid to speak and risk drawing attention. Ning Rongrong quickly pulled him aside and quietly explained what had happened. Huh? They fought. Chen Xuan was stunned. He had missed quite the spectacle yesterday. While he was away, Flender and Lu Erlong had argued over Yu Xiaogang, and neither would back down. It had even escalated into a fight, nearly getting out of hand. If the royal knights hadn't arrived to mediate, Shrek's camp might have been torn apart. That intense. Chen Xuan whispered, not wanting anyone to overhear. Thankfully, they were far enough away that no one noticed. An hour later, all the teams had gathered at the tournament grounds, including some new faces from other regions. The VIP stands were filled with nobles, and once all participants were in place, Emperor Shui wasted no time, loudly announcing, I declare the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament's finals officially open. Contestants, show your best. Long live, long live, long live. The thousands of knights below shouted in unison, their spears clanging loudly in an earth-shaking display. The matchups were quickly drawn, with the first fight being between Thunder Academy and Shui Binger's Tianshui Academy. For one-on-one battles, individual strength mattered most, which was great news for certain contestants with strong personal combat skills. Ma Hongjun was eager to fight. Ever since his evil fire phoenix had evolved, he felt unbeatable and was itching for action. Unfortunately, Shrek Academy had been assigned to the third match, and their opponent was none other than Balak Academy, Flender's old rival. Well, if it isn't Flender. I didn't think you could actually lead your little academy of misfits to the finals. Not bad at all, came a mocking voice as 10 large, intimidating men approached. Flender turned toward them. Each man had short, spiky hair and tanned skin, exuding defiance. Enemies meeting face to face, the tension between them was palpable as harsh words were exchanged. Lu Erlong, unwilling to tolerate any insults toward Shrek, found herself softening toward Flender as their shared animosity toward the rivals united them once again. Chen Xuan yawned and stepped aside, ready to watch the upcoming battles. After about an hour, the first 2 matches ended, and finally, it was Shrek Academy's turn. The third match, Shrek Academy vs Balak team. Let's welcome both teams to the arena, the host announced through the microphone. The Balak team members were eager to compete, clearly not taking Shrek Academy seriously. What kind of top-tier spirit masters could a backwater academy like Shrek produce? Watch closely, I'll show you how to trample Shrek Academy underfoot, boasted a tall, muscular young man with wheat-colored skin and a fierce look, definitely someone who wasn't to be messed with. Balak's team had already sent their first contestant into the arena. Now it was Shrek's turn. Chen, you're up, said Flender, pinning his hopes on this young man. Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned, not quite processing what was happening. What's going on? He'd been on the bench for more than half a month, and now, suddenly, he was getting a chance to fight? They weren't holding him back anymore? Dean, you don't love me anymore. Fatty, Ma Hongjun, complained loudly, feeling quite wronged. He wanted to go out there too. Listen to the master's arrangements, Flender said. He couldn't reveal the truth, which was that he had received a task the day before. The royal side wanted Shrek Academy to give Chen Xuan more opportunities to compete. No, a stern voice suddenly interrupted, stopping Chen Xuan from stepping forward. Master, Yu Xiaogang, with a stoic expression and hands behind his back, walked into the crowd and said, for the first match, I already have someone in mind. Flender frowned but said nothing. In fact, Yu Xiaogang didn't give Flender a chance to argue, firmly insisting that Xiao Wu would be the one to fight. Ah, me. Xiao Wu was surprised, not having been informed beforehand. Go ahead, Xiao Wu. Lu Erlong smiled gently at her, filled with love. She had already come to regard Xiao Wu as her own daughter. Okay, Xiao Wu responded. With a light step, she leaped into the arena, agile and graceful, vaulting over the railing. Only then did Lu Erlong turn to Flender and say, Big brother Flender, Xiaogang has been teaching these children all along, and he knows them well. He definitely has his own plans. Little sister Erlong, it's not that I don't trust Xiaogang, it's just. Flender sighed, pulling her aside and informing her and Yu Xiaogang of the royal orders. Lu Erlong didn't take it too seriously. So what if it's the emperor's request? This tournament is important, not a game. Outsiders shouldn't interfere. Yu Xiaogang's response was vague, neither agreeing nor refusing. Since it's the emperor's wish, I'll take it into serious consideration. In truth, the All-Continent Spirit Master Tournament wasn't just about the competition, it was a way for the major powers to identify and recruit elites. Yu Xiaogang understood this well. Chen Xuan had already caught the attention of various parties, though it wasn't clear whether it was the emperor himself or certain sects using the emperor's name. Regardless, this was something Yu Xiaogang didn't want to see. He was baffled. Chen Xuan had only competed in 2 matches, so why was he drawing so much attention? A 10,000-year spirit ring shouldn't be enough to attract Emperor Shui's notice. In the arena, in just a minute or two, the small match had already been decided. Next, Balak sent another fighter, only to be beaten down again. The Balak team came in with great momentum but left just as quickly. Despite one fighter being a 4-ring spirit master, he couldn't last 3 minutes against a young girl who hadn't even obtained her 4th ring yet. In less than half an hour, Balak had lost 5 fighters, all to the same girl. This match was a huge embarrassment for the Balak Academy, making them the laughingstock of the other academies. Once word got out, the Balak Kingdom would find it hard to hold its head high in front of other nations. In Xiao Wu's final match before stepping down, she faced a 4-ring spirit elder, someone a whole level above her. Yet, the outcome was decided almost instantly, with the Yearning Heartbroken Red ability suppressing all plant-based martial spirits. This scene, with a sea of blood and massive spirit power fluctuations, raised suspicions among all the powerful figures in attendance, including Emperor Shuya, Ning Fengzi, and the white-clad Bishop Salis. It didn't quite seem like a spirit bone ability, but nothing else seemed to explain it. What on earth is Tang San up to? Chen Xuan glanced at Tang San, wondering if he was just carefree or overly confident in his own judgment. Wasn't he afraid that the Yearning Heartbroken Red might cause problems or reveal Xiao Wu's identity as a spirit beast? From this battle, Chen Xuan deduced that Xiao Wu was still in love with Tang San, with the Yearning Heartbroken Red being the best proof. No, he must have already discovered Xiao Wu's true identity, Chen Xuan muttered to himself. Tang San, having cultivated the purple demon eyes to the 3rd or 4th level, should be able to see through most illusions and tricks. Perhaps he had long since figured out Xiao Wu's secret. Chen Xuan shook his head. He couldn't fathom what was going on in Tang San's mind. Those who played with hidden weapons often had dark hearts. The last 2 members of the Balak team were left to Tang San to handle. By the time all 7 opponents were defeated, Chen Xuan hadn't had a chance to fight, and he retreated to the rest area. After the match, the Shrek team left the arena and returned to their camp to rest. The next day, in the 2nd round of the qualifiers, Shrek Academy drew an all-female team from another zone, the Plant Academy. The Plant Academy had a uniform look, everyone wore green clothes, and their martial spirits and attributes were all quite similar. They were all control-type spirit masters. That day, Master changed the lineup, making some adjustments. Tyrone, Huang Yuan, Jingling, I'm leaving the first 3 matches to you, Yu Xiaogang ordered firmly, leaving no room for debate. Yes, Master, Tyrone said, cracking his knuckles, excited that it was finally his turn to fight. Not long after the match began, all the academies watching were shocked. Despite Plant Academy only sending 1 contestant, that single fighter defeated 3 Shrek Academy members in a row, accomplishing an incredible 1 vs 3 feat. Tyrone, Huang Yuan, and Jingling all lost to the same girl, a scene eerily reminiscent of yesterday. Shrek's not so great, huh? They can't even beat a girl, some onlookers jeered, especially those who had grievances with Shrek Academy. In individual battles, control-type fighters have a clear advantage over strong attackers and agile fighters. The 3 from Shrek were never a match for their opponent. Chen Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Yu Xiaogang, self-proclaimed as a master of theory, surely understood the dynamics of control versus attack types, yet he still sent Tyrone and the others out. The result had been decided before the match even began. If Yu Xiaogang didn't have an ulterior motive, Chen Xuan wouldn't believe it. The fact that Tyrone, Huang Yuan, and Jingling all lost to the same girl was humiliating beyond measure. Their morale was shattered, and it was unlikely they would see much more action in future matches. Shrek's really not that great. Just a bunch of nobodies, the girl from Plant Academy taunted from the stage, her words dripping with sarcasm. Daimyobai and Ma Hongjian couldn't stand it any longer. How could the prestigious Shrek Academy allow others to insult them? Damn it! I can't take this anymore. Watch me deal with them. Ma Hongjian, red-faced with anger, was about to charge into the arena. Fatty, come back. Let Chen handle them, Flender called, stopping him. Chen Xuan stood still, showing no intention of stepping forward. At that moment, Master, hands behind his back, calmly walked over and said coldly, "No, let Ma Hongjian go." "Master, are you deliberately contradicting me?" Flender frowned, clearly unhappy at being overridden twice in a row. Yu Xiaogang stood tall, exuding an air of superiority. "If I'm not mistaken, Chen Xuan is an agility-type spirit master, correct? Plant Academy's control-type fighters are the perfect counter. Ma Hongjian's evil fire phoenix, with its fire element, is the best way to deal with plant spirits." Yu Xiaogang's detailed explanation earned the approval of many of the little monsters present, further solidifying their trust in the master's arrangements. Chen Xuan, however, was left utterly puzzled. Wasn't Yu Xiaogang's speech practically an admission of his own selfish motives? Yet, reality is often stark. Tyrone, Huang Yuan, and Jingling had not the slightest doubt about the master's words. On the contrary, they felt as though they had suddenly gained enlightenment. Their confidence gradually returned, believing that losing due to counter-restriction was not shameful. What the heck? Chen Xuan was speechless, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. The three had been eliminated yet continued to trust Yu Xiaogang wholeheartedly. What kind of miraculous thought process was this? He began to question whether the trio was genuinely foolish or if some sort of invisible intelligence dampening aura was at play, causing him to give up any desire to argue. In the preliminary rounds, Ma Hongjun hadn't participated in a single match. After being suppressed for more than 2 months, he finally had his chance to shine. Fire inherently counters plants, not to mention Ma Hongjun's evolved evil fire phoenix. The Botany Academy didn't stand a chance against him. It was as if the timeline had corrected itself, and Ma Hongjun single-handedly defeated all 5 members of the Botany Academy, achieving the remarkable feat of a 1-on-5 victory. As for the last 2 opponents, Ma Hongjun, running low on soul power, handed them over to Daimyo. I declare, Shrek Academy versus Botany Academy. The victor is Shrek Academy, the host announced loudly. Boss Dai, third brother, wasn't I amazing? Aren't I incredibly handsome and dashing? After his 5 consecutive victories, Ma Hongjun's confidence soared, and he immediately sought praise upon returning to the rest area. With a serious expression on his face, Ma Hongjun's demeanor was a clear invitation for others to compliment his bravery and might. Tang San chuckled, patting the chubby boy's shoulder. Lose some of that fat, and you might get a little closer to being called handsome. You were great, great. Satisfied. Daimyo casually praised to brush him off. Ma Hongjun was not pleased. What do you mean satisfied? If you don't know how to talk, you might as well keep quiet. You're really asking for it. Come on, let's spar. Daimyo, provoked, felt his authority as captain challenged. And so, amid their playful bickering, the Shrek group returned to their quarters. The results of the new round of pairings came out earlier than expected. For the third round, Shrek Academy would face an old rival Blazing Academy. That night, Yu Xiaogang had already arranged the battle lineup in advance. The chosen participants were Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Daimyo, and Chen Xuan. Master, why am I not going first? Isn't it always the power attack types leading the charge? Daimyo asked, eager to take the lead. However, Yu Xiaogang gave him no chance, firmly deciding the lineup without room for change. Tang San, being a control type, with his blue-silver grass possessing fire immunity, was a natural counter to Blazing Academy. How could the 7 monsters, with only a decade of experience, possibly fathom Yu Xiaogang's thoughts? With such a natural advantage, his disciple had a good chance of defeating all 7 opponents, potentially becoming the first to achieve this feat in the qualification rounds. By then, Tang San would undoubtedly shine brightly, capturing the attention of major forces and academies alike. And as the master who taught such an outstanding student, Yu Xiaogang would finally prove himself and earn the recognition of the world, no longer underestimated. By defeating Blazing Academy under his disciple's name, Yu Xiaogang would achieve self-fulfillment. Yu Xiaogang felt no psychological burden. After all, when Tang San had first acknowledged him as his master at Niting Academy, he had promised to dedicate his life to proving that his teacher was not the useless master people called him. As for Blazing Academy, being defeated 7-0 would surely tarnish their reputation, making them the laughingstock of the elemental academies. But in a competition, the fighters were expected to give their all. If their strength was insufficient, they could blame no one but themselves. Could they truly expect their opponents to hold back? On the third day, in addition to Emperor Shui Ya, Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, Prince Shui Bang, and Prince Shui Xing were present to watch the match. Shrek Academy's battle lineup still consisted of 6 people, with Chen Xuan placed last, almost as though he didn't exist. The battle between Blazing Academy and Shrek began, with Blazing Academy's captain Hua Wushuan taking the stage first. Hua Wushuan's soul power was at level 42, only 1 level higher than Tang San's. But the outcome was inevitable. Tang San's fire immunity and control type advantage swept everything aside. The battle progressed exactly as Yu Xiaogang had envisioned. Tang San charged ahead with unstoppable momentum, defeating 6 members of Blazing Academy within half an hour, completing a 6-man streak. Blazing Academy had only 1 person left, Vice-Captain Hua Wu. If she were to lose, Tang San would achieve the first ever 7-man victory streak, while Blazing Academy would lose face, unable to hold their heads high among the 5 elemental academies. Yu Xiaogang remained expressionless, but inside, he was elated. His disciple had defeated 6 opponents. How could he not be proud or happy? Unfortunately, man proposes, but heaven disposes. In the final match, Tang San lost. Though not a complete defeat, he still fell to Hua Wu. At the last moment, as Hua Wu's blazing sun attack descended, about to strike them both, Tang San shielded Hua Wu with his own body, taking a direct hit from the massive fireball. Had it not been for his fire immunity, the injury would have been far worse, and he might not have made it off the field alive. After this incident, Hua Wu developed feelings for Tang San, born from her previous resentment. One thing remained uncertain: whether Tang San had acted intentionally. There was no answer. Where is that young man from Shrek with the 10,000-year spirit ring? It's been a while since I've seen him, Emperor Shui Ye remarked casually. Ning Fengzi, ever calm, speculated, Your Majesty, perhaps this young Chen brother encountered some difficulties and is unwilling to compete. Emperor Shui Ye, with his sharp instincts, quickly sensed that there might be some hidden truth behind this. On the 5th day, Shrek Academy drew another old opponent, Tianshui Academy, an all-female team known for their strength. In the preliminaries, had it not been for Tang San's dual fire and ice immunity, Shrek would have surely lost. Chen, it's your turn this time, Flender said, approaching from a distance. Chen Xuan yawned, not even considering going down. It wasn't that he disrespected Flender, he'd simply heard the same words so many times that he was tired of it. Every time it ended with Yu Xiaogang sending him back. Chen, you're first on today's battle list. Hengjun is second. This was decided after discussions with the master, Flender explained once again. Chen Xian was shocked. Could this be true? Was Yu Xiaogang really being so kind? He glanced over at Yu Xiaogang, standing with his hands behind his back, still exuding the aura of a master, showing no reaction. It seemed to be tacit approval. Brother Chen, are you going or not? If you're not, I'll go, Ma Hengjun said impatiently, eager to get on the field. Among the crowd, Zhu Zuking's eyes shone, silently watching him. Fatty, you can forget about going up today, Chen Xian said as he leapt over the railing, jumping down from a height of about 20 to 30 meters. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted attention. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on him. A new face. Does Shrek have someone like this? Many spectators questioned, unfamiliar with the young man. The teachers responsible for gathering information on various talents didn't recognize Chen Xian either. Only a small group of people, aware of the truth, paid close attention. He's finally here. Let's see what makes him so special, Shui Qinghe murmured. The woman who had set her sights on him had been waiting to see if he was truly a dragon among men or simply someone with an impressive exterior. The answer would be revealed after this battle. In the 5th round of the promotion tournament, Shrek Academy faced off against the Tianshui female team. After nearly 2 months, Chen Xian once again stepped onto the arena, drawing much attention. Many had forgotten his face due to the long break, and some felt regret for not recognizing this new face. They saw it as Shrek Academy being overly arrogant by allowing a substitute to take the lead. In the previous match against the Plant Academy, a woman had defeated 3 substitute members, wasting valuable spots. Would this match follow the same pattern? A small group of individuals was especially interested in this match, including Emperor Shui Yat, Ning Fengzi, and Shui Qinghe, all of whom were particularly curious about Chen Xian. Shui Qinghe had some thoughts. If this Chen brother performed outstandingly, he would recruit him into his own ranks, rather than letting him fall into someone else's hands. The contestants are in position. I now declare, the match begins, the host announced loudly. Chen Xian activated his chakra, and his dark pupils turned scarlet, revealing 6 rotating black tomo. His 3 tomo Sherinan had been activated. His opponent for the first match was a mature woman named Yu Hero. She had a well-proportioned figure and short, practical hair, reminiscent of Xiao Wu's style. Yu Hero summoned her martial spirit, a coral fish, accompanied by 4 spirit rings, all in optimal configurations. Interesting, Chen Xian muttered as he took a step, instantly covering 10 meters, his body crackling with arcs of lightning. Despite facing a mature woman, he had no intention of holding back and wanted to finish the fight quickly. So fast. Yu Hero was stunned. What technique was this? He didn't seem to be using a martial spirit. But her opponent was too arrogant, charging straight at her. Splash! The coral fish opened its mouth, shooting out a high-pressure stream of water aimed at Chen Xian, who was rushing in a straight line. Too slow. It wasn't arrogance on Chen Xian's part, it was just the nature of his 3 tomo Sherinan, allowing him to easily perceive dynamic movements. To his eyes, everything seemed slower. He dodged the high-pressure water, pointed a finger, and the lightning from his body shot into the water. Yu Hero reacted swiftly, retreating at top speed, unwilling to stay in place. The strange lightning, following the water she had released, surged back at her with incredible speed, reaching her in the blink of an eye. If she hadn't reacted so quickly, she would have been hit. Such lightning would have been too much for a normal human body to handle. Chen Xian was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected her to escape his attack, especially after using a portion of his spirit power to convert it into lightning. This woman is pretty good, he remarked. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't dare use too much spirit power, fearing it would expose his level of 47. Yu Hero was one of the only 3 spirit elders from Tianshui Academy, and she was considered one of the stronger ones. Whoosh! The air whistled as a dark shadow descended from the sky, brimming with fighting spirit. Chen Xian looked up to see a long, snow-white leg coming down, aimed directly at his chest with fierce and cold precision. This beautiful woman had seized the opportunity to attack while he was momentarily distracted. The heavy kick struck the ground with a loud crash, sending dirt and rocks flying, and even cracking the surface. It was clear that this mature woman had significant strength, far from a delicate girl. How is this possible? Where did he go? Yu Hero's pupils shrank in disbelief. Her attack hadn't been slow, yet it missed entirely. More importantly, she hadn't even noticed how Chen Xian had dodged. This meant her opponent outclassed her in every aspect, especially speed, to the point of overwhelming her. It's over. Suddenly, a clear voice rang in her ear. Next, a cold hand reached out and grabbed her snow-white neck from behind. When did he? Yu Hero opened her mouth, stunned. How had this man managed to get behind her so silently, without her even noticing? Chen Xian now had control over the mature woman in front of him. Yu Haro, her hair tied in a ponytail with blue strands hanging at her temples, was dressed provocatively, exposing a large expanse of snow-white skin, exuding a mature charm. I surrender. Although reluctant, she understood that her opponent's strength surpassed hers, and continuing the fight was meaningless. The host was stunned for a moment. It was already over? That was too fast. I declare the winner to be Chen Xuan from Shrek Academy. In the resting area, many were still in shock. The match ended so quickly, less than a minute had passed. Some couldn't understand and suspected something shady was going on. He was just grabbed by the neck, why surrender? Many couldn't comprehend or accept the result. Chen Xuan wasn't using any weapons, so why surrender? Were they afraid of his hand? Ridiculous. He didn't have a beast or tool martial spirit, and since he hadn't manifested his spirit, how strong could his grip possibly be? Could he crush someone with it? However, some sharp-eyed individuals had noticed subtle truths. There were no flashy moves, just simple, effective techniques that subdued his opponents quickly. Many people no longer underestimated Chen Xuan, realizing he was far from ordinary. That guy's martial spirit might be related to lightning, guessed Feng Xiaotian from Kamikaze Academy. During the match, Chen Xuan's control over lightning had been on par with Thunderclap Academy. Everyone from Thunderclap Academy looked grim as they stared at the man below. Damn it, how does he do that? Someone from the Thunderclap team said in frustration, unwilling to accept the result. Before this, they had always used lightning for offensive purposes, never considering the way Chen Xuan used it. In Chen Xuan's case, lightning was more of an auxiliary ability, used to strike with precision and deadly force. Even Yu Tingxin was deeply inspired, marveling at the insights he gained from watching Chen Xuan, despite being the heir to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Thunderclap Academy couldn't understand how Chen Xuan managed to utilize lightning in such a way, achieving instantaneous movement over a 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye. That young man is called Chen Xuan, right? Emperor Shui Ye stroked his beard, his face glowing with interest. Ning Fengzi, ever graceful, smiled and said, indeed, he's just a substitute for Shrek, so he doesn't appear often. Emperor Shui Ye, stroking his beard, focused intently on the arena, looking at this young man with new eyes. I declare the winner of the second match to be Chen Xuan from Shrek Academy, the host announced loudly. The crowd was once again in shock. Another match ended so quickly, some people hadn't even reacted before the man had already won again. Third match, Chen Xuan wins. The host's voice echoed throughout the arena. Fourth match. Fifth match, the winner is again Chen Xuan from Shrek Academy. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Xuan had won 5 consecutive victories, defeating 5 female contestants from Tianshui Academy. The crowd went from shock to numbness, unable to watch anymore. After all, the 10 minutes also included time for switching contestants and other formalities. Another dark horse. Shrek Academy is full of surprises. Any random member can sweep through 5 opponents. No one dared to underestimate the man standing on the arena anymore. At the same time, they elevated Shrek Academy to their top ranking, a true dark horse. Listening to the praise for Shrek, Flender and Lu Erlong couldn't help but smile, their hearts blooming with joy. The Shrek 7 Devils were also happy for their deans. The increasing recognition of their academy after so long felt like a great accomplishment. Everyone was in good spirits, except for one middle-aged man in a corner whose face had darkened to the extreme. He glared at the man in the arena with hatred. In the 6th match, the captain of Tianshui Academy could no longer hold back. Shui Binger stepped into the arena. After 5 matches, Chen Xuan estimated that he still had around 50% of his soul power left, which was enough. To avoid revealing his true level, he couldn't use up all of his soul power. The announcer declared, both sides in position. The 6th match between Shui Binger and Chen Xuan starts now. Before the words even settled, Shui Binger moved, taking the initiative. Her soul power surged, and a layer of hazy blue light appeared around her body. Chen Xuan frowned slightly. That glow seemed to contain a strong amount of soul power, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. First soul skill, I seal. Shui Binger's voice was cold as she lightly waved her arm. On the stage, the ground underwent a change. A row of giant ice pillars burst forth, exuding a bone-chilling cold. Chen Xuan immediately retreated, leaping back. The moment his front foot left the ground, the spot was instantly covered in ice. It was extremely fast. As he landed, he immediately used his lightning step to break through to the side. The center of the stage, in a straight line, was now entirely covered in ice. From behind, ice pillars continuously shot up, dozens of massive blocks of ice chasing after Chen Xuan. The temperature around him dropped rapidly. Soon, even the moisture in the air started to freeze into snowflakes. Chen Xuan wiped his face, and his hands were covered in ice shards. It was too cold, something unbearable for most people. Swoosh! The next moment, a giant block of ice shot up from the ground, carrying a bitter cold with it. Chen Xuan was still in the air with no way to avoid it, and in an instant, he was engulfed by the ice pillar. As the match horn echoed, the battle between Tianshui and Shrek Academy had finally reached a turning point. It was no longer Shrek's complete dominance. The ice's erosion was rapid. Chen Xuan was frozen into an ice sculpture, suspended in midair, unable to move. It looks like this dark horse is about to be defeated, some spectators sighed. An agility-type soul master facing a control type is already at a disadvantage, not to mention that this kid is up against not just any control type but Shui Binger, who has the Ice Phoenix martial soul, someone from Thunder Academy commented. I heard the two are the same age, both 16. I wonder who's stronger. Seeing Chen Xuan frozen into an ice sculpture, the Shrek team had mixed reactions, some worried, some anxious, and some gloating. Crack! At that moment, a crisp sound echoed from the center of the stage, as if something had broken. Shui Binger looked up at the sound, witnessing an unbelievable sight. The 7 massive ice blocks sealing Chen Xuan suddenly burst with intense light, like lightning, like serpents of electricity swiftly coursing through the ice. Bang! Bang! The 7 giant ice blocks shattered like mirrors, exploding into countless shards. A cascade of ice shards fell like snow, blanketing the ground. So it's an instant soul skill, no wonder it was so fast. Chen Xuan formed hand seals as he walked through the dense field of ice shards. Shui Binger bit her lip, her expression growing more serious. She was shaken. 7 overlapping ice pillars, each at least 7 or 8 meters thick, had only trapped him for a moment. What kind of monster was this? But what really stunned Shui Binger wasn't his brute force. Instead, he had used lightning to cut through the weak points of the ice, breaking her first soul skill, Ice Seal. Such sharp observational skills at such a young age. He's destined for greatness, the Emperor of the Snow Knight Empire murmured to himself. No one knew that Chen Xuan had relied on his Sherry Non, with its innate ability to perceive and analyze, allowing him to detect even the smallest weaknesses. Your instant soul skill is indeed fast, but from now on, your Ice Seal will be useless against me, Chen Xuan said as he approached, completing his hand seals. Arrogant fool. Shui Binger snorted coldly. No matter how fast one was, speed was futile in the face of a control type. He was being overconfident. Chen Xuan offered no explanation. Now, he was ready to get serious, no longer holding back excessively. Lightning release, Chidori. In an instant, a flash of blinding light burst from the stage, as though a white sun had appeared. A massive surge of lightning gathered in Chen Xuan's palm, the electric light intensifying. A sharp crackling sound echoed, like the chirping of 1,000 birds. For the first time in the tournament, he unleashed this trump card. A murmur rippled through the rest area. Many gasped in astonishment, their eyes locked on Chen Xuan. Incredible. What kind of soul skill is this? What exactly is his martial soul? Many people were shocked and confused. They realized they knew very little about him, and no useful information could be found. Unbelievable? How is he able to hold so much violent lightning in his hand? Chen Xuan's mastery over the lightning stunned many, and whispers spread through the crowd. Could this dark horse be an illegitimate child of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's master, causing his martial soul to mutate? Yu Tianxin's face darkened as he clenched his fists, wanting to rush up and scold the group for their wild speculations. Yet he hesitated, thinking it wasn't impossible. In the continent, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was the best at controlling lightning, and their leader had been quite the romantic in his younger days. Could Chen Xuan really be an illegitimate child? Is this your trump card? Tang San's face was grim, his eyes flashing with purple light as he quickly analyzed how to counter this Chidori. On the stage, Chen Xuan, holding the Chidori, became an electric blur, moving at unimaginable speed. With electric arcs dancing across his body, he moved even faster. Each step covered 20 meters as he rapidly closed in on his target. Shui Binger retreated while continuously using her Ice Seal soul skill to block Chen Xuan's path. Second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. She responded calmly, encasing herself in a halo of light that quickly solidified into ice armor. ZZZT. In the center of the stage, the electric light grew even brighter. The 1-meter-thick ice blocks exploded into shards under the sweep of the lightning. Chen Xuan charged forward, unstoppable like a flash of lightning, shattering the ice pillars in his path. Nothing could stop him. Kill. He was now close, and the Chidori in his hand shone even brighter, showing no signs of diminishing. Shui Binger gritted her teeth. Her opponent was too fast, leaving her no time to dodge. The violent lightning crackled, mere moments away from touching her. Boom! Before they could make contact, just the stray electric arcs from Chen Xuan's Chidori shattered her ice armor. With her armor about to explode, Shui Binger gritted her teeth and made a desperate decision. Third soul skill, Repelling Light. In an instant, most of her soul power was drained. At the very moment when the Chidori pierced through the ice armor, a cold blue light shot up from Shui Binger's body. Boom! The two energies collided on the stage, erupting into a brilliant light that engulfed both of them. The ground trembled lightly as the stage was overwhelmed by the clash of lightning and ice. Dozens of bolts of lightning shot out, as thick as an arm, crackling and roaring, as if a torrential rain of destruction was pouring down on the stage. To resist the violent thunderstorm, Shui Binger had no choice but to consume 30% of her soul power, unleashing her third soul skill, Resist Light, to stand a chance of holding out. Her third soul skill was similar to Hua Wu's Resist Fire Ring, both possessing extremely strong defensive capabilities. This barrier-like soul skill would reflect an even greater force when met with a stronger attack. Crack! Under the ravaging thunder, the Resist Light ring cracked, pierced through by Chen Xuan's Chidori. Bang! At the same moment, Chen Xuan could no longer withstand the powerful repulsive force and was sent flying back tens of meters. Pfft! Shui Binger's face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She staggered, nearly collapsing. Hiss, that hurts a bit. Chen Xuan was injured too. As he flipped his palm over, a gash was visible at the base of his thumb, with blood slowly oozing out. Before Chen Xuan even landed, he began forming hand seals, giving his opponent no time to react. Shui Binger wasn't weak, but he thought that his body wasn't strong enough. If his strength were greater, he wouldn't have been injured. Chen Xuan sighed lightly. It had been about 2 months since he came to this world, and he had only truly trained for a little over a month. If he were given another year or so, he was confident he could at least reach the level of a soul saint, if not challenge the rank of Soul Douluo. Shui Binger, let's have our final battle, he said, walking toward her, the hand seals complete. Zap! In an instant, lightning exploded in the area, dazzling and bright, illuminating the surroundings. Chen Xuan raised his hand high, and with a crack, lightning surged upward, releasing hundreds of arcs that filled the space, making it sound as if 1,000 birds were chirping. In the next moment, the hundreds of electric arcs gathered in his palm, compressing rapidly. The wild lightning gradually calmed down, condensing into a small ball. Though it was a blue lightning ball, at this moment, it turned purple. Chidori again? It's useless. Shui Binger wiped the blood from her mouth and stood up. She then gathered all the remaining soul power into her 4th soul skill, desperately trying to summon the Ice Phoenix. Her martial soul had a flaw. Without Xiao Wu's support, it was difficult for her to manifest the full version of the Ice Phoenix. She knew she couldn't do it on her own but hoped to at least release a weakened version. Shui Binger represented the honor of Tianshui Academy, and she couldn't afford to lose. If she failed, her academy would be utterly defeated in a 1-on-7 sweep, leaving them with no face to show. Chen Xuan could see through her intentions, but he still stood his ground, disdaining to take advantage of her vulnerability in this situation. I'll give you a chance. This was his way of showing Shui Binger the utmost respect. Chen Xuan wasn't idle either. He channeled the lightning attribute chakra within his body into his new technique to reach its full potential. A boy of this age with such resolve. Not bad, not bad. Chen Xuan will surely make waves in the future, Emperor Shui Ye remarked. For some reason, the temperature dropped, and the air became increasingly dry. A white mist began to rise on the arena. In particular, around Shui Binger, white frost formed, enveloping her in a misty haze, making it hard to see her clearly. Tang San furrowed his brow. This feeling, it was strangely familiar. Screech! At the next moment, a piercing cry echoed through the air, incredibly sharp, resonating through the sky and the entire arena. The white mist above the stage gradually faded, revealing the original scene beneath. Strangely, even though the mist dissipated, the temperature didn't return to normal. In fact, it got even colder. Chen Xian's eyes shone brightly, the 3 tomo in his scarlet Sherinon spinning. It seemed, she had succeeded. Roar! In midair, another sharp cry rang out. From within the mist, a pair of crystalline wings emerged, flapping powerfully, blowing away all the remaining mist and revealing the enormous creature. It was an ice phoenix, with wings so clear they shimmered, exuding a cold aura, like a work of art carved from millennia-old ice. Ice phoenix? How is that possible? The spectators from other academies gasped in shock. This was recognized as one of the top-tier beast martial souls, combined with the pinnacle of ice martial souls. There was just one thing that puzzled the crowd. Why was it so small? White frost fell, and the ground froze. The ice phoenix, which should have been towering, was only 4 or 5 meters long. Shui Binger panted heavily, utterly exhausted, her soul power almost completely drained. She had trained diligently for the past month, and her efforts were finally paying off. Chen Xuan, you should surrender. I can barely control it anymore, Shui Binger said anxiously, on the verge of collapsing. Chen Xuan remained calm, unfazed. You don't think I've been waiting this long without a plan, do you? At that moment, a loud rumble echoed through the air, as if real thunder had struck, though the sky was clear and cloudless. Chen Xuan made his move. The purple ball of lightning floated upward, suddenly expanding dozens of times, gradually forming the shape of a giant beast. Boom! In the sky, bolts of thick lightning intertwined, lighting up the heavens. Under countless fearful gazes, it transformed into a massive Kylin beast. Roar! High above, the purple Kylin, 10 meters long, let out a deafening roar that shook the earth. In the arena, many were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Some gaped so wide they could swallow an egg. Is this, even a soul skill? No way. This can't be a skill from a mere soul ancestor. The Kylin's massive body cast a dark shadow. Its head alone was 10 meters long, with a gaping mouth large enough to swallow the ice phoenix whole. At the same time, the already weakened Shui Binger fainted from the Kylin's roar. With no one controlling it, the 5-meter ice phoenix flapped its wings wildly, charging at Chen Xuan like an untamed beast. Chen Xuan didn't flinch, releasing his full power. The lightning-formed Kylin let out a roar and charged at the ice phoenix. Lightning style, Kylin. This was not an ordinary Kylin, it borrowed power from nature to unleash its ultimate form. It was the strongest lightning technique he could currently use. There was no grand explosion, just pure devastation, as the two attacks weren't on the same level. The massive Kylin, towering as tall as a 3-story building, devoured the ice phoenix in one bite. With a crisp cracking sound, the fragile ice phoenix shattered, its wings breaking apart and falling to the ground as mere shards of ice. Chen Xuan gently tugged, and the purple Kylin stopped 3 meters away from the unconscious Shui Binger, then swiftly retreated back into his hand. Whoosh! At this moment, the lead teacher from Tianshui Academy finally arrived, rushing to Shui Binger's side to save her. Thank you, the middle-aged woman said sincerely to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan waved it off. No need to thank me. I was just following the tournament rules. He turned to the referee and said, Referee, let's start the next match. Holding the leash of the still-floating purple Kylin, Chen Xuan was ready for the final battle. It seems the first 1-on-7 victor of this year's tournament is about to be born, some nobles commented. Emperor Shui stroked his beard with a satisfied smile. The more he watched Chen Xuan, the more he approved. This young man is outstanding, measured and powerful. Just the kind of talent our Heaven Do Empire needs. Ning Fengzi had similar thoughts. He was increasingly keen on recruiting Chen Xuan. With such innate talent and the ability to create two powerful soul skills at such a young age, Chen Xuan's future potential was limitless. Many sects also took notice. At just 16 years old and unmarried, Chen Xuan could be bound to them through marriage with a talented woman. As all the major powers plotted in secret, a discordant voice interrupted the noble conversation. The match is paused. The Shrek team's teacher has requested a substitution. Chen Xuan, like a dark horse, soared to prominence, stunning everyone by cutting through challenges and earning instant recognition. No longer was he a mere invisible figure. Shrek Academy, as one of the veteran teams, had undeniable strength, ranking third among the 5 element academies. Nobles, lords, and sects were quietly scheming, eager to recruit this talented individual. A 6-in-1 victory had been achieved before by others, making it possible for geniuses of Chen Xuan's caliber. However, it wasn't just a regular 6-in-1 victory that made various powers so eager to recruit him. Previously, at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun achieved a 5-in-1 victory, while the team captain, Dai Mubai, went 4-in-1, and the vice-captain, Tang San, also accomplished a 6-in-1. However, keen observers could see that these feats were not entirely without flaws. The Plant Academy was not a seasoned-strong team, and the elemental advantage of fire over plants made Ma Hongjun's 5-in-1 victory somewhat ordinary. Moreover, Tang San, with his 10,000-year soul ring, had the fire immunity and control-type abilities that gave him a dominant advantage, meaning his 6-in-1 feat was not fully genuine. If he had faced other veteran academies, it would have been nearly impossible to achieve. Emperor Shui knew this well. He would never personally intervene to extend an olive branch to such talents. However, Chen Xuan was different. The emperor admired this young man greatly for his extraordinary talent, humility, and calm demeanor. He was exactly the kind of person born for the empire. Shrek Academy's strength was beyond doubt, and Chen Xuan, a speed-focused combatant, should have been countered by control-type opponents. Yet, in reality, he handled them with composure and order. What's more, though he majored in speed, his strength surpassed even most power attack types by a considerable margin. The difficulty of creating a self-developed soul skill is immense, requiring vast amounts of time, which explains why this genius, despite his talents, only reached rank 41 at the age of 16. This one must be claimed by our spirit hall, whispered the Platinum Bishop, Salus, his eyes flashing coldly. He was a talent with a clean background, and all the major powers wanted to claim him. Everyone understood that, given Chen Xuan's current condition, he could easily fight another match. It seems the first to achieve a 7-in-1 victory will be this young man, the nobles murmured, finding this young man more and more likable with each passing moment. However, what no one expected happened. The teacher leading Shrek Academy made an astonishing statement. At the moment of honor, he requested to substitute a player. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted into chaos, with sounds of disbelief, ridicule, and applause echoing throughout the arena. Madness? Madness? All the academies thought Shrek had lost its mind. A 7-in-1 victory had not appeared in countless promotion matches, and just as the honor was within reach, Shrek chose to give it up. It was sheer lunacy. The most surprised were undoubtedly the members of Shrek Academy. Yet they did not feel joy. Instead, the girls were indignant, feeling that Shrek was deliberately humiliating them. Absurd? Absurd? Who is this Shrek teacher? Absolutely absurd. Emperor Shui was furious, slamming the table and kicking his chair in rage. He had already regarded Chen Xuan as one of his own, as part of the Heavenly Do army, and at such a moment of glory, someone dared to ruin it. Your Majesty, please calm down. I believe Shrek wouldn't make such a decision without reason. There may be more to this, Ning Fengzi speculated. Emperor Shui gradually calmed down. As the ruler of a nation, if he were to bicker with an academy, it would only damage the empire's dignity. Back in Shrek's resting area, Flender snapped out of his shock and immediately flew into a rage, shouting, Grandmaster, what are you thinking? Do you even know what you're doing? His voice was hoarse as he struggled to suppress his anger. If it had been anyone else making such a decision, Flender would have exploded. Shrek Academy was his life's work, his greatest pride. No one was allowed to tarnish it, not even the Grandmaster. Once, he had trusted Yu Xiaogong's words and shut down the academy, which had led to a miserable end. Grandmaster, you must not do this. Qin Ming also stepped forward to dissuade him. The Shrek members exchanged bewildered glances, unable to understand Yu Xiaogong's baffling behavior. Only Lu Erlong stood firmly by the Grandmaster's side. No matter what happened, whether the sky fell or the world ended, she believed in this man. Seeing the doubt in everyone's eyes, Yu Xiaogang felt a bit guilty. But when he remembered his reasoning, knowing that it was for the academy's betterment, he became more at ease, feeling no burden. Flender, I'm doing this for the academy's own good, said the Grandmaster, hands behind his back. Flender was so furious that he burst into laughter. He was finding it harder and harder to understand his old friend. For his selfish desires, Yu Xiaogang was willing to sacrifice even his Shrek Academy. Sure enough, people change. The current Yu Xiaogang felt like a stranger to him. Xiaogang, I know you don't get along with Xiao Chen. Even if this kid is hard to teach or troublesome, can't you just let him finish this final match and resolve your differences later? Flender said through gritted teeth, trying his best to calm down. For Yu Xiaogang's sake, Flender had allowed him to be the sole teacher representing Shrek. Now, only Yu Xiaogang's words and actions could represent the Shrek team. Yes, Grandmaster, let Chen Xuan continue the match, the other Shrek members also urged. Even Ma Hongjian, who would have loved to take the stage after everyone else lost, spoke up, Grandmaster, let Brother Chen finish the match. I don't mind sitting out this time. No, I'm thinking of both the Academy and Chen Xuan. Yu Xiaogang remained stubborn, explaining, you must understand, the promotion match isn't the final competition. Shrek needs to keep some strength hidden for the future, more challenging matches. Shrek has already revealed too many cards, we shouldn't continue down this path. After a pause, he added, besides, Xiao Chen has fought 6 matches in a row, he must be exhausted. If he continues, he'll be forced to reveal even more of his abilities. By then, his opponents will analyze everything, making future matches even harder for him. Yu Xiaogang's attitude was firm. The decision was made, leaving no room for refusal. Chen Xuan laughed. At first glance, Yu Xiaogang's words sounded reasonable, but in truth, they were nonsense, pure sophistry. Grandmaster, I don't feel tired. You don't need to worry about me. I can still fight, Chen Xuan retorted, giving no face to Yu Xiaogang and tearing down his argument. The host holding the microphone was stunned. Who should they listen to? Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly, maintaining his composure. Chen Xuan, don't push yourself. I know you've reached your limit and could collapse at any moment. Come back. You've done an excellent job, there's no need to overexert yourself. At this moment, the seasoned Grandmaster's craftiness showed. His words struck the perfect balance, conveying both the care of a senior and the magnanimity of the situation. Chen Xuan gestured with his hand, mocking Yu Xiaogang. He smiled and said, Grandmaster, I still think I can fight. If you're worried about my health, why don't you come down and spar with me yourself? Let's see how we compare. In such a significant event, in front of nobles, lords, and officials, this farcical scene unfolded. Regardless of the outcome, Shrek would be reduced to a laughingstock. And all Chen Xuan wanted was to crown Yu Xiaogang with a title one of abusing power and oppressing students. Chen Xuan dared to bet that Yu Xiaogang, being the cowardly man he was, would never dare come down and spar with him. Sure enough, when Chen Xuan looked up, he saw Yu Xiaogang glaring at him with a furious expression, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Hey, Grandmaster, come on down. Or are your legs feeling weak? Chen Xuan said with a sunny smile. Yu Xiaogang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, his face so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from it. He felt an unbearable frustration in his heart and regretted not kicking out this troublemaker from Shrek Academy earlier. Chen Xuan's smile seemed utterly disgusting in Yu Xiaogang's eyes, full of hypocrisy. He finally understood that the other person was deliberately making things difficult for him, publicly humiliating him in front of so many people with malicious intent. Chen Xuan, shut your mouth. Let me come down and spar with you. Lu Erlong, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing her man being targeted again and again ignited her fury, and she wanted nothing more than to beat up this little brat. Just as she was about to climb over the railing, a commanding voice echoed through the air. Silence! Silence! The Snowy Knight Emperor stepped forward, visibly displeased, and said sternly, this is the Heaven Do competition arena, a place for contestants to compete. Do you think this is a joke? At the same time, the Golden Knights swiftly moved into action. A dozen armored soldiers surrounded the Shrek group. The Emperor's authoritative voice forced Lu Erlong to come down, retreating to the Shrek rest area. Flender remained silent the entire time, standing in the back and quietly observing. The Snowy Knight Emperor let out a cold snort and stepped forward to mediate. Shrek Academy's leading teacher, I ask you again, are you sure you want to substitute your team member? Your Majesty, Chen Xuan is already exhausted. Shrek Academy is sure about making a substitution, Yu Xiaogang replied, neither humble nor arrogant. The Snowy Knight Emperor's brows furrowed tighter. He felt increasingly irritated by this man's obstinance. Despite his royal intervention, Yu Xiaogang remained stubborn. He then turned to look at the stage. Chen Xuan, do you still have the strength to continue fighting? Chen Xuan was initially stunned but then clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and truthfully replied, Your Majesty, I can still fight. The Snowy Knight Emperor nodded with satisfaction, but then his face darkened as he stared sharply at Yu Xiaogang. As the ruler of a nation, it was beneath him to meddle in such trivial matters, but this man's stubbornness left no room for negotiation. Your Majesty, a gentleman's word is his bond. Since the decision has been made, Shrek must follow through, Yu Xiaogang said resolutely. The Snowy Knight Emperor's expression shifted from anger to bemusement, as if he couldn't believe he was dealing with such a foolishly obstinate teacher. Chen Xuan now understood that Yu Xiaogang was determined to replace him, and not even the intervention of the Emperor could change that. The master is our teacher, and he's always thinking about what's best for Shrek. I'll step down. Chen Xuan waved his hand and simply walked off the stage. You, sigh. The Snowy Night Emperor wanted to say something but ultimately sighed in resignation. Seeing Chen Xuan step down, Yu Xiaogong's previously tense expression finally softened, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, signaling his satisfaction. Seems like that young man has a conflict with Shrek's leading teacher, someone commented with a mocking smile. I imagine Chen Xuan doesn't have much loyalty to Shrek, which works in our favor, a nobleman added. Originally, he had been concerned about how to recruit this talented youth. The higher the talent, the more eccentric the personality. Now, Yu Xiaogong's behavior had unwittingly done him a favor. The wronged and bullied are often the most eager for recognition and, therefore, the easiest to recruit. Many nobles and aristocrats had already devised plans. If they helped Chen Xuan regain his dignity, he would surely be grateful and more inclined to join their factions. The nobility and high-ranking officials were delighted, and the other academies and leading teachers were happy to witness such absurdity. They even encouraged Yu Xiaogang to make more such moves, hoping he would eventually dismiss Tang San and Daimyobai as well. We really ought to thank that teacher for eliminating a major threat ahead of time, said a soul saint from Thunder Academy with a sarcastic smile. Yu Tianxin smiled faintly. That guy named Chen Xuan probably won't appear in the competition again, so we've got one less strong opponent. Though it was a bold guess, everyone at Thunder Academy believed this to be the case. They weren't children, and after some thought, they had already pieced together the situation at Shrek Academy. It was nothing more than a case of a teacher holding a grudge against a student, driven by selfish desires, abusing his authority, and repeatedly targeting that student. After Chen Xuan left the stage, Ma Hongjun was supposed to be the next in line according to the competition roster. After all, the chubby guy had been clamoring to compete. However, Yu Xiaogang changed the plan at the last minute, sending Daimyobai to fight against the Heaven Water Academy in the final match. Flender remained silent throughout, watching the entire process without a single word. The Shrek students shook their heads in disappointment. They were well aware of the conflict between Chen Xuan and the master, but it was beneath an elder to hold a grudge against a student, which only made the teacher appear petty. Normally, it was obvious that the master harbored ill will toward Chen Xuan, but no one said anything, believing that it was just a form of tough love. However, this time, in the face of something as significant as Chen Xuan's personal honor, which was also tied to Shrek Academy's glory, Yu Xiaogang had gone to such ridiculous lengths. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuyun, and Zhu Zuking felt disheartened and disappointed in their academy. When had their beloved Shrek Academy become so unfamiliar? Did it still remember its original purpose? Ma Hongjun, who was usually loud and boisterous, now remained silent, lost in deep thought. Of course, Tang San and Tai Long were exceptions. The two had long regarded Yu Xiaogang as a mentor and father figure, someone they worshipped. Especially Tang San, who had always deeply respected his elders. In his eyes, teachers always had the students' best interests at heart, and even if they were wrong, it was only because the students failed to understand them. Chen, you're tired. Go back and rest. Take a few days off. Little San and the others will handle the rest of the matches, Yu Xiaogang said calmly, his hands behind his back. Chen Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. After being sidelined for over a month, he had finally gotten the chance to compete, only to be benched again. The repeated suppression and targeting were becoming unbearable. Chen Xuan had been patient, but now, he realized he had to fight back. Master, you're getting old, and your legs aren't as steady as they used to be. It's best to stay indoors more. One day, you might fall, and the rest of your life will be spent in a wheelchair, Chen Xuan said calmly, his words full of hidden meaning. Yu Xiaogong's face darkened. Was this a threat? Before the master could respond, Tang San walked over, his face grim, and glared at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, you've been disrespectful to the teacher time and again. Apologize immediately, or I won't be so polite. Idiot. Chen Xuan had only 2 words for such a person. Then, using the Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished in an instant, reappearing outside the competition arena. Tang San's pupils contracted in shock. How could he move so fast? Even his purple demon eye couldn't track him. Yu Xiaogang, enjoy your remaining time. Chen Xuan glanced back at the arena before turning away to set his plans in motion. Even if he couldn't take Yu Xiaogang down, he would make sure the master paid dearly. Afternoon. Shrek Academy's camp welcomed an unexpected guest, Xiao Wu from Blazing Fire Academy. On the day of the match between Blazing Fire and Shrek, Tang San took a deadly hit for her, getting injured in the process. So, for the past 2 days, she had come to visit him. In the early evening, Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong were not at the camp, having returned to Shrek Academy. At the moment, only the Shrek 7 Devils and the substitute members were left at the camp. Miss Xiao Wu, is there something you need? Asked Daimyobai, stepping forward to intercept her as the team leader. Xiao Wu's gaze bypassed Daimyobai and landed directly on Tang San. She said, Tang San, I want to talk to you. She bit her red lips slightly, her eyes filled with intensity, not hiding her intentions. Her gaze towards Tang San was not only filled with anger and pride but also a complex mix of other emotions. For a moment, the eyes of the other 6 members of Shrek were all focused on Tang San. Xiao Wu felt a sharp pang in her heart, watching the two with growing tension, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Tang San was slightly surprised, and then with some confusion, asked, Miss Xiao Wu, is there something you can't say here? Xiao Wu shook her head, locking her gaze with Tang San's. She gave him a meaningful look and said, "I only want to talk to you alone." Xiao Wu's face turned pale. Her fingers clenched the edge of her clothes, and she became anxious, hoping Tang San would refuse. Daimyo chuckled bitterly, feeling helpless. He, the handsome guy here, never got approached, but all the attention was on his brother. In Shrek, if looks were the criteria, Tang San was only slightly better than Ma Hongjian, and not as good as Oscar. Not to boast, but Daimyo believed himself to be the best looking in Shrek. His only real competitor was Chen Xuan, who looked elegant and artistic like a delicate young man. Yet, girls still preferred his type, the muscular tough guy. Xiao Wu, at 19, was in her prime. With years of physical training, her figure was curvaceous, with beautiful lines and nearly perfect proportions. Even Daimyo, who had seen countless women, couldn't help but have thoughts about her. If not for Zhu Zuking, he might have made a move already. His cold and elegant fiancée had never given him a chance since they left Sodo City. For almost 2 years, he had restrained himself, abstaining from any woman. Only he knew the bitterness and frustration inside. If that wasn't enough, ever since a recent misunderstanding, Zhu Zuking had grown colder toward him, treating him with increasing disdain, never showing him a good expression. "Tang San, have you decided yet?" Xiao Wu asked again. In front of so many people, she didn't feel embarrassed. Her face was thick-skinned. After a moment of thought, Tang San walked toward Xiao Wu, agreeing to her request. As the two of them walked away, Xiao Wu grew even more uneasy, her face changing with an anxious, urgent wave of emotions. As a fellow man, Daimyo smiled knowingly and blocked Xiao Wu's path, teasing, "Xiao Wu, where are you rushing off to? Don't tell me you're jealous." Ma Hongjian, with a mischievous grin, joined the fun, standing next to Daimyo, trying to stir things up. Xiao Wu's face turned red, her eyes darting away, clearly caught by Daimyo's words. "Get out of the way." Seeing Tang San's figure disappear, she grew more desperate, immediately using her teleportation soul skill to dart past the two of them. Xiao Wu's expression was urgent as she quickly left the camp, secretly following behind Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Sigh, brother San sure is lucky with girls. When's it going to be my turn?" Ma Hongjian sat down with a sigh, muttering curses at Tang San. Ning Rongrong giggled, patting him on the shoulder. "Fatty, if you lose all that weight, maybe 1 or 2 girls will notice you." Zhu Zuking, as always, remained silent, observing everything with her sharp, perceptive gaze. When Daimyo looked at Xiao Wu with desire and ill intent, it did not escape her notice. Zhu Zuking, cold and aloof, pretended not to see anything and quietly returned to her quarters. Meanwhile, in another area, Chen Xuan, returning to the camp, happened to see Tang San walking toward the woods with a fiery-looking woman. The camp was located on the outskirts, far from the city, and a forest lay just outside. Chen Xuan was surprised. 2 more figures appeared in his line of sight, heading in the same direction. One was Feng Xiaotian from Godwind Academy, and the other was Xiao Wu, with whom Chen Xuan had once shared an intimate night. "I guess the world is still following the original timeline," Chen Xuan muttered to himself. In the original timeline, this was the moment when Xiao Wu gave Tang San a kiss. He wasn't too familiar with this world. He knew the early part of the story but was unaware of what would happen later. Suddenly, Chen Xuan's heart skipped a beat, sensing something was wrong. He immediately used his thunder flash step, covering dozens of meters in a single bound, rushing into the forest. Chen Xuan suddenly remembered that during this time, Xiao Wu gave Tang San a kiss, which Xiao Wu saw, causing her jealousy and prompting her to want her first kiss as well. "Wait, her first kiss was taken by me already. Damn it, what am I thinking? That's not the point." Chen Xuan cursed, unable to hold back his frustration. He was genuinely upset. Although Xiao Wu wasn't considered extremely beautiful, she was half like his wife. Knowing she was about to do that, how could he stay calm? At this moment, Chen Xuan realized he had been lying to himself all along. He had tried to convince himself that he would support Xiao Wu's love for Tang San. But when it came down to it, deep inside, his true feelings surfaced. Without crossing a line, reason always suppresses emotion, and people don't realize their true feelings. Just thinking about Xiao Wu giving away her kiss made Chen Xuan feel uncomfortable, and he couldn't accept it. Now he realized he had always cared about her. In simpler terms, this was jealousy. In a stricter sense, it was closer to possessiveness. Outskirts. The forest was lush, with dense flowers and tall trees, each trunk at least a meter wide, thriving in abundance. Tang San and Xiao Wu were walking down a shaded path, unknowingly distancing themselves from the Shrek camp. Though unsure why she had sought him out, Tang San's mind was elsewhere. He was still puzzled by Chen Xuan's movement technique from earlier today, which resembled teleportation. By a small stream, Xiao Wu stopped. Listening to the soft murmurs of the flowing water, her restless heart began to calm. She turned to look at Tang San, her expression not angry but instead soft and gentle, with an apologetic look in her eyes. "Are your injuries healed?" "Mostly," Tang San replied absent-mindedly, his thoughts drifting. Could it be some kind of mysterious spatial soul skill? Tang San was very intrigued. Chen Xuan's movement had been so fast that even his purple demon eyes couldn't catch it in time. "That's good," Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Tang San's distracted expression, she realized the timing was perfect. Xiao Wu had thought about this for a long time before deciding to give him a kiss. She didn't want to owe him anything, so she planned to repay him with this kiss. Taking a deep breath, she finally mustered the courage to take a step forward. Then, to Tang San's shock, Xiao Wu wrapped her arms around his neck. Her vibrant red lips rapidly enlarged in his vision. Caught off guard, Tang San was too slow to react, and before he knew it, Xiao Wu's lips landed squarely on his. In that moment, the atmosphere became incredibly tense, but one thing was clear, Tang San and Xiao Wu had shared their first kiss. 50 meters away, behind a large tree, a small pink figure was hiding, witnessing the whole scene. Xiao Wu's face turned pale, her hands covering her mouth as uncontrollable tears streamed through her fingers, falling to the ground. She was heartbroken, crying silently, forcing herself not to make a sound. Chen Xuan, hidden nearby, saw her pale face and the tears soaking the dry soil beneath her. Seeing Xiao Wu like this made Chen Xuan feel a deep ache in his chest. He didn't want this little girl to cry. On a shaded path by a flowing stream, a man and a woman stood by the water's edge, locked in a passionate kiss, oblivious to time. Tang San's mind went completely blank for over a minute, staring in a daze at the mature and fervent face in front of him. Even though he had lived 2 lives, accumulating nearly 50 years of experience, he was, at heart, still a virgin and had never been close to a woman. Fire Dance's mind was equally blank. Though she was a fiery woman in her daily life, she had never been this intimate with a man, let alone kissed at such close range. It was beyond her ability to process. Half a minute later, Tang San suddenly snapped back to reality, pushing Fire Dance away abruptly. In a panic, he wiped his mouth, as if disgusted. "What are you doing?" Tang San asked, both shocked and angry, glaring at Fire Dance in frustration. The scent of the opposite sex stirred his hormones, causing his heart to pound wildly, almost as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. Raising his voice to force himself into anger, Tang San tried to mask the turmoil inside. Fire Dance, having been pushed away forcefully, staggered back and nearly fell. She immediately became displeased. This was, after all, her first kiss. It had taken her a lot of courage to take this step. "Tang San, what do you mean by this? You were kissing me just fine a moment ago, and now you're acting like you're disgusted with me." Fire Dance's face flushed red as she glared at Tang San, furious. They had been kissing for nearly 2 minutes, and he hadn't pushed her away then. Now that it was over, was he rejecting her? Fire Dance was livid. She was a woman with a proud heritage, a body to die for, and a face that could captivate many. The line of men pursuing her stretched from here to the Heaven Do region. She had rejected all of them, yet Tang San, after taking advantage of her, had the audacity to act all superior. How hypocritical? This had been her first kiss, her very first, yet she was treated so poorly. "Why?" Fire Dance's expression turned icy, and she said coldly, "You saved my life that day. I don't like owing people anything, so I've repaid you with my first kiss. From now on, we owe each other nothing." With those words, she turned and left, her cold silhouette gradually fading from view. Tang San's emotions were in even more disarray after this. His mind was a jumble, and the memory of the kiss, that scene, was burned into his brain, impossible to shake off. Eventually, he too left the forest and returned to the Shrek camp. In the corner of the woods, a figure dressed in green emerged, their face as dark as a storm, eyes filled with malice. "Tang San." Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth, eyes glowing with hatred as he stared in the direction Tang San had left. His fists clenched tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. The green outfit he wore only made him stand out more, piercing his heart with bitter pain. Meanwhile, after separating from Fire Dance, Tang San returned to the Shrek camp. Strangely, after searching around, he couldn't find Xiao Wu anywhere. "Fatty, where's Xiao Wu?" he asked Ma Hengjian urgently. Ma Hengjian gave Tang San a strange look, staring at him for a long while. Just as he was about to speak, Daimubai appeared, quickly covering Ma Hengjian's mouth. "Xiao Wu went to buy something, don't worry about her," Daimubai said, coughing a few times. He then casually mentioned, "By the way, how are things going with Fire Dance, little San?" At the mention of Fire Dance, the image of their kiss immediately resurfaced in Tang San's mind. His face flushed red with embarrassment, and he became visibly uncomfortable. This was something he preferred to keep secret. If Xiao Wu ever found out, it would certainly affect their relationship. Seeing Tang San's reaction, Daimubai understood and stopped asking. He exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Hengjian, the kind all men understand. "I'm impressed, brother San. You already have Xiao Wu, can't you leave some chances for the rest of us?" Ma Hengjian groaned dramatically, clearly unable to handle it anymore. In Shrek, everyone seemed to be paired up, except for him, leaving him feeling like the odd one out among the 7 monsters. Daimubai coughed again and added, "Actually, little San, I lied to you. Just after you and Fire Dance left, Xiao Wu followed right after." Tang San's face immediately changed at the news. A bad feeling surged in his heart. This meant there was a high possibility that Xiao Wu had seen what had happened earlier. Daimubai patted Tang San on the shoulder and teased, "Looks like our pure and innocent young master Tang will need a new name after today." Tang San had no time for jokes. Panic filled his heart, and he rushed out immediately, hoping things weren't as bad as they seemed. Perhaps Xiao Wu hadn't seen anything yet. After all, it wasn't something he had initiated. Surely Xiao Wu would understand. But what Tang San didn't know was that Xiao Wu had indeed witnessed the kiss between him and Fire Dance. Her heart was already broken. Half an hour earlier, Xiao Wu had run away heartbroken, crying uncontrollably, leaving the painful scene behind. Chen Xuan, who had left early, was waiting by the exit. He was caught off guard when Xiao Wu, who wasn't watching where she was going, crashed straight into him, knocking them both to the ground. Chen Xuan felt terrible. His chest ached from the collision, and he was in considerable pain. Xiao Wu, her eyes shut, continued to sob loudly, not realizing she had bumped into Chen Xuan. She just felt immense sorrow, her heart aching as if it were being torn apart. The scene of Tang San and Fire Dance kissing played repeatedly in her mind, causing her unbearable pain and a deep sense of betrayal. She didn't want to believe it, but she had seen it with her own eyes. At that moment, her heart was filled with grief, and she cried uncontrollably, clinging to the person in front of her, not caring about anything else. Her sorrow was overwhelming, and her loud sobs echoed around them, as if her heart was being ripped apart. Chen Xuan, lying on the ground, looked at the tear-streaked Xiao Wu and felt at a loss for what to do. Damn it! Soon, Chen Xuan felt a cold sensation on his chest. When he touched it, his hand came away wet and sticky with some unknown liquid. He was speechless. Xiao Wu had soaked his entire upper body with her tears. Wait a minute, this sticky stuff isn't snot, is it? Chen Xuan realized with horror. It really seemed like that was the case. Then he witnessed something even worse. This tearful, snotty girl was now rubbing her face against his chest, as if she were wiping her nose. Damn it. Chen Xuan wanted to swear. He was a clean freak and couldn't stand this. He really wanted to curse, but the words stuck in his throat. Because the one doing this was Xiao Wu, technically his half-wife. Suddenly, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Watching her cry so desperately, Chen Xuan softened. He couldn't bear to scold her, so he decided to just let her vent. He slowly extended an arm and gently placed it on Xiao Wu's head. Seeing that she didn't resist, he began to softly stroke her hair. Chen Xuan didn't understand why the timeline had shifted again, straying from its original course, resulting in subtle changes. At first glance, it seemed irrational, but upon deeper reflection, it made sense. Perhaps this was the way things were meant to be. No matter the cause, the result was good. Xiao Wu hadn't kissed out of jealousy. Instead, she had become sorrowful out of love. If things had gone according to the original timeline, he would have stepped in to stop it. He wouldn't have tolerated it, even if he had no rightful claim to interfere. So what? He was willing to be selfish just this once. Chen Xuan thought that maybe he had been too attached to the idea of maintaining the original timeline. The way things were unfolding now seemed more reasonable and genuine. After all, Xiao Wu's love for Tang San was deep, but so was her potential for hatred. It was only natural for love to turn into hurt. Who could witness their beloved kissing someone else and not be devastated by it? The idea of reacting with jealousy and a kiss of her own was unrealistic. Escaping from the pain was the truest reflection of her emotions. Xiao Wu was heartbroken and distressed, wounded by emotions, and her tears fell because of her third brother. Her mind was consumed by the gut-wrenching scene, deeply piercing her heart. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she was completely absorbed in sadness, forgetting everything around her. She cried like this for several minutes before her sobs gradually subsided. Xiao Wu grabbed Chen Xuan's shirt, wiping away the tears and snot from her face, revealing a flushed yet soft and innocent face. Chen Xuan was speechless, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. No one could understand how badly he wanted to vent his frustration at that moment. It seemed that Xiao Wu was completely oblivious and hadn't yet realized it was him. Chen Xuan felt parched and uncomfortable. He suspected the little girl was doing it on purpose, sitting on his stomach, shifting around in an ambiguous position. He couldn't help but wonder if she was doing it intentionally. When Xiao Wu opened her swollen eyes, she saw a clear yet hateful face, her most disliked person, Chen Xuan. Ah! She screamed as if she were a startled rabbit struck by electricity, immediately leaping up and retreating 10 meters away. You, why is it you? What did you do to me? Xiao Wu asked, panicking and hurriedly tidying her clothes. Chen Xuan's mouth twitched. He was more than speechless. That should have been his line. Shouldn't I be asking what you did to me? He said, feeling indignant. Did fairness no longer exist? She had just done something inappropriate while sitting on him, left him drenched in her tears and other gross, sticky fluids, and now she was pretending nothing happened? Not wanting to take responsibility was one thing, but to also accuse him in return? Xiao Wu gradually calmed down and finally realized that Chen Xuan's shirt was soaked completely, drenched by her tears. Her face turned red with embarrassment. She had been in such a bad mood earlier, wanting to vent, and hadn't even noticed it was Chen Xuan. The more she thought about how she had cried so miserably, the more embarrassed Xiao Wu became, her cheeks blushing deeply. But the most crucial thing was that she had been lying in this man's arms for quite a while. Her dignity was gone. He could have pushed her away or said something, but he hadn't. Chen Xuan, you did it on purpose. You took advantage of me. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with suspicion. Chen Xuan had a big question mark over his head. What was going on in this 1,000-year-old rogue rabbit's brain? He glanced at her with exasperation and said, "You're the one taking advantage of me. Look at my shirt, it's covered with your tears and snot. If anything, you're the one who owes me." Looking at the sticky mess on his clothes, Chen Xuan felt utterly disgusted. He decided to burn the shirt later, too gross to keep. You're lying. Xiao Wu's face reddened as she huffed, I didn't drool or cry that much. Don't make things up. Sure, you didn't drool. This sticky stuff all over me? That must be my fault then. Chen Xuan shrugged, sarcastically adding, fine. Whatever you say. What do you mean fine? Xiao Wu glared at him, displeased. Was that really how one spoke to a girl? No wonder he was still single, no one would ever like him. Alright, it's getting late. Let's head back. Chen Xuan shifted the topic and walked off on his own. Xiao Wu bit her lip, watching his firm back as he left. She suddenly fell silent, standing frozen in place. Since when had this hateful man become so nonchalant with her? Acting as though nothing had happened, had he really forgotten what transpired that day? How could he be so calm, without a hint of guilt or remorse? Did he truly forget so easily? Xiao Wu's gaze dimmed as she absent-mindedly touched her growing belly, feeling sorrow overwhelm her. She felt torn and conflicted. It was her who had said she didn't need him to take responsibility, that they would never speak of it again. She had insisted on it. But now, seeing Chen Xuan act as if nothing had happened, not caring about her at all, with no guilt or regret, it made her heart ache. Her belly grew bigger by the day, and now she had to face the betrayal of her beloved third brother. Only she knew the depth of her pain. Xiao Wu felt deeply saddened. First, Chen Xuan had violated her, and now her loved one had betrayed her. She felt abandoned by the world, lonely and helpless. In this moment of heartache, she nearly broke down, collapsing to the ground, hugging her legs, and curling up into a ball, her head resting on her knees as she sobbed quietly. Today's emotional blow was too much for her to bear. The agony of losing her beloved was a heart-wrenching pain, even worse than when she had lost her mother. She couldn't understand how Chen Xuan could be so indifferent and composed, how he could carry on so guilt-free. Was it really necessary to uphold the words she had once said, not needing him to take responsibility? Xiao Wu's sorrow deepened as she touched her stomach, tears streaming down her face, soaking the earth beneath her. Baby, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you won't have a father, she wept quietly, filled with remorse. She had originally planned to offer herself to her third brother after the competition, so that when the baby was born, it could have a father. But today's heart-shattering betrayal had destroyed her plan, leaving her heartbroken and hopeless. Now, all she wanted was to flee, to leave this place of conflict and raise the life inside her on her own. The setting sun bathed the horizon in a deep red, a magnificent yet melancholic sight. In the twilight, the golden rays filtered through the trees, casting a soft glow on Xiao Wu, making her look like a beautiful, lonely goddess. Xiao Wu. A sudden voice broke the silence, waking her from her daze. When she looked up, she saw a rather handsome young man walking toward her step by step. Why are you still here? It's time to go back, Chen Xuan said, walking toward her against the backdrop of the setting sun. Chen Xuan. Xiao Wu asked, first confused, then realizing, didn't you leave? Why are you still here? Chen Xuan's eyes glowed red as he stared at her belly, sensing something. His body trembled for a moment, as if a shockwave hit him internally. But he quickly calmed down and resumed his usual demeanor, saying, if I told you I was worried about you, would you believe me? Xiao Wu was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. You, what do you mean? She took a few steps back, both shocked and wary. Chen Xuan raised a hand but held back, stepping 10 meters away instead. Don't be alarmed. That day was an accident. I swear I won't harm you. Xiao Wu's suspicion didn't fade. Her instincts told her something was off. Why had he suddenly become so caring? Stay where you are. I'll head back on my own, she said cautiously, clearly wanting to avoid him. She chose a different path, leaving the forest and heading toward the outskirts of Heaven-Do City. Chen Xuan didn't mind. He took another exit and returned to Shrek's base. Xiao Wu, where have you been? Tang San asked as he ran into Xiao Wu, who had just returned from her errand not far from their base. Xiao Wu's eyes darted away, avoiding eye contact. The recent close encounter with Chen Xuan was still vivid in her mind, and the guilt of betraying her brother weighed heavily on her heart. However, her feelings of guilt quickly vanished when she recalled that Tang San had also betrayed her by passionately kissing Xiao Wu from Blazing Academy, a kiss that had lasted more than 2 minutes. I just went out to buy something. Xiao Wu stammered, her lie awkward and unconvincing, as she rarely ever lied. Hearing this, Tang San sighed in relief, finally letting go of the heavy weight that had been on his mind. It seemed like Xiao Wu hadn't followed him, and hadn't seen what had happened between him and Xiao Wu. Even though it wasn't his choice, he knew no one would believe him if he told them. So, he decided not to tell Xiao Wu at all, knowing it would likely affect their relationship. That's good. You should go and rest. The list of participants for tomorrow's match is out, and you're up first, Tang San said, now feeling at ease. However, he was completely unaware that Xiao Wu had noticed every small change in him. First, she felt the pain of betrayal, and now, the deception of the person she loved most pierced her heart, filling her with immense sadness and grievance. All right, I understand, Xiao Wu said, her voice tinged with sorrow. I need to return to the academy for a bit. You should head back, Tang San added, oblivious to the sorrow that flickered in her eyes as they parted. He had no idea that everything that happened between him and Xiao Wu, the passionate kiss in the woods, had been witnessed by the person he loved most, his sister. Originally, Xiao Wu had held on to a faint hope, thinking her brother wasn't that kind of person, that he must have been forced. She had even made up her mind, if her brother sincerely told her the truth, she would forgive him, pretend nothing had happened, and continue loving him. But, sadly, all of this was just her wishful thinking. The truth wasn't what she had imagined. Her brother had not only betrayed her but also deceived her. If Tang San had been forced, and if he truly despised Xiao Wu, with his skills, how could he not have avoided that kiss? Even if he hadn't avoided it, why didn't he push her away immediately? Instead, the kiss lasted more than 2 minutes. Xiao Wu wanted to lie to herself, but everything about Tang San's actions and attitude proved that he had done it willingly, that he didn't dislike Xiao Wu at all. Xiao Wu, make sure you rest well and prepare for tomorrow's match. I'm heading out, Tang San reminded her once again, with no explanation in sight. Xiao Wu's thoughts flashed to Chen Xuan, and without thinking, she blurted out, what about Chen Xuan? Hearing that name, Tang San's brows furrowed deeply, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes, though he quickly concealed it. Teacher said Chen Xuan was heavily exhausted from today's match, so he won't be participating, Tang San replied, his expression neutral, devoid of any emotion. Xiao Wu remained silent, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of sadness. For some reason, the Tang San standing in front of her now felt unfamiliar and distant, not like the brother she once knew. After parting ways with Xiao Wu, Tang San headed toward Shrek Academy, only to run into someone he detested, a person who showed no respect for his elders. Chen Xuan frowned as he saw Tang San, who still wore a scowl on his face. Persistent as ever, Tang San muttered coldly, ignoring Chen Xuan as he walked past him without a glance. Whatever, Chen Xuan muttered in frustration. Tang San, already far ahead, paid no attention to the arrogant man behind him. Chen Xuan walked over to Xiao Wu, his gaze briefly resting on her, especially her stomach, a detail he couldn't ignore. Are you competing tomorrow? Chen Xuan asked. Yes, Xiao Wu replied, her tone distant and devoid of emotion. Chen Xuan hesitated before speaking again, can you skip the match? The moment he said it, he regretted it. Their relationship was already strained, and as just a teammate, it wasn't his place to say such things. Do you need something else? If not, I'm heading back, Xiao Wu responded coldly, her tone even more distant, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. No, that's all, Chen Xuan said, feeling half defeated, but he forced himself to say one final thing. Just be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Xiao Wu turned and left without a second thought, her cold and distant figure fading from view. Watching her disappear, Chen Xuan's emotions were a mess, a mix of frustration and helplessness. He hadn't expected that one day, he'd be in the position of a lovesick fool. 2 months. It's been almost 2 months since that day, he murmured to himself, looking up at the dark sky. Since Xiao Wu didn't want to tell him the truth, he wouldn't force her to. But he still had to do what he could, at the very least to protect her from harm. As night fell, Chen Xuan returned to the Shrek base, slipping back to his room without disturbing anyone. The night passed uneventfully, and soon the sun rose, signaling the start of a new day. Early in the morning, Master Yu Xiaogang led the Shrek team to the Heaven Do Arena. Lu Erlong and Flender followed closely behind, while Qin Ming stayed behind at Shrek Academy as a teacher on duty. Chen Xuan had been awake for a while, wandering around the now empty Shrek base. Everyone else had gone to the arena for the match. Yu Xiaogang's plan was in motion. Chen Xuan had been labeled as being heavily exhausted from his previous match, giving him a reason to rest for the next 2 days. But Chen Xuan knew it would be much longer than that. He was likely out of the matches entirely, not just for the qualification rounds, but for the elimination rounds at Spirit Hall too. Knowing Yu Xiaogang's ways, he would eliminate all potential threats, not giving him any chance to return. As for Flender, Chen Xuan could only shake his head in disbelief. As the Academy's headmaster, his influence was pitifully small. But upon further thought, it made sense. After all, the Academy belonged to Lu Erlong, and she was deeply in love with Yu Xiaogang, so of course, she wouldn't take his side. There was nothing he could do about it. Flender had shut down the original Shrek Academy and followed Yu Xiaogang to Heaven Do Royal Academy, only to be kicked out in the end. In a sense, he had brought this upon himself. For now, Yu Xiaogang ruled Shrek Academy. Chen Xuan knew the chances of him competing again were slim, almost non-existent. Unless Yu Xiaogang died. I'd better go familiarize myself with the area around Heaven Do City, Chen Xuan muttered as he left the Shrek base to explore the surrounding terrain. He hadn't gone far when he was stopped by a man claiming to be a noble. Brother Chen, where are you off to in such a hurry? Asked a middle-aged man with short, spiky hair, his appearance tough and unapproachable. The man wore a luxurious golden robe made of the finest silk, adorned with rows of glittering gemstones. Brother Chen, would you honor me by visiting the palace for a chat? The nobleman asked. He introduced himself as a marquis from the Heaven Do Palace. Chen Xuan's eyes brightened. It seemed yesterday's match had attracted attention. Now, people were starting to take notice of him. The Soul Master competition across the entire continent was a power-based competition, where various Soul Masters and academies clashed to select the top contestants. If the preliminary rounds were more for entertainment or promotion, then the knockout rounds were the true platform for various factions to select elites. Initially, Chen Xuan entered the competition for 2 main reasons, to challenge powerful opponents and to join a strong faction. Aligning himself with an empire, clan, or sect would allow him to develop better and gain resources, experience, and protection. Now, finally, someone had approached him, validating all the effort he had put into the competition. Even though he hadn't competed that many times, the result was still satisfactory. Uncle, there's no need for any palace visits. Just get straight to the point, Chen Xuan said bluntly, disliking unnecessary formalities and preferring to get things done quickly. Brother Chen, I appreciate your straightforwardness and honesty. I enjoy dealing with smart people like you, said the man dressed in noble attire, chuckling with a friendly smile. Chen Xuan quietly muttered, honest? What nonsense. Compliments should at least make sense. The two of them found a nearby tea house, which was quiet and away from the bustling streets. Uncle, just say what you came here for, Chen Xuan smiled, already guessing the man's intentions but deciding to play along. The man, dressed in luxurious clothes, nodded and, without hiding anything, revealed his purpose for coming. He was sent from the palace to invite Chen Xuan to join his faction, offering a reward of 100,000 gold coins, beautiful women, and a 1,000-year-old soul bone as a token of sincerity. However, there were conditions for obtaining the soul bone, no switching factions for 5 years and only after achieving significant accomplishments. Isn't this just an empty promise? Chen Xuan thought to himself, refraining from speaking out loud to maintain some decorum. In his previous life, working in a dark, grueling factory, he'd heard plenty of promises about raises and promotions, which never materialized. He was immune to such promises by now. Uncle, can I ask how old this soul bone is? Chen Xuan asked quietly. 1,000-year soul bones were rare and incredibly valuable, practically priceless. However, Chen Xuan wasn't all that interested. After all, his family already had 2 soul bones, one aged 30,000 years and the other over 20,000. The man in fine clothing laughed. Rest assured, Brother Chen, this soul bone is from a few years ago and is perfectly suited for an agility-type soul master. As for its age, he paused before continuing, Brother Chen, soul bones are rare, as you know. I won't hide the truth from you, it's only about 12,000 years old. While it may seem low in age, it's definitely suitable for you. Chen Xuan was left speechless for a while, unsure how to respond. To be honest, he found a 12,000-year-old soul bone a bit disappointing. Anything under 20,000 years didn't interest him much. Losing interest in the conversation, Chen Xuan thought, empty promises and not even a decent offer. Who would believe that a noble like him only has a 12,000-year soul bone? Uncle, may I ask what rank you hold in the empire? Chen Xuan asked, thinking that if the man held a high rank, similar to Prince Xuexing, he might reconsider. Earl, the nobleman said proudly. What? Chen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. The man repeated with pride, Brother Chen, I hold the rank of Earl in the empire. Chen Xuan was stunned into silence. An Earl? That's only one rank above a Viscount. After the preliminaries, Emperor Shuya had said that the captains and vice-captains of the top 5 academies would be awarded Viscount titles, and the champions would be promoted to Earls. Chen Xuan now understood why the man only offered a 10,000-year soul bone and empty promises. He wasn't even a high-ranking noble. I've got a fire at home, gotta go. Chen Xuan made up an excuse and left without looking back. The nobleman stood in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. Chen Xuan was beyond frustrated. An Earl had the nerve to recruit him? After the competition, he'd already be at the rank of Viscount. What was this man thinking? His excitement had been wasted, along with his time. He had hoped for someone on Prince Xuexing's level. Brother Chen, where are you off to in such a hurry? How about a chat? A deep, powerful voice suddenly echoed nearby as a man appeared, blocking Chen Xuan's path. This time, it was another middle-aged man, also dressed in noble attire. Chen Xuan had learned his lesson and asked directly, Uncle, what rank do you hold? Higher than a Viscount. The middle-aged man smiled proudly, raising 2 fingers. Young friend, I am a Marquis, 2 ranks above a Viscount. My house has a gas leak, Chen Xuan muttered, turning to leave immediately. It wasn't that he was arrogant or looking down on them, but even a Marquis wasn't influential enough. A family with just a soul emperor wasn't impressive to him. For most ordinary people or mid-level soul masters, receiving such an invitation would be a dream come true, but only if they were below level 30. Chen Xuan was genuinely frustrated. It wasn't that he despised these nobles, but they simply didn't have enough influence. Even Prince Xuexing could hardly command much attention from Emperor Shuya. He returned home to gather some belongings and check on his younger sister. Brother Chen, how about we have a chat? This time, it was a noble woman, well-maintained and looking no older than 30. Auntie, what's your rank? Chen Xuan asked directly. The noble woman, though puzzled, answered honestly, Duchess. My kitchen's on fire, goodbye, Chen Xuan said and left. Finally, he reached a familiar street, approaching his home. Young man, stop right there. Someone wants to see you, a cold voice suddenly echoed as a man in a black cloak emerged from the shadows. Identify yourself, or there's nothing to discuss, Chen Xuan said, assuming this was another noble seeking to recruit him. The man in the black cloak sneered. Has no one ever told you how arrogant you are? A chill ran down Chen Xuan's spine. This wasn't an ordinary noble, this man was dangerous. There was no visible soul power, yet his presence was overwhelming, indicating his strength was far beyond a soul saint. Who are you? Chen Xuan asked, his body tensing up, sensing the danger. You don't need to know who I am. I'm just here on someone's behalf to take you away, the man said coldly. Don't ask too many questions. You're not worthy of knowing my identity yet. Just come with me. As he was about to arrive home, an imposing figure appeared, blocking his way at the door. The man in the black robe clearly had no good intentions, exuding arrogance, but he had the power to back it up. Chen Xuan broke into a cold sweat. Being blocked at his own doorstep meant that this person had been planning for a long time and had been waiting for him. Fortunately, Chen Yi was safe, as she remained within Chen Xian's perception range. The intruder had not made a move against his family. Come with me. Don't think about resisting. If I take action, you'll be left half dead, the black-robed man said casually, clearly not seeing Chen Xuan as a threat. Perhaps this young man was a top-tier genius among his peers, but unfortunately, a genius that hadn't matured was just a slightly stronger grasshopper. Who is it that wants to see me? Chen Xuan asked, trying to buy time as he thought of a way to escape. The man, with his hands behind his back, replied indifferently, you don't need to know. The only thing you need to understand is that in this land, in this empire, the person who wants to see you holds a very important status. All right, enough chit-chat. Come with me. I won't harm you before the decision is made, the man said, his patience clearly running thin. I don't believe you, Chen Xuan said, pulling out a 3-foot sword and preparing for battle. The Kusanagi sword, a legendary weapon, was the strongest weapon he had. It would suffice on this continent. Following this man would be like handing over his life. That wasn't Chen Xuan's style. If I were you, I wouldn't resist. How foolish, the black-robed man said coldly. This was why he didn't like dealing with geniuses. Every single one tried to struggle, wasting his time. Swish! The black-robed man moved, incredibly fast, closing the gap of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Chen Xuan was shocked and immediately retreated, using his lightning step technique to open a distance of over 100 meters. The man's speed was beyond belief. In just a blink, he was already upon Chen Xuan. The black-robed man was relentless, his speed unimaginable, catching up to Chen Xuan in an instant and throwing a punch. Chen Xuan harnessed the power of lightning. With a crack, the Kusanagi sword erupted in dazzling arcs of electricity, covering the blade in violent energy. Lightning flashed and crackled chaotically as the sword met the man's fist. Instead of the expected bloodshed, a metallic clanging sound echoed, like steel striking steel. Chen Xian's pupils contracted, his mind reeling. The sword had struck the man's fist, but it hadn't touched flesh. A strange white light had formed a barrier between them. The black-robed man hadn't even activated his martial soul, yet his power was terrifying, his methods mysterious, and his strength overwhelming. Boom! Chen Xuan was sent flying backward, the Kusanagi sword knocked away with him for several dozen meters. His arm went numb, and blood seeped from the cracks in his hand. He nearly lost his grip on the sword. With just one clash, Chen Xuan felt unprecedented pressure. The man's strength was far beyond his own, much greater than any opponent he had ever faced. Chen Xuan steadied himself, quickly forming hand seals, wasting no time. The black-robed man stumped the ground, causing the earth to crack and a large crater to form as if hit by a massive boulder. He charged forward like a human missile, his fist aimed directly at Chen Xuan. Fire style, Song of Dragon Flames. Chen Xuan gathered a large amount of soul power and spewed forth a vast flame, transforming into 4 dragon heads that surged with scorching heat. Let's see how you dodge this. The 4 fiery dragons attacked from all directions above, below, left, and right, leaving the black-robed man in midair with no escape. The Song of Dragon Flames was Chen Xian's most powerful fire attack, capable of igniting a forest within 100 meters. You have some brains, but unfortunately, you lack strength. The black-robed man remained calm, unfazed by the approaching flames. Boom! In the next moment, the area erupted in an explosion, flames soaring into the sky, engulfing the land in a sea of fire. The nearby ground turned black and scorched, flowers and grass burned to ashes, and even the 2 towering trees were consumed by the inferno. The temperature was so high it could melt metal. Chen Xuan had to retreat a bit. If it had been him, he wouldn't have survived that attack. If the Song of Dragon Flames couldn't hurt this man, there would be no point in continuing the fight. You've got some skill. I underestimated you. It seems you were holding back during the competition. From within the fire, the black-robed man's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of surprise. Chen Xian's expression changed slightly, feeling a sense of powerlessness. The worst-case scenario had occurred. This man was far stronger than him, beyond any enemy he had ever faced. Against a soul saint, he had stood a chance, using the power of his Mangekyo Sharinon. But this man felt like an abyss, far beyond the level of a soul saint, perhaps even a titled. All right, enough with the charade. I can't let you continue jumping around. From the fire, a white light emerged, like a giant blade slicing through the flames, creating an unclosable gap. The black-robed man walked out slowly, his robes unharmed, not a trace of burns on them. 9 rings. Chen Xian's pupils contracted, his spine chilled. The man was a titled Douluo with 9 soul rings. The black-robed man's aura grew stronger, more terrifying. 9 soul rings appeared beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, the standard configuration of a titled Douluo. Chen Xuan felt powerless. The gap was too vast, beyond imagination. Even though he had expected this man to be strong, he hadn't thought he'd encounter a titled Douluo in Tiandu City. There were only a few dozen people on the continent who had reached level 90 or above, making them the pinnacle of power. You're not bad. You've earned the right to stay by the young lady's side, the black-robed man said, his voice deep and imposing, as he took slow steps forward. He was incredibly powerful. Even the slightest leak of his soul power caused the flowers to explode and the ground to crack. The young lady, Chen Xuan, was shocked. He knew many princesses in the Tiandu Empire, but none had the power to command a titled Douluo. As he thought about the young noble women he knew, none seemed capable of such a feat. What kind of background would it take to have a titled Douluo as a servant? That's right. The black-robed man nodded, his tone less harsh than before. My young lady wishes to meet you and assess your strength. This isn't your full power, is it? You must have more to show, but no matter. You've met my expectations. Now, he looked at Chen Xuan with a bit more respect. Facing an opponent several levels stronger than him, the young man had remained calm, a sign that he wasn't ordinary. Even without using his martial soul, a super Douluo like the black-robed man could easily crush a regular soul saint. The fact that Chen Xuan, at only level 40, could exchange a few blows was no small feat. So, will you come willingly, or should I beat you into submission? The black-robed man asked. Chen Xuan decided not to resist any further. He had only been training for a little over 2 months, and he knew he wasn't at this man's level. He understood his limits. Facing a titled Douluo, using his Mangekyo Sharinan would only waste his eye power. It wouldn't make much difference, especially since he hadn't had enough time to fully master his powers. He could only open Susanoo to the 3rd stage at best. I'll go with you, Chen Xuan said, reluctantly sheathing his sword. He had no choice. If he could, he wouldn't willingly hand over his life. Smart choice, the black-robed man said coolly. With a wave of his sleeve, a white light enveloped Chen Xuan, lifting him up as they disappeared from the spot. Who exactly is this young lady? Chen Xuan wondered, full of questions. On the way, the man in black broke his promise and struck Chen Xuan, catching him off guard with a palm that knocked him unconscious. The place they were heading was highly secretive, and the stakes were too high to risk any leaks. Chen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he was ambushed by someone like this. It was completely dishonorable. Damn it, you don't play by the rules, he cursed before losing consciousness. The black-robed man sighed. There was no other way. He had to use underhanded methods. When Chen Xuan woke up again, he found himself in a large room. The ceiling was a bright white, with a crystal chandelier, and the room was filled with wooden furniture. As his mind cleared, he tried to get up, only to feel a tightness around him. That's when he realized he was tied to a chair. With a slight shake, the ropes snapped. They were useless against him. He walked out of the room and was immediately greeted by a surprising sight. A stunning woman, her face radiant, with gem-like eyes and a delicate, straight nose, sat at a table sipping tea. Sit down and let's talk, the beautiful woman said, inviting Chen Xuan to join her. Her beauty was unparalleled: rosy lips, flawless skin like white jade, and long, golden hair that shimmered with a crystalline glow. At this point, Chen Xuan had nothing to fear anymore. He strode into the living room and sat across from her at the table. Who are you? He asked. The woman with the golden hair was indeed stunning, with a tall and graceful figure, her curves accentuated by a light pink gown that gently draped to the floor, perfectly outlining her alluring shape. However, Chen Xuan had never seen this beautiful woman before. He had no memory of her at all. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to decide is whether you'll become my subordinate, the stunning woman said, her gaze intense and forceful. She lifted a delicate hand, holding her teacup toward Chen Xuan, motioning for him to drink. Chen Xuan glanced at the cup and his face immediately stiffened. This seemed like a setup to poison him. The cup wasn't filled with tea, but with a black liquid that emitted a pungent smell, overpowering her fragrance. Even a child wouldn't dare drink it. If he drank that, he was certain he wouldn't walk away from this place alive. Chen Xuan pushed the cup aside and shifted the conversation. Miss, shouldn't you at least tell me your name? Name. The beautiful woman paused, a flash of doubt in her eyes. Her long, slender fingers lightly swirled the tea in her cup as if contemplating something. After a moment, she spoke. You may call me Luo Qingsno. What do you mean, May? Chen Xuan was baffled. It seemed a bit too vague. He wanted to say something sarcastic but held back, wary of another titled Douluo attacking him from the shadows. Miss Luo, who exactly are you, and what's your identity? Chen Xuan asked, voicing the question on his mind. He truly didn't know who this beautiful woman was. Where had this mysterious figure come from? At first, he thought she might be someone from Tiandu City, a high-ranking lady, but her appearance didn't match anyone he knew. Chen Xuan was sure he didn't know her. Although she also had golden hair, her appearance was quite different, lacking the angelic mark on her forehead, and she had a more mature, alluring aura. You'll find out in time. For now, just answer my question: will you submit to me or not? The woman's beautiful eyes shimmered like water, but they carried a sharp, ruthless gleam. Chen Xuan braced himself. What happens if I refuse? He wanted to join a powerful sect for protection, not be forced into an unknown and obviously shady organization. Luo Qingsno smiled but said nothing. Her stunning eyes were fixed on Chen Xuan, her lips curved in a faint smile, but the silence was oppressive. Chen Xuan started to feel uneasy under her gaze. He had the distinct feeling that this beautiful woman was dangerous and capable of doing anything. Being in enemy territory, Chen Xuan decided that survival was the priority. Miss Luo, I submit. From now on, I'll follow your every command without question, Chen Xuan said without hesitation, his face calm, though inwardly he was saying things he didn't mean. He figured he could placate her for now, pretend to agree, and then escape this place as soon as possible. Once free, he would seek refuge with Tiandu Empire or Snow Clear River, better known as Jianrongxiu, and teach this woman a lesson. That sounds convincing, but I don't believe you, Luo Qingsno said with a smile, her eyes twinkling as she stared at him. Chen Xian's smile froze, and he felt a wave of awkwardness. He didn't know what expression to make. This woman was no mere beauty. She was sharp and unpredictable, not someone to be underestimated. Drink this tea, and I'll believe you, Luo Qingsno said, pushing the cup of poison he had previously moved aside back in front of him. The liquid in the cup was still black, bubbling with steam, and releasing a foul stench. So you just want me dead, Chen Xian said coldly, dropping the pretense. He couldn't accept a life of subservience, being someone's puppet. That wasn't who he was. You don't have a choice. The black-robed man's cold voice echoed in the room as a shadow emerged from a dark corner. Then let's fight. I, Chen Xian, would rather die in battle than live as a slave, Chen Xian declared, determination shining in his eyes as he prepared to unleash the full power of his Manjikyo Sheri Non, aiming to go down fighting. But soon, he realized something was wrong. His soul power was blocked, difficult to mobilize. At the same time, he felt a warm flow in his danshan, a gentle force attempting to clear the blockage, though it was slow and needed time. Do you really think your life is still your own now that you're here? The black-robed man was prepared, making his move before Chen Xian could act. In an instant, he launched several white rings that quickly bound Chen Xian's limbs and waist, trapping him in place. Moving swiftly, the black-robed man grabbed the cup and forced the tea down Chen Xian's throat. As the liquid hit his stomach, its effects were immediate. His intestines and internal organs felt like they were being torn apart, the poison seeping into his body. His insides burned with unbearable pain. Chen Xian's face turned deathly pale, and he coughed up blood. If not for the white rings holding him up, he wouldn't have been able to stand. The poison in this tea won't kill you, but it will flare up once a year. Without the antidote, you'll die in agony as your organs are ripped apart, Luo Qingsno said calmly, her voice cold and detached as she delivered this cruel truth. Chen Xian, blood dripping from his mouth, glared at the woman, his eyes cold as ice. The black-robed man then pulled out a black pill and forced it into Chen Xian's mouth. Once swallowed, the searing pain began to subside, and soon the agony was gone. However, Chen Xian knew the poison had already spread to his organs, deeply embedded. You're mistaken about one thing. Serving me isn't the same as being a slave. You'll only need to follow my orders at certain key moments, perhaps once a month, once a year, or maybe even in 10 years. Luo Qingsnao's expression remained indifferent as she summoned a female soul master with healing abilities to treat Chen Xian. Feeling a bit better, some color returned to his face. Don't look at me like that. Serve me for 10 years, and I'll grant you your freedom. Besides, being my subordinate won't leave you unrewarded. Luo Qingsno stood up, her graceful figure accentuated by every move, her perfect curves undeniable. Chen Xian had no interest in admiring her now. He wanted nothing more than to destroy this woman. Luo Qingsno gracefully approached him, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his mouth. Under normal circumstances, Chen Xian might have been moved by such a beautiful woman tending to him, but now, he felt nothing but disgust. Ignoring his cold stare, Luo Qingsno extended her slender hand, and with a flash of light, a piece of bone appeared. It emitted a fiery red glow, radiating the strong aura of a soul beast. The bone was 8 inches long, clearly extraordinary. I told you, being my subordinate won't come without rewards. This is a torso bone from a 52,500-year-old flame-wind wolf, a soul bone that's perfectly suited for you. A 5,000-year-old soul bone, radiant with light and filled with the aura of a soul beast, is a rare and valuable item, perfectly suited for agility attack-type soul masters. It is as precious as a 100,000-year-old soul ring, nearly impossible to find on the market. Luo Qingsno, graceful and generous, easily handed over such a soul bone. In the outside world, this could spark bloody conflicts among soul masters or become a treasure fought over by entire kingdoms, yet she gave it away without hesitation. Abandon your thoughts. This potion is highly toxic, seeping into your internal organs, and no one can cure you, she said coldly, warning her newly recruited subordinate. Once you're mine, without my permission, if you dare to join other forces, your existence will be unnecessary, Luo Qingsno continued, her voice calm, but her words ruthless. Chen Xian stared at her coldly, saying nothing. Send him off, Luo Qingsno ordered. Yes, my lady, a black-robed man answered respectfully, showing great reverence for the beautiful woman. When Chen Xian opened his eyes again, he found himself back in a familiar place just outside Heaven Do City, close to his home. Instead of yelling or getting angry, he remained exceptionally calm. Chen Xian carefully assessed his body's condition. The toxins, like small dark spots, had taken root in his organs, lying dormant without causing any immediate harm. At that moment, he didn't have the energy to speculate about that woman's true identity. His priority was to remove the deadly poison. Cough. Chen Xian spat out blood, his face visibly losing color. He attempted to use his soul power to circulate lightning through his body, trying to stimulate his organs and force the toxins out. But the dormant poison suddenly activated, as if countless tiny needles were stabbing him internally, causing more internal bleeding. He quickly stopped, realizing that recklessly trying to expel the poison would only lead to more danger. Fortunately, there was a small effect. He felt a tiny fraction of the poison had been expelled, giving him a sliver of hope. As that woman had warned, the poison had already seeped into his organs. Over time, it would burrow into his bone marrow. If that happened, no matter what he did, he would not only fail to rid himself of the poison but could even die prematurely. The idea of having his life controlled by someone else was something Chen Xuan couldn't accept. He would rather die in battle than live in humiliation. I need to go into seclusion, he declared. Instead of going home, he bought some supplies and left Heaven Do City, heading for a mountainous area about 30 miles away. The vast mountains stretched endlessly. Chen Xuan created a cave using his powerful spiraling sphere technique, then sealed the entrance with a large stone. He began circulating his soul power, cultivating while using lightning to try and purify the poison from his body. 2 days and nights passed in the blink of an eye. Heaven Do City. At the Shrek Academy base, the students and teachers noticed that Chen Xuan hadn't been in the camp for 2 days. Yu Xiaogang wasn't concerned. In fact, he welcomed the thought of Chen Xuan never returning. Chen Xuan was often out wandering, so the others were used to his absences and didn't think much of it. Zhu Zuqing, however, made a trip to his house, but only found Chen Yi, his sister, at home. Chen Yi had no idea where her brother had gone, mentioning that he hadn't been home much since the ranking competition started. Zhu Zuqing searched several other places but still couldn't find him. However, due to the ongoing competition, she had no choice but to return to the arena. Day 5. Chen Xuan emerged from his stone cave. The bright sunlight hit his face, and he squinted, not used to the light. After spending so much time in the dim cave, he felt as if he was going mad from isolation and desperately needed some fresh air. Standing on a mountain peak, with a cool breeze brushing past him, Chen Xuan gazed out at the vast mountains and flowing rivers. The beautiful scenery helped lighten his heavy heart. Day 6. Chen Xuan set up a tent by the river and resumed his seclusion. He continued using lightning to cleanse his organs, slowly trying to eradicate the poison. However, the effect was minimal. The poison had already sunk deep into his organs, making it incredibly difficult to remove. That night, he noticed his condition worsening. The poison was starting to seep into his bones. According to the woman's warning, once the poison reached his bone marrow, it would be nearly impossible to remove unless he was reborn entirely. He had 10 years. 10 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Yet he doubted that woman would let him go even after the time was up. Day 7. Chen Xuan continued his attempts, using wild bursts of lightning to stimulate his entire body. It was an aggressive method that caused damage to his body, yet yielded little progress in removing the poison. Outside, the Continental Soul Master Tournament had been ongoing for 10 days and was nearing its conclusion. The Shrek Academy team was the dark horse of the competition, undefeated so far. Chen Xuan, exhausted physically and mentally, was ready to give up his fight against the poison. His last hope lay in the mysterious level-up gift pack, which always provided him with the thing he needed most. He believed it could offer a solution. On the 10th day, the poison completely entered his bones, and something unexpected happened. A transformation began within his body. Chen Xuan was startled. Did he just hear a low, muffled sound, like a drum? He focused, trying to sense if it was real. Boom! Another deep sound, like a drum, echoed from within his body. Soon, Chen Xuan felt a reversal. A warm energy flowed through his flesh and veins, slowly spreading throughout his body. For the first time, he didn't feel like he was sinking deeper into a quagmire. Instead, dark, foul-smelling substances oozed from his pores, especially at his chest, where his heart emitted a dazzling red light, bursting with vitality. Each beat was strong and powerful, causing his entire body to resonate like a thunderous drum. This transformation happened so quickly that Chen Xuan was left completely confused. Whoosh! Suddenly, the scene in front of him distorted. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled inward, deep into his own body. Chen Xuan steadied himself, stunned beyond belief. What had just happened? How had he arrived in this unknown world, with a vast red land stretching endlessly before him? It was like a different world, with skies and earth similar to the real world, but the soil was red. The red earth world was not hot, instead, it was refreshingly cool, making him feel so comfortable that he almost groaned. The air was filled with thick, ethereal mist, like celestial vapors, giving the place an otherworldly, pure atmosphere. The life force here was rich, almost overwhelming. In the center of this red earth, a green, glowing plant was rooted, shrouded in celestial mist, its vitality terrifyingly strong. The rich life force in the air seemed to come from this plant. 9 fruits. Chen Xuan was shocked. The more he looked at the plant, the more familiar it seemed. The plant, surrounded by celestial energy, had 36 green leaves and bore 9 bright red fruits, each as large as a gemstone, exuding an enticing fragrance. The fragrance mixed with the celestial mist, making the life force in the air even more intense. Chen Xuan took a deep breath, and his exhaustion disappeared, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. It was only then that he realized he wasn't physically present in this place. He was here in spirit form. Chen Xuan grew worried. Where was his physical body? Had he already died? His spirit began to glow as it tried to reconnect with his physical form. The new world was like a hidden paradise, a vast expanse of red earth, with ethereal white mist floating about and divine energy surging in the air, full of life force. In a moment of disorientation, Chen Xuan found his spiritual body pulled into this strange place. The mystical scenery, divine energy, white mist, and the rich vitality in the air all seemed to originate from a single green plant, slowly giving rise to this surreal environment. As he breathed in the mist, Chen Xuan felt a profound comfort, his mental strength growing rapidly, as if being nourished. He wasn't sure if he had died or had really arrived in another world. His spiritual body glowed as he attempted to reconnect with his physical body. Though it took some time, he eventually succeeded. His body was still outside this world, sitting by a riverbank, cross-legged on a large stone, breathing faintly. Good, I'm still here, Chen Xuan sighed in relief. Although he didn't know how he got to this place, he realized that he could leave at any time and return to his physical form. With no immediate danger, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he began exploring this world, particularly that green plant with 36 leaves, glowing vibrantly with life force and bearing 9 fruits that resembled red gemstones. The plant felt familiar to Chen Xuan, as if he had seen it before. He started to recall where he had encountered it and soon remembered 2 months ago, on his first day arriving on the continent, one of the items in the 3 upgrade gift packs was a plant bearing 9 fruits, which he had absorbed, causing his martial spirit to evolve. However, the plant back then had only 9 sparse leaves, and the fruits were as small as cherries. Now, the plant in the Red Earth world was far more majestic, surrounded by divine energy and white mist, with 36 lush leaves and fruits that had grown to the size of red gemstones. It seems that after I absorbed the plant, it took root here, Chen Xuan reasoned. The divine mist swirled around, ethereal and dreamlike, full of terrifyingly abundant life force. It was undoubtedly a rare and precious celestial herb. Chen Xuan approached the plant, carefully observing its condition. He soon discovered that its roots were absorbing nutrients from the soil, strengthening the plant, while its energy flowed into its leaves and fruits. 36 leaves, 36 heavens, is this really the legendary 36-petal flower? Chen Xuan dismissed the thought. It was just a myth, and this was the real world. The rarest treasure here was this celestial herb. At the same time, he felt a tremor in his physical body. The toxins that had lodged themselves in his organs were now slowly leaving, flowing into his heart, and then mysteriously vanishing. As the rare herb grew larger, its roots strengthened, and its leaves became even greener. Could it be that this red earth world is a reflection of my heart? Chen Xuan was shocked by the thought, but it seemed highly possible. The toxins had left his organs, flowed to his heart, and disappeared, seemingly absorbed by the plant. Suddenly, the rare herb glowed, its leaves turning a brighter green, and the fruits appeared to grow even larger. In his physical body, Chen Xuan's heart pulsed with a strange red glow, like the rumbling of a heavenly drum, resonating through his entire body. And then, his soul power suddenly broke through, reaching level 48, bringing him one step closer to the Soul King realm. An extraordinary herb. Chen Xuan couldn't contain his excitement. This plant was beyond incredible. It had drawn the toxins out of his bones, absorbed them into the red earth world, and even returned a portion of the purified energy to him. At this rate, he would break through to level 50 in just a few days. The rare herb was slowly absorbing the toxins and refining them into soul power, which it then fed back to him. With a flash, Chen Xuan's spiritual body returned to his physical form. He opened his eyes and clenched his fists, feeling powerful and full of energy. He felt incredibly light, as though he had escaped from a swamp, and the benefits were immense. His nose twitched as he caught a foul smell. It was pungent and unbearable. Only then did he realize his body was covered in a black, sticky substance. The stench was worse than rotting fish. Splash! Unable to tolerate it, Chen Xuan jumped into the river, scrubbing himself clean before changing into fresh clothes. He set the dirty ones on fire, as there was no way he could wear them again. It's not poison, it's the impurities from my body, he concluded, realizing that the black liquid wasn't the toxins he had thought. Chen Xuan clenched his fists, feeling the abundant soul power within him. His body was lighter, and his soul power had reached level 48. Overall, this experience had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He attempted several times to re-enter the Red Earth world but failed. He concluded that it would likely take a life-threatening situation to trigger his spiritual body to enter the heart-constructed world and absorb the abundant life force for recovery. The poison no longer posed much of a threat, but Chen Xuan planned to continue acting as if it did, using himself as bait to catch a bigger fish. That golden-haired woman, beautiful and radiant, didn't quite look like Qian Rongxiu, though there were some similarities. Chen Xuan had used his Sherry Nan to see her real form, not an illusion, but he still had his doubts. Was she really Qian Rongxiu? He would investigate further in the future. Morning. As the sun rose, Chen Xuan returned to the Shrek camp, where the royal knights informed him that the ranking competition had ended the day before, and the teams had returned to their academies for a 3-day rest. The final match had been between Shrek and the Godwind Academy, with both teams agreeing on a single round to determine the victor. In the match, Tang San had used all his techniques and was finally forced to wield the world's #1 tool martial spirit, the Clear Sky Hammer, to defeat Feng Xiaotian. The victory, of course, went to the Shrek team. This was what Chen Xuan learned from the Royal Knights, and it was similar to the original timeline, with only minor differences. Thanks, Chen Xuan said. That day, he didn't go home but returned to Shrek Academy instead. Chen Xuan, where have you been these past few days? Zhu Zuqing asked when she saw him, finally letting out a breath of relief. She had feared something terrible had happened to him. She had searched many places, but there had been no sign of Chen Xuan, as if he had vanished from the world. Her worry had been great. Though she disliked most men, Chen Xuan was one of the few she had feelings for. Even though she knew that nothing could ever happen between them, she didn't want anything bad to happen to him. She just wanted him to be safe and alive. I'll explain later. Where's the Grandmaster? Chen Xuan asked, noticing that the Grandmaster's presence wasn't in the academy when he returned. After the competition ended yesterday, the Grandmaster left early, Zhu Zuqing explained. She knew there was a deep grudge between Chen Xuan and Yu Xiaogang, but she couldn't help him in this situation, despite her desire to do so. I have something to take care of. I'll be leaving for now, Chen Xuan said, turning toward the exit. With such a great opportunity, it would be foolish to waste it. Wait, Zhu Zuqing called out, reaching out her hand, but she stopped herself from saying more. Watching his figure disappear, her gaze dimmed, and her emotions grew complicated. During the 10 days of Chen Xuan's disappearance, she had felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something important had been taken from her. It was then that she realized how much he meant to her, more than Daimubai. Perhaps it was because of the soul bone, or maybe it was because of the 2 times he had saved her in the Stardo forest, sparking these feelings. Zhu Zuqing understood that this feeling would never lead anywhere, so she held back, not calling him back. Chen Xuan, in his haste, didn't notice that Zhu Zuqing was a bit more proactive than usual. Outside Shrek Academy, Chen Xuan found a secluded spot, summoned his chakra, and with a puff of white smoke, created a perfect clone of himself, identical in appearance and height. It was the shadow clone technique, a ninjutsu he had recently developed after modifying the 3 basic techniques. Though he had been in seclusion for 10 days, he had not neglected his training. Grandmaster, you've created such a great opportunity. You're leading me into crime, Chen Xuan mused with a smile. On this day, Chen Xuan used the shadow clone technique, transferring over 90% of his spirit power to his clone, leaving him in a weakened state, nearly exhausted of his spirit energy. His shadow clone, cloaked in a robe to conceal its face, headed out of the city of Heaven Do. The clone didn't head toward the city gate, instead using the flying thunder god technique to move undetected along the border. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, with his spirit power nearly depleted, staggered back toward the academy. That much spirit power should sustain it for 2 days, he thought to himself. For the next 3 days, he planned to stay at Shrek Academy, not for any special reason but to maintain his presence. A regular shadow clone could only carry half of the user's spirit power and would typically last a few hours or at most half a day. However, water clones and wood clones were different, with their duration depending on the amount of spirit power, giving them a higher upper limit. Chen Xuan had no master to guide him, and it had taken him quite a long time to grasp the secrets of the water clone. What's wrong with you? Zhu Zuqing, still strolling around the academy, happened to bump into Chen Xuan, who looked extremely weak and exhausted. He hadn't been gone less than 10 minutes and yet he returned in such a state. Zhu Zuqing walked over, her expression concerned as she helped him to a nearby bench. It's nothing, don't make a fuss, Chen Xuan waved her off, not knowing how to explain. Don't you trust me? Zhu Zuqing asked quietly, her eyes reflecting disappointment. Chen Xuan froze, realizing something was off. Why was this usually cold goddess acting so strange today? He explained, it's not what you think. I just overexerted my spirit power. Zhu Zuqing didn't press further but also didn't say anything else. An awkward silence followed. Did you absorb that spirit bone? Chen Xuan changed the subject. Zhu Zuqing, regaining her cool demeanor, replied calmly, I absorbed it 2 days ago. My spirit power increased by 6 levels. I'm now at level 47. That's great, congratulations. You'll stand a better chance against those 2 now. Chen Xuan smiled, happy for her. Zhu Zuqing's bright eyes locked onto his, and she suddenly asked, why do you know so much about me? She recalled their first meeting when, under the master's arrangement, Chen Xuan had sat beside her. She vaguely remembered how strange it was he kept staring at her and sighed deeply, his gaze filled with sympathy, which felt incredibly odd. Back then, Zhu Zuqing had felt disgusted, thinking he was just like other men with their invasive stares. Now, looking back, it seemed Chen Xuan had known her, her identity, and her past all along. Answer me honestly, are you from the Douluo Empire? Zhu Zuqing asked, her face cold and stern, her eyes searching his for any signs of deception. She didn't want to believe that everything between them had been calculated. She wanted to believe it was pure and free from any schemes. Chen Xuan was dumbfounded. He was just a guy from a small town, how could he be from the Douluo Empire? Waving his hand helplessly, he said, you're overthinking it. I was born in the Heaven Do Empire, and I've never been to Douluo. Don't lie to me. Zhu Zuqing's expression softened slightly, but she still stared at him intensely, as though trying to see through him. I swear I'm not lying to you, Chen Xuan said earnestly, feeling today's version of Zhu Zuqing was far too unusual, asking all these strange questions. Zhu Zuqing's eyes flickered, and she quickly turned away, her ears tinged with red. She didn't ask anything further, and silence settled over them once again. Chen Xuan was baffled. They hadn't seen each other in 10 days, and Zhu Zuqing, usually so cold and distant, was acting so differently. He broke the silence by asking a pressing question. By the way, after you absorbed the spirit bone, did the Dean or Daimubai ask you anything? They did, Zhu Zuqing nodded. She was always quick-witted, so she had prepared a good explanation. Flender and the other masters had taken the matter seriously, as spirit bones were no trivial matter. Zhu Zuqing had told them that during her time in the Stardew Forest with Chen Xuan, they had followed a team led by a soul saint. Unfortunately, they encountered a beast tide, and many people perished. The soul saint leader fought a 10,000-year beast king, resulting in mutual destruction. Zhu Zuqing explained that it had been a perilous experience, a near-death situation, and if not for Chen Xuan's spatial abilities, she might not have survived the Stardew Forest at all. After the beast tide subsided, they searched for survivors but found most of the team dead, including the soul saint, who had perished along with the 10,000-year soul beast. She mentioned that she had found the 10,000-year spirit bone from that very soul beast. The Shrek members sighed with relief, believing that she had survived such a dangerous event by sheer luck. Though they found the story hard to believe, they trusted her, knowing she wouldn't lie to her fellow Seven Devils. Knowing this, several people looked at Chen Xuan with newfound respect. Spirit bones were rare and worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Few would be able to resist the temptation, but Chen Xuan had given it up to Zhu Zuqing without hesitation. When Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong learned about this, they were astonished. It was hard for them to believe someone would be so selfless. Their impression of Chen Xuan changed, and they admired him even more. That's good. Spirit bones are too valuable, and revealing it could lead to trouble. It's best for both of us to keep this quiet, Chen Xuan said, satisfied with how things had turned out. I don't mind, but if you were harmed because of me, I'd never forgive myself, Chen Xuan said earnestly, his words sincere. Would you only feel guilty? Zhu Zuqing asked softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of pain. She didn't know why, but she felt an emptiness inside. Chen Xuan was taken aback. What was going on today? Why was Zhu Zuqing acting so different, so unlike herself? Of course, there's more, he responded, gazing into her eyes. I don't want you to get hurt because of me. I want you to live a safe, happy, and brilliant life. You don't understand. A person's life is determined at birth. Many things can't be changed. Being forced to marry someone you don't love, living in a place you don't like, how can there be happiness? Zhu Zuqing gazed up at the sky, her heart heavy despite the warmth of the sun and the peacefulness around her. Chen Xuan was taken aback. What was this about? Was she implying that she didn't love Daimubai? Did she have someone else in mind? Birth does determine a lot, and hard work doesn't always lead to change. But I believe you should at least try to resist, to do everything you can. Even if you can't change things, you'll know you tried, Chen Xuan said thoughtfully. Just like me before joining Shrek's battle team, I only wanted to be a teacher after graduation. As a reserve team member, my goal was simply to join a sect. But now, things are different. I'm being pushed to grow stronger, faster. One of those pushing him was Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang, another was Tang San, and the last was that woman who had poisoned him. Reflecting on the past 2 months, Chen Xuan realized how rapidly he had progressed. Just a couple of months ago, he had been a mere level 38 Soul Master. Now, his spirit power had broken through to level 48, and he had mastered several new techniques. Actually, you could lower your pride a bit. Zhu Zuqing suggested this, knowing Chen Xuan fairly well and understanding he was referring to Yu Xiaogang and others. During this time, he had been harshly suppressed in the Shrek team. With the preliminary and advancement rounds spanning over 2 months, he had only been sent out 3 times, while the team members who participated the least, Huang Yuan and Jing Ling, had appeared no less than 10 times each. Zhu Zuqing was sharp and insightful, often perceiving situations clearly. She understood that the Academy's suppression was largely due to Chen Xuan's personality. If he would bow his head, learn to be more pliant, and align himself with the master's philosophy without opposing him, he would likely not be so deliberately targeted. It's different, because I have never accepted his theories, Chen Xuan replied. He understood this. Had he, from the very beginning, flattered the master, praised his theories, and treated him like a god, he certainly wouldn't face exclusion. On the contrary, he might have gained his favor, perhaps even being accepted as a disciple. But he wasn't that kind of person. From the start, he had seen Yu Xiaogang as a fraud. The core theories of martial souls were riddled with gaps, barely scratching the surface. It was as if Yu Xiaogang had copied fragments from countless books to create his so-called theories. What appeared to be a good deed actually led others astray, misleading many soul masters without families or backgrounds. Not one blue-silver grass soul master had reached the 10th soul power level, and Tang San breaking this limit was certainly not due to ordinary blue-silver grass. Whether it was the blue-silver emperor or the blue-silver grass, its primary trait was vitality, not control, and certainly not poison. In this tournament, Tang San's poison-based blue-silver grass had almost no impact. Without restraining attributes, the grass was easily shattered by Feng Xiaotian, a harsh reality. Thus, Chen Xuan held firmly to his belief, the so-called master was nothing more than a charlatan from the beginning. This time, Yu Xiaogang's early departure was primarily to seek out Bibi Dong to ask her for the cultivation method for twin martial souls for his disciple, Tang San. All signs showed that Yu Xiaogang not only misled his disciple but also shamelessly sought help from his former lover, a truly brazen act. After decades, Yu Xiaogang hadn't thought of Bibi Dong, but now, in trouble, he suddenly remembered her. You're too stubborn, you're likely to get hurt, Zhu Zuqing sighed. People like him are often the ones to face obstacles. She worried about Chen Xuan being ostracized, not out of reproach but rather admiring that he did what she dared not do. If this continued, he would face the master's pressure in the elimination rounds. The All-Continent Soul Master Tournament was an honor for every Soul Master, merely passing through would be regrettable. Blind silence, never resisting that is true sorrow, Chen Xuan said, gazing at her as he spoke. Zhu Zuqing was taken aback, realizing he was hinting at her. She shook her head, her face tinged with sorrow. The Douluo Empire was vast, how could a small figure like her oppose it? Chen Xuan said no more, it was too early to discuss such things. He wasn't powerful enough yet to help her in any meaningful way. In the next 2 days, he stayed at Shrek Academy, walking through every corner to make his presence known. He met each of the 7 monsters and their teachers, making himself familiar to prove he hadn't left Shrek. Once satisfied, he left the academy and returned to his residence outside the city, preparing for his journey and needing to arrange things with Chen Yi. After 2 days, his shadow clone had almost caught up with Yu Xiaogang, though the clone's limit was near. That day, shortly after he returned home, Shrek Academy visited, bringing an unexpected conversation. This surprised him. To find his residence precisely and to come at this time was abrupt. Shrek Academy wasted no time, directly inviting Chen Xuan to join the Heaven Do Empire. Brother Chen, talents like you are exactly what our empire needs. Chen Xuan didn't enjoy beating around the bush and asked, join Heaven Do, or become part of your faction. Shrek Academy's expression shifted subtly, a bit of tension showing in his eyes. Did this kid see through his true identity? He quickly dismissed the thought it was impossible. If Chen Xuan had such perception, he would have seen through him long ago. Naturally, it would mean allegiance to my father, His Majesty Shui Ya. Then I'll pass. I've already joined another sect. Chen Xuan declined, curious to see how that woman would react. Brother Chen, no need to rush. If you change your mind, you can find me here, Shrek Academy said, handing him an address. As Shrek Academy left, Chen Xuan watched him go, feeling a growing suspicion. Something seemed off. The questions Shrek Academy avoided and the ones he asked seemed calculated, as if he had come just to test the waters. A peculiar vibe. Brother, who was that? Chen Yi appeared in a simple home dress, her figure graceful and face wearing a sweet smile. Chen Xuan explained, the Crown Prince. Ah. Chen Yi covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. To ordinary people, the Crown Prince was an elevated figure, meeting him was unimaginable, let alone seeing his portrait. Yi, the day after tomorrow, I'll head to Spirit City. It's not convenient to bring you along. Would you like to stay in Heaven Do City or go elsewhere? Chen Xuan asked, focusing on future arrangements. With the journey to Spirit City and the tournament time, it might take a month or 2, and he worried for his sister's safety. Brother, I'll stay here, I won't go anywhere, Chen Yi said firmly. This was her home, a place of deep meaning to her. All right. Chen Xuan didn't insist. As long as she was happy, he would arrange things as best as he could. In the afternoon, just as Chen Xuan left his home, he received a letter from that woman. So soon, a mission already. He frowned. Promises of no missions for a year seemed empty. Chen Xuan opened the envelope and read through it carefully. Only a few concise lines were written. As expected, something's wrong. The letter was simple, asking him to pretend to accept Heaven Do or Shrek Academy's invitation, rise to the top, and become a vital official in the empire. Are they monitoring me? The thought crossed his mind, though he dismissed it quickly. If it were true, that woman's influence would be terrifyingly vast. Shrek Academy had only been gone 3 hours, yet she had already heard. That was unsettling. Chen Xuan felt that the whole situation was strange. He now began doubting that woman's identity. He planned to find Shrek Academy the next day to uncover more. Only by following her instructions could he understand her true intentions. My shadow clone should have caught up with Yu Xiaogang by now. Elsewhere, at the border of Heaven Do Empire, vast yellow sands stretched endlessly across a desolate desert. As the red sun sank, the horizon glowed a deep red, exuding a somber aura. Yu Xiaogang rode a white horse through the desert, leaving a long trail of hoofprints, having traveled nearly 200 miles. Gazing at the red sunset, an inexplicable sadness filled his heart, a sense of unease settling in. Master, we've been traveling all day. Shall we rest? Asked 2 knights in armor. They rode black horses, clad in full armor with sharp swords the bodyguards Yu Xiaogang had hired at a high price. All right, Yu Xiaogang nodded, feeling somewhat fatigued as he prepared to dismount. However, as he did, a chilling sensation shot down his spine, his body tensing up. Suddenly, a black dagger appeared, slicing through the air toward his head, a ruthless strike aiming to end him in one blow.